One day, a huge gate appeared in the sky, and many terrifying dungeons opened up underground, from which many monsters broke into the outside world. For all of humanity, this became the most terrible disaster that would be difficult to even imagine. Hordes of monsters kept coming and coming to this world. It seemed that there was no end to it and humanity was doomed. However, the appearance of people with special powers who fought the monsters on an equal basis helped prevent a catastrophe, and these people later began to be called hunters. They extracted divine energy and materials from the corpses of monsters, which gave humanity another chance at a happy life. Over time, hunters were divided into ranks ranging from G to SSS rank. G rank abilities were often little different from those of an ordinary person, and changes after determining the rank of a hunter were extremely rare. Agnia stopped at a poster that depicted one of the greatest hunters. Now there was an active search for new hunters who could save their world, because images of this hero were hung almost everywhere. The girl peered carefully at the poster for several moments, after which she turned her gaze to the sheet that she had been holding in her hands all this time. This was an application to retake the exam to determine the rank of a hunter. Agnia was very depressed by the thought that this would be her 10th attempt, and no matter how much she trained, the result remained the same. She was suddenly distracted from her thoughts about her own failures by a voice behind her. She immediately put a smile on her face and turned around, straightening a stray strand of hair. Agnia was sure that this was another fan of hers who decided to take advantage of the rare opportunity to talk to her idol. However, instead of admiration, the face of the guy standing opposite her showed confusion. He asked the girl not to misunderstand him. Earlier it seemed to him that she was not feeling well, so he decided to approach her. His words caused Agnia to have a completely opposite reaction, and she thought that this guy was just another pervert clinging to her. Her palm involuntarily clenched into a fist, in which electrical discharges began to appear. Suddenly, the phone vibrated from the bag hanging on the guy's shoulder. His attention immediately switched from the girl to the bag. Without looking up at Agnia, he apologized and said that he needed to answer the call. As soon as he saw the name flashed on the screen, panic appeared on Matt's face, and he took off, heading in an unknown direction, leaving the girl in complete bewilderment. Agnia was completely confused by what had just happened. Suddenly, the administrator called her number. When she turned around and looked at the administrator sitting at the desk, Agnia was asked to go to the examination room. It didn't take long, and after just an hour, she was out of the building. Agnia did not take her eyes off the papers in her hands. She tried her best, hoping that this time she would be able to improve her grade, but the result remained the same, only grade B. This fact made the girl disappointed in herself. In a hopeless voice, she said that no matter how hard she tried, she would never rise higher, and it was time to stop flattering herself with empty hopes about the impossible. Suddenly, the mobile phone in her pocket vibrated. When she took it out and looked at the screen, surprise showed on her face. She carefully read the message, which reported that a gate had opened in the next quarter, from which a dangerous thorned bull had emerged. So all hunters of A rank and above were asked to report to the combat zone. Agnia had already heard about this monster before, so she understood perfectly well what a danger he represented. Meanwhile, a reporter at the scene began a live report, reporting that while ordinary residents were struggling to escape the raging monster, the hunters were simply holed up in their luxurious mansions. She tried to call them to action, saying that if they remained inactive, then very soon this monster would destroy the city. Among this frightened crowd was our hero, trying to take the little girl as far away from here as possible, holding her by the palm. Suddenly she stumbled and, letting go of Matt's hand, fell onto the asphalt, starting to cry loudly in pain. The guy's face reflected fear for his niece. Sitting down next to her, Matt helped her up and excitedly asked if she was okay. Before Sophia could answer, a huge shadow loomed over them, causing them to flinch. The monster standing behind our hero growled furiously, pointing its powerful paws in his direction. Matt pulled his niece towards him, squeezing her in his arms and closing his eyes, prepared for the fact that they were about to be attacked by a thorny bull. However, this did not happen. A sudden discharge of electricity struck the monster, causing it to roar in pain. Matt was holding Sophia close to him, trying to stay in place, when suddenly a powerful gust of air appeared. Wearing a helmet on her head to hide her identity, Agnia arrived at the scene in time, moments before the monster could kill anyone. When the lightning disappeared, the bull turned to the girl. Her eyes widened in surprise when she saw that her attack did virtually no damage to the monster. Agnia decided to use the technique harder, hoping that at least it could somehow hurt him. Concentrating all her strength in her hands, she created a powerful electric current and directed it towards the thorny bull. Immediately after this, the girl sank to the ground not far from the monster. Agnia began to peer through the clouds of dust to see if her enemy was alive. Everything was quiet for a few moments and she relaxed a little. But suddenly, from the thickness of the dust, the monster's eyes appeared, burning with a furious scarlet flame. With a terrifying roar, he rose to his hind legs, raising his fists high above his head. Fear was reflected on Agnia's face, She tried with all her might to stay on her feet, resisting the powerful flow of air that knocked her off her feet. The next moment, the monster's powerful fists landed on the asphalt, destroying it. The girl was thrown to the side, hitting several pieces of stone. Raising herself on her elbows, Agnia tried to rise to her feet, overcoming the pain. Although with difficulty, she still succeeded. She realized that this A-rank monster was on a completely different level, and she would never defeat him alone. Looking to the side, she noticed a guy with a child. The realization that there were still people here who could get hurt during her battle with the monster weighed additional responsibility on her. At the same moment, the roar of an approaching monster was heard behind her. She turned her gaze back to the civilians, trying to urgently figure out what to do in such a situation. Agnia understood that the lives of ordinary people were much more valuable than hers, so she had only one way out. Rising to her feet, she approached Matt and, shielding him from the monster with herself, told him to take the girl and run away from here as quickly as possible. Seeing that the guy was not reacting to her words at all, she shouted out that she didn't know how long she could hold off this monster, so they needed to hurry up and run. When the monster rushed towards her, Agnia turned her attention to him. Concentrating the power in her hands, she thought that at any cost she needed to stall for time so that the civilians had time to escape to a safe place. Her eyes widened in horror and bewilderment as she felt her strength begin to rapidly weaken. Raising her head, Agnia saw that the monster had already gotten very close to her. Memories of the tragedy she experienced came flooding back to her all at once. The monster's mouth was already very close, but Agnia could not bring herself to take a step. Memories of the past had too strong an influence on her. The little girl sank helplessly to her knees, looking at the completely destroyed city and the many dead bodies buried under the rubble. She could not do anything, and that was what was killing her from the inside. Her parents died, and she could not help them. The sound of heels approaching could be heard next to her. Without raising her head, Agnia said that she would destroy all these monsters that crawl out of the gate. Immediately after these words, the elder sister's voice was heard, and the girl raised her tear-stained eyes to her. Her gaze was full of anger. She said that Agnia should not even dare to think about something like revenge. It was these words that brought the girl out of her stupor, awakening rage in her. She shouted that she couldn't die here so easily, and immediately began to concentrate all her strength in her palms. Suddenly, someone's scream, full of pain and despair, rushed into her head. The next moment, a sharp flash of pain pierced her entire body, and it itself was covered with many strong electrical discharges. A furious scream burst from her throat. Raising her palms above her head, she created an electrical sphere that grew in size every second. Shouting out the name of the lightning storm technique, she directed the sphere towards the monster, and his body was instantly enveloped in many powerful discharges of electricity. When there was a blinding flash of light, the monster's roar immediately stopped. A few moments later, everything stopped, and instead of bolts of electricity, clouds of dust hovered everywhere. The girl looked at her palms in amazement, not believing what was happening. At the same time, a whole crowd came running and tried to break through the guards who arrived in time to their savior. The reporter resumed the broadcast, excitedly talking about how the B-rank huntress Lightning Empress defeated the Thorny Bull with her incredible attack. Still not over the shock, Agnia did not pay any attention to the screams behind her. The girl looked away from her palms to the side. Looking at the huge hole in the dead monster's body, she was sure that moments ago her power had somehow exceeded its limit. She was distracted from thinking about how this could have happened by Matt approaching, addressing the girl by name, and he began tearfully thanking her for saving his and his niece's lives. When he asked how he could repay her for her help, Agnia waved her hands and said that everything was fine. She just did what she had to do as a hunter. Raising Sophia in his arms, Matt once again thanked the girl for her help. Turning around, he walked in the opposite direction from the crowd, looking back at Agnia, who had been waving her hand at them all this time for forgiveness. Suddenly the girl froze, realizing one thing. Only now did she realize that earlier this guy had addressed her by her real name, which no one knew. She didn't take her eyes off the stranger's retreating back, trying to figure out who he was. The voice she heard in her head during the battle came back to her mind. Shock showed on her face when Agnia realized that that voice belonged to this strange guy. Carrying his niece in his arms, Matt sighed and looked at the sky, painted in the colors of the setting sun, and said that now they should go home. Having taken Sophia home, our hero went to the bridge, notorious for its popularity with suicides. But Matt did not come here to commit suicide, rather quite the opposite. He realized that not only he, but also his dear niece could die today. And all this was due to the fault of the phone, which was now in the hands of our hero. Swinging, he was going to throw away this ill-fated phone that attracts bad luck. Until a few days ago, Matt was leading the normal life of a web novel writer. He decided to go to a cafe located near his home, hoping that inspiration would come to him. However, the inspiration never came, which made Matt very upset because the deadline was already tomorrow. He turned his bored gaze to his cell phone. The hero decided to take a little break and clean his phone of unnecessary applications that he had long wanted to delete, but constantly forgot. When he unlocked the screen, he noticed an application whose icon immediately caught his attention. Matt was rummaging around in his head, trying to remember when he downloaded this app. Out of interest, he clicked on the icon and an image of a monster in the form of a chest with one eye and many sharp teeth immediately appeared on the screen. The next moment, the inscription appeared there. "Welcome to the creator of the gods," and Matt realized that this was some kind of game. After the loading window disappeared, the screen displayed an ant among the mountainous terrain. The hero expected that a training part would follow, however. When a message appeared on the screen in an incomprehensible language, he was disappointed that the developers were so irresponsible with their own product. Having no other choice, Matt decided to try pressing randomly to figure out what was what. He clicked on the screen a couple of times on the ant and it died. The next moment, something unimaginable happened. A gold coin appeared right out of the screen. It flew out, hitting our stunned hero in the forehead. Matt looked in bewilderment at the coin that fell on his laptop. Turning his gaze back to his cell phone, he saw a message appear there stating that the number 1 ant had been crushed to death, and 1 dark god coin had been received as a reward. Matt looked stunned from the coin to the screen when the next message appeared, from which he learned that he was 1 step closer to becoming a god, greedy for power and control. The hero thought that he had awakened his abilities as a hunter in such an unusual way, and immediately went to check his assumption. When it was finally his turn, the administrator shouted his name, which attracted quite a bit of attention from other visitors. Smiling charmingly, the girl congratulated Matt, saying that he had awakened as a hunter. The hero experienced surprise, mixed with some relief, upon hearing her words. He couldn't believe that his impossible dream had finally come true. Matt wasn't counting on a high rank like A, but he hoped that he would at least have a D rank so he could quit writing and become a hunter. However, our hero's dreams were not destined to come true. The girl, still with the same smile on her face, said that he had a G rank. These words were enough to instantly bring Matt down to earth. When he took the sheet the girl held out, she explained that his ability was to create matter, which was quite rare. Squeezing the sheet tighter, the hero, with disappointment in his voice, asked her if it was true that G rank was practically no different from an ordinary person. The girl confirmed these words, and then asked if Matt would like to become a hunter. Before answering, he asked how much it would cost, and was stunned when he heard the price, 280,000 won. Observing his reaction, the administrator asked whether the hero would register as a hunter. He replied that it was not worth it. He refused because there was no such dungeon that he could enter as a G-rank hunter, so he saw no point in spending such an amount. Sighing sadly, Matt thought that from the very beginning, he shouldn't have even counted on something more. Now it's better for him to go home and finish the chapter of his short story. Returning home, he immediately sat down at his laptop and did not notice how the time quickly passed 2 o'clock in the morning. Matt decided to take a short break and picked up the TV remote control. As soon as the TV screen lit up, our hero heard the cheerful voice of the news channel host, who announced that today S-rank hunter Wilhelm Steven began clearing the disaster-level dungeon, Dark Dragon Dungeon. And just recently this promising hunter returned from this dungeon, clearing it in such a short time. When the presenter said that humanity is getting closer to salvation every day, Matt switched the channel. There they aired an advertisement for a product in which the most popular model was filmed. She advertised a product that no S-rank hunter goes to the dungeons without. It helps keep the skin smooth and in good condition during long visits to the dungeons. Matt was very annoyed by the mention of S-rank hunters everywhere, so he hurried to turn off the TV, getting rid of the source of his irritation. Leaning back on the pillow, the guy sighed heavily, thinking that a little more and he would hate the hunters. Matt put the laptop aside, deciding that he had better go to bed and continue his work tomorrow morning. As soon as he closed his eyes, his mobile phone, lying on the table, vibrated with an incoming message. Messages came incessantly one after another. The hero tried his best to ignore this annoying sound and try to fall asleep. However, when the notifications continued to go through after a few more minutes, Matt broke down. Covering his face with a pillow, he screamed with all his might, venting his anger in this way. Taking the phone in his hands, Matt saw that all this time the messages were coming from the game Creation of Gods. He had no choice but to kill the ants there and get coins to stop receiving notifications. He killed one ant after another by actively pressing his fingers on the screen. Matt hoped that when he killed enough ants, this game would finally leave him behind. Every hour there were more and more coins on the floor. Soon morning came. The hero, who had been killing ants until dawn, had just woken up. Sitting up on the bed, he looked at the floor and noticed that almost all the coins he had earned that night had disappeared somewhere. Matt froze, looking closely at the coins lying on the bed. Taking one of them in his hands, the hero was surprised. He remembered very well that earlier a unit was written on the coins, but these ones had 100. When another message arrived on the phone, Matt immediately drew attention to it. Unlocking the screen, he saw a message from the game which stated that Matt had fulfilled all the conditions for opening the God's store. In the next moment, he had a choice to open the God's shop or not. The hero was in deep thought, having decided that until he tries, he will not be able to find out more about this store. Therefore, he decisively pressed the yes button. As soon as Matt did this, a strange glow appeared from the phone screen. Meanwhile, an important meeting was taking place at the Hunters Association. The man standing in the center thanked everyone present here for being able to come here, despite their busy schedule, after which he said with enthusiasm in his voice that a hunter had finally appeared in their country, who was able to open a hunter's store. Everyone was amazed by what they heard and could not believe that this miracle had finally happened. This was very good news because other hunters would be able to purchase items and skills beyond their ranks. Alex clapped his hands, asking for a moment of silence, after which the front door opened and two tall figures appeared there. Everyone froze in surprise when two of the most prominent hunters walked inside. Pointing towards Kane Burt, Alex said that he was an S-rank creative type hunter, and that he was the one who unlocked the hunter's store. Pointing to a nearby girl, Maria Smith, an S-rank hunter whose ability was telepathy, the man said that she had arrived with Kane to hold the auction. Having finished the introduction, Alex fell silent and took a step to the side, allowing the hunters to get closer to the members of the association council. The man sitting in the center, who was quite menacing in appearance, was the president of the association. He did not take his gaze off the newly arrived guests. Turning to Kane, Alex asked him to show everyone the hunter's store. Everyone present froze in anticipation as the hunter nodded in agreement. The next moment, he began to concentrate power between his palms. A sudden gust of air forced everyone to cover their faces with their hands. A few moments later, everything stopped. One of the board members hurried to the director, asking if everything was okay with him. He replied that he was fine. Everyone started exchanging puzzled looks at each other. Without taking his eyes off Kane, James said that he saw nothing but a commotion, after which he asked whether the man standing next to him had seen anything, and he replied that he had also seen nothing. Looking at the confused faces of the association members, Alex decided to intervene, saying that the hunter's store can only be seen by the one who activated it. Turning to Maria, he asked her to use her abilities to show everyone the store. A few moments later, the faces of everyone in the room stretched out in amazement. The window of a hunter's store materialized in the air, displaying a wide variety of goods, ranging from potions to weapons and SS-rank talents. Everyone carefully studied the information displayed on the window, not believing their eyes. One man said with enthusiasm that he had only heard about some of the objects here in legends and myths. Noticing the price of the SS-class talent Lightning God's Blessing, which was 3 billion gold, he rushed to convert it into real money and was shocked when he realized that this talent would cost 3 trillion won. James's voice suddenly rang out, immediately attracting everyone's attention. He asked everyone to listen carefully and take note. The man said that the fate of the entire country depends on their choice, so until the project is fully launched, they should keep all the details secret. Turning his gaze to Kane, he said that at least 2 S-rank hunters must be assigned to him as guards. Maria looked thoughtfully at the president as he said these words. Meanwhile, our hero received another message that he needed 100 coins to activate God's store. Without even thinking, Matt pressed the confirmation button. Immediately after this, one of the coins lying on his bed disappeared. Without taking his eyes off the screen of his mobile phone, the hero clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that he might turn out to be the same creative type hunter as Kane Burt, although the difference between them was huge. But the hero hoped that he would be able to make some money using your abilities. A few moments later, God's store opened on Matt's phone, which contained many different products, but all the descriptions along with the names were written in an incomprehensible language. Our hero's face showed bewilderment, but that was the least of his worries. The most important thing was the price of the goods. After counting the number of zeros, a look of bewilderment appeared on his face. He realized that he would not be able to buy anything in this store because it would cost him too much. Suddenly, the hero noticed that the store's products began to scroll down at a terrifying speed. A few moments later, everything stopped as suddenly as it had begun. When he noticed the product, for only 100 units of gold, he decided to buy it. Another coin immediately disappeared into thin air, and Matt received a message that he had purchased the Eye of the Blind God special ability. When this message disappeared, a description of the ability he had purchased became available to him, after reading which he learned that this was a special ability of the Nameless God, which prevented him from recognizing the truth, even if it was right in front of his eyes. As soon as he read the description, something strange happened to his eyes. Matt was very frightened. Dropping the phone from his hands, he began to fall on his back. The phone bounced to the side as it hit the wooden floor. Seeing nothing in front of him, he managed to carefully rise from the bed, taking each step by touch. He slowly bent down, trying to feel for the phone on the floor. Taking a careless step, Matt tripped over a table leg, hitting his toe painfully. The hero sank to the floor and, screaming in pain, grabbed his injured leg. Suddenly, his vision returned to him, which surprised the guy quite a bit, pushing the aching pain into the background. Seeing the phone lying on the floor a couple of steps away, Matt sighed with relief, saying that he was very scared, thinking that he had gone blind forever. When the phone was back in his possession, surprise appeared on our hero's face. He realized that he could now read everything that was written there. One of the talents immediately caught his attention. To be more precise, the price that was set for the talent. The exclusive right of the creation of heaven and earth that surpassed God. The hero first saw a figure whose number of zeros exceeded 12. Matt sighed in disappointment as he looked at the ceiling, thinking that a G-rank holder would remain with that rank until their death, just like S-rankers who would live and die as an S-rank. Suddenly he remembered that someone had said that there were rare exceptions and there was a possibility that one's rank could be raised. Turning his gaze back to the screen, Matt decided that he should look at all the products he could buy, after which he immediately began to carefully scroll through the list of store products. His attention was drawn to the talent-crushing finger of God, worth 100 gold pieces. The name of this ability seemed quite powerful to our hero. Looking at the gold coin lying on the bed, Matt decided that it would be better to buy it since he could afford it. The next moment, the coin began to immediately disappear. From the message he received, the hero learned that he had successfully acquired the God-crushing finger. Looking closely at his index finger, Matt wondered what this talent was capable of. Suddenly, he heard the air conditioner on the wall behind him turn on. Getting up, he again said, "Crushing finger of God," and immediately after that, the air conditioner changed mode. When Matt shouted the name of the acquired skill again, the air conditioner turned off. He repeated this air conditioning trick several more times. Turning around, the hero pointed at the TV and shouted the crushing finger of God again. It immediately turned on, and the pleasant voice of the announcer was heard, telling the weather forecast for the week. Matt froze, looking at his finger. After analyzing what happened, he realized that this ability works like a remote control on electrical appliances. The hero decided to check something else, pointing his index finger at the turned-on laptop. Sighing, he sat down in his chair as expected. This ability couldn't write a web novel for him. Suddenly the phone rang, attracting Matt's attention. Wondering who it could be, he picked up the phone and saw that the director of the agency for which he works was calling him. Feeling very tense, the guy answered the call. A man's loud voice immediately came from the receiver, shouting without any greetings that the work Matt had recently sent was simply incredible. The hero's face showed bewilderment. Listening to how actively the director praised his work, he sincerely did not understand the reason for this, because he simply described his last days, in which, it would seem, there was nothing amazing. He reacted with a bit of distrust to the man's words that this plot had great potential. When the next moment the director said that despite all this there was one serious problem, Matt tensed again and asked what problem he was talking about. He expected to hear anything, however. The man's words that the problem was that he still did not see the next chapter of this novel in his mail shocked the hero. Shock quickly gave way to irritation when the director's cheerful laughter was heard over the phone. When he asked about when the next chapter would be released, Matt replied that he would try to do it in 2 days and send everything by mail. Having completed the conversation, the hero clicked on the icon of the game creator of gods in his mobile phone. If at first this game seemed too strange to him, now it aroused wild interest in him. When the loading screen disappeared and the ants appeared, he began to actively click on certain points on the screen, killing the insects. Having killed another ant, Matt asked in a satisfied voice that they should not hold a grudge against him, because he was only working hard for his next chapter. The number of coins on the floor gradually increased. At some point, a glow began to emanate from a small pile of gold coins. Right before Matt's eyes, many coins with the number 1 turned into a coin with the number 100 in an instant. The hero was amazed by what he saw, but now it became clear to him where all the mountain of coins that he had collected last night had gone. The guy bent down and reached for a coin lying alone on the floor. Looking at the goods in the god's store, Matt said with regret that he only earned 100, and all those goods cost several billion. Suddenly an item that only cost 1,000 coins caught his eye. It was the blessing of the god of growth, a low-grade god skill. Matt was immediately inspired. This ability seemed quite interesting to him, so he was eager to collect the required number of coins and immediately buy it. Without changing his position, he began to achieve his goal, actively earning coins one after another. At some point I noticed something strange. No matter how much he pressed on one ant, which was different from the others in red, it stubbornly dodged, not allowing itself to be killed. Matt made several more attempts. The other ants died without any problems, but the red one continued to rush from side to side. For a few moments our hero's face became thoughtful. Keeping his eyes on this ant, Matt suggested that he might well be the boss. Realizing this, our hero wanted to get rid of this ant even more, suggesting that the reward for killing it should be much greater than for killing ordinary ones. Matt pressed on the place where the ant was, but it again managed to dodge. The irritation in our hero grew more and more. Matt breathed heavily, holding back his rage. Without taking his burning gaze from the screen, he said that sooner or later, he would still get rid of this ant. Thus, several hours flew by unnoticed. Matt seemed tired and completely confused. He couldn't believe that in all this time he had never been able to hit this strange ant. Looking at him, the hero tried to understand why this ant is so fast. Matt kept his gaze fixed on the screen. The ants on the other side did not move, waiting for the guy to act. He could not stand such a long pause, and furiously shouted that he would kill all the ants that were in one way or another connected with this red one, and began to actively press the surface of the screen, intending to turn his words into reality. Sometime later, a lot of coins fell onto the floor again. Suddenly, a message appeared on the screen indicating that the nameless god's karma had surpassed 800 units. Following this message, a new one came, which said that if Matt received another 200 karma points, he could receive the title of an evil god seeking strength and power. However, our hero was too tired and practically fell asleep to read the text of the messages and understand their essence. A few minutes later, he fell exhausted onto his pillow, and the phone screen in his hand had already gone dark. The phone vibrated in the hand of the already sleeping Matt when another message arrived, in which it was written that the eye of the blind god had been activated. This message disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared, and the next moment an image of the monster that was usually found on the screensaver of this game appeared on the screen, with a message that the nameless god was pursuing his special victim number 404. Meanwhile, the environment around our hero changed, the thick fog dissipated, and somewhere above the sound of spinning cassettes was heard. In the large hall of the cinema, in front of the huge switched-on monitor, there was only one person: Matt. He was at a loss and shook his head from side to side, trying to understand if there was anyone else here. However, he found no one else here besides himself. For a few moments the panic passed and he wondered why he was in the cinema. Suddenly the light emanating from the huge screen became so bright that it began to blind the eyes. Matt tried to close his eyes, but as soon as he looked at the screen, something strange happened to him. The next moment he sat motionless in his place, not taking his eyes off the screen. The hero's facial expression expressed complete detachment from what was happening around him. Meanwhile, that red ant, which miraculously managed to escape, crossed the endless expanses of the desert. All the way he thought about this guy who had the power of the god of the black tribe, whose sins made this guy less of a god and more of the devil himself. Although Raymond was wounded, he considered it his duty to get to the shelter and tell his comrades about everything. Sometime later, he finally reached the cave in which the shelter was located. It was clear from the heavy breathing of the ant how difficult this path was for him. Suddenly, blood gushed from his mouth, hitting the cold walls of the cave. He had to lean on his sword with both paws to keep himself from falling to the ground. Having mastered the pain that pierced his entire body, Raymond entered the cave. At the same time, the sound of cutlery hitting wooden dishes was heard from all sides in the shelter. The ants threw buds of edible flowers into their mouths, despite their disgusting taste. They ate it because they had no other choice. Suddenly, the door to the hall swung open and a tall figure of one of their comrades appeared there. Breathing heavily, Raymond looked around at his brothers, who interrupted their meal and fixed their gaze on him. Taking a deep breath, he shouted out that he managed to find out where all their food had gone. It was all destroyed by the god of the black tribe, with whom he had to fight. But this god was so terrifying that he miraculously managed to escape. Stretching one paw in front of him, he said that they must do at least something before this monster gets to them. He fell silent, expecting some kind of reaction from his brothers. But instead of the words of support he expected, tense silence hung in the hall. A few moments later, arrogant chuckles and mockery were heard from all sides, directed at Raymond. Confusion appeared on his face when one of his brothers said that since he had lost to his prey, he should have died there, and not come here and talk nonsense about some god. Suddenly, a menacing voice came from behind Raymond, ordering everyone to shut up. Hearing him, all the ants immediately jumped up from their places. When Raymond turned around, he saw an old ant behind him with a cane. He immediately knelt down to greet the great shaman of their clan, Lord 808. He looked at Raymond, who was kneeling before him, thoughtfully scratching his long beard. Afterwards, he said that he felt the presence of the evil creature that their brother had just spoken about, confirming all the words that Raymond had said. He was happy that at least someone was on his side. Clenching one of his paws into a fist, the shaman said that this territory belongs to the great emperor. Therefore, the evil god does not dare to encroach on their holy lands, and they are obliged to destroy him at all costs. Tears welled up in Raymond's eyes, and he thanked the old man for believing him. Suddenly, the shaman put one of his paws on his head. The next moment, their bodies were enveloped in a blue light. Raymond was greatly surprised when he saw that all his wounds had healed in an instant. The glow stopped, and the shaman pointed at it, saying that Raymond would lead them all into battle. He was serious about personally destroying the evil that dared to target their territory. These words caused a storm of emotions in the other ants. They all adopted his fighting spirit and growled furiously, shouting that their enemy would be destroyed. When Matt opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in his room. Breathing heavily, he jumped up in bed, trying to understand what he had just seen. Running his hand over his face, the guy thought that he had spent too much time playing this game, since he was having such strange dreams about ants. His phone vibrated as new notifications from the game appeared. Unlocking the screen, Matt immediately saw the ant he had been trying to kill almost all day yesterday. The hero decided that today he would definitely get rid of this annoying ant at any cost, and a fire lit up in his eyes. However, before he had time to do anything, the following message appeared on the screen. Nature condemns evil. Matt looked in surprise at the screen, where there were now several red ants, and in the center a bearded ant with a cane. The hero was amazed when he realized that the dream he had had was real. The next moment, a powerful stream of energy passed right through the phone screen, hitting Matt on the head. This energy beam disappeared as suddenly as it appeared. Matt came to his senses only when he felt a few drops of blood running down his forehead. Meanwhile, the shaman who came forward was preparing for a new attack, creating a blue sphere in his paws. In his loud voice, he again repeated the words that nature does not deny evil. The next moment, a stream of blue energy again rushed towards our hero. Crying out in pain, he covered his face with his hands. Raymond took a few steps forward and said with enthusiasm that the shaman really deserves respect. He managed to wound the evil god. Everyone else picked up the mood of their brother, shouting that victory in this battle was guaranteed to them. And after this campaign, they simply had to celebrate this event with the Holy Virgin herself. The shaman ignored all their words, trying to cope with the trembling throughout his body. He used too much strength. Noticing a bright light that was approaching them with terrifying speed, he turned around and shouted for everyone to run away from here as far as possible. The next moment, under stunned gazes, a bright red beam descended on the shaman, destroying him. One of the ants pointed to the sky and cried out in fear that this strange light was approaching them again. Everyone rushed to run, but it was too late. Several rays fell to the ground, taking with them the lives of one ant after another. Matt was punching his phone screen furiously. Each time, his blows became more and more violent. Seized with rage, the hero raised his fist for another blow, completely unaware that the screen was already covered with many deep cracks. Suddenly, he received a message that ant number 809 had been destroyed. Matt immediately came to his senses, freezing in place. Seeing the state his phone was in, the hero was very upset and could not hold back his tears, reproaching himself for not coping with his emotions and breaking it. Taking his eyes off the phone, he looked around and saw that there were countless coins around him, both large ones with the value of 100 and small ones with the value of 1. When the phone vibrated in his hand, Matt turned his gaze back to the screen. His face contorted in disbelief when he read the message that his nameless god Karma had reached 1,000 points and he had received the title of Evil God. Following this, a new message arrived, informing that Matt had also been awarded the title of Brutal Killer, thanks to the effect of which the nameless god's luck would be increased in subsequent battles. The hero carefully studied each of the messages. Looking up from the phone screen, he let out a nervous chuckle, thinking that it was very unfair to award such a kind person like him such titles. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed how the coins began to transform again. A few moments later, he noticed a small ring glistening in the sun. Matt rose from the bed and took the ring, examining it with interest. Suddenly, he felt relaxation all over his body, and a pleasant light breeze blew across his body, bringing with it the aroma of the forest. Opening his eyes, the hero shouted with enthusiasm, looking at the ring lying in his palm, that this was the best anti-stress in the world. Matt decided to check what would happen if he put this ring on his hand. As soon as he put the ring on his little finger, all the former fatigue that had accumulated over several days instantly disappeared. Strength and energy overwhelmed him. Rising to his feet, he looked contentedly at the ring, noting that it was incredibly useful. Opportunity to enjoy such a valuable find to the fullest, when a new message arrived on the phone. Matt picked up the phone with bewilderment and read the message that the Eye of the Blind God had been activated and the ring was being analyzed. He looked surprised from the phone screen to the ring. A few moments later, a system window appeared above the ring, informing that this was the druid ring that ant number 808 always carried with him. It stored the life force of the giant forest. Matt realized that he was really lucky to get this ring. Looking around with an interested look, he thought that he should try to use the Eye of the Blind God on other things. Turning to the TV, he put his index finger to his temple. Straining his eyes with all his might, the hero tried to activate the analysis. The next moment, a window already familiar to the guy appeared in the air, informing him that this was his TV, which he had been using for a year. The note indicated that there were 3 months left before the warranty expired. Having studied this information, the hero immediately turned his gaze to the laptop and saw the same message with the information that this was his laptop, the use of which was 1 year and 2 months, with 6 months left before the warranty expired. Finally, the guy decided to try this skill on his own bed. In the window that appeared, he read that this was his old bed, which had been in use for more than 10 years. The note advised him to throw it away as soon as possible. Matt blinked a few times, deciding that was enough. Looking ahead, he quietly said that he was beginning to gradually realize everything that was happening. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. With wide eyes, he looked at his hand, the ring still on the finger. Matt thought that with such an incredible ring and a new analysis ability, he could not remain at the same G rank. Squeezing his palm, he decided that he should, without wasting too much time, visit the center of paranormal phenomena. After about half an hour, he had already reached the building he needed, towering above all the others that were nearby. The girl standing at the reception desk looked at our hero with bewilderment. When he asked for a reassessment, she said that the error of this procedure was less than 1%. When the girl asked if Matt really wanted to reevaluate, radiating complete confidence, he nodded his head, saying that he wanted to. Miranda sighed. She could not challenge the decisions of her clients. Looking down at the counter where there were many papers, the girl said that only the first-time testing is paid for by the state. Therefore, in order to undergo a repeat procedure, the guy must pay 1,580,000 won. Our hero was stunned by the amount he heard. Noticing the indecision that flashed on the guy's face, Miranda hurried him, saying that he shouldn't hold up the line and make a decision quickly. He decided that it was not worth that kind of money. Even if he was able to raise his rank, it would not be more than F. So Matt apologized and said that he would come another time. Turning around, the hero thought that he should have found out the prices first, rather than run here at breakneck speed. Looking at the ring on his little finger, Matt approached the sofas located not far from the reception desk. He sat down on the nearest one, feeling very confused. The guy reproached himself for acting like a child. He should have just continued writing novels instead of dealing with this nonsense. Looking around, he noticed that there were quite a lot of people here. Sighing, Matt thought that he needed to collect his thoughts and quickly write something to send to the director. He was in no hurry to get up from his seat, hoping that he could find something interesting here. The phone in his palm already vibrated as usual, and Matt read in the message that the Eye of the Blind God had been activated, and the analysis of nearby targets had begun. The hero was surprised. He didn't even imagine that this skill could be used on people, so Matt decided to try it right away. When he looked at the man standing in front, a familiar system window appeared, and he learned that this man was 30 years old and suffers from hemorrhoids. Then he turned his gaze to a girl standing a little further away in a pink sundress from the same window. Matt read that she was 24 and pregnant. Then his gaze caught on the confused man after reading the system window. Matt learned that he was 41 years old and suffered from gastritis. Suddenly, something caught his attention. A young girl stood to the side near the wall near the poster, looking down at the floor. From the window that appeared, he learned that Agnia was 19 years old and was now in a depressed state. Matt was so surprised that he didn't notice how he rose from his chair to his feet. Without taking his eyes off the girl, he tried to understand why she was the only one whose name he could see. Besides this, he was worried about one more thing. The Eye of the Blind God showed someone's emotions for the first time. Matt took a hesitant step towards the girl. Our hero understood that what he was about to do was pure madness, and he needed to stop. However, it was not so easy to do this. Interest outweighed the scales and forced the guy's body to move forward, ignoring all the objections of the mind. While he was rapidly closing the distance between them, a whole swarm of questions accumulated in his head about how exactly to start a dialogue, and what exactly he should say so that she would not hit him. Finding himself close enough to Agnia, Matt asked her what she was feeling now. Hearing a voice behind her, the girl immediately turned around, looking up at our hero. Matt froze, afraid to move, waiting for her reaction to the question. Agnia's face showed irritation combined with bewilderment. The hero was confused when her clenched fist was engulfed in electrical flashes. Realizing that he might have been mistaken for a pervert with a penchant for schoolgirls, Matt apologized, asking not to be misunderstood. Trying to calm the situation, he carefully selected words to calm Agnia, however. The girl's gaze became more and more filled with the desire to kill with each passing moment. Suddenly, the phone in his bag vibrated and then a call rang. Matt apologized, saying that he needed to answer. Taking out the phone, the hero thought with relief that this call had come at a better time than ever. However, he thought so exactly until he read the name of his older sister on the screen. His eyebrows immediately shot up. The next moment, he turned around and rushed towards the exit, finally shouting an apology to the girl. Agnia looked in bewilderment at the back of the hastily retreating guy. Once on the street, Matt answered the call, and in an extremely satisfied voice asked where he should meet his beloved niece this time. A dissatisfied voice came from the receiver, and noticed that as soon as he mentioned money, Matt immediately cheered up, and that after this, it was quite difficult not to treat him like an unemployed lazy person. He replied that the love of money does not make him the same as his sister was used to, not to think. Sighing, the hero decided that it was useless to convince his sister otherwise, and shouted into the phone that he would be waiting for them without delay. After finishing the conversation, he put the phone back in his bag, thinking that although he didn't pass the reassessment, he was lucky that he wasn't kicked out of there in disgrace. Sometime later, the hero was in the park in the next block. On the bench next to him sat a little girl, looking at her uncle with some inspiration in her eyes. Looking at her, Matt tried to understand how her sister, being a demon in the flesh, could give birth to such a sweet angel. Sophia's sudden question about what the dark past is, Our hero shuddered, and his memory helpfully slipped him the memory of Agnia's irritated face. Under Sophia's surprised look, Matt buried his face in his hands, saying that he had one such incident today. Tilting her head to the side, the girl asked with interest in her voice what the incident was. The guy raised his head and looked back at his sweet niece, fighting the urge to squeeze her plump cheeks. Ultimately, the desire to touch his niece's soft cheeks won out. The girl did not share the same pleasure as Matt from this process, so she turned her face to the side, rejecting the hand of the hero sitting next to her. Stamping her foot in irritation, she shouted out that she hated Matt, because she had already told him many times not to touch her face. But he never listens to her. The hero fell into confusion, watching Sophia's actions and apologizing, promised that he would not do that again. The girl didn't believe him and turned away, puffing out her soft cheeks offendedly, which beckoned Matt to touch them again. When the guy thought about what he could do to cheer up his niece, suddenly a system window appeared in front of him. It reported that the Eye of the Blind God had been activated and that the target was being analyzed. The next moment, another window appeared with information about Sophia, from which Matt learned that she wanted a chocolate ice cream cone. Smiling, the guy turned to his niece, wondering if she would like to go eat delicious chocolate ice cream. At the mention of this sweetness, the girl's mouth immediately began to water, and she looked at Matt with shining eyes. They walked into the nearest cafe, where they were greeted with a radiant smile on her face by a girl standing behind the counter, greeting the visitors as they entered. Sophia raised her hand and pointed at the menu with her finger up, happily saying that there would be chocolate ice cream in a cone. Sighing, Matt reached into his sweatpants pocket for the money. He threw a few silver coins on the counter and asked for one chocolate ice cream cone. The girl looked in surprise at the thrown coins for several seconds. Having difficulty containing her irritation, she began to collect coins, and putting a semblance of a smile on her face, asked to wait. A minute later, when the girl turned off the ice cream tap, Matt was perplexed because she had not poured even the minimum amount. Suddenly an idea came to his mind. Looking at his index finger, he thought that he could try to use the ability to influence electrical devices. Holding his hand out in front of him, Matt pointed his finger at the ice cream machine and said quietly, "God's crushing finger." Looking at the girl standing with the horn, he thought that she deserved it, and she shouldn't blame him for what would happen now. The next moment, ice cream poured out of the machine with terrifying speed, causing shock in the girl. Having received the ice cream, they immediately returned back to the park, where Sophia began to actively eat the refreshing sweetness. When Matt asked if he could try it, the girl turned in the other direction so that the ice cream would be further away from the guy and categorically replied that no. The hero sighed, and throwing his hands behind the back of the bench, said that he understood everything and would not encroach on her ice cream. Suddenly he heard the phone in his bag begin to vibrate. Taking it out, he immediately saw a message appear on the screen. It was written there that the title of Cruel Killer had been activated, as a result of which the Nameless God's battle luck had increased greatly. Hearing someone's creepy laughter, Matt immediately looked away from the screen, trying to find the owner of this laughter. The hero turned around but did not see anyone. Suddenly, the same unfamiliar voice said that it could absorb all the difficulties that Matt was experiencing, walking along the path of the greatest evil, and become a true demonic deity. When the deafening screams of sirens were heard in the circle, the hero heard the ice cream cone that Sophia was holding in her hands fall to the ground. He looked excitedly at his frozen niece. Following her gaze, he saw how a crack had formed in the sky, growing larger and larger in size with every second, and from there 2 scarlet eyes were looking at them. A few moments later, a huge monster head appeared from the rift. Matt looked at him with difficulty, believing what was happening. When this dangerous beast attacked them, Agnia miraculously arrived in time and blocked them from the monster, shouting for them to run away. However, the terrifying roar of the monster did not allow the numb Matt to take a step. Holding his niece tighter to himself, the hero could only watch the rapidly approaching monster. Matt kept his frightened gaze on the monster when something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a system window containing information about the monster appeared in front of him, from which the hero learned that this bull wanted to ascend by consuming the Nameless God. Now Matt stood on the bridge, thinking about everything that had happened to him today. He realized that this appearance of a monster right in front of them could not be just a coincidence, because the Nameless God was his name in the game Godmaker, and this bull was definitely coming for him. Lowering his head into his hands, Matt sighed heavily, still lost in the memories. He was worried not only about the appearance of this monster, but also about the message he received after its death. It said that Matt had surpassed the limits of his body, and the brutal killer had been promoted 1 level. As a reward, he could purchase any low-grade demonic god ability from the store for free. The hero looked at the phone screen with irritation, realizing that everything happened precisely because of him. He put his hand with the phone behind his back and, taking aim, was going to throw it into the dark water as far as possible. As soon as Matt did this, the phone vibrated in his hand. Having brought it to his face, he saw a message arrive from the saint. For a few moments, Matt froze in a stupor. At the same time, in the game world, Residents were trembling with fear of the threat approaching them. The enemy easily got rid of the guard guarding the entrance to the temple. His remaining partner shrank with his whole body from fear and could not even move, meekly awaiting his imminent death. Without taking his blood-red eyes off him, the enemy warrior raised his bloody blade above his head, preparing to strike. Inside the temple, the girl desperately prayed to the nameless god for the salvation of her tribe. Hearing the heart-rending dying screams, she was distracted from prayer and, trembling with her whole body, turned towards the entrance. A few moments later, heavy footsteps of enemies were heard rapidly approaching. Not even a minute had passed since the whole army had filled the entire cave. The monster, standing in front with a huge cleaver in his hand, asked with mockery in his voice whether the saint really believed that she would be able to escape from the soldiers of the great army. Raising his weapon, he slid his tongue along its tip, never taking his eyes off the saint. Horror appeared on her face. She understood that she would be killed here. Matt looked at the phone screen, from which a bug was looking at him with a look pleading for help. He read the message that had arrived, in which he was asked to save this little creature that was desperately praying to him. At the sight of her, the hero involuntarily remembered himself when a monster that suddenly appeared attacked him a few hours earlier. He was sure he looked exactly the same at that moment. Matt touched the screen next to the bug, trembling with fear. The next moment, a red ant appeared next to her with a huge cleaver raised. Slowly approaching her, the ant said that the holy maiden of the tribe should proudly accept the fact that she would become a tribute to their emperor. Hearing a strange sound, the ant raised its head up and its eyes widened in horror. The next moment, a powerful fire beam descended on him, causing his body to burn to death. As he killed the red ants one by one, Matt noted that one of them was quite large. When this huge ant died, several coins jumped out of the screen at once. The next moment, the dead ants disappeared, and a white insect reappeared on the screen, looking at him through the screen with gratitude in its eyes. When a message appeared saying that the holy maiden was asking the nameless god to tell him his true name, Matt's eyebrows shot up in surprise. He hesitantly said his name without taking his eyes off the screen. Immediately after this, the saint's eyes lit up with even greater gratitude. From the message that arrived, Matt learned that the saint worshipped him, the great god who saved her worthless life. When a new message arrived, informing him that the hero had received the title of the good god, merciful Saviour, surprise was again displayed on his face. As soon as this message disappeared, new ones came after it, from which Matt read that due to the effect of receiving the title of a good god, his karma would be changed to neutral, and as a reward for receiving a new title, the hero would receive 100,000 gold coins, which could not help but make him happy. He summed up the amount he received with the coins he had earned earlier and dreamily said that he already had 108,700 coins. Matt immediately went into the store and flipped through the list of products, thinking about what would be the best thing for him to buy. A product called the Blessing of the God of Growth for 1,000 coins, which he noticed in the morning. The guy smiled contentedly. A few moments later, a small glass bottle with a golden liquid inside appeared from the screen. When she found herself in Matt's palm, he decided to use the eye of the blind god on him and find out more information. In the window that appeared, he read that it was a bodily liquid that was spilled during the training of a constant seeker of truth, and was sealed in a vessel. The special properties indicated that mortals who took it would develop their potential to the limit. The more they drink, the better. Having opened the jar, Matt took a sniff. The words that these were someone's bodily fluids alerted him, and the desire to drink it sharply decreased. Sighing, he closed his eyes and drank the liquid contained in the jar, trying not to think about its origin. Rising to his feet, he examined himself, hoping to detect any changes. Finding nothing, Matt was furious because he had wasted 1,000 coins. Looking again at the window hanging in front of him, the guy noticed the words highlighted at the very end that the more he drinks this liquid, the better. Sighing, he folded his hands on his chest. He had no choice but to believe this method. A few minutes later, several empty jars of this liquid lay at his feet. Looking at his hands, Matt cursed. Although he had already drunk 6 of them, there was no change in any way, which greatly disappointed him. Suddenly, he felt very weak and fell to the cold ground. Sometime later, Matt opened his eyes, already in his bed. Holding his head, he slowly stood up, trying to remember how he got home. The guy stretched sleepily, sitting on the bed, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Unlocking the phone screen, he immediately went into the game. However, a strange hissing caused him to be distracted. Looking ahead, Matt saw countless red ants on his bed. Horrified, the guy jumped out of his bed. As he looked in horror at the whole horde of ants, wondering where they all came from, a system window appeared, reporting that thanks to his titles, the Godmaker's battlefield had been improved. Matt rushed to the door in a panic, trying to open it, but the lock would not budge. Suddenly, he felt a sharp burning sensation from a bite on his leg. Hopping on one leg, he brushed away the ants that had clung to his foot. He froze when a window at the other end of the room caught his eye. Matt immediately rushed to the window, which was his last hope. Since he lived on the 3rd floor, he was sure that even if he jumped out of the window, he would definitely not die. When he ran to the window, he closed his eyes and exhaled in relief. However, his rescue plans were not destined to come true. The next moment, he hit his face into an invisible barrier. Due to a strong blow to his head, Matt fell to the floor next to the window. The realization that he was locked in his apartment filled him with horror. Fierce rage consumed his mind in an instant. He had no intention of letting the pitiful insects drive him into a corner. Rising to his feet, the guy created a fiery sphere in his palm in a matter of seconds. The ants watching him prepared to defend themselves. However, in the next moment, a powerful fiery ray killed several ants at once. They all watched in horror as one of their generals died. At the command of the ant in front, they reached for arrows, looking at their enemy with blazing rage in their blood-red gaze. The ants simultaneously released their arrows, engulfed in flames. When the arrows hit Matt in the face, causing a lot of pain, he sank to his knees, protecting his eyes with his palm. The ants did not move, watching the torment of their enemy. A satisfied grin appeared on their faces, and one of them shouted that even the gods could not withstand the power of their great empire. Pointing to our hero, he shouted to his brothers that they were obliged to kill him and present the head of this god to the emperor. Suddenly, Matt fell onto his elbows, causing the ants to crawl back a little. His face was twisted in pain. Even breathing was becoming more and more difficult for him every moment. Raising his head with difficulty, he noticed a jar standing nearby, which immediately attracted his attention. It was bug spray. While the ants were trying to climb onto his body, Matt began to slowly rise. He needed to get to the saving spray at all costs. The ant commander, standing aside, clenched his fist tightly, thinking that a little more and he would bring his master the good news of victory. Matt began to create flames in his palms again. All the ants were stunned with horror, realizing that they could not escape. The commander did not even have time to notice how the flames engulfed everything around him. Before he could do anything, his body began to disappear. The next moment, there was nothing left of him. The flames consumed everything. Matt sat exhausted among the fire, which had already spread to the furniture. Breathing heavily, he only thought that he didn't want to die like this. Suddenly, a message came on his phone saying that the high-class evil god, Silent Nightmare, had sent him a gift. Matt, without any hesitation, decided to accept the gift, whatever it was. As soon as he pressed the button, a black and red glow engulfed his left index finger. The hero watched what was happening with anticipation. Meanwhile, at the top of one of the mountains that surrounded the city, loud rumbles of thunder and lightning could be heard from time to time. Agnia looked at where lightning had just struck her. Taking off her helmet, the girl could not help but sigh in disappointment. She remembered over and over again yesterday, when she managed to defeat the thorny bull, and tried to repeat the same technique. But she just couldn't do it. Agnia clenched her jaw tightly, thinking that she couldn't just give up like that, because if she managed to reawaken this power, her revenge could finally be carried out. Feeling something strange, she turned around, emerging from her thoughts. From the mountain on which Agnia was now located, the entire city was clearly visible. The unabating flames engulfed a larger and larger area, spreading to the walls. Matt was still sitting on the floor in the very center of the fire. He hoped that the gift he received could somehow help him in the current situation. But nothing happened. The system window that appeared reported that the ability received from the Silent Nightmare had been learned, which only angered our hero, because there was no detailed information about the ability he had received, and it did not manifest itself in any way. He put his index finger in front of him, intending to use the god-crushing finger, however. A strong cough prevented him from uttering a word. The next moment he fell to the floor, feeling very weak and dizzy. Matt understood that he didn't have a drop of strength to get up again, and come up with at least something to get out of here. When he had already come to terms with the fact that he would die here, a noise was heard from the window, as if someone had destroyed half of the wall. Opening his eyes slightly, the hero looked in that direction, trying to understand what was happening. The silhouette of a girl appeared from a huge hole in the wall. As her blurry silhouette approached, a small window of the system appeared, and with a quick glance at it, Matt realized that this was the girl who saved him yesterday, immediately after which he lost consciousness. A few days later, Sophia and her mother came to visit him in the hospital. The girl did not recognize her uncle in the bandaged guy, and asked him to tell her the secret password. Then she would believe that it was really him, grinning. Matt said that her evil mommy was a chubby little fanged puppy. Hearing these words, Sophia laughed, convinced that this is really her uncle. She climbed onto his lap and, hugging him, asked him not to hurt himself anymore, because she would have no one else to play with. Matt burst into a satisfied smile, completely not noticing the angry sister standing behind him. When she punched them, Matt looked sideways at her, covering his face with his hands, and said that she was treating the victim too cruelly. His words only angered her more. She shouted that it was she who had to clean up all the shit in his apartment, and now he still dares to call her evil. Sophia, who was watching them from the side, suddenly heard someone knock on the door. She opened the door of the room and looked outside to see who it was. However, instead of a person, the girl saw a large basket of flowers. Taking her in her arms, she returned to the room, saying that it had been left outside the door. Matt looked at the flowers in bewilderment, wondering who they were from. Taking a closer look at the bough, he read their wishes for a speedy recovery, but there was no name indicated there. All this time, the dark-haired girl stood on the roof of a tall building located opposite the hospital. Matt was fast asleep, and his sister and Sophia had long gone home, having said goodbye to him before that. Agnia watched the guy trying to piece the whole picture together. When she saved him from the fire and carried him to the hospital, she again felt the strength that she had not felt before, except for the day when she defeated the monster. The girl guessed that this might be somehow connected with this guy, next to whom she could exceed her strength limits. While thinking about this, she suddenly realized that she was behaving like a real stalker, watching him almost continuously for the past 4 days. Looking at the setting sun, Agnia decided that it was better for her to leave before she was caught. She was about to take a step when something made her turn around and look out the window of Matt's room again. The girl noticed that the guy woke up and got up and took a sitting position. Agnia watched the guy in bewilderment, whose appearance screamed about his intention to kill. Meanwhile, in the world of the creator of gods, the saint stood at a makeshift altar near a tall, spreading tree. The ants standing behind her persistently begged her to reconsider her decision. Holding a glowing stone in her hands, she turned towards an old man's voice behind her. He said that even though this god saved their tribe, they couldn't just give it to him like that. A treasure that their tribe had guarded for so long. The saint replied that she had already decided everything. She understood perfectly well that the treasure that had been passed down in their tribe for generations really couldn't be given away to someone so easily. But we shouldn't forget that it was the nameless god who saved them from the imperial army. The elder, like the others, had nothing to object to these words of the saint. After a pause, she continued, hopefully saying that if they gave up the most valuable thing they had, then their god would definitely forgive them the sins of their tribe. Meanwhile, Matt was beside himself with rage. Grabbing the phone in his hand, he shouted that he would destroy all the ants, sending them to hell. Agnia peered out the window, trying to understand what was happening. Having thrown off the blanket, the guy, for no apparent reason, began to rage, furiously kicking his legs on the mattress. Looking at the screen, Matt did not stop shouting that he was the victim here and he was dying, and not the ants, which for some unknown reason would not stop pestering him, not giving him even a couple of days of rest. He did not let up until a message came that the saint and 101 followers were worshipping him. When a new message appeared asking him to accept the offering they had prepared in tribute, Matt's rage subsided and was replaced by interest. He liked this message about the offering because usually something like this is only given to very important people. Crossing his legs, Matt pressed the accept button, wondering what they would give him. The next moment, a small shining stone appeared from the phone screen. From the information window that appeared, he learned that this was one of the 7 fruits of the world tree. Bringing the fruit closer to his face, Matt sniffed, but there was no aroma coming from it. The phone in his hand vibrated again, attracting the guy's attention. From the message he received, he learned that this fruit increases stamina. Without a moment's hesitation, Matt immediately popped the fruit into his mouth. As soon as he swallowed it, he froze, feeling something strange. The next moment, his entire body was enveloped in a blue light, and tears flowed from his eyes. Surprised, Agnia did not take her eyes off Matt's window. He grabbed his throat as if he was having trouble breathing. Clearing his throat, Matt croaked that this fruit tasted simply disgusting. It was salty, spicy, and bitter at the same time. As the soft glow enveloped his body again, a look of surprise appeared on Matt's face. He felt the pain from the burns go away, and his body fill with lightness. Getting out of bed, he began to remove his bandages. When they were all on the floor, the hero examined his body and saw that all his wounds had healed, as if they had never existed. The girl watching him was also extremely surprised by what she had just seen. It was hard for her to believe her eyes, because just a moment ago he was covered with severe burns from head to toe. Under Agnia's perplexed gaze, Matt stretched his muscles, which had become stiff from several days of lying down. The hero was distracted from his warm-up when the phone lying on the blanket vibrated. Taking the phone in his hands, he read a message that a new function was available to him: the blessing of God. Matt was surprised to read the details. It was written that he could bestow blessings by accepting the offerings of his believers. The guy looked around, wondering what he could give in return as a blessing. Meanwhile, the ants began to worry because they presented the treasure to the tribe as a gift from God, but never received an answer. However, when white flakes suddenly fell from the sky, everyone immediately raised their heads and placed their palms under the white flakes. When the young ants decided to try the cereal, the elder tried to stop them, saying that it might be too dangerous. But no one listened to his instructions. At some point, their bodies were engulfed by a soft blue glow, causing surprise on their faces. Their wounds quickly healed one after another, and the severed limbs grew back, which caused a storm of joyful emotions. Watching this miracle, the elder also could not contain his emotions and shed tears. The saint did not stop praying, and tears of joy also flowed down her cheeks when the gratitude of her comrades to the nameless God was heard behind her. Matt smiled contentedly, clutching an open bag of sugar in his hand when he received a message that he had collected 101 true believers and received 101 faith points. So the current amount of faith is 1,101. Turning his gaze to the bag in his hand, the guy thought that he had not even suspected that sugar had such an effect on them. He again felt the vibration of the phone and read in the message that he had received 10,000 coins of light thanks to the faith of his subjects. Looking at the joyful ants, Matt thought that they were even cute. A few days later, Matt was discharged from the hospital. The street he passed by was quite noisy, merchants shouting, inviting new buyers for their goods. The man with a huge scar on his face was too thoughtful and did not notice how he bumped shoulders with another man. He did not move from his place and, raising an eyebrow, asked if the stranger really wanted to fight. Not even a minute had passed since the two were grappling with each other, and Matt decided that he had better get as far away from this street as possible, because it was too dangerous. Turning around, he walked further, looking for a place where he could sell various items. Suddenly, Matt stopped, looking into a deserted alley. He looked closely at the shabby sign, reading the name. Sighing, the hero decided that it wouldn't hurt him to check out this place, because he had absolutely no desire to wander around various alleys for a long time. Opening the door, the hero walked inside, asking if anyone was here. He was met by a cute girl with glasses who greeted the visitor with a smile on her face. Matt approached the counter and awkwardly scratched the back of his head, saying that he would like to sell a few items. Without removing the smile from his face, Melissa asked if he was a hunter. The hero replied that although he had abilities, he never received a hunter's license. After his words, the girl asked to wait a minute and crawled under the counter, actively looking for something. A few moments later, she handed Matt 2 pieces of paper and asked him to fill out the form first. Pointing to the sofa and table, she said that he could sit there and carefully examine everything. The hero thanked her and headed towards the sofa. Sitting down on it, he began to carefully read the text. He was asked to write where he got the items that he was going to sell. Matt realized that he could not write that he got them for killing ants in a mobile game, so he needed to come up with something that's plausible. Remembering the state of his destroyed apartment, he thought with regret that if it had not been for the repairs, he would not have needed to rack his brains about it. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, signaling the arrival of new visitors. Melissa greeted the group of 4 men who entered. One of them, smiling, asked how things were going at her store. The girl replied that thanks to their patronage, everything was fine. Matt looked at the men who entered, using the eye of the blind god. Feeling the gaze on him, the 2 men turned to him. The hero covered himself with the sheets of the questionnaire, continuing to glance sideways at the strangers. Meanwhile, Albert said that he had heard that things were not going very well in the store now, so he brought a couple of good items. His words made Melissa very happy. Matt turned away when he met his gaze. He thought disappointedly that the eye of the blind god was not helping at all, giving information about the age and condition of the muscles. He glanced at the men again when a message appeared that the assessment had been completed. Joyful Melissa took out a set of high-quality armor from her suitcase, and Albert, standing next to him, spoke in a smug tone about how hard it had been for him to get it. Matt was surprised to read the text of the information window and learned that this was ordinary iron armor made from a pile of scrap metal, and its age was already 29 years old. The note noted that the armor had a hastily made enchantment that would last another 4 hours. Looking at the inspired girl who was looking at the product offered to her with interest, I realized that this was a pure scam. Smiling, Albert said that they would only take 3 million won for it. Melissa fell into thought for a few seconds, assessing the profitability of this offer. When she asked to wait until she returned with the required amount, Albert's smile turned into a satisfied grin. As soon as the girl left the counter, Matt jumped up from his seat, attracting attention to himself. Pointing to the armor, he said that it was a fake. Although outwardly our hero remained calm, inside he was going crazy because of the worry that he was in the wrong and it could backfire on him. Everyone present froze, turning 6 or 4 pairs of surprised eyes on Matt. The man who was closest to him was the first to freeze and, grabbing the guy by the collar of his t-shirt, asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Standing behind the 2 thugs who were ready to kill Matt with just one look, Albert created a flame in his palm and asked if the hero dared to clarify his words with an ominous grin on his face. Sticking his index finger in front of him, he looked at the lying armor. When he said the name of the technique, Destructive Finger of God, a faint glow engulfed the armor. The next moment, under the amazed gazes of the men and Melissa, she turned into old, cracked armor. With a blazing rage, the thug loomed over Matt with his fist raised to strike. The hero closed his eyes, preparing for a strong blow, when he heard Albert shout, ordering him to stop. The man looked at his boss in bewilderment. Deciding that Matt was a high-class hunter, Albert bowed deeply and apologized for what happened. After which he and his guys headed for the exit, leaving our hero in bewilderment at the fact that he was called a high-class hunter. Melissa, standing behind the counter, tearfully thanked the guy for his help and suggested that he was a great hermit, which caused our hero a new portion of misunderstanding. He knew that hermits are those who hide among ordinary people. They chose an ordinary life instead of constant trips for treasures. Matt sighed, trying to figure out how to explain everything to Melissa. The girl remembered that earlier the hero had said that he would like to sell a couple of items. He handed her the druid ring. Melissa immediately began to evaluate it. Watching her changed expression, Matt asked if there were any problems with this ring. The girl replied that it only had 12 mana points. Even if she overpaid him, this ring would still remain a D-rank item. Matt was confused when the ring was returned to him. When a system window appeared in front of him with a message that the analysis was completed, he looked at his ring with interest. In the information window, the hero read that it would be better if he gave this ring to Agnia, who is located not far from here. Matt thought this name was familiar, and the next moment he remembered that this was the name of the girl who is called the Empress of Lightning. He looked at the ring for a couple of moments, pondering this advice. Meanwhile, Agnia stood around the corner and waited for Matt to come out of the item exchange store. Having witnessed his instant healing, the girl assumed that he could use high-class restorative potions. But there was a strong inconsistency in this assumption, because Agnia was sure that this guy was only G-class, and he could not have such potions. Therefore, in order to find out what he was hiding, she decided to follow him everywhere until she solved this riddle. The girl pulled her cap tighter over her face, remembering how Matt had discovered her identity on the first day. Noticing that several people had left the store, she hid around the corner, realizing with horror that she had truly become a stalker. Agnia tried not to think about what would happen if her sister found out about everything, but absolutely nothing good would happen to her. When the familiar voice of Matt, who recognized her without difficulty, was heard behind her, the girl flinched in horror. Meanwhile, the guy continued, saying that he was very lucky to run into her here because he had a special gift for her. The next day, powerful rumbles of thunder and lightning were heard on the roof of the paranormal center. The professor, assessing the girl's abilities, was amazed. The result that Agnia showed was outstanding even among A rank. The girl herself was breathing heavily, looking at her hands. She was surprised to note that the ring she received had helped her overcome her B-rank threshold and move to a new level. She was plunged headlong into memories of yesterday from the moment Matt approached her. Hearing his words about the gift, Agnia was confused and did not immediately come up with an answer. However, the guy had already reached into his pocket, saying that he would take it out now. Approaching her, with an expression of complete embarrassment on his face, he put something into her palm, asking her to accept it as a token of his gratitude, and that this gift would definitely help her in the future. Confused, Agnia didn't even have time to answer, as Matt instantly disappeared from sight, getting lost in the crowd. A sudden glow in her palms made her look away from the crowd to the gift she received. There she discovered this ring. Agnia still could not understand how Matt could so easily give away such an amazing object, which increased her strength many times over. She was distracted from her thoughts by the applause that came from above. The man clapping his palms praised the girl for her amazing results, and Wilhelm Steven, standing behind him, smiled approvingly. Sticking his thumb up, only Maria, standing next to her, seemed dissatisfied. Looking at Agnia, the girl arrogantly said that she should not try to jump above her head, because she was still only A rank. Wilhelm said dissatisfiedly that Mary should not be so harsh with other people. Waving his hand to Agnia, he joyfully shouted that he couldn't wait to work with her and suggested clearing a couple of dungeons together in the near future. Immediately after these words, Maria called out to her. With an undisguised threat in her voice, she said that if Agnia gets in the way under her feet with her worthless revenge, then she will not leave it so easily. Agnia mentally apologized to her sister. She was going to disobey her. If that guy helps her, then her revenge will finally cease to be just a stupid dream, and she will be able to fulfill it. Meanwhile, Matt was in a deep sleep when the Eye of the Blind God activated. Through the thin fabric, he saw someone's silhouette, from which simply terrifying power emanated. This monster ordered his best general, David, to lead an army of 5 million and destroy the enemy who rules over the savages from the Black Tribe and avenge 100,000 dead comrades. The named one knelt before the fourth blade of the Empire. Baring his teeth, rather, he replied that he would carry out her order in the best possible way, and bring the head of this insolent person personally. At this moment, Matt woke up with a terrifying scream and jumped up in bed. Looking around, he calmed down when he saw the familiar room in which he had lived for the past few years. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the hero was glad that it was just another dream. Matt shuddered when he remembered that he had dreamed something like this before, and it was definitely not an ordinary dream. Then he almost died from 100,000 of these creatures. And now, if you believe this dream, there will be 50 times more of them. This greatly frightened our hero. He grabbed his head, trying to figure out what to do. When the notification came on his phone, Matt stopped thinking and reached for his phone. Someone signed as the Silent Nightmare sent him a message asking if Matt wanted power. After reading this, the hero thought that someone had nothing to do early in the morning. That's why he asked if the Silent Nightmare was a pervert. He ignored this question and wrote that such an immature and pathetic god as our hero should sacrifice 100 people of his own race, best of all if there are people of the same blood as him, in order to become stronger. Matt really didn't like the message from this eccentric that he should kill his loved ones. When he was about to block this contact, Silent Contact sent a message asking him not to do so. The next moment, Matt received a notification that the Eye of the Blind God had been activated, and a huge screen appeared in front of him. The guy's eyes widened at what he saw there. A toothy monster was looking straight at him from the screen. When he stepped aside, Matt saw a large army of ants. David said that he would personally tear out his eyes and separate his head from his body and present it to his emperor. The next moment, the screen disappeared, and the hero realized that he had already seen this in a dream. Looking at the phone screen again, he saw a timer appear there. He has about 4 days before these ants come for his head. When the timer disappeared, a new message appeared on the screen. In it, he read that the saint and 101 believers were trembling in fear because of the approach of the Imperial Army. Matt decided that he needed to use the time he had to prepare properly. A few minutes later, he strained his eyes as hard as he could, looking into the mirror, not understanding why the Eye of the Blind God was not working on him. When the message appeared that he had been analyzed, surprise appeared on his face. Matt no longer hoped that he would succeed. However, he was overtaken by disappointment when in the window that appeared there was only one inscription: Features. Oleaginous flower. Back in the room, Matt bought a few more abilities from God's store. But even here he was disappointed. He believed the cool name of the ability Hell's Flame. But when he tried to use it, only a faint flame came out. He realized that he had been scammed again. He shouldn't have believed in the written recommendations, which stated that if you combine this ability with the judgmental middle finger of God, you will get just an excellent skill. The hero thought with regret that he should have thrown his phone into the river that day. When the phone in his hand vibrated as usual, he turned his gaze to the screen. This time it was not a message from the game, the manager wrote to him, saying that a whole week had already passed since the last chapter was sent. The man wrote that he perfectly understands the fact that Matt has some circumstances, but they also exist on work and it wouldn't be good if he missed the deadline again. Through the screen, the hero felt the ominous aura of his manager emanating from this message. Getting out of bed, he apologized, saying that problems had been falling on him lately. When the manager replied that this did not affect the deadline in any way, Matt looked up from the screen, realizing that he only had 3 days to meet the deadline. He shouted that he would work for 20 people at once. After 3 days, the hero slept soundly, sitting at his laptop. Matt woke up and raised his head, looking at the burning monitor. Sighing, he said that he could finally send the finished work to the director. That same morning, happy Agnia, with a cake in her hands, approached the house that was already familiar to her. Stopping right in front of him, the girl just now thought about whether it would be strange if she came to visit so suddenly. Looking at the huge hole she had made in the wall, she decided that she should first make a good impression of herself, so she would definitely not be rejected. Clenching her fist, she sighed, forcing herself to take this brave step. A minute later, Agnia had already climbed the stairs to the desired floor. Stopping in front of the right door, she paused, struggling with her uncertainty. Matt, having submitted his work, fell asleep again. Agnia raised her hand and reached for the doorbell. When she pressed the bell for the 3rd time, and no one came out to open the door, Agnia suggested that Matt might not be at home. As soon as she lightly touched the door handle, it opened, letting the girl inside. But she did not dare to enter, but simply looked inside, asking if anyone was here. No one answered her. Looking around the room, Agnia realized that he really was not at home. A few hours earlier, the manager wrote another angry message to our hero. He was extremely unhappy that Matt missed deadlines every time. When someone suddenly placed a stack of documents on his desk with a loud crash, the man jumped in surprise, dropping the phone from his hands. Raising his head, he saw Matt standing next to him with a satisfied smile on his face. Kevin immediately began looking through the materials brought to him. Having quickly familiarized himself with everything, barely holding back tears of joy, the man looked at the hero. He nodded, smiling softly. Then Matt left the office, heading home. Now he was tied up in an unfamiliar place. 3 shadows towering above him carefully watched the guy, amazed at how he could continue to sleep in such a situation. When Matt began to laugh loudly, the men flinched in surprise. The next moment he shouted for a double portion of Big Chuck steak. This phrase made the wary men move away a few meters back. Noticing the movement, Matt raised his head and saw a vaguely familiar trio. As the trio began to approach him, he tried to stand up, but was unable to because he was bound by chains. Matt had absolutely no idea where he was and what was happening, because there was absolutely no point in kidnapping him. Albert, standing next to him, created a flame in his palm and said with a smile that the hero is simply incredible if he can sleep peacefully even in this situation. Turning his gaze to his friend standing to the side, Matt used the eye of the blind god and saw windows with content already familiar to him. The hero tried to remember where he could see these inscriptions earlier. Suddenly, memories flashed through his head of how a couple of days ago he had stopped a group of scammers from exchanging old junk for huge amounts of money. Noticing the change in his expression, Albert said that he was glad that Matt had finally remembered them. When the hero asked what they wanted from him, the man replied that he needed compensation for the damage caused earlier, because now his entire business was destroyed, and to the great happiness of Matt, they accept payment by card. The guy replied that unfortunately he had lost his phone. A man in a cap came forward and said that Matt didn't have to worry about it because he had luckily picked up his phone that had fallen out of his pocket. The phone vibrated in the man's hand, attracting attention. Turning his gaze to him, he asked what this strange timer was. The next moment, the timer expired and the phone made a strange sound. Understanding the horror of the current situation, Matt shouted, asking to be untied as quickly as possible. Otherwise, they would all die here. Albert turned to him, saying that he had completely lost his fear. At the same moment, many ants poured from the screen in an endless stream right into the man's face. He threw it aside, but it was too late. Insects enveloped his entire body in an instant. Everyone watched in bewilderment as the ants devoured the man's body in a matter of seconds. When he was finished, they sank to the floor, their blood-red eyes fixed on Matt and his captors. In the very front, in front of the people frozen in bewilderment, stood David, leading his army. Albert turned to Matt with horror in his voice, asking if his ability was to control bugs. The hero did not answer him, wondering since when these ants had grown so much and began to look like ordinary beetles. Albert, who had lost interest in Matt, turned back, looking at the horde of beetles. The next moment, a powerful stream of flame burst from his palm and rushed towards the beetles, instantly burning them. The flames began to fill the entire space of the room, and when it almost reached Matt, he and the chair managed to roll to the side. Fortunately for him, the chair to which he was tied was on wheels. Thus he rolled back until he hit the wall. A few moments later, the flames died down, and Albert turned his attention back to Matt. A smile appeared on the man's face, which did not bode well, and he said that now it was time to calculate how much the hero owes them for killing their younger brother. Looking at these two bandits, Matt knew that if he didn't come up with something, he was screwed. Suddenly, Albert staggered strangely, and the flame burning in his palm went out. Matt and the big man watched in bewilderment as the man, like a doll, fell motionless to the floor. Taking a closer look, he noticed a small ball lying in a bloody puddle next to the man's head. Hearing a strange sound, they looked up a little higher. Several ants managed to survive and were now preparing to launch the second deadly projectile from the catapult. David ordered his subordinates to prepare for the attack. Seeing several dozen loaded catapults, the big man rushed to the exit, begging for help. Matt asked in bewilderment if he was really going to leave him here alone. Actively pulling the door handle, the man with horror in his voice shouted that the door would not open. He started banging on the door and screaming for help, hoping someone outside would hear him. Smiling contentedly, David ordered everyone to attack. The next moment, several dozen stones rushed towards the big man. Matt froze, stunned, as the stones dug into the man's body, tearing his flesh. Turning his gaze to Albert's corpse, he realized with horror that even his powerful flames could not destroy this army. Looking at the dead big man slumped on the floor, Matt realized that all the exits, just like then in his apartment, were blocked. He was overcome by despair that he could do absolutely nothing in this hopeless situation. The thought that if it weren't for that damn game, none of this would have happened took root more and more deeply in his mind. Chuckling maliciously, David said that all of Matt's subordinates had been killed, and now he would kill him too, turning him into a snack for the Emperor. The hero sighed heavily, accepting his end. A sudden sound caught his attention. After listening, he realized that the sound came from his phone, lying on the floor against the opposite wall. On the screen that lit up, a message appeared indicating that a miraculous effect had been activated. The next moment, weak lightning bolts began to appear in the air. A deafening explosion that threw the ants aside forced Matt to turn away, squeezing his eyes shut. David did not move from his place, watching as his subordinates died one after another. Fixing his gaze on the center from where the bright light emanated, he shouted, demanding that the insolent person who dared to attack the Imperial army reveal himself. The next moment, through the columns of dust, Matt saw a helmet that was already familiar to him, and the window that appeared next to him confirmed his guess. Agnia again came to his aid. The girl instantly moved towards him, hiding him behind her back, and asked if he was okay. Sobbing with happiness, Matt replied that she could not have come at a better time. Without wasting time on talking, Agnia attacked the remaining ants with powerful lightning bolts. David covered himself with his cloak, protecting himself from the attacks. Matt shouted for the girl to burn all these creatures to the ground. When the girl raised her hands, creating a sphere of lightning above her head, David recoiled, wondering how this evil god got such a strong follower. Ant realized that if he did not destroy this god, he would become the worst disaster their empire had ever faced. Taking off his cloak, he shouted that he would die today, but would drag one of them down with him. To confirm his words, He put out a paw with a sharp tip in front of him. Agnia managed to attack first before the enemy could do anything. A strong blow caused the dust that had settled on the floor to rise into the air again. Without lowering her palms, on which weak discharges of electricity flickered, she noted that there was no end to these creatures. No matter how many times she attacked them, many managed to survive. David covered himself with his paws, protecting himself from the attack. Behind him, the worried voices of his surviving subordinates were heard, advising him to escape before it was too late. He ignored this foolish advice, calling on the ancient dormant power, asking him to share its power with him. A few moments later, the space in front of him became distorted. The huge gate, strewn with countless eyes, asked what kind of sacrifice David had prepared for them. He replied that he would give the lives of all his soldiers as an offering. The soldiers, worried about their general, did not stop shouting that they needed to retreat. Without turning around, David raised one paw to strike. The next moment, all the members of his large army lost their heads. Matt and Agnia watched what was happening in shock and bewilderment. David mercilessly got rid of every warrior standing behind him. Suddenly, his body was engulfed in a red glow, and the aura he exuded became much more dangerous. Matt winced at the strong gusts of wind coming from David. A few moments later, the ant increased significantly in size. From the information window hanging nearby, the hero read that he had sacrificed the great army of the Empire to his god, and was now targeting the life of Agnia. Matt shook in horror, realizing that the target of this monster was not he, but the girl who was protecting him. David jumped sharply into the air, rapidly approaching the shocked Agnia. Raising his sharp blade-like paws to attack, he shouted that she should prepare to die. The girl began to concentrate power in her palms, noting that her opponent was too fast. With her palms out in front of her, she attacked David with lightning. The monster covered himself with one paw and struck with the other, cutting through the lightning. The amazed Agnia watched as the enemy, having gotten rid of the barrier in the form of her lightning, rushed towards her again. His sharp paws were enveloped in a red glow, and with every second he was getting closer and closer to the dumbfounded girl. Matt's face was distorted in a grimace of horror. He called out to Agnia, hoping that she would come to her senses and dodge. But it was too late. The sharp blade of David's paw had already pierced the girl's body. Matt had to cover his eyes when there was a powerful blast of air. He winced, feeling blood running down his cheek. When he opened his eyes again, he froze, looking ahead in disbelief. The helmet he was looking at swayed slightly towards him. The picture that unfolded before him was simply terrifying. The girl's bloodied body lay like a limp doll next to her severed head. Matt could not take his eyes off Agnia's empty eyes. David, standing opposite him, said that now it was his turn. The veins on the hero's face bulged, and his body began to shake slightly with heavily restrained rage. Suddenly, the space behind him became distorted. There appeared a huge monster like a chest with many sharp tongues and an incredibly long tongue. In the window that appeared, Matt read that the gift given by the silent nightmare showed a nightmare from the future, and what happened now was a nightmare that had not yet happened. However, in the next message it was written that this is also a destiny that may happen in the near future. With a smug grin on his face, David said that now he would send Matt to hell, to his pathetic followers. The hero was too absorbed in regrets that it was because of him that this girl died to hear the cries of the ant, when another window appeared in front of him, informing him that he was a creature capable of changing the destinies of mortals. Therefore, he was offered to change the fate of Agnia using his divine right. Matt accepted this offer without the slightest hesitation. Due to the sudden brightness that appeared, David had to cover his face with one of his paws. Matt's eyes turned gold. The next moment, space was distorted, and in the window that appeared, the hero read that the divine right of time travel had been activated. The fate of a mortal had been changed. He found himself a few seconds before David attacked Agnia. The girl did not take her eyes off the enemy who had rushed from his place. She felt that he was several times stronger than all the other beetles that she managed to destroy. Instantly finding itself in front of her, the monster raised its paw to strike. Agnia put the block out of her hands, realizing that she would not have time to counter it with anything. Suddenly behind her there was the sound of chains breaking. The girl did not pay any attention to this, already preparing for her death. Suddenly someone pulled her body back. Looking back, she looked in surprise at Matt, who saved her. David's attack passed through the air without causing any damage to Agnia. Sitting on the cold floor, the girl could not take her eyes off the face of the angry guy. She realized that it was not in vain that she had been watching him all this time. Something inside told her that this man was not so simple. Matt's sudden question about whether she was okay brought the girl out of her stream of thoughts. Nodding her head, Agnia replied that she was fine. David really didn't like that his prey was taken right from the tray like that. Concentrating his strength in his paws, he attacked Matt. He, without looking up, said with irritation in his voice that David was able to really piss him off. The monster's face showed horror as flames erupted right in front of him. Matt held his hand out in front of him, creating a flame on his middle finger. The next moment he said, "God's judgmental middle finger." A deafening explosion was heard from the building reserved for storage space, followed by a scarlet flame that enveloped the entire building and tried to escape through the windows and deep cracks. Through the acrid puffs of smoke, David's frozen silhouette could be seen. The fire consumed his body, turning him into coal. Matt stood in the middle of the raging flames, turning to Agnia, who was breathing heavily because of the smoke. Hearing a strange sound behind him, he turned around. Taking a few steps forward, he discovered a toy knife stuck in the floor and looked at it in bewilderment. Sometime later, they returned to Matt's apartment. He looked in bewilderment at the spatula in his hand sitting opposite the girl. She persistently asked to leave the repair of the destroyed wall to her, turning to the hero as her master. Matt didn't have time to answer anything as the girl heaved 2 bags of cement onto her shoulders under Matt's confused gaze. Watching Agnia, he thoughtfully rubbed his cheek. 2 hours earlier, when they were still in the burnt warehouse, he was interestedly examining a knife that looked like a toy. Taking off her helmet, Agnia looked at him with admiration, asking if Matt was a hermit. The guy turned away from looking at the knife and turned towards the girl, not knowing at all what to answer her. Without waiting for his answer, she fell to her knees, calling Matt her master. Closing her eyes tightly, the girl asked him to take her as his student and make her stronger. She was ready to follow all his orders. Even if it was hard, Agnia was ready to endure everything. Matt looked at her in surprise. He had a very bad feeling about such a request. Deciding to let her do whatever she wanted, the guy sat down at his laptop, starting to write a new chapter of his novel, hoping that she would quickly lose interest in him. However, the girl tirelessly stood over him. When he got tired of Agnia standing over his soul, he turned to her and, sighing, asked how long she was going to be here. Smiling, she replied that she would not leave until Matt trained her. Grabbing his head, he forcibly said that he was an ordinary G rank and would not be able to teach her anything. Pointing to her ring, the girl hesitantly said that it was he who gave her this ring, which made her a little stronger, because as the person who gave her this ring, he is obliged to train her. Matt replied that he was glad that he could help her, but he was just lucky to find this ring, and since he didn't need it, he just decided to give it away. Agnia clasped her palms together and imploringly asked to give her at least one chance. A couple of hours later, they finished the repairs, and the girl looked at her work with satisfaction. Matt looked in surprise at the restored wall, which seemed to have never been broken, noting that Agnia was incredibly capable. Suddenly there was a loud sound, like a clap of thunder. Matt looked out the window in surprise, not noticing how the embarrassed girl clutched her stomach. When the guy suggested that it would rain soon, Agnia raised her head, saying that it was not thunder, but that she was just a little hungry. Smiling, the hero said that she had done a good job and in gratitude he would treat her to lunch. Suddenly a message came to her phone, after reading which the girl's face showed excitement, and she said that their lunch would have to be rescheduled for another time. Matt sighed sadly, looking at the girl. As she was about to put the helmet back on, he stopped her. The next moment, a jar with the blessing of the god of growth jumped out of the screen of his phone, which he handed to Agnia with a smile on his face. She happily accepted this gift and asked how he managed it. As far as she knew, only the hunter Cain Burt could do this. Matt replied that he had no idea who this hunter was, but if she drank it, then it would be hers. Will definitely help. Jumping onto the open window, Agnia thanked him, saying that she would cherish every sip. Waving goodbye to him, she shouted that she would be back soon. Looking at the girls retreating back, Matt quietly said that today he would have to eat alone. Leaving the apartment, he headed to a restaurant nearby, where his favorite dishes were prepared. He grabbed his chopsticks, wolfing down his food as the television on the opposite wall announced breaking news of an S-rank monster emerging from the rift during the diet conference. The men sitting at the next table listened with interest to the news anchor, while our hero was completely absorbed in his food. The presenter said that thanks to the hunter who arrived on time at the scene of the incident, it was possible to gain some time so that people could hide in a safe place. When Matt heard that it was Agnia who was fighting this monster, he choked on his food. Looking up at the screen, he saw the familiar figure of a girl standing next to the monster. A man's voice said that the Lightning Empress would not be able to hold off a monster of this level for long on her own, so the Hunters Association made a request for speedy reinforcements. The next moment, the photo from the scene disappeared and the image of the news anchor reappeared, announcing that the live broadcast was about to begin. Immediately after this, an image of a terrifying monster appeared on the screen. Growling furiously, he threw his paw up. Hitting it on the ground, a terrifying roar was heard, and a barely perceptible tremor passed through the ground. Agnia managed to save the frightened girl, jumping with her to a safe distance. Rising to her feet, the girl thanked the hunter with tears in her eyes and rushed as far as possible from here. Turning her attention back to the monster, Agnia tried to come up with at least some passable plan in which she could hold out against an enemy superior in strength until reinforcements arrived. Her sister's words surfaced in her head, that if she didn't just watch Agnia getting in the way under her feet, the girl was sure that her sister would find out about what happened here today. When the monster struck again at the place where she stood, the girl managed to dodge only at the last moment, jumping into the air. Concentrating her strength in her hands, Agnia told herself that she needed to gather herself. If she was distracted in such a situation, she would quickly die. She raised her hands above her head, creating a sphere of lightning there. When the sphere reached the required size, Agnia threw it at the enemy. He was unable to resist this attack and fell to the ground with a roar. A reporter nearby the scene of the incident said with enthusiasm that the Lightning Empress was once again working miracles by fighting such a powerful monster on equal terms. The people crowded below actively supported the huntress. Agnia was overjoyed, not believing that she really managed to resist the monster. The next moment, the powerful tail of a drake rushed towards her, which the girl noticed too late. Growling furiously, the monster attacked her, raising herself to her elbows with difficulty after being slammed into the ground. Agnia thought with regret that she had rejoiced at her victory too early. People who a couple of moments ago were actively rooting for the huntress now could not utter a word, watching in horror the picture unfolding before them. Agnia tried to get up, but the acute pain in her knee did not allow her to do so. The image of her sister always looking down on her popped into her head again. The girl was under great pressure from the thought that no matter how hard she tried, she would never be able to become strong enough. Suddenly she heard the sound of glass falling to the ground. Looking in that direction, she saw a bottle with a golden liquid that Matt had given her. Meanwhile, the huge monster lost interest in her and turned his scarlet eyes to the crowd of people. Trembling with fear, everyone began to back away. Suddenly, a blindingly bright light appeared behind the drake. Throwing the empty bottle on the ground, Agnia rose to her feet, slowly approaching the monster. Her entire body was surrounded by blue and gold lightning. The residents who had lost hope perked up again, seeing that the Lightning Empress was in perfect order and ready to repel her enemy again. There was not a shadow of fear in the girl's eyes, only absolute confidence in her abilities. Rising into the air, she concentrated all her strength into her palms. A powerful stream of blue and gold lightning rushed towards the monster. Matt watched this fight without taking his eyes off the screen. Everyone in the establishment was in complete shock, because previously no A-rank hunter had defeated a monster that was several ranks stronger than himself. The hero could not believe that it was this girl who called him a master a couple of hours ago and asked him to take her as his student. When the monster was finally defeated, the reporter asked the Lightning Empress to answer a couple of questions. Having learned that she was on the air, Agnia smiled joyfully and with her thumbs up shouted that her master was the best. Only thanks to him she managed to defeat the monster. Returning home, Matt could not take his bewildered glance away from today's broadcast, which he had turned on YouTube. Agnia thanked him for the fact that the hero bought her the dinner he had promised earlier, which was unusually tasty. Looking up at her, the guy hesitantly asked if it was time for her to go home, because her family would be worried, especially after what happened today. A sad smile appeared on the girl's face and she replied that she had no one who could worry about her. Sighing, Matt replied in an encouraging tone that it was impossible for parents not to worry about such a wonderful daughter. After his words, Agnia's face became even gloomier, and she said with pain in her voice that they died during the appearance of the dragon of the underworld. Matt winced when he heard about the dragon. He knew that the best hunters from all over the world united to fight him and they managed to win. But with great difficulty, unfortunately, several million innocent people died during the long battle. Looking at the depressed girl, Matt mentally cursed himself for bringing up such a sore subject for her. Deciding that it was necessary to somehow dispel this tense atmosphere, he handed Agnia his untouched portion, asking if she wanted to eat it too. Today she had to spend quite a lot of energy because she looked at him searchingly for several seconds. When a joyful smile appeared on her face, Agnia extended her hands, accepting the portion offered to her. While the girl was enthusiastically eating noodles, Matt stared at the phone again. He again received a message saying that he had achieved the target's favor and the required level of trust. If the target said the key phrase, "I trust Mr. Matt," he would become his faithful follower. Remembering how he received 1,000 coins for attracting the first 100 of his followers, he assumed that he could get even more coins. He could not predict when the next ant invasion would occur. Therefore, he believed that the more coins he had, the better. Taking his eyes off the screen, he turned to the girl, asking if she could fulfill one of his requests. Agnia immediately looked up from her food and looked at Matt with a look full of joy, saying that she would do anything. Looking sideways with uncertainty in his voice, he asked her to repeat what he was about to say. The girl looked at him expectantly, sighed and overcame her awkwardness. Matt said, "I believe Mr. Matt." Noticing the lack of any reaction to his words, the guy fell to his knees and apologized, saying that it must have sounded too strange. Surprise showed on his face when Agnia said that she believed him. With a smile on her face, she said again that she believed Mr. Matt. Holding the phone in his hand, he looked at the girl in front of him for several moments. The guy did not expect at all that she would actually fulfill such a strange request. When the phone vibrated in his hand, Matt looked at the screen and saw a message saying that he had gained a new follower. This was followed by a message of congratulations, because Agnia was his first follower on Earth. But instead our hero was looking forward to receiving the coins. The next message interested him. Although it was not about coins, a new transfer skill became available to him. After reading his trial description, Matt realized that he could borrow the skills of his followers. At the moment, the only one whose skill he could borrow was Agnia. The skill was of course useful, but most of all our hero wanted to get a mountain of money in order to be a simple kept man, not working even a day. Completely forgetting about the presence of guests, Matt jumped to his feet and shouted with irritation that it would be best to remove this strange game from which he has nothing but problems with. The girl, tilting her head to the side, watched Matt, trying to understand what exactly angered him so much, while a small dark purple portal formed behind her. Completely absorbed in her thoughts, she did not notice the appearance of uninvited guests in the room. Matt, like her, was entirely focused on the game that was annoying him, not noticing anything around him. The Imperial ambassador holding the chest looked at Matt with contempt. He said that His Majesty was confident that this evil god would play a huge role in the Great War, so now they need to make them understand how generous their emperor is and win them over to his side. Meanwhile, Matt had a hard time coming to terms with the fact that he wouldn't get his money and decided to take a closer look at his new skill. Raising his hand up, he activated the transfer skill, borrowing Agnia's ability. The next moment, the window of his apartment was engulfed in a blue light. A small ball of lightning appeared in Matt's palm, striking chaotically around him. A sudden deafening explosion rang out throughout the area. The uninvited guests became unwitting victims of our hero's experiment. Their bodies could not withstand such strong stress, and they immediately turned into coals. Agnia was not hurt at all. Joy and delight shone on her face. A man who came out onto the balcony of a neighboring building furiously shouted that he would sue our hero if he continued to constantly rowdy and disturb the peace of his neighbors. Paying absolutely no attention to these cries, Agnia asked with delight in her voice why Matt was hiding from her that he also had the ability to control lightning. The stunned guy said that this is not the most important thing now. Looking around, he was horrified by what he saw. At the thought that this repair would cost him a pretty penny, a single tear rolled down his cheek. Meanwhile, in the world of the creator of gods, one of the subordinates reported to the emperor about what had happened. He was furious that some god dared to kill his messengers. The monster, trembling with horror, said that that god suddenly sent a lightning disaster upon them. He wanted to say something else but did not have time, because his body was pierced by a sharp spear, piercing right through him. Martha approached him and said with contempt that he should pay for his sins, since he dared to upset the emperor. The emperor himself was furious, offended by what had happened. He ordered Martha to bring the head of this reckless and arrogant creature, who did not know his place, because the honor of the divine throne, the empire, and himself was at stake. Even outside the palace walls, Martha and her subordinates could be heard, bending their knee, shouting that they were listening and obeying the order of His Majesty, the great demigod and ruler of the great empire. Agnia had been at the stadium since the very morning, turning circle after circle. All this time, Matt, who was sitting on the sidelines, was watching her. The guy was amazed at how fast she could run without even using any skills. When Agnia stopped and asked if she could run even more laps, the guy's face showed surprise, and he asked if she had already finished everything, to which she received a positive answer. Handing over the already familiar jar of golden potion to her, he said that she should drink it and rest a little before continuing. Looking at the mountain of empty jars of this potion, Matt noted that for him this potion was like an ordinary energy drink, but on Agnia it works differently. Scratching his head, the hero thought that he should do at least something for her, since he accepted her as his student. But the only thing he can do so far is give this potion. After drinking the potion, Agnia turned to Matt again, asking what she should do now. The hero had absolutely no training plan, so he suggested the first thing that came to mind: squats. The girl immediately started working on them, and the guy came up with one great idea: try to use the eye of the blind god to find out how best to do it. Having activated the skill, he turned his gaze to the actively crouching Agnia. Suddenly, the space around Matt began to distort. He jumped to his feet and began to look around, trying to figure out where he was. At some point, he was blinded by a bright flash of light, when a huge tiger appeared in front of him, shackled with many chains, whose body was enveloped in golden flashes of lightning. Matt froze in shock. In the information window that appeared, he read that this is the true power of S-rank Agnia, which was sealed 9 years ago. The note states that it is bound by the SS rank seal. Matt guessed that since Agnia's original class was S, then by using the destructive finger of God that time, he was able to remove one of the seals. Looking at the huge tiger in front of him, Matt thought that if he now cuts the chain that binds him, then all the girl's power will be unlocked. The guy raised his hand, pointing his index finger at the tiger. Their training lasted until the evening. Saying goodbye to Agnia, Matt advised her to drink a potion before bed. Thanking him for today, the girl turned around and rushed home at terrifying speed, raising columns of dust behind her. Sighing, Matt thought about how strong she could become once all the chains were destroyed. He then managed to use his destructive finger of God on the chains. The chain gave in to him easily, breaking into 2 parts. However, it was not one chain as it seemed to him initially, but several hundred different chains that bound this tiger. In order to destroy them all, he would have to hang around there until he is old. Deciding not to bother himself with this anymore, Matt strolled home, clasping his hands behind the back of his head. All this time he did not notice the searing gaze of a man watching him from afar. Returning home, Matt was once again convinced that Agnia's chains were not the main problem now, unlike his apartment, which this time suffered even greater destruction, completely losing 2 walls and half the roof. When he received a new message, Matt took his phone out of his pocket and stared at the screen. In the message he received, he read that the silent nightmare was now looking at him with pity. Following this, a message appeared that 1,000 Blades cutting space was looking at Matt with indignation. The guy thought about who it was, and remembered that this was the owner of the small blade that he had recently picked up. 1,000 Blades cutting space sent a new message in which he furiously declares that he is not just the owner of the blade, but the god of blades, which the gods themselves fear. After reading which, the hero sighed wearily. Realizing that these guys could read his thoughts, he put the phone back in his pocket. He was very unnerved by the thought that these 2 perverts had become his personal stalkers, and nothing was stopping them from harming him at night while he was sleeping. Although he put away the phone, the 2 did not stop pestering him. Many dialogue boxes appeared in front of Matt with demands to unlock the silent nightmare and return the blade of the 1,000 Blades cutting space god. Losing his temper, the hero took out his phone with irritation and swearing, sent the god of knives to hell, saying that he almost died because of that beetle that had this blade, and now this is his personal toothpick for his teeth. 1,000 Blades cutting space itself offered Matt 2 million gold coins received from his army as payment for the blade of God. This offer only angered him even more. He was not going to accept other people's bribes. When the silent nightmare offered him 10 million coins, interest flashed across our hero's face. With that amount, he could afford to buy a good low-rank skill or item, as well as a bunch of potions for Agnia. 1,000 Blades cutting through space itself offered Matt a free skill in addition. When the guy asked which one, the god of blades replied that he was ready to provide him with the Ultra Blade skill. The hero liked the name, judging by which this skill seemed quite useful. Seeing his interest, God added that no one would dare to go against Matt if he will have this skill. Sighing, the hero said that this was a very tempting offer that was difficult for him to refuse. At the last moment, Silent Nightmare intervened, saying that it would be better for Matt to take his Night Blooming Rose skill. With this power, he would become so strong that he would not even sweat in battle. The hero's eyes sparkled dangerously, and a satisfied smile bloomed on his face. He asked which of the gods would offer more. A few moments later, 2 messages appeared on the screen. The first one said that he had received the Ultra Blade skill, 2 million coins and 3 uses of Tomb of 1,000 Blades from the God of Blades. And the second one said that he had received the Rose Blooming in the Night from the Silent One Nightmare. Sitting on the floor, Matt tried to figure out how best to use the talents he had acquired. Since the Tomb of 1,000 Blades could only be activated 3 times, he decided that it would be better to save it for the right moment. Next, he decided to test the skill received from the Silent Nightmare. Making an imaginary seal with his fingers, Matt shouted out the name of the skill. Contrary to his expectations, nothing happened, and he thought that he had been deceived again. The next moment, the Silent Nightmare sent a message from which the hero learned that this skill is activated only in a dream, which greatly angered the guy, because under this condition he would not even be able to know whether he had used it. With a disappointed sigh, the hero ran his hand through his hair, saying that it was his own fault for trusting this perverted stalker, and deciding that he should test his remaining ability. However, this time a miracle did not happen either. Taking more air into his lungs, Matt brought the screen closer and furiously shouted that none of the abilities he had received were working. Immediately after this, he received a message that the Ultra Blade had been activated. Matt thought that they were making fun of him again, however. The next moment he felt that something strange was happening to him. His gaze suddenly changed, and his thoughts were filled with an irresistible desire to kill someone. A small blade of the Blade God materialized in his palm. Matt understood and saw what was happening to his body, but he was not completely unable to control it, as if his mind had been captured by someone else. He ran out of his apartment shouting that he would cut and beat everything that got in his way. A few hours later, the family restaurant where our hero had lunch yesterday was preparing to close. The woman turned to her husband, who was stretching his neck, saying that she would go first. Before leaving, she told her husband not to stay too long, because today another person would do the cutting and preparation of vegetables. In the kitchen, there were many basins and boxes with neatly chopped vegetables. Now Matt was busy chopping onions with a small blade, with tears in his eyes, shouting that he wanted to cut everything. Several hours later, he finally came to his senses and returned to his apartment. Throwing the blade into one of the drawers of the table, The hero said that the Ultra Blade and this small blade are just a damn dangerous combo. Afterwards, he fell helplessly onto a blanket spread on the side of his former bed, promising himself never to touch this blade again. As soon as his head touched the pillow, Matt immediately fell into a deep sleep. Martha and her henchmen watched him closely from the roof of the house. After waiting until her target fell asleep, she said that it was time to put the plan into action. Martha looked forward to the moment when she would take the place of the best of the 10 blades of the Emperor and finally surpass the Dark Spider. With a wave of her hand, she commanded that the warrior standing next to her go first. As soon as she said this, everyone watched in amazement at the red glow that appeared below. A red rose grew and blossomed straight from Matt's chest. Martha's warriors rushed into battle following orders. While the unsuspecting hero was sleeping peacefully, the rose flowers instantly increased in size. With their huge, toothy mouth, they swallowed all enemies. When they were trapped, the predatory flowers closed their mouths, returning to their previous size. Standing on the roof, Martha watched in horror as her best warriors were consumed in an instant. She recognized this rose as a flower of nightmare too late. Martha once read about him in the records of her tribe, and how the terrible god consumed 90% of the population of the great continent 3,000 years ago. When one of the subordinates who remained behind her asked what they should do, she hesitated with an answer. Her gaze was glued to the guy's chest, or rather to the flower, who was a follower of the silent nightmare. Grasping her spear with both hands, Martha shouted that they should not be afraid. The events of today should go down in history. The next moment she rushed headlong towards our hero. Her warriors took out their weapons from behind their backs and rushed after their general. Noticing new enemies, the predatory flowers again began to increase in size and open their mouths. Martha barely managed to dodge when the thorny stem of the flower rushed near her, engulfing several warriors. As soon as she looked forward, her eyes widened in horror. The huge mouth of the second flower was rapidly approaching her, intending to devour her. Thanks to her quick reaction, Martha was able to escape death again, the rage in her eyes blazing more and more. She managed to get as close as possible to the guy's chest from which the rose grew. She understood that she could not kill this evil god, but she would try to drag the follower of the silent nightmare to hell with her. Martha threw her spear straight into the heart of the rose. One of the predatory flowers appeared in front of the rose with lightning speed and absorbed the spear. The general's face showed horror at the sight of this picture. Noticing movement to the side, she turned her gaze there. Another flower was approaching her too quickly. She simply did not have time to escape. The next moment, he devoured Martha. In the morning, our hero woke up to the sound of receiving endless notifications. He sat on the bed, holding his stomach. For some reason, he felt full, although he had not eaten anything in the evening. Opening his eyes slightly, the guy grabbed his phone, trying to understand why it was vibrating incessantly. Unlocking the screen, he read a message that the Saint and 101 other followers were desperately asking him for help. Matt's face showed great concern. To understand what happened to them, he decided to activate the eye of the blind god. When he opened his eyes and looked at the screen again, he saw that all his followers were poisoned by the poison of the Killer Bee tribe. Sitting down at the laptop, Matt asked in bewilderment how they managed to get poisoned by bee venom. They weren't breaking into a hive for honey. Even if so, they could have simply asked him for something sweet. Putting his phone aside, he started Googling what to give to ants poisoned by bee venom. When the phone vibrated, Matt took a break from his search and read a message that stated that due to his sincere heart, the miracle had been activated. In the skill description, he read that a miracle is one of the most important things for God that he can bestow on his believers. Also, depending on the miracle that God gives to his followers, they can revere or be terrified of it depending on their faith points. The moment Matt was presented with an offer to grant his followers a miracle of healing by spending 100,000 coins, he accepted this offer without hesitation. A few moments later, a message appeared that a small part of the fruit of the world tree that he had previously absorbed was used as an ingredient for a miracle, and the miracle itself was granted to his believers. He wanted to do something else, but suddenly felt very sleepy. The guy fell from a makeshift chair and instantly fell asleep, lying on the bare floor. The phone next to him vibrated. A message was displayed on the screen that the title of Merciful Savior had been upgraded from E rank to D, and the message also said that some good gods, including generous abundance, began to pay attention to Matt. The saint fell to the ground, coughing up thick blood. With every moment her strength became less and less, and incredible fatigue was felt in her body. Others were in the same terrible condition. With tears in her eyes, she did not stop praying, asking Matt to take pity on their tribe and grant them a miracle. Suddenly she felt something touch her head. Looking up, her face showed surprise. Many golden drops fell from heaven to earth. When everyone realized that this rain was washing away the poison, they were incredibly happy and put their hands and tongues under the golden drops. Clasping her palms, the saint closed her eyes and thanked Matt for his mercy. Having finished her prayer, she rose from her knees and cried out that their God had saved their lives again, so they had to repay him with their unwavering faith. Sometime later, Matt woke up, forcing himself to open his eyes. As he sat up, he scratched the back of his head, trying to figure out why he felt so tired. Noticing Agnia sitting not far from him, the guy shuddered in surprise and asked what she was doing here. The girl answered with a smile on her face that he didn't come to their training session, so she got worried and came to check on him. Then, pointing her thumb behind her, Agnia asked with undisguised interest what this lovely figurine was on his table. Matt looked at the girl in bewilderment, completely not understanding what was going on. Turning his gaze behind her, he saw a statue with his face standing on the table. In the window that appeared next to him, the guy read that the Black Tribe had made a statue of their god with all respect and fanaticism. Matt was stunned by this. At the sight of this statue, he wanted to close his eyes. It seemed so terrible to him. Agnia, on the contrary, looked at the figure with delight in her eyes. Turning her gaze to Matt, she asked if she could take this statue for herself. The hero replied that she could do whatever she wanted with this statue. At that moment, he himself thought that it would not hurt to take Agnia to an ophthalmologist just in case. After apologizing, he said that he would not be able to conduct a training session today and escorted the girl out of his apartment. As soon as she left, he sat down at his laptop, intending to start writing a new chapter. However, a newly arrived message distracted him again. The screen showed his followers bending over the small sprout in supplication. From the message, Matt learned that this was a sprout of the world tree, which had grown thanks to the miracle given. In the notes it was written that it was sick and would soon die. The remaining time before withering was only 24 hours and 30 minutes. The hero had no idea what to do in such a situation. The first thing that came to his mind was to use the blessing of the god of growth. But contrary to his expectations, it had no effect. He was determined at all costs to cure the world tree, the fruit of which healed all his burns in an instant, because if he managed to grow it, he would be able to sell these fruits at the highest prices. Walking into God's store, he began looking for something that might be useful. The product tiers of generous abundance immediately caught his eye. Matt opened a window with detailed information and read in the notes that only those chosen by the goddess can use this item. To buy it, you must first complete the task. 2 hours later, the hero wandered around the area, collecting all the garbage from the ground into a garbage bag. He looked at the screen, which displayed a scale of good deeds, which had to be filled completely in order to complete the task. Now the mark had reached only 10 units out of 100, which is why Matt was so unhappy if the scale continued to fill up further. At the same pace, then he will not complete this task even in old age. A menacing voice suddenly heard behind him made the guy pay attention to the approaching stranger. A man towering over him, who inspired fear with his very appearance, asked what Matt was doing on his territory. Without taking his eyes off our hero, Robert said that a newcomer like him should not roam around in foreign territories. Matt could not take his eyes off the man standing in front of him. It seemed to him that he had already seen him somewhere, but could not remember where. Mistaking him for a tramp, the guy said that apparently there was a misunderstanding and, grabbing the bag under his arm, he reached into his pocket. He had previously heard that homeless people are very sensitive to changes around them. Taking out a 5,001 bill, Matt handed it to the man, saying that he could buy himself a warm meal with this money. Taking the bill from the guy's hands, the man with rage in his voice asked how he dared give alms to him, Robert Agresta. Only after the man said his name did Matt remember that he had heard him on the news. This was a famous S-rank hunter who used to be a janitor. The guy looked again at the hunter standing in front of him. He coughed and said that he forgave him for the first time and would accept his goodwill. Matt rushed to check his good deed score and was confused when it didn't even increase by 1 point. Turning his gaze to Robert, he thought with regret that he had given away his last money in vain. Turning to him as Grandpa, the hero wanted to express all his dissatisfaction to him. Hearing how Matt called him Grandpa, the man became furious again. Noticing this reaction, the hero put a garbage bag in front of him and shouted that he would take care of the cleanliness of these streets, so Robert need not worry about it. The man was amused by his words, patting the guy on the back. He asked what his name was. Matt didn't have time to answer because the sirens were deafening. The heroes immediately realized that a new monster had appeared. People on the street began to whisper, looking around warily. Some immediately heard the alarm and hurried to return home. With his hands folded on his chest, Robert, with a satisfied smile on his face, said that he was not mistaken in believing in the prediction. But Matt turned around and headed towards the house before it was too late, saying that it was time for him to go. Laughing, the man grabbed him by the collar, saying that if he too was going to fight the monster, then they better go together. Letting all the hero's objections fall on deaf ears, Robert jumped up, dragging Matt with him. He stopped screaming when he felt them rise up. Matt looked down, trying to understand what was happening. When he saw that he was at a terrifying height, he could not restrain the cry that escaped due to fear. Thus, they quickly reached the place where the monster appeared. Robert slowed down and sank to his feet. explaining that the fortune teller had said there was an 80% chance of a rift appearing in the area. When he released the hand that was holding Matt, he immediately collapsed motionless to the ground under the man's bewildered gaze. The next moment, his attention was intercepted by the appearance of a monster, towering over them like a wall. Looking at him, Robert recognized the monster as Beelzebub and grinned contentedly, saying that today he would have a good workout and frog legs for dinner. The monster looked at the guy behind the man's back and said contentedly that he managed to arrive before the others. If he can present this young god to his master, he will be rewarded. Turning to Robert, he said that he had better get out of the way and not be disturbed, because this boy belongs to him. The man looked at the monster silently for several moments. Sighing heavily, he began to stretch his hands. The next moment, his body was engulfed in a blue glow, and he took off, furiously shouting that he was no old man. The power of youth was still boiling in his blood. When Robert raised his fist to strike, the monster advised him for the last time to step aside and not interfere. Meanwhile, the body of the unconscious hero was engulfed in a pink glow. The next moment, a scarlet nightmare rose from his chest. Predatory flowers, having discovered the source of the threat, rushed towards the monster. Hearing a strange sound, Robert and the monster were distracted from the battle, directing their perplexed glances at the approaching plant. They didn't have time to do anything when the flower's huge mouth slammed shut, swallowing them both. When Matt opened his eyes, he discovered that he was in a strange place. Holding his head, he tried to get to his feet. Looking ahead, he noticed an unfamiliar figure in a white cloak standing at the altar. The guy took a few steps forward, calling out to the stranger. Throwing off her hood, the saint said that she was glad that her great and merciful master had finally woken up. Matt froze in surprise, staring at the girl in front of him. He was about to say something, but suddenly the space around him began to tear apart, causing him bewilderment. Hearing a familiar voice behind him, Matt turned around. He saw Robert, huddled in a defenseless position, who through tears begged his mother for help. His whole body was doused with some strange, foul-smelling liquid. The hero took several steps towards him, intending to help the man. However, the closer he came, the stronger this disgusting smell became. Matt stopped and looked at the screen when he received a message that he had successfully defeated the minion of the evil god and brought peace to this world. When a scale appeared in front of him, filled with 1,000 points, instead of the required 100, the guy could not hold back a joyful sigh. The next moment, Matt received another message, which said that as a reward, he had received the ability Generous Abundance, which would immediately be activated to heal the sprout of the world tree. After reading it, the hero imagined how rich he could become when this tree will increase. Turning his gaze back to Robert, he began to think about what he should do with him. As a result of some thought, the hero decided that it would be best to simply call an ambulance, which rushed within a couple of minutes after his call, and took the man away. 2 hours later, the president listened to Robert's status report from a subordinate. He replied that physically the man was fine. James was satisfied with this answer. He never doubted the abilities of Robert, who, even in retirement, was able to defeat a high-level monster without receiving a scratch. When Pavel, standing behind him, said that something was bothering him, the president turned around, asking what was the matter. Pavel said that when he visited Robert in the hospital and tried to give him flowers, he had a seizure. James chalked it up to an exacerbation of allergies, and asked how things were going with the hunters from the academy. The secretary replied that everything was ready. As soon as Robert was discharged from the hospital, we could begin. Smiling contentedly, the president said that this hunter would be an excellent teacher for the Lightning Empress. Matt returned to his apartment closer to night, when the sun had long dropped below the horizon. The first thing he noticed when he went inside was 2 completely identical statues with his face. It was not difficult to guess who the sender of the second statue was. Matt looked at them with hostility, trying to understand where these ugly statues resembled him. Suddenly he received a message from the saint. The guy looked at the screen in surprise. He would never have thought that he would be chatting with ants. She prayed to save their tribe again. Sighing, Matt used the eye of the blind god and learned that his followers were attacked by demonic beasts. Suddenly, a huge hologram of the guy appeared over the forest in which the black tribe settled. The guy was furious that someone dared to do something like that with his loyal subjects. The ants shuddered in fear when they saw their god, losing his temper with rage. Turning to them, Matt shouted to them to take him to these demonic beasts. He would tear them apart with his bare hands. The saint, with tears in her eyes, thanked him for the generous help that he provides them over and over again. Having calmed down, Matt hesitated a little, realizing that he had shouted too much. The ants, led by the saint, actively ran through the forest, showing the way. The hero slowly followed them, thinking that due to their small size, they were moving too slowly. A few minutes later, the ants stopped, frozen with frozen horror on their faces. Due to the too large distance between him and the surface, it was quite difficult to see what scared them so much, so Matt had to zoom in on the image. But even when he got closer, he found nothing but black dots in the grass, so he decided to use the eye of the blind god. Only then was he able to see the monsters that had so frightened his followers. Feeling that they had been discovered, a whole flock of cockroaches crawled out of the tall grass. At the sight of them, Matt squealed in horror. With his face twisted in horror, he read in the message that appeared that these were summoned cockroaches, which were summoned by the summoner of demonic beasts from the demon realm. They were duplicated once an hour. There was 1 second left until the next time. The next moment, the cockroaches were enveloped in a scarlet glow, and their number doubled. The ants watched in horror what was happening. They were sure that no one could cope with so many demonic beasts and they would all die. The saint, who remained calm, shouted out, asking everyone to calm down, reminding them that they were not alone here. Pointing behind herself, she reminded them that they were all under the protection of the great nameless God, who would not allow any of them to die. Everyone turned their gaze to Matt, who was running in panic as far as possible from this place. The saint hovered in one position for several moments, watching in amazement as their god ran away from fear. Covering her mouth with her hand, she realized that her words had a negative impact on the situation. The rest fell into despair, realizing that now that their patron god had abandoned them, it would definitely be the end for them. Sitting on his throne, the emperor listened to the demonic beasts. He said that with his summoned beasts, only 4 days would be enough for the body of the false god to be delivered to the palace. The emperor replied that he would patiently wait for this moment. But if the summoner failed, only death awaited. Suddenly, one of the advisors burst into the hall with an urgent report. Enraged by such ignorant behavior of his servant, the emperor rose from his seat, asking how he dared to break in and interrupt him. If this was not something important, then the servant's head would immediately fly off his shoulders. Bowing before his master, the advisor reported that the number of summoned demonic beasts had increased to several million, however. This evil and ruthless god turned out to be too cunning. Meanwhile, the black tribe ants stood guard over the cockroach traps. The traps were placed almost close to each other, attracting the attention of cockroaches. Matt towered over the battlefield, looking at the many dead cockroaches lying around the traps. Because the smell coming from the traps was too pungent and dangerous for him, he had to cover his nose and mouth with a towel. He was incredibly happy when he remembered that he had bought a lot of bug repellents in case a whole army came to his house again. Now they came in handy more than ever. The ants examined the corpses of the enemies. One of the ants raised his spear and shouted that there were still survivors here. On Matt's orders, the ant pierced him with a sharp blade, finishing off the monster. Looking around, the hero noticed a saint standing to the side who was in a very depressed state. He asked her what happened, since they had already defeated all the demonic beasts. Matt jumped in surprise when a loud cry came from his phone. The saint shouted out that she doubted him and now did not deserve to be his follower. She asked him to kill her for such a serious offense. Matt tried to calm her down, saying that he wasn't going to kill anyone over something like that. Suddenly, he received a message saying that the hero had fulfilled all the conditions to obtain a new special skill, the multiplying thumb of God. By paying 100 divine coins for it, Matt would be able to acquire it. The guy immediately went to the store, intending to acquire this skill for such a ridiculous amount. However, the description alarmed him a little. It was written there that God's special skill is strength, fear, and perfect achievements. So you need to go through all the hardships to become stronger than now. He decided to try this skill in action and was about to leave the apartment when he received a message again. Matt sighed in annoyance and took his phone back, wondering what had happened this time. However, as soon as he read the message that arrived, his face fell in horror. The manager asked for a meeting soon. A few hours later, they met at Matt's favorite restaurant. A tipsy Sam was already pouring him his 8th glass of soju. The hero accepted the shot glass poured for him and immediately emptied it. Turning his gaze to the manager sitting opposite him, he asked why he was looking at him so intently. As soon as the hero asked this question, the man's face suddenly became serious. When he asked about how things were going with Matt's current pace of work, the hero cringed and looked down at the table, trying to figure out what to answer. Slamming his palm on the table, Sam irritably shouted that our hero should listen to him at least once and make a little effort. Matt looked around and, noticing the puzzled looks of the visitors on himself, asked the manager to calm down. But the man did not hear him. Without lowering his tone, he asked if Matt understood how much he had to endure at work because of the hero's irresponsible attitude to work. Suddenly, he received a message on his phone that demonic beasts were attacking the black tribe again. The rage that filled Sam flared up even more when Matt, instead of listening to his comments and taking them into account, reached into the phone, completely ignoring his existence. Unable to restrain himself, he threw a cabbage leaf in the hero's face, asking how he could play with his toys now. Their screams could be heard even on the street, forcing people to avoid the restaurant building. Meanwhile, his loyal followers had already dealt with their enemies, killing every last one. The saint standing on the mountain of corpses raised her hands to the bloody scarlet moon, and her body began to be enveloped in a red glow. With a creepy smile on her face, she prayed to Matt and said that he could rest easy because they would definitely cleanse this world of all demonic spawn. Sometime later, the hero left the restaurant and headed home. When he received the message, he leaned on one of the walls of the building and read that he could choose any skill as a reward for achieving a new rank of the title, Merciful Saviour. The price for the skill would be deducted from the tiers of generous abundance. Matt was too drunk and decided that since he could choose any skill for free, he decided that he would take the most expensive one. His choice fell on the first skill he came across for a huge amount of money: creation of heaven and earth, intended only for creatures who have gone beyond the boundaries of the universe. Immediately after that, he sank to the ground, dropping the phone from his palm. The phone vibrated, and a message appeared on the screen stating that the hero did not meet the requirements of the user of this skill. So create heaven and earth would be converted into one use of false create heaven and earth to match Matt's level. The phone started ringing off the hook with multiple error messages. A few moments later, a message appeared that the world had been partially changed. Agnia stood at the window, watching the night city through the cool glass, when her sister's voice was heard behind her. Without taking her perplexed gaze off the sky, she said that something strange was happening. Roger was picking up trash from the roads when all the people froze and looked at the sky. Paying attention to this, the man also looked up and froze, amazed by what he saw. The president, like all the inhabitants of the country, did not take his eyes off the sky, where something strange was happening. 2 moons appeared in the night sky at the same time. Among the observers of this miracle, there was one pair of eyes, the owner of which, with a slight smile and without a shadow of fear, watched with admiration what was happening. Without taking his eyes off the 2 beautiful stars in the night sky, he asked a subordinate standing at a distance the name of the hunter who was interfering with the affairs of the guild. Having difficulty restraining the trembling throughout his body, the man, in front of whom lay dozens of bloody corpses, answered that it was the Lightning Empress. Stretching his arms to the sides, the long-haired man smiled contentedly, saying that the right time had finally come. When his subordinate asked how many people would be needed, Michael raised his hands to the 2 moons, saying that the more people, the better, while he could start with 2,000. The next moment, his smile became even wider, and tears flowed from his eyes. Without taking his crazy gaze from the sky, he said that his lord only had to wait a little, and his great will would be fulfilled. The MTS-2 reconnaissance rocket took off from Earth. After contacting Earth, the pilots reported that it was impossible to approach the orbit of the second moon. Suddenly, the green light that shrouded the second moon touched the reconnaissance missile. The pilots lost control of the rocket and flew in a looping direction towards another moon. The news reported that the moment the second moon appeared above their heads, the whole world fell into a stupor comparable to the appearance of faults. Scientists have not yet been able to tell anything except that this moon shines with a golden light at night and green during the day. Experts suggest that the number of rifts and dungeons may increase dramatically, so hunters need to be ready for battle at any time of the day or night. Matt sat in the stadium, clutching his head, his hangover making itself fully felt after his drinking session with his manager yesterday. Hearing the voice of the out-of-breath girl, the guy looked up at her, and with surprise in his voice asked if she had already run all 500 laps, to which she replied with a smile on her face that she had run all of them, but a little longer than usual. Having risen to his feet, he suggested that she move on to doing the plank. Agnia liked this idea, and she noticed that Matt pays great attention to the basics. The hero agreed with this statement. He could not say that he just needed to take another look at the spiritual image of the girl. When Agnia stood in plank, Matt activated the eye of the blind god. A few moments later, the hero found himself in a space already familiar to him, opposite the beast. However, this time the tiger did not seem much nicer, compared to his ferocious image that Matt saw last time. Using God's crushing finger, he destroyed several more chains binding the tiger. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the guy said with satisfaction that although there were still a lot of chains left, there was already progress, and the beast was not growling at him, trying to devour him. He laughed as the tiger licked his face with its warm tongue. Returning to the real world, Matt asked Agnia to use lightning. Now the girl looked at her palms with delight, saying that thanks to their training, she had become much stronger. Scratching the back of his head, the hero replied that he was glad that she was making progress. Matt was actually happy about this, because he no longer knows what else can be done with her training. Agnia shouted out that she would finish the training with 200 more laps, and immediately began to perform it. But the hero was distracted by a message that came to him. The saint asked him to give her a name. Matt agreed that it was not very convenient to constantly call her a saint. Squatting down, the guy began to turn over one name after another in his head, while Agnia rushed around him at lightning speed. Suddenly he remembered his manager's words that he was absolutely terrible at naming his characters. Matt smiled contentedly when a great idea came to his mind. In his opinion, since she was an ant, then it would be logical to call her Ant. Ant liked the name given to her and smiled happily. Following her, everyone else also wanted to get names. Matt was surprised by such a request. He had no idea how he could come up with so many names for everyone at once. So he decided not to bother and call everyone with ordinal numbers. First, second, third, and so on. Having finished training with Agnia, he returned home. The girl again helped him with the repairs, and now he could rest normally. He was going to lie down and sleep some more, when he received a message again, from which the guy learned that thanks to the names he received and the experience of hunting demonic beasts, his followers evolved, and his own level rose to the second. Thanks to this, the revival of civilization was activated. Suddenly the ground in front of the ants exploded and a huge column of dust rose into the air. Marasha watched what was happening with admiration in her eyes, wondering what kind of miracle Matt had sent them this time. Looking at the transformations that had taken place, the hero was delighted. Now the ants have a place where they can do gardening by growing various herbs. In addition, there were nice houses for everyone. Matt said with satisfaction that now they have a full-fledged town, protected by walls with which even cockroaches will not be afraid of them. Marasha addressed everyone, saying that their god had once again given them beautiful blessings. Therefore, they should praise his name even more diligently. Scratching his head, Matt noted that these guys were getting a little carried away, becoming like fanatics. Smiling, he decided not to bother with it, noticing that they were becoming cuter and cuter every time. Among the changes that occurred, he noticed that the name of their tribe had changed from Black Tribe to Gayami. He also did not immediately notice that at the very bottom, under the construction and cultivation buttons, there was another one with question marks. He was interested in what Matt decided to click and find out. The next moment, a message with a tower icon appeared on the screen. In the description, Matt read that only those whose faith and courage are unmatched will be able to begin their ascent to the top of the warrior tower, which controls the blood and soul of the user. The note stated that the chance of survival is less than 1/1,000,000%. From the tower that appeared, a stone monster looked at the ants with a creepy smile on its face. Matt received a message that the Gayami tribe was terrified of this tower. He did not pay any attention to this message, thinking that if the ants entered there, then with such a chance of survival, they would absolutely die. Therefore, the hero decided that for their own safety, it would be better to build high walls around the tower. The ants got scared when a fence suddenly grew out of the ground. In a stern voice, Matt shouted that they shouldn't even try to get inside. Discussing everything that happened, the ants went about their business. Only one remained standing in front of the tower. He turned his sad gaze from the wall to his palms. The memories of the recent cockroach attack were too fresh in his head. Jared was sure that if he were stronger, he could save his comrades. The ant looked back up at the tower. He decided that no matter what, he had to get inside. The summoner was again called to an audience. The emperor was furious after learning about the failure of the plan with the demonic beasts. The summoner objected that this was simply impossible. He was the greatest shaman who had entered into a contract with the demon king himself. The emperor shouted that he should not even dare to stutter about it. Only death could atone for his sin. When the cockroach was about to ask him for mercy, the ruler's eyes glowed dangerously bloody scarlet. The shaman looked at him, not daring to utter a word. Suddenly, the emperor's hand appeared from behind the translucent fabric, and with his index finger he pointed at the cockroach, stunned with horror. Realizing what the emperor was going to do, he jumped up and ran as fast as he could to the exit, begging for mercy. But the emperor was deaf to his pleas. The next moment, the cockroach's body was pierced through and through by a dark purple beam. The emperor shouted irritably that he was tired of all these useless insects, and it would be best to take on this matter himself. The advisors tried to calm the ruler down, saying that the descendant of the great gods could not be distracted by some rogue. He silenced all the advisors by shouting that he couldn't trust the words of a bunch of idiots who couldn't get rid of a pathetic tribe of some ants. Suddenly, the hall was plunged into darkness, and dark blue threads stretched from the ceiling, shimmering silver in the moonlight. The emperor smiled contentedly, and with delight in his voice, said that he was glad that his lovely goddess had finally returned. The advisors looked with admiration at the girl standing in front of them. Bowing down, she said that she just finished the task that the Lord had entrusted to her, and immediately returned. The emperor did not take his gaze off the girl all this time. Without a drop of fear in her voice, she asked him to leave everything to her, while he himself prepared to become a true god who would conquer the heavens and all worlds. With a bloodthirsty smile on her face, she swore in her name Arachne that she would make the pathetic tribe of ants and their god disappear from her face. In a cave deep underground, the dying cries of a dying monster were heard. A huge mosquito sucked the life and blood out of him. Hearing approaching steps, he broke away from his victim and, smiling contentedly, looked behind him, greeting the hostess. Arachne stopped and said that she had a task for him, to make the weaklings from the Black Clan and their god regret that they had pissed off the emperor. She also added that to complete this task, he can use the cursed needle of the carrier of the terrible plague, which is now in her hands. The mosquito's smile became even wider. He replied that he would gladly accept this task. Meanwhile, Matt was writing the continuation of the new chapter of the web novel, as if his life depended on it. In a sense, his life really depended on this. In the last message, they wrote to him that if he did not finish his work, he could forget about publishing his works, because the contract would be terminated. Remembering these words, the hero took up writing the chapter even more actively. A few hours later, his battery was dead, and he decided he needed to take a break or he was going to die. Taking the phone in his hands, he decided to check how his charges were doing. From the absence of anyone on the street, Matt realized that they were all now sleeping peacefully in their houses. Suddenly, he heard a sound coming from somewhere below. Looking closely, he saw a small pebble moving. Using all his strength, Bruce lifted the heavy stone above him. Matt was surprised by what he saw. He realized that this ant was very different from his fellows, since during his rest he was engaged in training, and he was also able to lift such a colossus, which was much larger than himself. Using the eye of the blind god, he learned that this guy is the first warrior of the Gayami tribe, who trains hard to protect his people. Watching him, the hero suggested that after evolution, they had their own unique characteristics. Sighing heavily, he said that he now felt responsible for their development. A bright light attracted Bruce's attention, closing his eyes and raising his head up. The next moment, in his palms lay a jar of golden liquid, which he looked at in amazement. Guessing that this was a gift from their god, Bruce thanked him for his mercy. Tears of joy flowed down his cheeks because Matt was looking out for him. The hero felt a chill run down his spine as the statues on his desk sparkled. He decided that he had better get back to work. While writing the next chapter, Matt did not even suspect that he was being watched all this time. He sat on the window of our hero's apartment, waiting for the right moment to attack. He knew that 3 commanders who were among the top 10 best blades of the Empire were already in the grave, so he decided not to act hastily. When he received a task from Arachne, the mosquito made it a condition that he would taste the blood of this god. The girl smiled when she heard his proposal. Looking at him, she replied that the blood of that god, as well as the glory for his murder, belongs entirely to him. Smiling broadly, the mosquito stuck a needle received from Arachne onto its sharp nose. The next moment, he jumped from the windowsill, rejoicing that Arachne did not know that he would use the power that he would absorb from the blood of the nameless god to surpass the emperor and become a god himself. Otherwise, she would never have sent him to do this exercise. Having flown up to Matt, who was struggling with all his might against the desire to sleep, the mosquito wanted to laugh. He could not believe this was the god that the 3 best blades could not destroy. He was sure that this god would not even feel his presence. Having found the most convenient point on Matt's head, the mosquito stuck the damn needle, simultaneously sucking our hero's blood through it. He felt how the guy's power flowed to him with a new sip. At some point, veins began to actively swell throughout his body. Feeling a burning sensation in his forehead, Matt slammed his palm on that spot. Seeing a bloody stain and a small mosquito body on his palm, he wondered why they were here at such a late hour. He suddenly felt a chill all over his body, and the next moment a violent cough came out of his throat. He looked in bewilderment at the sleeve of the biker, splattered with his snot. Shaking from the cold, Matt headed to the bathroom to wash up. As soon as he looked in the mirror, he saw a strange mark on his forehead in the form of a face with horns. From the message he received, he learned that this was the mark of a carrier of the terrible plague, and that the chill curse was now activated on him. Turning his gaze back to the mirror, he thought that something urgently needed to be done about this curse. Lying in bed, he tried his best to fall asleep, but new curses constantly rained down on him, such as fear, muscle pain, and anemia. Somehow he managed to survive that night, but in the morning his condition became much worse. Lying on the floor, he decided that he needed to find something in the god's store that could heal him. Almost immediately, he came across a medicine from the category of holy items, worth 50,000 gold, which Matt decided to buy. He was halfway out of his apartment when he received a message that in order to use this medicine he must complete a task. Deciding that it would be best to head to the hospital, the hero called a taxi. A thin, tall man entered the hospital building, carefully examining everything around him. He was one of the warriors chosen by the Organization of Believers. He was unquestioningly ready to carry out the task entrusted to him, for the sake of God, or rather the miracle that his avatar performed. From the usual G-rank T-Con managed to rise all the way to A rank, after which he was ready to believe even in the existence of the devil himself. The man remembered Michael's words that their god needed sacrifices in order to descend into this corrupt world. Extending his hand to T-Con, Michael, with a smile on his face, asked if he could complete this important task without fear of death in the name of the Almighty. Having found the restroom on the first floor, T-Con immediately went into it. There he threw off his hood from his head. He was ready to give his life in the name of cleansing this world from evil. When he unbuttoned his cloak with a satisfied smile on his face, a multitude of interconnected wires and explosives wrapped all over his body appeared from underneath. Meanwhile, our hero took a taxi to the hospital. Having opened the car door, he was able to get out of the car with great difficulty. Unable to even get to his feet, leaning on his hands, He crawled to the entrance of the hospital, accompanied by the sympathetic glances of passers-by. Suddenly he received a message with a task. If he wants to live, then he needs to use his desperate situation to save the lives of 100 people. Having read under this condition, Matt thought that it would be easier for him to die himself. Taking one of the nurses hostage, Tikhon shouted for everyone to lie down on the floor and not move. If even one moved, they would fly up into the air along with this building. Agnia, who arrived in time, created a ball of lightning in her palms and shouted for him to let the nurse go. Suddenly, as if sensing Matt's appearance, Tikhon looked in his direction. Having accepted our hero as one of his own, the man with a smile on his face asked if the apostle had really sent him as reinforcements. Matt looked in bewilderment at the stranger, whom he mistook for a terrorist. Agnia turned her gaze to the guy frozen in place, completely not understanding what was happening here. When Tikhon shouted that he should hurry up and help him complete the task, Matt pointed to himself in surprise, completely not understanding why this terrorist was asking him for help. Without taking his crazy gaze off the hero, he proposed to join forces and make a sacrifice for the descent of their god. Agnia shouted with irritation that the person standing in front of him was not his accomplice at all, but her master. Tikhon shouted back at her so that she should not talk nonsense, because the skull painted on their foreheads is their distinctive mark. Moreover, he feels the bad aura emanating from this guy, inherent in his brothers. Concentrating the power in her palms, she shouted that he had better not insult her master if he did not want to die. Matt, who could barely stand on his feet, was in the very epicenter of their showdown. Laughing loudly, Tikhon shouted out that if she wanted so, the huntress could try to hit him. But even before she had time to touch him, with one click he would destroy everything here and drag her along with him to hell. Despite his warning, Agnia continued to create a sphere of lightning. Seeing this, fear settled in the man. The former mockery disappeared from his voice. He shouted that she had no idea what the interruption of the sacrifice to a creature that could cleanse this mortal world would mean for the whole world. Suddenly, the space around our hero began to distort and blurry images appeared. Information windows that appeared reported that Matt had successfully read the memory and images of Tikhon's consciousness. Now I saw a fragment of memory about how this man was given the task of killing the victims after they experienced incredible horror. The descent of the god of destruction to this earth requires a huge number of victims. The long-haired man with a smile on his face extended his hand to him, asking if Tikhon would be able to cope with this important task. When he replied that he was ready to sacrifice his life in the name of their god, a soft, contented smile appeared on the man's face. At this point, Tikhon's memories ended, and Matt realized that this man was now simply stalling for time. If everything continued, he would simply die here along with everyone, becoming an offering to some unknown god of destruction. Suddenly, there was a loud cry from Tikhon, who asked his god to accept the sacrifices offered to him. The next moment, his finger touched the red detonator button. Pointing his index finger at him, Matt decided that he was obliged to stop Tikhon at any cost. The next moment, golden bolts of lightning shot from his finger. Matt kept his gaze on his opponent, praying that the lightning would strike the man before he pressed the button. The next moment, Tikhon, with a smile on his face, pressed the red button. However, contrary to his expectations, nothing happened. Breathing heavily, the hero called out to Agnia, saying that she would attack. Having released the hostage from his hands, the man grabbed the detonator with both palms and actively pressed the button, applying maximum force. But no matter how much he pressed, the explosion did not occur, and Agnia, engulfed in blue lightning, was rapidly approaching him. The man's face contorted into a grimace of pain as his entire body was pierced by several powerful lightning bolts. The girl quickly appeared behind him. The immobilized man collapsed to the floor. Turning around, Agnia looked at the defeated enemy, making sure that he would no longer be able to get up. Then she turned her gaze to her master and shouted out that the criminal had been neutralized. But when she saw him lying motionless on the floor, concern appeared on her face. She called the guy's name several times, but he didn't respond. At the same time, a monster's voice was heard in Matt's head saying that the time had come for his death. The mark on his forehead glowed green, followed by a window indicating that the curse of necrosis had been activated. The worried girl ran up to Matt asking if he was okay, but he no longer heard her, falling into unconsciousness. Arachne sat on her throne with a bored face. The husband standing behind her said that if she gave one order, he would immediately kill the nameless god with his poison. She smiled and replied that his intervention in this matter would not be required. When he expressed his concern that the curse of the plague god might not work, Arachne replied that there was no need for unnecessary worries. This time, they would definitely get rid of this god, who thought too much of himself, once and for all. Her husband wanted to object again, but she stopped him from doing so, speaking first. With a predatory smile on her face, Arachne explained that the owner of that damned needle is a very stubborn and cunning creature who will not leave even the bones of their enemy. When our hero opened his eyes, he discovered that he was in a place unfamiliar to him. Everything around was shrouded in thick fog. Matt decided to take a few steps forward, desperately trying to see something in the fog. He remembered how an unfamiliar voice sounded in his head before he passed out. As soon as he thought about it, that voice came again, but behind him. Turning around, the hero saw 3 huge monsters. The monster who was in the center said that he sentenced Matt to eternal suffering and endless death agony for daring to wake him from sleep. With its unimaginable size, it inspired fear. Matt had already prepared himself that he was about to be attacked, but the monster continued to say that he was using his body as food for his dogs, and his blood to season his dishes. Our hero, without a drop of fear, listened for several moments to the monster's plans for his body. He realized that no one was going to attack him, or could not for some reason. Suddenly, the monster interrupted his endless stream of words, noticing the huge mouth of a predatory plant hanging over him. The next moment, an information window appeared in front of him, informing him that Matt had successfully completed the task, earning 1,238 points out of the 100 required. Opening his eyes slightly, our hero saw the blurring silhouettes of people hanging over him. Not fully realizing what had happened, he thought that he had simply dreamed about that strange monster. He slowly stood up and, holding his head, took a sitting position, feeling some strange taste in his mouth. His eyes widened in surprise when his whole body was filled with a green glow, and the bad feeling subsided in an instant. He again felt cheerful and full of energy. In an instant, Agnia was surrounded by a whole crowd, separating her from Matt. Rising to his feet, the hero gestured to her that he would call her later and waved his hand goodbye. Thus, he headed home while Agnia, surrounded by people, answered countless questions addressed to her. Michael carefully studied the received video from the cameras. The man standing behind him reported that they had double-checked and studied the situation with the bomb several times. It all came down to the fact that Tikon had made a mistake somewhere, which led to the failure of the plan. Michael raised his right hand, making it clear that he had heard enough. Shuddering, Michael asked to give him another chance, and this time he would not disappoint him. Without turning his head towards him, the avatar of the god of destruction said that he was giving him and his guild 4 days to eliminate those hunters and bring the man's body to him. Michael asked in bewilderment which man he was talking about. Sighing in disappointment, he shook his head from side to side, saying that it was for this reason that insects like him did not receive the grace of the gods. Then he asked if Michael really did not understand who he was talking about. Closing his eyes, he dreamily said that, being among insignificant creatures who did not deserve the mercy of God, this man shines brighter than the sun, and the mercy of the gods fills his entire body. Listening to the apostle's ravings, Mark sighed heavily, thinking that Michael was just gone. Towards evening, our hero was finally able to return home. Once in his apartment, the first thing he did was climb onto his bed, enjoying how wonderful he felt after having to endure the effects of those terrible curses. Suddenly, he received a message from Bruce. In his message, he desperately asked Matt to show him the mercy of giving him the miracle potion he received last time. Swiping the message up, the hero saw how exhausted Bruce was lying on the floor. Out of excitement, Matt jumped up on the bed and, with undisguised horror in his voice, asked what had happened. The ant did not have enough strength to move and at least respond. He was determined to pass all the tests in the warrior's tower in order to become strong enough to protect his tribe. Having passed through the fence, he managed to get to the doors, which easily gave in to him. Before going inside, Bruce looked around for danger. A few moments later, he walked inside and stopped in front of the stairs when he heard someone say that his test was about to begin. At the top, the sound of the gates rising was heard, and a voice announced that a rock test would be conducted on the first floor of the tower. To pass the test, you need to climb the stairs, reaching the second floor. When Bruce took the first step onto the stairs, the test began. He was confident in his abilities because thanks to the potion he received from our hero, he managed to rise to a new level. Lost in his dreams, he did not notice the danger approaching him. A huge boulder flew straight into him. Bruce did not have time to do anything, and the next moment a terrible roar was heard. The ant was pressed into the ground by this huge boulder, unable to move. Moments later, the stone began to disappear as Bruce tearfully prayed to his god. Matt had read the memories of his immobilized follower, and now had an idea of the situation. Suddenly, the thought came into his head that the ants he had crushed and killed for fun in the past were suffering just like Bruce was now. The thought of this made Matt feel ashamed. The message that in 10 seconds Bruce's life would be cut short caused horror in our hero. He decided that he needed to give this ant a growth potion as soon as possible. However, even after the ant took this potion, its life was still in the balance. Suddenly, it dawned on Matt. He looked at his hand, remembering that he should have received a reward for his accomplishment in saving 100 lives. Walking into God's store, he found a divine healing medicine, which was now available for him to use. Matt only had 3 seconds to use the medicine and save Bruce. He brought his palm shrouded in a green glow to the phone screen. The healing radiance slipped from his fingers and enveloped the ant's body. Feeling his strength return, Bruce tried to slowly get up. Matt breathed a sigh of relief when the threat to his charge's life subsided. Having risen to his feet, tears appeared in the ant's eyes, and he began to thank the hero for saving his life. Without taking his eyes off the screen, the guy shouted out that he warned them that the tower was too dangerous. He even built a fence to prevent anyone from going there. Pressing the door, he said that it was best for Bruce to get out of here as soon as possible. When the door shone like an ant, surprise showed on his face. The next moment a message appeared, from which they learned that they could not leave the tower until the 50th floor was cleared. With tears in his eyes, the ant asked Matt what he should do in this situation. The hero sighed heavily. All he needed now was extra problems. He bought 2 potions, and at the same moment there was a persistent knock on his door. Matt emptied one of the jars himself, and threw the second to the ant, saying that he would return soon. Leaving the phone, he headed to the door, thinking about who was so persistent, and decided to visit him. Having opened the door, he looked out from behind it and immediately met the gaze of an unfamiliar man. He bowed and said that his name was Andre, and he was an elite scout of the Guild of Splendor, which caused a wave of bewilderment in our hero. When he said that he was not a hunter and the man must have made a mistake, Andre straightened up and looked at him, and said that there was no mistake, after which he asked if Matt had time for a small conversation. The hero looked uncertainly at the man standing in front of him and agreed to have a small conversation. Meanwhile, Bruce managed to drink all the bottles of potion given to him, and now his whole body was enveloped in a golden glow. He took a few steps towards the stairs and was followed by the sound of cobblestones rolling down. Bruce concentrated, preparing for the upcoming attack. A few moments later, a boulder appeared from the open gate and flew towards him. Bruce raised his fist, covered in golden lightning, to strike. When the stone was dangerously close, he delivered a crushing blow, causing the block of stone in front of him to crumble into small chips. Bruce did not expect his strength to increase so much, so he was very surprised by what happened. Having let Andre inside, the man made our hero a very tempting offer. At first, Matt was shocked to hear that he was being offered 300 million a year. Adjusting his glasses, Andre said that if this proposal interested him, then they could go to the guild right now and sign all the necessary papers. Still in a state of shock, Matt could not utter a word, thinking about the amount of the salary offered to him. If he really gets paid that much, then he could write his books in peace and not worry about the evil bosses and buy a whole mountain of gifts for his precious niece. Being absorbed in his thoughts, he did not hear Andre's words that the guild would give him 70% of the materials and rewards received during the monster hunt. Noticing that he was talking to himself, dissatisfaction appeared on his face, and, with a threat in his voice, he asked Matt if he was listening to him. Looking at his interlocutor, the hero apologized for being a little distracted. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of him, indicating that the analysis of the object had been completed. The aura emanating from Andre suddenly changed to heavy and oppressive, and from the information window that appeared, Matt learned that the man was a servant of the god of destruction. The hero's face scrunched up with dissatisfaction when he realized that the 300 million offered to him was a scam. Feeling the man's heavy gaze on him, he hastened to turn his gaze away from him. When Andre asked if Matt had any problems, the guy hesitantly replied that he was very busy at the moment and needed some time to think about this proposal more carefully. Not taking his gaze away from him, the man asked if Matt was really not satisfied with the proposed conditions. The hero replied that the conditions were excellent, but he urgently needed to finish several chapters. Andre said that by working with them, Matt could earn a lot more than by working as a writer, putting his palms out in front of him. The hero replied that he was not doing this work for the money. Suddenly the man bowed his head and apologized for jumping to such hasty conclusions. However, he did not abandon his attempts to win Matt over to his side, saying that the owner of the guild sincerely wanted him to bring our hero with him, so Andre would be grateful to the guy if he agreed to go with him, and at least inspect the guild. Sighing, Matt accepted his offer to visit the guild, but before that he needed to go to the toilet due to a severe stomachache. The man adjusted his glasses and replied that he would wait for him here. Entering the toilet, the hero immediately turned on the tap. Looking at his reflection, he tried to figure out what to do. He did not understand at all why this man came to him offering a strange deal. The image of a man who caused chaos in the hospital arose in my memory. He, like Andre, was a follower of the god of destruction. Unlocking the phone, he began to think about who would be best to call, the Hunters Association or the police. Suddenly, he heard the door behind him crack, and a dark blue beam fly a couple of centimeters away from him. Andre looked at him through the broken door and with a threat in his voice asked who Matt had just tried to call. The hero looked at the man with horror in his eyes. Opening the door, he went inside and adjusting his jacket repeated his question, to which he never heard an answer. Trembling with fear, Matt looked at Andre, unable to utter a word. The next moment, his body was struck by black lightning. The hero closed his eyes in pain when he felt his body break through the wall. Coming back out into the corridor, the man stopped opposite the guy sliding to the floor. He grabbed him by the neck, pinning him to the wall, and said that since Matt did not agree to go in an amicable way, he would have to be dragged by force. Immediately after these words, Andre's palms squeezed our guy's neck harder. Matt grabbed the man's strong arm with his palms, trying to loosen this strangling grip. He heard Andre say something, but could not understand what exactly. The picture before his eyes began to blur, and his consciousness slowly slipped away. Matt fought with all his might, trying to stay conscious, but he failed, and his eyes slowly closed. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his head. Sharply opening his eyes, he saw a window in front of him, with a new mission to save Agnia from death. Andre was surprised when Matt regained consciousness. He said that the hero was holding up well. An ordinary person would have died long ago in his place. The guy again grabbed the hand holding him, but quickly realized that the difference in their strengths was too great and he couldn't free himself so easily. Just as he thought that he needed power, the space around him became distorted. His projection stood in front of Bruce, who shouted that Matt could take his power. The ant shouted with all his might that the hero must fight to the last. The next moment, a message appeared about the transfer of powers from Bruce. Matt felt power begin to fill his body. A momentary surprise flashed across the man's face as the guy's body was enveloped in a blue glow. Suddenly, the clothes on Matt's body were torn, revealing steel muscles, and Andre was thrown to the side. Taking a defensive stance, the man noticed the sudden appearance of muscles on the guy's body, and assumed that Matt had the ability to strengthen the body, and was a mother creature type of hunter. The message that appeared in front of the hero said that Body of Steel was an A-rank ability. A body tempered by the Warrior's Tower is granted to those who have passed the tests of rock, wind, steel, and fire. Pulling off his jacket, Andre admitted with a grin that he was worried that the mission entrusted to him turned out to be too easy. Apparently, he began to envy the person who was tasked with dealing with the girl who controlled lightning too early. Loosening his tie, he said that it was time to stop playing games and complete this task as soon as possible. Gesturing Matt to him, Andre said that the guy could attack first. It didn't take long to ask the hero, and he immediately took off, raising his fist to strike. It was not difficult for Andre, who had extensive experience, to dodge this blow. When Matt swung at him again, the man noticed that this guy was attacking too recklessly, leaving too many holes in his defense. He decided that there was no longer any point in pulling the cat by the tail. He had seen enough. The next moment, his entire body was enveloped in red lightning. Clenching his fist, he was about to deal a crushing blow to Matt. Suddenly, the guy's hands grabbed his head with force, causing him bewilderment, pulling his opponent's body closer to himself. The hero hit Andre's head with his knee. Crying out in terrible pain, the man staggered back, losing several teeth. Completely forgetting about the fight, Andre bent in half, covering his face with his palms. At this time, Matt closed his palms and raised them above his head, enveloping his hands in lightning bolts. He mercilessly dealt the final blow to his opponent. He lay motionless in front of him, not showing any signs of life. The rage that filled the hero gradually receded. Remembering the message that Agnia's life was under threat, he grabbed the phone and dialed her number, but the girl's number was unavailable. Matt panicked and turned to the game, asking it to help him find Agnia. A few moments later, a database of his followers opened in front of him, with the help of which he could track the location of the desired follower by spending 1,000 coins. The hero bought this function without hesitation, and immediately after that, he was informed that the location of Agnia had begun. Suddenly, an image of an unfamiliar man appeared in front of him. He turned his back to Matt and began to slowly move away. A moment later, the hero realized that he was approaching a girl lying on the ground, whom he recognized as his ward. Throwing the blade over his shoulder, the stranger stopped and said that the girl should not be afraid, because she would feel practically no pain. Lying in a pool of her blood, Agnia could only look with tears in her eyes at the man who had come for her life. Without taking his emotionless gaze off her, the man raised the sharp blade of his blade over the girl. The next moment, the sound of flesh being cut was heard and red drops stained the walls. When the vision passed, the guy's breathing quickened. He could not believe that some scumbag with a blade dared to kill Agnia. Feeling the vibration, he looked at the screen and read a message that he had just foreseen the fate of his ward. He remembered that on the day of the battle with the army of ants, something similar had already happened. When a window appeared in front of him with an offer to change the girl's fate, Matt accepted it without hesitation, glad that she was still alive. He remembered the contents of the information window of the stranger who encroached on Agnia's life, in which it was written that he was a swordmaster. For this reason, he also needed a sword to win the battle against him. Having no other choice, he came to take out the blade that he had sworn never to touch. As soon as the weapon was in his palm, he pressed the button confirm the change in Agnia's fate. Immediately after this, his entire body was enveloped in a golden glow, and the message that appeared said that the current level of the merciful Savior and the ability to create allowed him to create an incredible miracle. The next moment, Matt disappeared in a golden whirlwind. August slowly approached the immobilized, bleeding girl. With the last of her strength, Agnia managed to rise up, leaning on her palms. Looking into the man's face, she asked what he needed. He replied that he was just doing his job. His gaze darted to the side when he heard a strange sound behind him. The next moment, he jumped to a safe distance from the place where he was a moment ago. Holding his blade tighter, Augustus looked at the stranger who had appeared, asking who he was. A terrifying aura of murder emanated from the hero. Agnia was shocked to see her master in such a state. Bowing his head to the side, Matt shouted that he wanted to kill, cut, and dismember. August studied the guy standing opposite him, without a trace of fear on his face. Holding his blade out in front of him, he asked Matt if he was a friend of the Lightning Empress. Instead of answering, the hero began to giggle, saying that he wanted to cut and kill. Augustus looked at him in bewilderment. He had fought with many geniuses and reached the current level of swordsmanship. But this was the first time he had seen such an opponent. The first time someone had come against him armed only with a fruit knife. The man changed his stance, preparing to attack. The next moment, a purple aura surrounded his entire body. Taking off from his seat, he rushed towards Matt, swinging his blade. His attack was rapidly approaching the hero's body. August was confident in his abilities, because even S-rank hunters could not do anything against his blade. If by some miracle, this guy managed to dodge, then he was ready to give him a standing ovation. As the dust raised by the powerful attack settled to the ground, the man saw his opponent holding his knife near his neck. Matt was completely safe and sound and had a smile on his face. August was amazed by what he saw, finding it hard to believe that this guy was able to block his attack with an ordinary fruit knife. The man again put the blade in front of him. He decided that he should not hold back and attack with all his might. Furiously swinging his blade, he shouted that this attack would cut even a stone like a knife would cut butter. All this time, Matt stood motionless in his place, waiting for the enemy attack to approach. When the dark purple beam almost overtook him, with a bored expression on his face, he brought his knife to it, and the beam cut it into two parts, which rushed somewhere behind his back. A few moments later, a powerful explosion was heard somewhere behind him. Agnia and August were shocked by how, with one movement of his hand, Matt cut through the attack flying at him. Having recovered from the shock, the man began to swing his blade even more actively, intending to kill the enemy. The hero easily repelled each of the attacks aimed at him without ever moving from his place. After hearing the Lightning Empress call Matt her master, August assumed that this guy was a hermit who did not belong to any hunter association. This assumption perfectly explained the fact that he had never heard of such a strong person before. Taking out a bottle of potion from his inner pocket, August decided that there was nothing else left in the current situation. Although this method consumes a huge amount of his vitality, it is the only way to win. The next moment, the cool glass touched his lips, and he drank the entire contents of the bottle. August felt the power flowing through his veins. He could not hold back a painful cry, feeling his strength levels increase sharply, and his entire body was pierced by powerful lightning. It all ended as suddenly as it began. Augustus was breathing heavily, coming to his senses. Taking a stance, he enveloped the sword in his black and purple aura, and said that Matt had better prepare to die. Seeing how serious his opponent was, Matt smiled even wider and held out his hand with a knife in front of him. Screaming furiously, August rushed at him. Having waited the right moment, Matt swung his knife to strike. The next moment, a sharp blade slid a couple of centimeters from Augustus's neck. Reacting with lightning speed, the man jumped to the side. Turning around, Matt ran towards the cliff. At that moment, Augustus appeared behind him with his blade raised to strike. The hero stopped, sensing a threat coming from above. The next moment, there was a terrible roar. Having completed his attack, Augustus sank back to the floor. Raising his head, he tried to see his opponent through the clouds of dust, hoping that this attack could kill him. Suddenly, the blade of his sword broke into small pieces, causing the man to be puzzled. He looked at his hands for a moment, not believing that his blade was broken. When Matt's laughter was heard somewhere from the side, August raised his head and looked forward. There he saw a safe and sound guy with a bloodthirsty smile on his face, who miraculously managed to survive such an incredible attack. When the dust finally settled on the ground, his eyes widened in shock. He saw that this guy's neck was twisted 90 degrees, and there was a knife attached to his neck. It was truly a terrifying sight. In an instant, his head returned to its previous position. Turning around, Matt swung his knife, being a couple of meters from August. The one with I watched these enemy actions in bewilderment, not seeing any threat in them at all. However, the next moment he realized that he had greatly underestimated his opponent. His body was cut into many pieces in an instant. When August opened his eyes again, he was surprised to find that he was still alive, and his body was unharmed. He looked in bewilderment at his hands, which had been cut off just a moment ago. Matt, standing opposite him, watched his discouraged opponent. Looking up at him, Augustus didn't understand why, instead of killing him, this guy let him live. With bewilderment in his voice, he asked the hero who he was after all. Matt ignored this question and, exhaling with relief, said that it was delicious. Holding a knife in front of him, he answered with a satisfied smile on his face that he was the god of the sword. Augustus was surprised to hear such a statement. He knew that only those who were able to reach the pinnacle of the path of sword-wielding were called sword gods. Augustus could not believe that such an outstanding person who had achieved the highest title of swordsman was actually standing in front of him. Suddenly, the skill borrowed from Bruce ended and Matt returned to his original form. Noticing Augustus's searing gaze on himself, he shuddered in horror. Turning his puzzled gaze to the sword in his palm, He shouted that he still needed his strength. But the knife did not respond. The hero cried out in horror when he thought that the enemy was going to attack him. But contrary to his expectations, instead of attacking, Augustus bowed low to him and admitted his defeat before the sword god. Matt looked at the man in front of him with genuine surprise. Raising his head, he asked for permission to follow the hero in order to learn from him and achieve the same level of swordsmanship. He was ready to follow any order of his master. Matt turned his gaze to the side, experiencing a wild feeling of déjà vu. He immediately remembered Agnia and turned his excited gaze to her. Augustus followed the direction of his master's gaze. The next moment, he moved to the girl in one leap, making Matt seriously worried. Taking out another bottle from his pocket, but this time with a golden liquid, he gave this potion to the unconscious girl. The next moment, her body was enveloped in a golden glow, and all her wounds began to rapidly heal. Looking at Matt, August apologized for his initiative. The hero just sighed tiredly. The next moment, he received a message about the successful completion of the mission, as a reward for which he received 100 faith points. At the moment, he had a total of 139 points. But all his thoughts were about how tired he was of being tirelessly pestered by all and sundry, either insects or two fanatics from some incomprehensible guild. August reported on the girl's condition and said that very soon she would regain consciousness. Matt asked with irritation whose fault it was for her current deplorable state. These words made the man realize his guilt, and he began to beg the hero for forgiveness. If necessary, he was even ready to rip his stomach open. Matt thought that this guy could be used, because he is also from the Guild of Magnificence. Turning to Augustus, the hero asked how strong he was considered. He replied that there were not even a dozen people in this country whom he could not kill. When Matt asked to get rid of the Magnificent Guild for him, the man's face showed shock. Noticing his reaction, the hero recalled his words that he was ready to do anything, really. He couldn't cope with just one guild. August looked at the hero for several moments, considering his request. His menacing and majestic appearance reminded him that standing in front of him was one of the strongest people who had received the title of Sword God, and the request to destroy the guild must be a test of whether Augustus was worthy of being accepted as a disciple. Bowing his head, he said that since this was the wish of the Sword God, he would gladly fulfill it. A satisfied smile bloomed on Matt's face at the thought that the enemy would be destroyed by the assassin he himself had hired. The next moment, he received a message that he had managed to gain the fanatical devotion of his follower, and now he could get the ability of the multiplying thumb of God for just 100 coins. A picture was immediately drawn in his imagination of how he was multiplying his money, which would last him until death itself. The hero was greatly inspired by this thought, and looking at his thumb, he thought that he was obliged to acquire this magical skill. Sometime later, he returned home. Climbing the stairs, he quickly moved to his room. Having dumped everything from his desk cabinets, he began to actively look for money hidden for a rainy day. Having finally found his pig, he poured out all the contents from it. But when the guy saw that there was only 101, disappointment showed on his face. Deciding that this problem would be solved very easily with his new ability, Matt took the coin and, with an anticipatory smile on his face, activated the skill, shouting, "God's multiplying thumb." The seconds passed slowly, and the money was in no hurry to multiply. When a message appeared that this ability could not be used on physical objects, the hero was numb with shock, having just seen his most cherished dream shattered before his eyes. Throwing the coin on the floor in irritation, he shouted that he really believed that he had finally acquired a useful ability that would make his life much easier. But in reality, they continued to stuff him with useless things. Immediately after this, messages arrived from the Silent Nightmare and the Thousand Blades Cutting Space. The first wrote that Matt should not dare to whine like a rag and remember his majesty as God. The second advised to let off steam by slaughtering someone. The advice he received sobered the mind of our hero. He thought that it was really time for him to stop enduring these countless attacks and take the first step himself. Looking at the screen, he asked what he needed to do to become stronger. The next moment, a message came from Generous Abundance, saying that he should work on good karma. Silent Nightmare also intervened, saying that this was too long a journey. Matt should really go and make a massacre somewhere. The God of Blades supported this idea, saying that it will help upgrade the Ultra Blade. The hero thought for a long time about what exactly he should do, until suddenly a brilliant idea came to him. He could do both. He entered the game Creator of Gods. At first, Matt decided that he should use his new ability to increase the number of his followers. Activating the multiplying God thumb, he touched his thumb to the screen. The next moment, he received messages that the number of ants in the tribe had increased significantly, and several legions were heading towards the Imperial Army. Their arrival should take place in 24 hours. This made Matt very happy. Having examined the village, he noticed a cluster of ants around Morava. He was interested in what they were doing. Meanwhile, she was healing a little girl with a broken arm. thanks to the skill she borrowed from our hero's healing ring finger god. When a happy smile appeared on the child's face and she was able to move her hand, everyone looked at the saint with admiration. She said that they need to believe in their powerful God and glorify his name, because only with his blessing a completely new life awaits them. Matt watched them in bewilderment, noting that each time they became more and more like fanatics. He sighed and decided that perhaps this was for the best, because thanks to Marava, he did not need to do anything to collect good karma. Suddenly his manager's number flashed on the screen and Matt flinched in horror. When he hurriedly answered the phone, Kevin immediately asked him how the writing of the new chapters was going. Hesitating, Matt replied that he needed to take a short break for personal reasons. His words infuriated the man. He was terribly infuriated by our hero's irresponsible attitude to work. As soon as he returned from vacation, he immediately started stuttering about a break. While listening to his manager berate him, Matt got the brilliant idea to try using God's multiplying thumb on himself. He decided that this would really be the best way out of this situation. Together with the clone, he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Placing his thumb on his forehead, he activated the ability. The next moment, the room was illuminated by a bright red flash. A few moments later, everything stopped. Matt immediately noticed the clouds of smoke that appeared and filled his room. When they dispersed, his gaze met the gaze of his clone. He was noticeably different from his original, not only in appearance, but also in the aura emanating from him. But Matt paid absolutely no attention to this, like a child, delighted that his idea actually worked. All this time, the clone looked at his original with a searching gaze. When our hero said that the clone would go to help the ants, and he himself would sit down to finish writing the remaining chapters, the double slapped Matt hard in the face. Having fallen to the floor, the guy looked at his clone in bewilderment, who said with strong irritation in his voice that the pathetic loser did not dare give him orders. The next moment, he dropped to the floor next to his original, and began to throw strong blows to the face with all his heart, shouting various insults. As Matt lost consciousness from a series of brutal blows, the double rose to his feet and sighed heavily, saying that this was truly refreshing. Kevin's voice, full of bewilderment, suddenly came from the phone and caught his attention. Taking the mobile phone in his hand, he sent the man to hell and ended the call. Immediately after, he activated the brutal slaughter skill and a dark red glow appeared in his palm. He smiled widely, with long red horns growing on his head and sharp claws on his nails. He couldn't wait to start the fun. As soon as he entered the game Creator of Gods, he was immediately sucked into it. Meanwhile, the Imperial warriors again made another attack on the ants. They mercilessly killed their opponents, who could not really resist them. Holding their spears at the ready, the ants slowly backed away. They were well aware that they simply could not survive against such powerful enemies. Satisfied grins appeared on the faces of the Imperial warriors. They were sure that today they would be the ones who would put an end to this annoying tribe and present good news to their master. Suddenly, a bright red flash appeared in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. The next moment, the entire Imperial army was struck by powerful discharges of scarlet lightning. The ants looked at the sky in bewilderment. The figure of a stranger hovered above them, whose appearance reminded them of the devil himself, in whose palms lightning sparkled. Of the entire enemy army, only the general managed to survive. With horror in his voice, he asked if this was really the evil god that the Emperor so desperately wanted to get rid of. When Arachne was informed of what had happened, a small trembling broke through her body due to uncontrollable rage. Bleeding, her subordinate said that all the soldiers they sent were destroyed in a matter of moments. Jumping up from her seat, the girl shouted in bewilderment that the pitiful evil god could not destroy an entire army on his own. Quickly turning to dust, the monster warned her that she had better not go against this god, because he is the real embodiment of the devil. In the next moment, his body completely turned to dust in front of everyone. The astonished advisor shouted out that the Emperor urgently needed to be reported about what had happened, and Arachne, not even suspecting that they had been eavesdropping all this time, replied that the ruler was now in solitude and should not be disturbed. She ordered that the remaining 10 best blades of the Empire and the great commander be immediately summoned here. To this order, the advisors expressed their fear that the neighboring tribes might attack them with their demonic beasts, having learned that all the best warriors had left their posts. Arachne shouted that destroying the ants and the evil god was now their top priority. Her husband, who heard the entire conversation, made an important decision. He mentally apologized to her for his unauthorized departure. Without even saying goodbye, he intended to present her with the head of the evil god personally. A few hours later, a beaten Matt slowly began to wake up. Opening his eyes, he looked around, trying to remember what happened and why he was sleeping sitting on the floor. Fragments of memories from the previous evening almost immediately surfaced in his head. He was greatly upset by the realization that he was so alone in this universe that he was beaten by his own clone. When the phone on the floor vibrated, he picked it up and saw a message pop up from Generous Abundance, who was interested in where his sexy double was now, and asked to introduce him to him. Wiping away this message, he noticed that he had 121 missed calls and several messages. As soon as he read from, he was stupefied with shock. Not believing his eyes, the hero reread the messages received from the manager again. But to his greatest regret, a miracle did not happen. The text of the messages remained the same. The contract with him was cancelled. When he received notifications from the game that Morava had been retrained as a missionary, several captives had also been captured from the Grass Kingdom, and many coins had been collected. Matt could not hold back a cry of despair. Now the last thing he cared about was achievements in the game, because his career was destroyed. Throwing his phone aside, he rushed to his laptop. Matt sincerely hoped that if he managed to send everything in the coming days, then the termination of the contract would be revoked. Otherwise, he would have to reimburse a considerable amount to the company. Suddenly, a window appeared in front of him with a new task to save his fanatically devoted follower. This task came at a very inopportune moment for our hero, who had something more important at stake than the life of some fanatic. Matt decided to ignore this task and devote himself completely to work. However, the bright blue light that appeared the next moment couldn't help but attract his attention. The blue system window became so large that it completely blocked the monitor of his laptop, interfering with his work. The message that appeared said that a demonstration would now be held on behalf of Augustus. As the bright glow faded, Matt could see the familiar figure of his follower, who was suspended by chains from the wall by his wrists, and next to him stood a stranger with a whip in her hands. Approaching the man, she asked whether he would continue to remain silent or say at least something. Grabbing him by the hair, she raised Augustus's head and said that if he told everything, his death would be less painful and faster. Matt's projection watched in surprise. He did not expect that Augustus would actually be caught trying to attack the guild. Without waiting for an answer, Isabel released the captive and said with irritation that this was too boring. At the same moment, a broad-shouldered man came out of the shadows. From the first glance at him, Matt realized that this stranger was incredibly strong. Isabel immediately approached Douglas, discussing something. When a message appeared in front of the hero that he had been given access to the consciousness of a devoted follower, surprise flashed across his face. The next moment, the picture before his eyes changed, and the voice of Augustus appeared in his head, who said that he was sold to the Black House in his infancy, where he was raised to be a murderer. Immediately after his powers awakened, he began carrying out various assassination missions. On one of these missions from the Guild of Splendor, he met Isabel and Douglas, whose background was not very different from his own. They naturally became his rivals. August understood perfectly well that he could not even dream of a normal future like others, so even rare clashes with these two brought a smile to his face. He tirelessly followed the path of the sword, striving to become stronger, and when he became absolutely confident in his invincibility, he met an opponent who turned out to be much stronger than himself. Looking at Matt, August realized that he was still too weak and had a long way to go to reach the same level. Now he was ashamed that he would meet his end in such a pathetic way. Without achieving his goal, his thoughts about his own death were interrupted by Isabel's voice, who again asked the identity of the one who ordered the betrayal of them and the attack on the guild. Taking a step forward, Douglas said that she shouldn't stand on ceremony with this traitor and just finish everything quickly. The girl objected that they couldn't just kill him like that, because Michael promised them 100 million for bringing August to him alive. The man's face showed irritation, shrouding his hands in a blue glow. He said that if she was going to interfere with him, he would undoubtedly kill her too. Then he walked up to Augustus and grabbed him by the hair. Matt, who watched this, realized that he would still have to intervene and help. Borrowing strength from Bruce, he ran towards the men. Douglas's fist, shrouded in power, was rapidly approaching Augustus's face. At the very last moment, his body suddenly disappeared, which caused great bewilderment among the hunters. Having moved to a safe distance, Matt carefully laid Augustus on the floor. The perplexed Douglas asked who he was and how he could get here. The hero turned around and, hitting his fist on his palm, replied that they didn't need to know that. Rising to his feet, he borrowed a skill from Agnia. He was wondering what would happen if he used the girl's power while in the state of Bruce's steel body. Concentrating the power in his palm, he smiled contentedly, deciding that one blow would be enough to get rid of these two. However, the next moment, a message appeared in front of him, saying that the skill limit had been exceeded, so he could not use more than one strong skill of his followers with the current level of divine power. Immediately after this, the lightning that surrounded his body began to attack him mercilessly, and a message appeared stating that Matt must endure the reset of the steel body skill. The hero's actions only annoyed Douglas more. Flying up to him, the man attacked Matt with his foot, asking how long he would continue to taunt them. The hero, who had not yet come to his senses, was unable to dodge this sudden attack. Surprise appeared on the man's face when he noticed how black lightning, which until that moment had surrounded Matt's body, spread to his body. The next moment, he screamed with pain coursing through his entire body. The hero watched with sincere surprise on his face, as the enemy who had just attacked him fell to the floor, followed by a message that Matt had successfully withstood the reboot of the steel body skill. Sitting on his knees, the guy realized that a little more and he would definitely have died. Isabel ran to Douglas in horror and knelt down next to him, desperately trying to bring him to consciousness. Realizing that her partner was dead, she picked up her whip and looked at Matt with anger in her eyes, asking how he dared to do this. Isabel rose to her feet and began to actively suck in air. The next moment, she exhaled a powerful stream of flame. Matt stood in the midst of the flames that surrounded him in an instant, terrified by the thought of dying in this way. A few moments later, he received a message that he had withstood the raging flames thanks to the steel body, his face showing surprise as the intense heat disappeared, leaving behind only a pleasant feeling, as if he had been in a hot spring. Matt immediately relaxed, enjoying this wonderful feeling. Isolde breathed heavily as she stood in front of the raging flames. Raising her head, she looked in the direction where her opponent should be, hoping that she managed to fry him. However, when the flames died down a little, she saw Matt alive and unharmed in front of her. With a satisfied smile, he thought that it was not in vain that he helped Bruce, because now he has such an amazing skill. Isabel exhaled a fiery stream again. She was determined to destroy this guy at any cost. Thanks to the steel body, our hero quickly approached the girl, easily making his way through her flames. She didn't expect something like this, so she couldn't do anything when Matt suddenly appeared in front of her and attacked her. At the same moment, he was informed that time had run out, and the steel body would be returned to its owner. The hero thought that he was incredibly lucky. If it had disappeared a little earlier, only ashes would have remained from it. When a new message appeared in front of him, which said that the mission had been successfully completed, and as a reward his talent would blossom to its full potential, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He wondered what kind of talent he was talking about. The thought that it could his writing talent lifted his spirits even more. He froze in one position for several seconds, waiting for something to happen. All this time August, standing to the side, watched him with eyes wide open in surprise. Contrary to all our hero's expectations, nothing happened even a few minutes later. He looked at his hands with disappointment and said quietly that he had fallen for the same trick again. Suddenly, Augustus, who had been quietly standing aside all this time, shouted with admiration in his eyes that Matt was simply amazing. He was able to defeat such powerful enemies alone in a couple of moments. The hero was greatly bothered by the look this man gave him. Remembering that he urgently needed to return home and work, he said that they needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. The sudden sound of approaching footsteps caught their attention. When an unfamiliar voice came from the darkness, Augustus flinched. Clapping his hands, Michael said that Matt had exceeded all his expectations. Without taking his eyes off the approaching man, Augustus said that our hero needed to be more careful. Stopping in front of our heroes, he said that he was glad to finally meet Matt. From the window that appeared, the hero learned that this man was responsible for the rituals of sacrifice to the god of destruction. His face showed surprise as soon as he read about it. He immediately tensed, realizing that he should be more careful with such a person. Michael's voice rang out again, drawing our hero's attention to himself. Raising his gaze to the man in front of him, Matt shuddered at the sight of the strange expression on this man's face. Taking a step closer to Matt, he extended his hands to him, and in a voice full of joy said that he was so excited from the long-awaited meeting with him that he was shaking all over. Suddenly, August's cool palm touched his chest, causing him to be slightly surprised. Without taking his frowning gaze off Michael, he said that he would not allow him to take another step closer to his god. The man ran an appraising glance over August. Saying that the pathetic insect did not dare to block his path, he waved his palm, and a powerful stream of air knocked Augustus off his feet. Accompanied by a terrifying scream, his body flew high into the air and hit the wall. Matt watched this picture in horror. He couldn't believe that the man who had easily defeated the Lightning Empress was just so easily defeated by some pervert. Drawing the attention of our hero, Michael asked which god he followed. The man repeated his question when Matt whispered something with his lips. The next moment, the hero clenched his fist and ran towards the man. He immediately used skill transfer, borrowing from Agnia her ability to control lightning. His body was instantly enveloped by powerful lightning bolts. Michael did not move from his place, watching in surprise as the guy quickly approaching him. Meanwhile, Abel left the palace and went straight to the tribe of ants. He was going to destroy all the followers of this evil god to weaken his power. The village of the Gayami tribe was in full swing with life, and there were no signs of trouble. Suddenly, one of the ants noticed a figure in the sky rapidly approaching them. When she got close enough, his face contorted in surprise and fear. A menacing figure of one of the enemy emperor's blades loomed over their village, and black streams of ominous energy emanated from his palms, shrouded in green radiance. Abel did not take his scarlet eyes off the small village of ants. Deciding that he should not hesitate, he released his power. The vapors of the poisonous gas descended in an instant, enveloping the entire village. Just a couple of seconds after the ants inhaled the poison, they began to suffocate. Meanwhile, Matt launched a furious attack on Michael's face. He could not stay on his feet and fell to the floor. Breathing heavily, the hero watched his immobilized opponent. Thinking that Michael was dead, he sighed with relief, glad that he had sorted everything out so quickly and could now go home. Just as he wanted to turn around, with his peripheral vision, he noticed a barely noticeable movement of the leg of a man lying on the floor. The next moment, his whole body trembled and began to slowly rise. Such a terrible sight caused real horror in our hero. Several more bolts of lightning shot from his palms, causing the man to scream in pain. Matt sighed, deciding that this time his opponent should definitely be dead. But contrary to his expectations, Michael began to rise again. Watching this, Matt was horrified by the thought that his opponent was immortal. When Michael stood up, the hero saw a terrifying smile on his face, burned by lightning. The man said that everything was useless. No matter what Matt used, he would not be able to kill him. Matt was very confused because the time of both borrowed skills had already expired and he had nothing left to counter. In less than a couple of minutes, the terrible burns completely disappeared from Michael's body. The hero did not want to die at the hands of this pervert, so he urgently needed to come up with something. Michael sighed in disappointment, asking if this was all Matt was capable of. The man wanted to have some more fun with him. The hero's face showed irritation. Suddenly, a brilliant idea came to his mind. Touching his forehead with his thumb, he used the multiplying thumb of God. Immediately after that, a clone appeared next to him. Looking at him, Matt worried that he would start beating him again, right in the face of the enemy. At the sight of him, a satisfied smile appeared on Michael's face again, and he expressed his admiration for our hero, who managed to summon his second self. Paying absolutely no attention to him, the double looked at Matt with irritation. When he turned back, saying that the matter was rubbish, the hero sighed with relief, thinking that it would be better if he just stood silently on the sidelines, entrusting all the work to his double. Therefore, turning to him, Matt politely asked his clone for help since everything was so bad. He, holding back his irritation, explained that now the Gayami tribe is in danger, and if all their followers die, then the divine power will decrease significantly. Michael, standing on the sidelines, became furious at being completely ignored. Holding his palm out in front of him, he released a strong stream of energy towards the hero, asking how they dare to ignore him. The clone immediately jumped to the side, while Matt just covered his face with his hands. The next moment he was knocked off his feet and the phone in his pocket fell out. Raising himself up with difficulty on his elbow, he wondered in bewilderment what use was all this power to him if he would end up dying anyway. The double's face did not show even a shadow of fear. He calmly studied the enemy standing in front of him. Turning to Matt, he said that he should just burn the little thing. The guy's face showed surprise when he heard his double's words. The next moment, under his perplexed gaze, the clone was sucked into the phone. A small tremor of horror ran through his body from the realization that he was left completely alone with an unkillable enemy. Tom was tired of wasting time, so he decided that it was time to finish everything. Matt perked up when a purple glow appeared on the opponent's palms. Suddenly he remembered another skill he had. Now the clone's words that he could burn the enemy began to make sense. God's destructive middle finger could truly withstand Michael. A joyful smile appeared on Matt's face as his palm became covered in a golden glow. Michael froze in surprise, looking at the hero. Looking confidently at his opponent, the guy activated his technique. The man's face showed even greater surprise. The hero's eyes flashed gold. The next moment, a flame burst out in front of the surprised Michael's face. Matt looked in bewilderment at his finger where a small light was blazing. His body trembled slightly with hard-hidden irritation. He blamed himself for completely forgetting that this ability was an insignificant lighter. Michael, with a tired sigh, asked how long he should wait or if Matt had already finished. Without waiting for an answer, he moved towards our hero, and the energy in his palms flared even stronger. Matt put his hand out in front of him, focusing on the small flame. Clenching his fingers, he decided to use the multiplying thumb of God on him, desperately hoping that it would work. The next moment, he threw several dozen small tongues of fire at his opponent. Michael looked in surprise at the flames approaching him. He didn't think that this guy still had the strength to do anything. He expected those flames to do him some harm, but they could only tickle him. Grinning, he said that time was running out, so it was time for them to end these games. Matt could only watch as his opponent concentrated his power. He closed his eyes, exhaustedly thinking that he would meet his death like this, abandoned by everyone. Matt shouted out a request for help. Suddenly, in the next moment, Michael winced in pain, interrupting the creation of his technique. Looking at his side, he noticed how the wound caused by one of the flames began to bleed. He wondered why his regeneration was not working. In the message that appeared, Matt read that the merciless hellfire absorbs the enemy's strength. Fighting the terrible pain, Michael stretched his arm up. The hero watched his actions in bewilderment. Gathering the remnants of his strength, the man attacked him. Matt didn't even have time to move when a purple glow enveloped his body. Suddenly, his body became heavy, and when the black and purple lightning that appeared began to mercilessly attack him, he fell to his knees, crying out in pain. Michael, who could barely stand on his feet, was in great tension, watching the guy who was trying his best to resist him. At the same time, Abel watched as the ants died one by one from his poison. Suddenly, a strange feeling of anxiety came over him. He instantly turned around, trying to understand where the threat was coming from. A few moments later, he noticed a figure rapidly approaching him, and it was not difficult for him to understand that it was the same evil god for whose soul he had appeared. Stretching his hands in front of him, Abel shouted that he would personally deal with him and present the much-desired head to his king. In the blink of an eye, he approached the beetle and attacked it furiously. Abel's face showed surprise and disbelief at what was happening. Letting out a dying cry of pain, his body dissolved in a powerful lightning strike. The double sighed with relief, looking at the crumbling, charred body of his enemy. Looking down, he saw that many of the ants were already poisoned and lay motionless on the ground. At the same time, Matt was lying on the floor, shuddering from the pain coursing through his body. He felt as if all his bones were ground into mincemeat. When the message came that the number of his followers was rapidly decreasing, he only prayed that these messages would finally stop. In the current situation, he had absolutely no time for them. However, the next moment, a message came that interested him, telling him to use God's healing ring finger to heal his followers. A brilliant idea immediately came to his mind, to use this ability on himself. If it worked, then he would simply become invulnerable. Rising with difficulty, he touched his forehead with a finger, activating the healing ability. When his body was enveloped in a green glow, surprise mixed with interest flashed across Michael's face. The hero only needed a couple of seconds for his wounds to heal completely. When a message came that he had to pay 10 coins for using this ability on himself, displeasure appeared on his face. He remembered very well that when he healed the ants, he spent only 1 coin for each. Sighing, he decided to start healing his followers whose lives were on the line. When God's healing ring finger was used on them, he received 5,212,000 coins for saving the lives of his believers, which made Matt very happy. All this time, Michael watched what was happening from the side. Matt's gaze rose to him when the man standing opposite him shouted loudly, forcing him to pay attention to himself. With bewilderment and rage in his voice, he asked how he managed to recover. At the same time, several black lightning bolts fell from his palm again. For a moment, Matt froze, looking at the danger approaching him. Having come to his senses, he used skill transfer. The steel body appeared just a moment before the lightning touched it. Raising his middle finger again, he shouted that it was his turn to play the game. Immediately after this, a powerful stream of flame rushed towards Michael. Fearing this strange flame, the man jumped back to a safe distance. Matt watched in surprise as his opponent, completely unharmed, sank to the floor nearby. Smiling contentedly, Michael said that the hero was truly amazing. He had already thought that he would turn out to be a pathetic and senseless victim, but he was glad that he was wrong. Once again creating a flame in his palm, Matt shouted that Michael should shut up and die quickly. The man said that all 999 victims were already ready. The hero's face showed a lack of understanding of what he was talking about. Pointing at him, the man said that Matt would be the cherry on his cake of sacrifice in the name of the condescension of his god. After his words, the hero realized that the kidnapping of Augustus was just a bait to lure him here. Michael laughed loudly, thanking Matt for helping him decide on his final victim. The next moment, the ceiling above them began to rapidly collapse, and from the resulting crack, many red rays descended. As the crack grew larger, a huge monster's eye appeared in front of them. The pupils stared straight at the men standing below. The hero was stunned with horror. It was the first time he had seen something so terrifying. Sticking his hand out in front of him, intending to use the destructive god index finger to destroy this strange creature as quickly as possible. However, the next message left him puzzled. He could not use this ability on the god of destruction. Letting out a cry of pain, Michael attracted the hero's attention. Thick blood flowed down the man's lips. Looking up at his god, he shouted in horror and bewilderment that they had not agreed so. Immediately after this, a powerful red aura rushed from the eye towards him. Michael immediately fell to the floor. Matt froze in horror as he watched the dark red aura approach him at terrifying speed. He closed his eyes, accepting that this was the end of him. Suddenly, he heard an unfamiliar voice in his head. He said that once he had one dream and hope for a bright future. In this dream, he became a powerful and merciful god, revered by everyone, however. Now it all has lost its meaning. The great god devouring mountains. That was actually the name of the god of destruction. Thousands of blades cutting through space itself until one day changed everything. One day he was betrayed by the abyss and lost his beloved. His world suddenly split into pieces, as did his mind. Previously, thousands of blades cutting through space itself was a god striving for peace. However, now everything was different. This god has become the true embodiment of vengeance. When Matt opened his eyes, he saw in front of him a terrifyingly huge sword, from which a strong aura of destruction and death emanated. A single tear ran down his cheek. Mentally turning to the god of blades, he said that together they would unleash their rage and revenge on the enemy. In response to his words, a bright glow began to emanate from the blade of the sword. Matt calmly watched with unshakable confidence in what was happening. At the same time, the ceiling near the huge eye began to collapse even more. The next moment, many tentacles stretched from him towards our hero. August watched this with excitement. Still holding his previously bruised hand, he understood that he had to help Matt. But in his current state, he could not lift a finger. Suddenly, the hero turned to him, attracting the man's attention. Slamming his palm against his fist, he told Augustus to watch carefully and learn how to properly smear the gods. At the sight of such a confident guy, the man could not hide his admiration for his master. A sudden scream from behind them made them both turn around and look at the man behind them. They saw Mikhail's body enveloped by two huge snakes. He desperately cried out for the mercy of his god, begging for mercy. Matt only stepped back, observing the further fate of his enemy without a drop of surprise. The snakes incredibly quickly sucked out his life energy, and his body grew old and dried out literally before our eyes. Matt immediately realized that this was not the god of destruction, whom Michael so praised, but just an ordinary demon. He sighed loudly as he thought of a plan. Suddenly, about a dozen tentacles re-emerged from the demonic eye and rushed towards him. Matt took a few steps forward and extended his hand upward. The next moment, a shining golden sword appeared in his palm. August watched this with sincere amazement. Admiration shone in his eyes. Each time he became more and more convinced of the incredibleness of his master. The face of the still-living Michael stretched out in bewilderment. For a split second, the demonic eye shrank from what he saw. Squeezing the handle tighter, the hero activated the Ultra Blade. Immediately after this, the sword in his hands increased many times in size. This was a special skill that was the very embodiment of carnage, increasing the user's melee potential several times over. The tentacles rushed towards the guy with even greater speed. Matt only needed one jump to get close enough to the enemy. He looked at the demon with hatred. Without taking his eyes off him, the hero swung his sword. Inflicting a crushing blow, Matt shouted for the demon to go back to where it came from. The monster could not escape this deadly attack. After their battle, only ruins remained of the entire area. A few hours later, the military arrived here, thoroughly searching everything. One of the men suggested that there was an SSS rank rift here, from which a monster capable of destroying an entire country had emerged, so they needed to find it as quickly as possible. The head of the Hunters Association, who carefully examined the area, tried to understand what happened here. He really didn't like today's situation, which had too many unknown variables, because their plan had to be implemented and nothing could interfere with it. Suddenly, Alain was called out, informing him that there was a survivor here. The man headed in the direction indicated to him, wondering how anyone managed to avoid death in such a mess. Approaching the gray-haired old man, he asked him to tell everything that happened here. However, when, in response to his request, the man began to chuckle strangely, confusion appeared on Alain's face. Sighing, he turned to his men, telling them to take this old man to the medics for first aid. Suddenly, Michael stopped laughing. The picture of Matt, who had soared into the air, raised his huge sword above his head to attack, again appeared before his eyes. He and Augustus, standing next to him, watched in horror and disbelief as this guy attacked the god of destruction. Immediately after his incredible attack, a terrifying explosion was heard, consuming the huge eye. When everything was completed, Matt sank back to the ground, slinging his sword over his shoulder. Michael realized that this guy is the greatest god among all gods. Meanwhile, Maria was able to single-handedly destroy another monster. The hunters standing aside looked at the girl with admiration and amazement. She didn't listen to the whispers behind her, thinking about something else. Wilhelm, who approached her, asked with disbelief in his voice whether she was really only S-rank, because he was well aware of the incredibly high resistance to mental abilities. So looking at how easily Maria put him down, he had doubts. Turning in his direction, the girl asked with irritation what difference it made to him. He just needed to clean up here and give her his teleportation stone. Sighing, the guy threw his stone to her, saying that she shouldn't distort her pretty face like that. When Maria grabbed the stone, Wilhelm asked why she needed it so suddenly. She still shouted with the same irritation that he only needed to do what she said if he did not want to die. Then she turned away from him and, forcefully squeezing the blue stone in her palm, said that she had wasted her time dealing with this dragon, whose strength was no more than that of an ordinary lizard. The next moment she disappeared, activating the teleportation stone. A few days later, Matt's beloved niece came to see him, and she applied warming patches to his overworked back under the strict direction of Matt himself. When Sophia said that his grunting reminded him of an old man, the guy looked at her and replied with displeasure that he was not an old man yet. He hadn't even gotten married yet. Suddenly, something caught the girl's attention. Pressing herself close to Matt, she pointed forward and asked who the man was sitting there. Following her gaze, he saw Augustus sitting in front of them with a dissatisfied expression on his face. Suddenly, he bowed loudly, hitting his forehead on the floor, and asked what his master wanted. Matt asked if he had already fixed the bathroom door he broke. Smiling contentedly, Augustus replied that he would not forgive himself for causing inconvenience to the sword god himself. The hero was dumbfounded by these words, thinking that this guy was no different from a religious fanatic. Sighing, He realized that he would have to come to terms with these oddities of his. Turning to Augustus, he said that since he had done everything, he could return to himself. Frowning, the man said that now he no longer needs to protect the remnants from the Guild of Magnificence. He said that S-rank hunter Maria Smith and a special team from the Hunter Association had already launched a large-scale operation against them. So now all the underground organizations in Korea were now under her thumb. Matt was surprised when he heard the name of such a famous person. He knew that this girl was a top model who was often shown on TV, but he did not know that she was also a huntress. Remembering Agnia's surname, he assumed that they were relatives, perhaps sisters or aunt and niece. However, after comparing their appearance, he immediately dismissed this idea, because the girls were completely different, and therefore the same surnames were just a coincidence. Rising from the bed, he turned to his niece, offering to go to her mother. The girl happily agreed. Heading towards the front door, he thought that it would be nice to visit the healing center and try out healing with his new ability. When a message came on his phone, he immediately looked at the screen. There he read that the result of his divine deeds was summed up, and he received 1,000,000 points of good deeds, having prevented 1/100th of the god of destruction from descending to Earth. This could not but please our hero. Matt was horrified to realize that the creature he had destroyed was only 1/100th part of the god of destruction. Remembering the size of that monster, he tried to imagine how huge this god would be if he descended to Earth in his entire form. Suddenly, he received an offer to take part in a mission to level up. After reviewing the details, he learned that in order to increase the level of the good god, he must gather 1 billion believers, or convince 10 sentient beings of S rank and above to worship him. To complete the mission of increasing the level of the evil god, he must gain villain points by killing at least 1 billion sentient beings, or kill 10 creatures of at least S rank. Matt's perplexed cry, asking how he could simultaneously complete 2 such different missions, could be heard even outside the walls of his apartment. He once again carefully reread the terms of the tasks offered to him, trying to come up with some way out of the situation. After a few moments of thought, an idea finally came to him. He decided that he could set the good and evil gods against him, who were constantly watching him, so that with just one small manipulation, he could complete both missions at once. With an ominous smile on his face, the hero began to bring his brilliant plan into reality. Sophia, standing next to him, got goosebumps of horror as she watched her uncle, who was furiously typing something on the phone, giggling contentedly. Sometime later, Matt came to the hospital and easily found the right room. He knocked several times, waiting for the girl to answer. When he was about to leave, a voice came from behind the door, allowing him to enter. Immediately after this, he opened the door and carefully looked inside the room, surprised that Agnia's voice was quite cheerful for a person who had been seriously injured. As soon as he took a step into the room, the guy froze in shock at the sight of the girl actively doing push-ups. Noticing his appearance, she immediately jumped to her feet. Running up to the guy, Agnia joyfully said that she was incredibly glad that he had come to visit her. Looking at her in bewilderment, he asked why she was not in bed. Scratching the back of her head, she said with a smile on her face that she couldn't lie there any longer. A little longer, and she would have stuck to her bed. When he asked how she was feeling, she spun around, saying that she was much better now and didn't even have any scars. To prove the veracity of her words, she began to untie her bandages. Matt immediately turned away, thinking that she had no breaks at all, just like the instinct of self-preservation. Suddenly behind them, the perplexed voice of a girl who entered the payment was heard, who asked what Agnia was doing. The named one immediately turned to the familiar voice. As Maria approached, she raised her hand to strike. As soon as her heavy palm landed on Agnia's back, she screamed from the burning pain of the blow. Matt watched this in surprise, trying to figure out who this girl was. Looking at the terribly bright mark left on the back of his ward, he came to the conclusion that he had better be careful with this stranger, who was now scolding Agnia for her recklessness. Having finished with her sister, Maria turned her irritated gaze to our hero, asking what he had forgotten here. The confused Matt said that he could ask her too. The girl immediately rushed to the guy and grabbed him by the chest, with an obvious threat in her voice, asking who he was to her younger sister, and how he could fool her so much that she completely lost her prudence. He was surprised to hear that this was a relative of his ward. Without waiting for any answer from him, she shook him, saying that if he did not get away from Agnia, he would have to deal with her. At that moment, a girl standing behind her called out to her. Agnia asked her sister not to touch her master. These words caused even more irritation in Maria. She said that she would never believe that this guy, who looked more like a homeless person, her master. Looking at the guy again, she took off her glasses and asked in bewilderment if a new fashion had really appeared at the Hunter Academy. Noticing that Matt was going to tell her everything, Agnia began to panic. Peeking out from behind her formidable sister, she gestured to the guy that he was not allowed to say anything to her. When he said that he really was a teacher from the academy, where he taught physical education, Maria let him go, but did not take her incredulous gaze off him. Suddenly, she asked how it happened that she had never seen him within the walls of the academy. Without waiting for an answer to her question, she asked the next one, asking what his rank was. Agnia did not take her worried gaze off her sister and shouted that she should not be so rude to him. Approaching the guy, she touched his chest, saying that her master was actually incredibly cool, and both Matt and Maria were shocked when they heard the way the girl emphasized the word mine. When she said that Matt doesn't take care of his appearance because he prefers privacy, the hero experienced rather mixed feelings. He wanted to disappear from here as soon as Agnia said that he might turn out to be even stronger than Maria, so she shouldn't provoke him with such an attitude. Grinning, the huntress took off her cap. The guy shuddered when she said that now everything became clear to her. Matt didn't expect that he would see in front of him the same top model Maria Smith, who was also an S-rank hunter. Approaching her sister, she asked if Agnia had really lost all fear of her, since she was A-rank. The next moment, she activated her mind control ability and her eyes glowed blue. Agnia felt her sister's strong, oppressive aura envelop her body, and her sister's firm voice sounded in her head, telling her to obey. Feeling severe pain, the girl grabbed her head, saying that it was all a mistake. Maria's aura became even heavier, and she ordered her sister to sit on her knees. Agnia could not resist her sister's forces, so her body sank limply to her knees. Looking at her, Maria, with a threat in her voice, said that she should never dare to contradict her again. Matt couldn't stand by and just watch, so he decided to intervene. Blocking Agnia with himself, he asked the huntress to calm down, because this way she could harm her. His words angered the girl even more, and she shouted at him to get out and not interfere in their family squabbles. Matt had to cover his ears. The girl's voice was so loud, enhanced by her ability. He looked at her in bewilderment, asking why she was yelling so loudly. Maria was determined to get rid of this annoying guy, so she used mind control on him and shouted that he was clearly superfluous in her sister's life, so he should leave here as quickly as possible if he did not want to turn into a cake. The hero watched with sincere surprise at the enraged girl standing in front of him, waiting for her to say something, but she just looked, not taking her eyes off him. Maria was in bewilderment when the guy stood in front of her as if nothing had happened. Without even moving under the onslaught of her power, he suddenly apologized, saying that perhaps he was minding his own business, but it was better for relatives to solve problems verbally. Feeling that the pressure had disappeared, Agnia slowly rose to her feet and looked at the guy with delight, amazed that he was one of the few who could resist her sister's mind control. This news did not make our hero very happy. When Maria asked what his rank was, he was dismayed, realizing that he couldn't say that he had a G rank and embarrass himself. She stared at Matt, trying to see something in him that she couldn't notice right away. Suddenly, the girl bowed low and apologized to him, saying that she got excited because she was emotional and asked him to look after her sister further. Her words shocked Matt and Agnia. Returning the cap to her head, she pointed to the bag sitting by the bedside table, telling her sister that she should stop whining about how poorly she was fed here. Today was the last time she brought her food. At that moment, he used the ability, and when the information window appeared, Matt read that she was the Messiah of the God of Destruction, and was under the influence of the curse of the abyss. Looking at the girl again, he saw a faint, ominous energy hovering near her. He thought about telling her about the curse. Turning to the huntress, he asked how her hunt had been going lately, and whether she could have been accidentally cursed there. When Maria asked what he meant, the guy replied that he saw some kind of curse of the abyss on her. The girl lowered her head, tearing her face off with her cap. Matt tensed when he again felt the oppressive aura emanating from her. Having difficulty containing her rage, Maria asked how he knew about this. The hero was very frightened by the look with which the huntress looked at him, stepping back a step, just in case. He replied that he saw it thanks to his sensory skill. Suddenly, all the oppressive energy dissipated, and a sweet smile appeared on Maria's face, saying that he shouldn't worry about it. At the same time, Agnia was sitting on the sofa behind them, and eating the porridge brought for her, trying not to provoke her sister again. The hero's face showed surprise when Maria calmly said goodbye to him and headed towards the door. Matt looked after the girl, wishing her a calm journey, hoping that he would encounter her as little as possible. Suddenly, a joyful Agnia ran up to him and asked what he was thinking about. Ignoring her question, he invited the girl to go up to the roof and conduct training there. She was incredibly happy about this offer and agreed with a beaming smile on her face. At the first opportunity, Matt was transported back to the tiger, still shackled in countless chains. He was greatly alarmed by the fact that no matter how much he tried to cut the chains, nothing happened. He tried several more times to free the tiger from its chains, but no matter how hard he tried, nothing happened. The hero hoped that since he became stronger, he would be able to quickly release the power of Agnia, and then he could easily get an S-rank follower. Having achieved nothing, Matt returned back. After drinking several restorative potions, he asked Agnia to stand a couple of meters away from him. She complied with the guy's request and walked away a couple of steps. The next moment, a blue window appeared above her. In it, he read that she is his first believer on Earth. At the moment, her power is sealed, and her ability to control lightning is also partially sealed. Sighing, Matt decided he needed to focus on the seals. There was noticeable embarrassment on the girl's face. She hesitated and asked why Matt was looking at her so intently. The hero did not hear her question, completely concentrating on the matter at hand. Suddenly, a new window that appeared in front of him caught his attention. Looking at the hero's thoughtful face, Agnia asked what happened. She was confused when Matt suddenly asked where her sister might have gone. Our hero has already guessed the identity of the one who fettered the girl's power. Therefore, I intended to have a sincere conversation with Maria Smith. He was confident that she could answer all his questions. Raging waves tirelessly beat against the strong walls of the prison, in which the most terrifying criminals were imprisoned. It was located in the middle of the sea. Therefore, it was almost impossible to escape from there. At one of the cells where a new criminal was placed, the guards changed every 6 hours. Inside, Michael sat facing the only window in his cell, realizing all his mistakes. He realized that everything he believed in and the God he served turned out to be a lie. His former devotion to the God of destruction turned into hatred. The seeds of doubt about his God appeared in him at the moment when they forcibly decided to make him a victim. At that moment, he looked at his God with sincere bewilderment, trying to understand why everything turned out this way. Clenching his hands into fists, he shouted that this was absolutely not what he had been aiming for all this time. Raising his head to the window, he froze, not taking his gaze off it, as if someone invisible was towering over him. A warlike image of Matt appeared in his head. Mikhail felt incredible power emanating from him, completely different from the God of destruction. Closing his eyes, he began to desperately pray to his new God. He asked for forgiveness for all his sins, and for Matt to give this world liberation. Michael prayed tirelessly without raising his head for several hours. Suddenly, he felt something that made him widen his eyes and break away from his prayer. When he raised his head, he saw a blue window appear in front of him, in which it was written that he had been converted to Matt's faith. Tears of gratitude instantly flowed down his cheeks that his prayers had been answered. Suddenly, an unfamiliar figure appeared behind him. The masked man pressedly asked to repeat the name the man had just whispered. Michael got up on one knee and asked the stranger in bewilderment who he was and how he got here. Taking a careful look at him, Michael realized that this man was from the Hunters Association. Otherwise, a hunter, even with an S rank, would not be able to get here. Sighing, he said that he guessed that sooner or later they would come for him, because he had killed many people. Closing his eyes again, the man asked if the association had decided to bribe public opinion. When he looked at the masked stranger again, he said that although he was no longer the apostle of evil, he was still capable of killing. The stranger said with mockery in his voice that he had never even been to the abyss to make such loud statements. The next moment, a red glow appeared on her palm, and she said that he would answer for the attempted murder of her sister. Michael grabbed his chest in the area of his heart, feeling how it squeezed. Maria did not take her eyes off the man who was writhing in pain. Meanwhile, Matt was in his apartment and tried to understand why it was so difficult to meet with Agnia's sister. Sighing, he decided that he would deal with it later, his gaze returning to the crumpled piece of paper. Having unfolded it, he read a message from Augustus, who said that due to unforeseen circumstances, he would have to leave his master for a while. But all this time, he would mentally be close by and remember his radiant appearance every time. Swing your blade. Crumpling the letter again, he threw it aside and looked at the screen of his constantly vibrating phone. From the messages, he learned that a new follower, who was previously a follower of the cult of the God of Destruction, Michael, had been converted to his faith, and now he had one S-rank follower. Matt was pleasantly surprised to learn that the man had such a high rank. He wondered how Michael came to him. A few moments later, he received another message. The hero's face was distorted in horror and bewilderment when he read that Michael had died. He did not understand how this man managed to die so quickly. He had just acquired the first S-rank follower. Immediately after this, countless error messages began to appear. Still in disbelief, Matt received a message that the victim would be absorbed, but the absorption process could be accompanied by excruciating pain. When a bright red light poured from the screen, the hero covered his face with his hand. However, in the next moment, his entire body was struck by hellish pain. A blinding flash was heard from the window of his house. When all the pain had practically subsided, Matt sat down on the forge and looked at his hands in surprise, trying to comprehend the fact that he had just truly absorbed Michael's abilities. The radiance that enveloped his palms weakened with every second, dissolving into the air. When everything was completely over, he picked up the phone, thinking with irritation about how Michael finally died. Going to the newsfeed, he read that the head of an underground gang of hunters was found dead in his own cell. It was established that death was due to a heart attack. Matt understood that although the name was not named, it was definitely about his follower. Returning to the game, Matt checked the progress of both of his missions and saw that he was growing equally in both. With a tired sigh, he fell onto the bed, still thinking about the dead Michael. The thought that everything was not as simple as it seemed could not leave him. Covering his face with his hands, he shouted that he had absolutely no idea what was going on around him these days. Sitting up on the bed, Matt decided that he shouldn't bother with this anymore and think about what he should do next. The hero understood perfectly well that he was free to do whatever he wanted. He could even become a hunter and get money and fame. But this was absolutely not what he wanted. Looking at his laptop, he remembered that he was a writer, albeit unemployed now. Nodding to his thoughts, he decided that he should continue his work. In a few hours, he managed to write 10 chapters. He hoped that the activity of readers would increase and that his works would be appreciated. And since all the events described in his work were based on real events, this book was simply doomed to success. However, when he got into the comments of his earlier chapters, all his former confidence was gone due to many negative comments. The shocked guy slowly rose from the table. The comments he read greatly hurt the hero's pride. Matt realized that he would have to look for another job. Suddenly, he heard someone knocking on his door. Thinking that it was Augustus who had returned, the guy irritably rolled up his sleeves and shouted that he would kill him himself if this guy really returned. Matt opened the door, filled with a violent desire to kill. However, the next moment, instead of August, a worried Agnia burst into his apartment. She fell on her knees in front of him right from the threshold, which caused bewilderment in our hero. Clasping her hands, she asked Matt for help. The hero looked at the pleading expression on the girl's face, searching for the strength to politely refuse her. Realizing that the pause while waiting for an answer, the girl made an even cuter pug, and Matt realized that he could not refuse such cute eyes. Giving her a thumbs up, the guy nodded and said that she could count on him. Immediately after this, he received a message that Agnia's faith had increased by 10 points. Matt was surprised by the fact that he received faith points simply for agreeing to help. Looking at the joyful girl, the hero thought about what happened to her that she needed his help. The next morning, Agnia led him to the territory of the Hunter's Academy. She asked Matt to play her guardian instead of her sister due to the fact that she had missed too many classes, and if her sister found out about this, she would simply kill her. So now the girl was briskly walking behind the guy. Partly, the hero understood why the girl chose his candidacy. He himself would have been afraid to experience Maria's wrath. He sighed heavily, realizing what the catch was in getting those 10 points of faith. Feeling the tension between them, the girl decided to defuse the situation. Agnia praised his suit and suggested that he wear something similar on a regular basis. Looking at her, Matt replied that he only had one suit and could not afford to wear them every day. Hearing the problem of her master, she said with enthusiasm that she could buy him several of these, because she had a lot of money. But Matt refused such a generous offer. Then Agnia said that she would buy him a custom-made sports uniform that would highlight his brutality. The guy was stunned by the girl's words, refusing to even comment on it in any way. Thinking about where she could have picked this up, images of Marashi and Augustus appeared in his head, who were too much of his ardent fanatics. The guy did not want Agnia to become the same. Grabbing his hand, the girl pulled him towards the stairs, telling him that they should hurry up, otherwise they might be late for the meeting. A few minutes later, in the corridor, they ran into the girl's class teacher. When the man asked who she related to the guy standing next to her, trying his best to hide his tension, Agnia replied that he was her older cousin. The teacher carefully examined the hero and noticed that they were not very similar to cousins. Matt was sure that they had been discovered, and now their plan was over. When the girl shouted out that she and her cousin were very similar, the guy whispered that she should calm down. Sighing, he realized that he did not know at all what was going on in Agnia's head, since she decided to hang noodles on her teacher's ears so confidently. The girl approached the man and asked in bewilderment how he dared to call her older brother ugly. Justin put his palms out in front of him, saying that he did not mean that at all. Scratching the back of his head, he looked at Matt and apologized, saying that he didn't want to offend anyone. He was just thinking that Maria Smith would come to the meeting. The hero replied that everything was fine. The teacher said that all of the Smith family are outstanding personalities and asked if our hero was a hunter. Confused, the guy replied that he was an exception and was a very ordinary person. Hearing that they were talking about the strength of her master, Agnia turned around and with an inspired smile on her face, said that her brother was incredibly strong. Patiently waiting for his appointment, the gray-haired man looked at the horn hanging above his desk. Every time he looked at this trophy, memories of the past came to life in Robert's head. Several years ago, a rift of terrifying proportions appeared in the middle of the city. From it emerged an S-rank demonic orc that could easily destroy their entire city. The hunters who arrived at the scene were well aware of how strong their enemy was, and therefore did not dare to rush into battle, fearing for their lives. The military who arrived at the scene with them were shrouded in horror from the realization that even the hunters were too strong for this monster. Suddenly, a boy standing next to the squad captain pointed somewhere forward and shouted for everyone to look there. One of the hunters entered the battle with bare hands. This hunter's strength was beyond imagination. He only needed one blow of his fist to deal with the terrifying threat hanging over their city. The soldiers took a few steps back, scared when the huge body of the monster fell dead to the ground in front of them. Following the orc, the hunter himself sank to the ground without a single scratch on his body. Everyone looked with a shudder at the man towering over them. Although no one had ever seen this hunter, no one had any doubt that his rank was no lower than the rank of the orc he killed. Emerging from the memories, he sighed heavily and said that he just wanted a quiet and peaceful life. But because of that day, everything turned so crazy that he didn't even have time to come to his senses. With a smile on his face, he looked through the window at the students working below, thinking that he was already too old for battles. Now he should focus on the development of the students of his academy. Looking at the students' duel, he remembered Agnia, the most problematic student at his academy. He had seen how much her power had increased recently. He didn't know everything because only the highest ranks of the association knew about the internal barrier holding back her powers. But even so, he knew that she needed to learn to take control of her power. Laughing softly, he said that it was his duty as director to explain everything to her. Meanwhile, our heroes, in the company of a teacher, were heading to the principal's office. Justin was surprised when he learned that Matt was a writer, seriously interested in the hero. The man said that although it wasn't obvious from him, he was an ardent fan of books, and asked what Matt was working on now. He replied that it was a story about a colony of ants that was controlled using a mobile phone, and the main characters there are the holy ant and the jock ant. When the man heard the word jock, his eyes immediately lit up with a desire to know the details. A couple of minutes later, they stopped and Justin pointed to the door leading to the director's office. He went up to the door and after knocking a couple of times, announced that Agnia Smith had come to him with her guardian. When a voice was heard from behind the door, allowing him to enter, Matt tensed. He was not so worried even at the interview. The girl standing behind him, just like him, was tense to the limit. She prayed with all her might that everything would go smoothly. Taking a deep breath, the hero walked inside. Bowing, he greeted the man standing in front of him, saying that he was replacing her official guardian today. Matt raised his head and said that although he does not know what his niece did, he sincerely apologizes from the bottom of his heart. Robert laughed kindly and replied that everything was not so serious, and they called him for another reason. As soon as the man saw the face of our hero, he was stupefied with shock, looking with all his eyes at the guy in front of him. Matt himself was no less surprised by such a meeting. He immediately remembered this man, whom a few days ago he had mistaken for an ordinary homeless man. The hero was dumbfounded, not even imagining how best to act in this situation. The man also remembered this guy, and also how the huge flower swallowed him up in just one moment. He exhaled with relief, reassuring himself that this was just a person similar to him, because that guy couldn't really show up here. However, as soon as Matt said with a smile on his face that he was glad to see Robert in good health, he was very worried about him that day. When they encountered the monster, the man shuddered in horror. Stepping back a step, he shouted that the guy should not dare to approach him. The hero, who did not understand what was going on, said in disappointment that he was really glad to see them. And all this time, Justin, who had been standing on the sidelines, noticing the director's state, decided that he should intervene. Taking a fighting stance, Robert thought that even if Matt came up to him, he would simply attack him faster than the guy could throw anything. The perplexed hero asked why the man was behaving this way. Suddenly, an agitated Agnia appeared between them and shouted that they should all calm down. Without taking his concentrated gaze off Matt, Robert said that she should stay as far away from this strange guy as possible, because some creepy creature could jump out of him at any moment. A teacher standing nearby was trying to figure out what was happening here and why the director was so scared. Taking a couple of steps forward, Matt asked with irritation whether this is really how they behave with those who so kindly presented him with 5,000 yuan on their first meeting. Suddenly, the man turned around and ran to the other end of the office. The faces of all those present showed sincere bewilderment. Seeing the direction the man was heading in, Matt's eyes widened in horror and he called out to him excitedly. The next moment, the sound of breaking glass was heard, and Robert, covering his eyes, jumped out of the window. The physical education teacher and students studying right under the director's window froze in shock at the sight of a man jumping out of his own office, located on the 3rd floor. A few moments later, he landed with a crash on his feet, raising clouds of dust around him. Immediately after that, he took off and ran towards the gate at terrifying speed, as if he was being chased by a crazed high-ranking demonic beast. Justin ran to the window, watching in surprise as Robert's rapidly retreating back. Turning to Matt, who was standing at the next window, he apologized for what had happened. Pointing to his temple, Justin said that after the last mission he had some problems with his head, but there was nothing to worry about and he would be back very soon. Meanwhile, Robert had already left the walls of his school, Sometime later, just as Justin had arrived, the shabby man returned and drank tea as if nothing had happened. There was an incredibly heavy atmosphere in the room. All this time, Agnia, who had been calmly eating cookies from a vase, suddenly shuddered, attracting Matt's attention. Picking up the vase in her hands, she looked at the guy with encouragement, saying that he must try it. He refused, however. The girl continued to stand her ground, and Matt had no choice but to accept the cookies from her. Suddenly, the hero noticed the director's searing gaze on himself. As soon as he took a bite and chewed the offered cookie, a message appeared in front of him that his faithful believer had presented him with Robert's favorite snack as a tribute. Matt looked at the cookie in his hand in surprise. Turning his gaze to the man, he met his terrifying blue eyes. Rising from his seat, he scratched the back of his head, saying that if Robert wished, they could talk privately. Laughing, he waved his hand and said that Matt had better sit down. They would discuss all the issues here, together with everyone. The guy nodded barely noticeably, thinking about how he could quickly get away from this old man. Coughing into his fist, Justin said that they had to call Agnia's guardian here because she skipped classes too often. Although she is a fairly capable student, she needs supervision in order to develop her powers. After listening to him, Matt replied that he would definitely take care of his niece. Thanking the hero for his time, the man glanced sideways at the director, thinking that they could stop there. Rising from their seats, our heroes were about to say goodbye and leave when Robert's loud voice was heard. He said that he couldn't just let our hero go. Matt pointed at himself in bewilderment and asked why not. Rising from his seat, the man shouted that their meeting today was prepared by fate itself. The hero had no idea what fate he was talking about. Smiling contentedly, Robert asked if he knew that his Hunter Academy had excellent lighting, so he suggested doing a couple of tests and asked me to follow him. The man asked permission to measure the strength of our hero. Stunned, Matt, with suspicion in his voice, asked why he needed this. Noticing the guy's reaction, Robert said that if he agreed to the test, he was ready to do anything for Matt. Sighing, the guy said that he would agree to this only if they closed their eyes to all Agnia's absences, including future ones. Robert agreed to this condition without any hesitation. Justin wanted to object, but the director glared at him, angrily saying that he couldn't miss such a great opportunity. Sometime later, they went down to the lower floors of the academy, where the laboratory was located. The girl standing next to Robert looked at the documents in her hands, saying that all previous tests showed that Matt had the maximum level of G rank. She was wondering what the man wanted so desperately to see in this guy. Remembering the flower that appeared from our hero's body, he replied that he really didn't want to see anything. Now Matt was faced with the selection sphere of the academy. Thanks to the information window, he learned that it could not only determine the level of power in a person, but also the number of followers of God, as well as the number of victims made to him. The hero was surprised that this sphere could see so much. However, he had a bad feeling about her. The girl's voice heard through the speaker attracted his attention. She said that in order to start the test, you just need to put your palm on the sphere in front of him. Matt followed the instructions, and the next moment the ball lit up with a bright golden light. Everything passed so quickly that our hero hardly had time to understand anything. The girl's voice was heard again and said that the test was over, and now he needed to leave the capsule. Without taking her eyes off the results obtained, Anna said that this was quite interesting. Matt froze in anticipation of what she would say next. He was sure that since he became a god, he must have a rank of at least A. Rubbing his palms with excitement, the guy asked what his rank was. Showing him the results sheet, she said that Matt had all the abilities within the G rank. The hero expected to hear anything, but not this. The director turned to Anna, asking if any error could have occurred during testing, but the girl objected that the probability of error was 1/100%. Agnia looked out from behind Matt, asking if the director and that girl were really so close, since he simply addressed her by name. Looking at the window that appeared, he learned that Anna was Robert's daughter, and was the head of the medical group at this academy, which he informed Agnia about. Having explained this point to her, the guy again plunged into his thoughts. He did not understand why he had such a low rank, despite the fact that he is God. All this time, Robert did not leave his daughter behind, asking if she was sure that Matt had some kind of G rank. Tired of proving something to her father, the girl handed him the results, which she held in her hands. Robert reread what was written there several times, not believing his eyes. He was sure that with such a rank, the boy would not be able to use that terrifying technique. Suddenly, he remembered one important detail. That day, Matt's ability activated as soon as he passed out. Now that everything fell into place, the man smiled contentedly. He became determined to push our hero to show him his strength, just like that day. Turning around, Matt headed towards the exit with Agnia, and simultaneously asked if she wanted to stop by for something to eat on the way back. Noticing this, Robert shouted that they weren't finished yet. The hero and his ward looked in bewilderment at the man standing behind. Matt asked why he couldn't leave this time since the test to determine his rank had already been passed. Robert asked him to fight him and show everything he could do, because that stupid machine was definitely wrong. What he heard greatly hurt Anna's pride. and she was overcome with great irritation. Sighing tiredly, Matt said that today he didn't feel like fighting at all, especially since he still had nothing to show. Suddenly, he remembered that August and Michael believed in him just after their fight. Looking at the man again with a more interested look, the hero thought that if he managed to defeat him, he could get a new S-rank follower. Smiling contentedly, he hit his hand and said that he agreed to fight. Agnia and Justin looked at him in surprise, completely not understanding what was in his head. The director of the academy was pleased with Matt's strong determination, and he suggested immediately moving to the training room. Suddenly, Justin stepped forward, asking permission to be the first to fight our hero, which caused everyone's surprise. With a menacing look in his eyes, the man said that he could not allow the legendary warrior of Korea to personally fight with a representative of such a low rank. Sometime later, Matt was in the academy ring with Justin. Coming closer to the edge of the ring, the hero touched the iron fence. He was surprised at how strong the fence seemed, wondering if it would withstand attacks using abilities. Justin attracted the hero's attention by asking if he would like to put on protective armor. When Matt noted that the teacher had not dressed them either, the man sternly said that there was a huge difference in experience between them. Smiling, the hero replied that everything was fine. He didn't need to wear anything. Frowning, Justin warned him that it would be too late to regret it later. Below, Robert shouted to Matt that there was no harm in being careful. Noticing his surprised look, the man explained that Justin is among the top B-rank hunters, especially since he has incredible combat experience, so he can easily cope with even an A-rank hunter. Agnia jumped on the spot and shouted that her master would demolish his opponent with just one blow. After the director's words, our hero's self-confidence significantly decreased. Noticing two standing figures in the training ring, an interested crowd of students ran there, instantly filling the entire hall. Looking around, Matt was horrified by such a huge number of spectators. Justin got his attention by telling him that they should hurry up and finish this before more people got here. Scratching the back of his head, he hesitantly said for his opponent to attack first. The man seemed to be enraged, the aura surrounding him intensifying significantly immediately after our hero's words. He was perplexed how this guy could take this situation so lightly. Matt was not even afraid of the difference in their strengths. Having taken the right stance, he intended to prove to the director that there was nothing special about this guy, and that he should no longer waste his time on him. Without taking his eyes off the hero, Justin said that he better be ready. Immediately after this, he struck the first blow. With a squeal, Matt managed to jump out of the way at the last moment. Justin was surprised that he was able to dodge the blow so quickly, but chalked it up to rookie luck. He instantly closed in on his opponent, catching Matt by surprise. Raising his fist for another blow, Justin said that this was the end. The hero watched the fist approaching him, unable to even move from horror. The next moment, the man's attack successfully caught up with him. An admiring smile appeared on the students' faces as they saw their teacher defeat his opponent in just 2 blows. Without changing his stance, Justin exhaled, believing that victory was already in his pocket. However, as soon as the dust settled, his face showed shock. With his cheek reddened from the blow, Matt still stood on his feet in front of him. When he straightened his index finger, small yellow lightning bolts immediately sparkled on it. The next moment, the guy activated the Crushing God index finger, and a small yellow sphere shot from his finger and rushed towards the shocked man, striking his body with powerful lightning strikes. Justin didn't even have time to understand anything before the support was sweating from under his feet. He was amazed that some G-rank weakling could defeat him just like that. Under everyone's gaze, the man fell to the floor from just one attack from Matt. All this time, Robert carefully watched what was happening in the ring. Our hero himself was no less surprised, but now he is convinced that his increased strength is now commensurate with A rank. Justin tried to get to his feet, but couldn't lift a finger. The students began to whisper to each other, wondering who the guy who defeated their teacher was. Anna could not take her perplexed gaze away from the ring. She was sure that Matt felt like an ordinary person. However, when the unconscious teacher was wheeled out on a gurney a few moments later, she became convinced that things were really not that simple with this guy. Matt, standing at the net, anxiously watched his defeated opponent, who was being taken away by doctors. The guy was very worried that he could inadvertently overdo it. His attention was attracted by Robert, who had risen into the ring and reminded him that it was finally his turn. Matt winced as the man took off his shirt, revealing a mountain of muscles. In the window that appeared next to him, he read that this man had muscle mass that exceeded all boundaries of reason. The hero was terribly stressed by the fact that muscle power was following him almost everywhere. Without taking his eyes off Robert, he thought that he was obliged to win him over as his believer at any cost. Noticing the smile and fiery gaze of our hero, the man was amazed at his determination. Though the man was pleased that this guy showed part of his powers, which he decided to hide for a reason unknown to him, he did not intend to stop there. The memories of that creepy flower were still fresh in his memory, so Robert understood that the strength Matt showed could not be compared with what he did that day. In order to be completely sure of everything, he needed to knock the guy out. Stretching his muscles, He said that it had been a long time since he felt the blood boiling in his veins with impatience and asked if Matt was ready to start their fight. With a smile on his face, the hero offered to make a bet before they began, causing confusion from his opponent. Stretching out his palm in front of him, he explained that the loser would have to grant one wish to the winner. Nodding, Robert said that he had nothing against it, but only if it wasn't something illegal, because he occupied an important government position. The hero's smile became even wider, and he said conspiratorially that nothing like that would happen. He would simply make one modest wish within the limits of reason. Robert sighed, looking at the impudent boy in front of him, who apparently was too confident in his victory. Matt thought that even if he did not immediately become his believer, he would still be able to find the right key to this man with the help of Agnia. When the director said that he agreed to such a dubious proposal, but he also had one condition, interest appeared on our hero's face. Pointing his thumb at himself, Robert said that if he won, Matt would also owe him one wish. Being completely confident in his victory, the hero said that he agreed. The next moment, the man released his power and his entire body was enveloped in a blue glow, and his muscles became larger. Matt was surprised by the director's unleashed power. Trying to stay on his feet, he noted that this grandpa was pretty good for his age. Grabbing himself by the wrist, the hero tensed his muscles and borrowed Bruce's steel body. Robert's eyebrows shot up at the sight of how rapidly Matt had increased in size, acquiring the same muscle mass. They stood opposite each other, casting searching glances. The students watching from the sidelines were amazed at the skills of our hero. Only Agnia stood with her head held high and smiled contentedly. Grinning, Robert said that he was not mistaken, and Matt was the same man from the prophecy. He explained that one S-rank huntress predicted the appearance of both a cruel and noble creature. Matt thought about this prophecy. Cruel and noble could mean an evil and good god, in which case he did fit the description. Meanwhile, the man continued. In the event that such a creature meets Robert, the huntress advised him to force him to join the academy no matter the cost. Matt looked at the man in front of him in bewilderment. He did not understand what would be the point if he joined the academy. Rubbing his cheek, the guy said that he somehow didn't want to do something like that. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed an incredibly fast movement to his right. Having approached Matt, the director attacked him. A crowd of schoolchildren watched with jubilation as Robert struck the first blow against his opponent. A few moments later, Anna's eyes widened in surprise. Robert withdrew his fist and took a step back. A satisfied smile played on his face. Shielding himself from the blow with his hand, Matt was not hurt a bit and stood firmly on his feet. Robert said with impatience in his voice that he really wanted to meet the genius from the prophecy. But so far the hero was not up to his level and asked Matt not to hold back, but to fight at full strength. Immediately after these words, the hero rushed at his opponent. Robert also did not stand still and took several steps towards him. The next moment they struck each other hard in the face. Feeling an unbearable pain in his chin, Matt leaned back, trying to maintain his balance. The director also had to make an effort to stay on his feet. This time even Agnia was amazed by what happened. Opening his eyes, the hero looked at his opponent. He immediately noticed the unprotected area that had opened up. Without hesitation, Matt attacked Robert in the side with all his might. His blow caused drops of blood to flow from the man's mouth. Without hesitation, he struck back at our hero in the side. Matt couldn't hold back a painful cry as he was hit in the ribs. Wiping the blood from his lips, Robert said with a smile that he did not expect anything else from his opponent. Having evened out his breathing, he again stood in a fighting stance. Holding his side, Matt decided that he really shouldn't hold back if he wanted to get desire from this man. Pointing to him, Robert said that his academy needs such talents, so he must win. Clenching his fist, he added that he would use all his strength to do this. The hero sighed displeasedly, looking at his opponent. The next moment he ran towards the director. However, noticing that the man was standing still, he stopped, feeling something strange. In an instant, Robert's entire body was enveloped in golden lightning, enhancing his already powerful aura. He did not take his frightening golden eyes off our hero. Agnia heard the students behind her begin to whisper that the director had decided to fight at full strength. They thought with a shudder that if someone didn't intervene, then that guy in the ring would definitely be in trouble. Screaming furiously, Matt ran towards Robert. Agnia was overcome with great excitement. She understood perfectly well that no matter how strong her master was, he could not defeat the legendary S-rank hunter. The man took a stance, waiting for his opponent to get close enough. In the next moment, they both extended their power-filled fists towards each other. Matt frowned as a message appeared in front of him that Bruce had passed the flower test on the 11th floor of the Warrior Tower and was now presenting him with tribute. The hero was a couple of centimeters from his opponent. He understood that now was the worst time for something like this. First of all, his goal was to defeat Robert, and only after that he would deal with everything else. Without taking his eyes off our hero, the man thought that he needed to at least try to break the guy's arm. When there was only a moment left before their fists collided, a sudden flash of light appeared. The next moment, a lush bouquet of scarlet roses materialized in front of them. Robert's face showed horror when he assumed that this was the same rubbish that had eaten him that day. Irritated, Matt threw the flowers aside, shouting that he had seen such a tribute in the coffin, especially at such a moment. The frozen man watched with wide eyes as these ominous flowers approached him. As soon as the petals touched him, he broke out in a cold sweat. The memory of being devoured by the flower flashed through his mind again, and he staggered aside with a squeal. The next moment, under the surprised glances of the spectators, he broke through the fence with his powerful body and rushed away from the hall. Without holding back tears of horror, he called out to his late mother, begging for help, although he could not afford to lose so shamefully. But he also could not fight against that terrible creature. Matt looked in bewilderment at the man's hastily retreating back. Rubbing his cheek, he tentatively suggested that Robert was allergic to flowers. A satisfied smile appeared on his face when he realized that the enemy's escape would give him an automatic victory. If this was true, then it would not be difficult for him to get a new believer. He looked at his phone, hoping to see a message saying that Robert had become his believer. But unfortunately, there was nothing there. Matt's eyes lit up with renewed vigor. He was determined to convert this man to his faith at any cost. When the phone vibrated in his hand, he looked at the message in surprise. The hero beamed with joy when he learned that 4,200 new residents wanted to settle in his settlement. Having come to his senses, he looked to the side and was faced with many amazed glances. Sighing, the hero decided that it was time for him to get out of here as soon as possible. Having changed into new clothes, Matt left the training hall. When he increased the number of houses in the village, he immediately received a message about the increase in the number of believers. As the progress bar of the mission to raise the level of the good God appeared in front of him, Matt sighed and said dissatisfiedly that although he had expanded his territory in accordance with the increased number of believers, it was still not enough. He covered his face with his hand, cursing loudly. He had no idea how he could attract another 1,000,000 believers. Looking at the projection of Matt covering his eyes with his palm, the ants were happy when he said something to them. With admiration in her eyes, Morava said that their God had sent them a new prayer. Our hero's face showed bewilderment, mixed with irritation when he received a message from Morava. The next moment, an image of the entire village appeared on the screen, raising their hands up and joyfully shouting obscenities that our hero had so carelessly dropped. Frozen with shock, Matt now understood the reason why they say that it is better not to swear in front of children. Deciding to ignore this, Matt continued to look for the escaped director. When the phone in his hand vibrated once again, irritation washed over him. However, as soon as he read the text, irritation gave way to horror and bewilderment. At the same time, somewhere in the middle of a deep forest, Augustus was sitting on his knees and holding a dagger in his palm, pointing its sharp end at his chest. The man desperately struggled with his conflicting thoughts, not daring to take such a desperate step. When Matt was asked to save his devoted believer from suicide, the hero was genuinely perplexed as to what was going on there. He immediately moved to his unfortunate follower. Finding a man sitting on his knees in front, the hero called out to him. Hearing his voice, Augustus turned in his direction with tears in his eyes. Matt sighed heavily as his follower began to desperately plead for help. Approaching him, the hero tried to unclench the man's clenched palm. A few moments later, he succeeded, snatching the dagger from his hands, Matt throwing the weapon aside. Freed from the threat of death, Augustus breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at him, the guy asked with irritation what kind of fly had bitten him. Was he really so eager to go to the next world as quickly as possible? Suddenly, the hero noticed something that caught his attention. The next moment, he said that he now understood that Augustus did not want to commit suicide. He turned to the stranger approaching from behind and said that it was all his doing. The masked man looked at the guy silently. Maria was unhappy that she again did not feel any power from him. Our heroes looked at her warily. Suddenly, Augustus shouted that the hero should be careful, because this strange man was using an unusual technique. He spoke in more detail about how the stranger, like some kind of pervert, remotely whispered to him what to do, and he could not resist these orders. August's words reminded Matt of something, and he looked again at the man standing in front and his face fell in surprise. When he said that the man standing in front of them was not a man, much less a pervert, it was Augustus's turn to be surprised. Without taking his eyes off Maria, Matt asked what she was doing here. The girl barely noticeably shuddered in surprise. Grabbing the hilt of his sword, Augustus wondered what this huntress wanted from him, since they had never even crossed paths. The girl asked in amazement how he knew it was her. The hero looked away and rubbed his cheek, answering that as he had already mentioned in their last meeting, he has a sensory skill, so this was not a problem for him. Realizing that Matt knew such an outstanding person as Maria, Augustus admired his master even more. Taking off her mask, the girl irritably threw it on the ground in front of her. She took off her hood and looked at the hero in disbelief. Matt wasn't surprised to see her face, but August wasn't. Unable to restrain himself, he shouted that she was incredibly beautiful. However, the next moment his train of thought switched. He reminded himself that this was still the same pervert who forced him to commit suicide, so he should not be deceived by her appearance. Maria said that Matt better not tell her all these tales, because this mask is an A-rank artifact with hiding properties. With barely restrained anger in her voice, she shouted that no sensory skill could bypass the block of such a powerful artifact. August could hardly stand on his feet, resisting the powerful aura that the girl released. As if not noticing the stream of oppressive aura directed at him, Matt stood as if nothing had happened and asked what she was doing here. Furious wreaths swelled on Maria's face. Pointing behind our hero, she shouted that she just wanted to get rid of this creature. The guy followed with surprise in the direction indicated to her and asked why she should kill Augustus. Clearing his throat, the man asked in an uncertain voice if Matt remembered what he had said earlier about people he couldn't kill. August nodded towards Mary and said that she was one of them. Looking at him, Matt said in disappointment that he had not thought that he was so weak. Turning his gaze back to the huntress, the hero asked if they could just hush up today's incident and just go their separate ways. Not seeing any reaction from Mary, he said that although Augustus may seem like a scoundrel at first glance, in fact he is a nice guy. There was an icy rage in the girl's eyes as blue lightning surrounded her body. She asked if he really thought that she could just hush up the attempted murder of her little sister like that. Thinking with bewilderment about how she knew all this, Matt said that in the end Augustus had not done anything bad to her. To be more convincing, he added that he would deal with this man on his own, because at the moment, albeit indirectly, he was responsible for Agnia. Grinning, Maria replied that in that case she would be happy to watch him deal with August, after which she would deal with Matt himself. Pointing to himself in bewilderment, he asked what he had done to deserve this. The girl replied that Michael had mentioned his name, so it was very obvious that they were all connected. The hero's face showed a true lack of understanding of what was going on when Maria said that it was Matt who was to blame for everything. Folding her arms across her chest, she displeasedly asked for what purpose he was hanging around her sister, since he even put on a similar performance with his boyfriend, acting as a savior in order to gain her favor. When Matt asked why she sealed her sister's abilities if she cared so much about her, Maria's face showed bewilderment because he had no way of knowing about it. Looking at him, she realized that no matter how strong his sensory skills were, this guy was too dangerous for her. That is why Maria decided that she had to kill him. Matt confirmed his assumption about her when he saw in the information window that due to the blood seal placed on her, her life was promised to the abyss. He realized that this was the same seal that fettered the power of Agnia. It was Mary who created this seal that he could not remove, no matter how hard he tried. Turning to her, he said that he could not understand why he would bequeath his own life in exchange for such a curse. Was he really so jealous of his sister's potential? Without taking her furious gaze off him, Maria said that he knew absolutely nothing. When the girl extended her hand forward, powerful energy swirled into her palm. She used the power of her telepathy on Matt, causing him to fall to his knees. Seeing that his master was in danger, Augustus unsheathed his blade. With a furious cry, he rushed towards the huntress. Noticing his approach, Maria stopped using her ability on our hero, gradually reducing the flow of energy directed at him. Connecting the thumb and index fingers of her left hand, she directed her gaze towards Augustus. The next moment, an attack flew at him and knocked him down. He fell to the ground with a roar and flew several meters along it. He managed to stop only thanks to a tree that got in his way. Matt was shocked by the technology he saw, looking at the girl in front of him, trying to figure out what it was, because he got the impression that she just brushed him off. Turning his gaze back to the man, Matt nervously asked how he was. He only advised the hero to be extremely careful in the battle with her. Breathing heavily, August said that there are rumors that Maria Smith is not actually an S-rank mage, but an SS. Comparing their ranks, Matt's confidence that he would survive the battle with her instantly evaporated. Suddenly, a black and red sphere appeared in Maria's palm, and smiling ominously, she said that this was the end for Matt. The next moment, the huntress clenched her fist forcefully. The hero froze, feeling a strange heaviness in the area of his heart, and his body seemed to be paralyzed. At the same time, a whirlwind of dark red energy rushed towards him. Augustus shouted the hero's name with horror in his voice. Although with difficulty, at the last moment, Matt managed to intercept the clot flying at him. Maria smiled contentedly, realizing that he would not be able to resist for long. It really became more and more difficult for the hero to contain the clot in his hands. Seeing this terrifying picture, August shouted with all his might that Matt could not die so easily. Turning to him, the guy answered with irritation that he was not weak enough to die here. The next moment, the clot in his hands evaporated. Maria was shocked when she saw how the guy easily dispelled her technique. Happy tears appeared in the eyes of his master, who was afraid for his life. When the heaviness in the heart area disappeared, Matt sighed with relief, glad that he could finally breathe deeply. The girl, frozen in place, wondered who he even was if he was able to survive after she put all her strength into this attack. Sighing, she said that our hero's abilities are indeed better than she imagined, however. If they think that she only has mental abilities, then they are very mistaken. The guys were surprised by her words. The next moment, powerful energy once again enveloped her entire body. Augustus immediately took a defensive stance, not taking his eyes off the huntress. Maria stretched out her palms in front of her and they were immediately enveloped in a red glow. Turning to Matt, August asked him to be careful because, as he said earlier, Maria is closer to the SS rank in terms of physical indicators as well. Meanwhile, the girl soared into the air and began to more actively concentrate power on her palms. Suddenly, our hero realized that in their country there is officially no hunter higher than S rank, and if Augustus is not mistaken, then Maria may be many times stronger than Robert. Without taking her eyes off the guys, the girl shouted out only one word: "Burn." Matt heard her voice and raised his head up. He saw a huge ball of fire break from Maria's palms and fly down. The flames almost instantly approached the ground and touched the sleeve of Matt's bike. August and our hero jumped to the sides, trying to avoid the attack, however. Upon reaching the ground, the ball exploded and flashes of flame scattered to the sides. Matt looked in horror at his burnt sleeve of his bike. Then he turned his gaze to the huge crater formed after the explosion. After what he saw, the hero realized that the rumors about the strength of this girl were not born out of nowhere. Smiling, Maria said that they had better not relax, because she was just getting the hang of it. As soon as she raised her hands up, a dark blue sphere formed above her palms. Shouting out that Matt would definitely die this time, she lowered her hands, pointing the ball at our heroes. The hero wanted to jump to the side again but did not have time because his feet were covered with ice. He shuddered from the terrifying cold that penetrated his body to the very bones. Augustus was not so lucky. His entire body was covered with a thick layer of ice. Raising his gaze to Maria, the hero thought that she had too many attacking techniques for a hunter whose strength was based on mental abilities. When he thought about this, he realized that since Maria is a mental hunter, her abilities may not be limited to just instilling her will into someone. With a little effort, it was not difficult for him to free himself from the ice that bound him. Afterwards, he shouted to Augustus that this was all just an illusion. Meeting the man's bewildered gaze, Matt shouted that this was not real. All her attacks were a simple illusion to which they succumbed. Maria smiled contentedly, saying that this is indeed so. She creates mental spheres that embody various illusions. However, a perfect illusion is no different from reality. Immediately after her words, Matt noticed how the ground rose into the air in an instant. When several huge stones burst out of the ground, Matt and August were thrown aside. All these stones quickly merged into one large stone ball in the palm of Mary. A few moments later, it became so big that it was amazing. Looking at Matt, she said that even if it was an illusion, if he fell under its influence, he would die. Having said this, the huntress slowly lowered her hand, pointing the cobblestone in his direction. When the stone stopped right above the guy's head, she shouted out that if he didn't want to be flattened, he should tell her who he really was and what he needed from her sister. Looking at the huge boulder above his head, the guy thought that even if he told everything, she was unlikely to believe it. But it was worth a try. Sighing, he said that he was an ordinary graphomaniac and the author of a novel called Even Ants Have Gods. Maria seemed surprised by what she heard. Meanwhile, Matt continued and said that he did not need anything from Agnia. He was only instructing her on the path to becoming an S-rank hunter and asked Maria to remove the seal from her sister. Hearing such an impudent request from the guy, irritation came over the girl again, and a furious vein appeared on her face. The huntress put her other hand in front of her. She shouted out that if Matt wanted to die so badly, then she would gladly help him with this. Immediately after this, a huge boulder began to rapidly descend to the ground. The face of Augustus, still encased in ice, was distorted with horror in the face of his imminent death. A few moments later, a terrifying noise was heard as the stone collided with the ground. Maria sighed with relief, thinking that those two were finally over. When she heard Matt's loud voice, she had a look of shock on her face. In one of the last moments, the hero was able to use skill transfer, borrowing the steel body. His body instantly expanded into rips, causing the clothes on his body to be torn into shreds. From the collision with his fist, the huge block was covered with deep cracks. Maria could not get over the shock, refusing to believe her eyes. Matt destroyed one of her strongest illusions with one blow. When all the stone fragments fell to the ground, she saw a safe and sound guy slowly approaching her. She sincerely did not understand where he got such strength from. Finally freed from the ice, Augustus shouted with enthusiasm that he had never doubted his master. Looking at him, Matt said displeasedly that if he really had no doubts, he would not have continued to simply stand like a pillar after he reported that this was all an illusion. Watching their argument, Maria couldn't understand how an ordinary G rank could fight on par with her. Meanwhile, completely forgetting about her existence, the hero gave Augustus the well-deserved blows. Turning his gaze to the huntress hovering in the sky, Matt asked him to stand quietly on the side, because he needed to deal with one unfinished matter. Maria was perplexed when the guy who had just stood down disappeared. However, the very next moment he appeared right in front of her, and with a terrifying expression on his face, asked if they could finally talk normally, or if they would continue to waste time. Maria stepped back from him, amazed at his speed. Belching to the side, she shouted that she did not intend to have any conversations with him. The girl touched her temple with 2 fingers, activating her ability. Matt exhaled irritably, saying that he just wanted to talk calmly. Suddenly, his brows furrowed and his face showed excitement. Placing her palms one on top of the other, Maria decided to use her trump card, the Universal Mind. Several purple streams of the hunter's energy rushed towards our hero. They knocked Matt off his feet without any difficulty. Our hero had to cover his eyes because of the blindingly bright flash. When he opened them again, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. He looked around, walking in a direction unknown to him. Matt felt that the space surrounding him was associated with something envelopingly soft, but at the same time elastic, and there was a pleasant light aroma of freshness in the air. The further he continued on his way, the hero began to more and more clearly distinguish the chirping of insects, characteristic of warm summer nights. It seemed to him that here he could achieve everything he could wish for. Suddenly he froze at what he saw. A beautiful night sky appeared before him, strewn with countless stars. The reigning idyll was broken by Mary's loud voice, which came from behind him. Hearing him, Matt immediately turned around. At the same moment, golden energy sparkled on the girl's index finger. Looking at this, only now the hero remembered that all this time he had been fighting with her. Suddenly, the water under his feet rose and began to envelop his body, causing bewilderment to the guy. Without an ounce of regret on her face, she watched as her power pulled Matt under the water. The hero tried his best to get out, but the water did not want to let him go. Maria said that he would never be able to get out of this trap. Stretching his hand upward, Matt attempted to use the destructive god index finger. When that didn't work, his eyes filled with horror. The next moment he was dragged even deeper under the water, as if as a punishment for his attempts to escape captivity. With a slight smile on her face, she said that he would not die in the real world. Once he was completely pulled under the water, he would just become a vegetable and forget about all his nefarious plans. Having said this, she put her foot on his head, saying that she was giving him one last chance to confess everything. Desperately floundering in the water, Matt irritably asked what she wanted from him in the end. They could just sit down and talk calmly. Discontent flashed across the girl's face and said that he didn't have much time left. Pressing harder on the hero's head, Maria asked what he needed from her sister. The guy's face immediately flushed red. Raising his eyes, he called the girl by name with embarrassment in his voice. A satisfied smile appeared on her face, and she said that this was exactly how he should have started. Sighing, Matt said that from this angle he could see everything. Maria did not understand what he was talking about, however. When the guy said that he saw her panties, irritation filled him with renewed vigor. She immediately jumped away from him. The next moment, she put her hand in front of her and said that she would not wait for his confession, but would rather immediately kill him right here. Immediately after his words, several water bonds enveloped his body, dragging him down with renewed force. Matt could not resist this and completely sank under the water. Only after this did Maria breathe a sigh of relief. Being under the water, the hero felt strong weakness and a desire to sleep. Although he tried to fight this desire with all his might, sleep eventually overcame him. A few moments later, a message appeared in front of him stating that all the conditions for activating the rose that blooms in the night have been met. Hearing the increasing gurgling, Maria, who was about to leave, turned around. She saw a strange purple glow breaking through the water to the surface. Suddenly, huge flowers appeared from there and opened their mouths, revealing many sharp teeth. The girl was very surprised when she saw them. Reacting quickly, she jumped to the side, dodging the attack of the predatory flower. Maria had absolutely no idea what was happening here. When the flower instantly caught up with her, opening its mouth, the amazed girl took a couple of steps back. She deftly dodged when a vine that appeared from below attacked her. Once at a safe distance, Maria looked at the strange plant. Her eyes widened in shock as she saw the plant growing at an incredible rate. Maria wondered how it could get into her fictional space without her permission. Suddenly, she remembered Matt. She was sure that this was all somehow connected with him. Noticing someone approaching her out of the corner of her eye, the girl sharply raised her head, looking at the flower. Meanwhile, Matt slept peacefully, lying in the core of the rose. He felt a pleasant feeling enveloping him, lulling him. Through his sleep, the hero dreamed of never waking up again, but staying asleep like this. Meanwhile, Maria was breathing heavily, holding her bruised hand. After several minutes of fighting with these predatory flowers, she realized that she could only dodge them. She did not even have the opportunity to attack. The sense of helplessness she felt in front of this monster weighed heavily on her. She had felt such a strong difference in strength only once before. It was that fateful day when she met the dragon, who in just a few moments destroyed her city and killed her parents. Absorbed in memories, the girl sank helplessly onto the surface of the water. Trembling with fear throughout her body, she saw the thorny stems approaching her. She desperately did not want to die this way, but she could not do anything. The next moment, the stems tightly wrapped around her body, digging painfully with their thorns. As they began to lift her into the air, closer to the plant's mouth, she began kicking and screaming to be released. Despite all her pleas, the stalks only squeezed her body tighter, and the toothy mouth began to rapidly open. Closing her eyes, she shouted with all her strength that she still had unfinished business, so she could not die. Her scream was interrupted by a roar coming from the flower's mouth. Realizing that this was the end, tears flowed down her cheeks. The next moment, having swallowed Mary, the flower slammed its mouth shut. Opening his eyes, Matt again found himself in an unfamiliar place, however. This time he was surrounded by the ruins of a destroyed city. The hero looked around carefully. Suddenly, a bright flash of light nearby caught his attention. Turning behind the wall of the house, he headed towards the light. His face showed surprise when he received the message that the Eye of the Blind God had been activated. Noticing a movie camera a little further away, Matt received another message saying that he would be immersed in Maria Smith's nightmare. He stood next to the device and looked at the picture reproduced especially for him. The hero hoped that he could see the reason why she sealed Agnia's abilities. When an image of a huge red abyss dragon appeared in front of him, wreaking havoc in the area, Matt realized that these were events 15 years ago. All the people ran away in panic, trying to save their lives. Among these people were Maria and Agnia, who witnessed the death of their parents. Opening its mouth, the abyssal dragon began to concentrate its energy. A few moments later, a red stream of energy enveloped the girls' bodies. Noticing their great potential, the monster branded them to be used as victims in the future. Over time, thanks to this brand, Maria quickly became an S-rank hunter. All this time she lived with only one goal: to avenge her parents. Thus, many years passed, the girl became more and more powerful, killing strong monsters crawling out of the cracks. She did not believe in the rumors that the Dragon of the Abyss had already died. Maria was sure that one day this monster would return again, because his mark had not gone away. But time inexorably continued its course, and the dragon never appeared. Although Maria's strength continued to grow rapidly, this only happened at the expense of shortening her lifespan. She understood that she would not be able to live this way for long, but there was one thing that frightened her more than her own death. The curse that took her life in exchange for strength was also on Agnia. On the day when her younger sister awakened her power and said that she also wanted to take revenge on their parents, the girl experienced real horror. Maria didn't want her only surviving family member to die so early because of the dragon's mark. Therefore, she had to make a difficult, but the only possible decision that would save Agnia's life. The girl decided to seal her sister's abilities. Using the power of her mark to the maximum, she created a sealing seal. The force of Agnia rushing out desperately resisted, but in the end she still managed to suppress it. She was incredibly hurt by the decision, but she understood that it was necessary so that at least one of them could survive. Maria hoped that after this, her sister would forget to even dream of revenge. The hero's body was shocked by the story he saw. He could not hold back his tears, sympathizing with the harsh fate of his sisters. Suddenly the environment changed, and Matt realized that he was back in the real world. Excited, Augustus asked if everything was okay with him, because no matter how much he bothered him, the hero did not respond. Upon hearing his words, surprise appeared on the guy's face. Switching gears, the man pointed somewhere forward and smiling contentedly. He said that Matt was simply incredible for being able to defeat even such a great hunter as Maria. The hero looked in the direction indicated to him and saw a girl lying unconscious, whose whole body was covered with some kind of black mucus. He instantly knelt down next to her, wondering what had happened to her. Taking the girl in his arms, Matt tried to shout to the girl. A few moments later, she finally let out a faint hum, and the hero sighed in relief, relieved that Maria was not dead. Opening her eyes, the girl looked with slight surprise at the excited face of the guy holding her in his arms. Reaching out her hand to Matt's face, in a quiet voice with tears in her eyes, she uttered only one word: "Mom." The hero's face distorted in bewilderment. Our heroes decided to stay in the house located in this clearing. Dressed in pajamas, Maria slept peacefully until the evening. Matt had been trying to bring her back to consciousness for an hour now, but even the healing ring finger of God was not helping him. Taking his phone in his hands, he turned to the gods watching him, asking how he could get Mary back on her feet. The eternal seeker of truth replied that since this girl wants to stand, she should train more. For our hero, this advice turned out to be completely useless, and he asked if anyone had any other suggestions. The god of the blade replied that if she was so ill, then she could simply be sacrificed. This method turned out to be no better than the previous one, and only infuriated the guy. A puzzled look appeared on his face when Generous Abundance said that when Matt became a high-ranking god, then the healing ring finger of God would work. He also dismissed this option due to the fact that it would take too long for him to level up to that level. He scratched the back of his head thoughtfully, thinking about what other options he had. Suddenly, he remembered in a dream a message he had heard about fulfilling all the conditions for activating the rose that blooms in the night. Remembering the day of his first meeting with Robert, Matt remembered that he passed out, and when he woke up, the man was unconscious and stained with the same mucus as Maria. The guy realized that the flower awakens only when he himself is unconscious. Turning to the silent nightmare, Matt said that since it was his flower, he should know how to neutralize its effect. He replied that since his rose had absorbed the girl's mind, then nothing could be done here. The hero said with horror that they couldn't just leave her in this state. Then the soundless nightmare admitted that he knew one way. After listening to this method, Matt's face became so red that it was comparable to a ripe tomato. The proposal to spend the night with the girl greatly confused the hero, but the soundless nightmare said that this was the only possible way. A few hours later, the long-awaited morning arrived. Matt, who was sleeping on the floor next to Mary's bed, woke up with the first rays of the rising sun. Yawning, he sat up and looked at the peacefully snoring girl. Noticing that the blanket had slipped halfway, he pulled it higher, saying that she might freeze if she did not cover herself. At the same moment, Maria opened her eyes. When the hero headed towards the door, she sat up on the bed and asked where he was going. Matt replied that he needed to prepare breakfast and asked if she would mind rice. Maria smiled happily and said that she would be happy with everything. In the evening, the silent nightmare said that now her consciousness is crystal clear, but it will gradually be filled with old memories that the hero absorbed, sharing joint dreams with him. Kneeling down in front of Maria, he said that she needed to start remembering her past. So first he asked what her name was. The girl said her name without any problems. When Matt asked what was good, she answered that it was her sister Agnia. The girl shrank with fear, like a child. As soon as the hero asked what was bad, and with horror in her voice shouted out that the flowers were bad, Matt sighed painfully, realizing that now Maria was practically no different from a 1-year-old child. Having put her back to bed, the hero looked into the newsfeed and read that the S-rank hunter Maria Smith had gone missing. It was assumed that she had been kidnapped, because the Hunters Association was actively searching for her, although the guy understood that he was essentially a kidnapper. But he simply could not return the girl back to the whole world in this state. He thought with regret that for some time they would have to hide in this secluded place until Maria came to her senses. He could only hope that they would not be found ahead of time. Meanwhile, Augustus was actively practicing with the sword outside the house. He performed swing after swing, honing his technique. Noticing Matt leaving the house, the man was immediately distracted by him. Kneeling down, he greeted him. After taking out a book called The Heavenly Sword, he thanked the hero for this wonderful book on fencing that he gave him. The sword style described there breaks all stereotypes about fencing. Matt looked thoughtfully at the book he bought to help August level up to S-rank. Although he felt sorry for spending money on her, because she cost quite a lot, he would never be able to gain 10 S-rank followers in his life any other way. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of him that the number of his followers of S-rank and above had increased by 2. Bruce and another ant managed to reach S-rank. Surprised, Matt looked at his phone, trying to figure out how the ants managed to do this. Looking at the frozen Augustus, the hero thought that he could not be weaker than some ants. Meanwhile, the man watched Matt in surprise, holding a book in his hands. The guy sighed, hoping that this book would really help August. When he opened this book, 1,000 Blades Cutting Space said that only those who have achieved enlightenment on his path of the sword know that true strength lies only in the hands, and fists are stronger than any blade. Having opened the book, August put it on the ground and returned to training. Matt sat down next to him and began to observe. Remembering that the potions helped Bruce improve, and that they might also help August, he bought a bunch of them. Calling out to him, Matt said he had something for him. Augustus immediately fell to his knees, thanking the hero for his mercy. Rising to his feet, the guy said that he would go cook breakfast, but August called out to him, saying that it was his responsibility. Matt objected that he would be much more useful if he became stronger. The man's eyes were full of determination. With tears in his eyes, he shouted that he would not let his master down. Thinking about what to cook for him, Matt decided to turn to the internet for help. Opening the browser, his gaze immediately caught on the news feed, where it was written that the S-rank hunter Wilhelm made a statement that if the kidnapper dared to touch Maria, he would immediately break his neck. At the same moment, a strong crash was heard behind him due to something falling to the ground. August and Matt immediately turned around, looking at the tall column of dust. A few moments later, through it, they saw a powerful silhouette of a guy approaching them. He asked with a threat in his voice where Maria was. Our heroes were very surprised to recognize William Stephen in this guy. Throwing the sword over his shoulder, Augustus asked in bewilderment if he knew who was standing in front of him to talk so rudely. Pointing at Matt, he shouted that it was the almighty sword god. Wilhelm looked at the man as if he were crazy and asked how this was possible. Augustus shook his head from side to side in disappointment, saying that even such a great hunter as him could not see the diamond that was right in front of his eyes. There was obvious irritation on the hunter's face. Smiling contentedly, Augustus continued, saying that even Maria Smith could not resist his master, and now she couldn't imagine her life without him. Seeing how Wilhelm's face changed, Matt shuddered, thinking that he needed to immediately shut up his follower. The irritation on the hunter's face instantly gave way to rage, and through his teeth he muttered that they were all dead. Augustus laughed at his words, and he said with mockery in his voice that William would not hold out for 10 minutes against the great strength of his master. Holding his sword in front of him, he said that Matt shouldn't waste his time on someone like that, so he himself would deal with their uninvited guest. The next moment, the man's body was enveloped in a purple aura, and he rushed at his opponent. Sighing, Wilhelm reached for his sword, carefully watching Augustus approach. With just one swing of his sword, the man's entire body was engulfed in a powerful stream of flame. Matt looked in bewilderment at the instantly defeated Augustus. Noticing that Wilhelm had disappeared, the hero shuddered. The next moment, he felt a powerful hand tighten on his neck. With uncontrollable rage in his voice, the hunter asked where Maria was, and what the weakling lying on the ground was talking about. Matt's face showed confusion. When Wilhelm released his aura, the hero saw a huge red dragon behind the hunter. He realized that this terrifying dragon aura belonged to William's sword. Squeezing the guy's neck harder, the hunter repeated his question. Matt decided that the first thing he needed to do was get rid of this aura. Under Wilhelm's puzzled gaze, he realized his hand was up and activated the destructive god index finger. The hunter said with emphasis that if Matt didn't want to get punched in the face, he had to answer his question. Suddenly all his rage disappeared, and in its place came fear and bewilderment. He felt that he could not control the sword's aura. The dragon's gaze was also filled with bewilderment. Looking at the hero, Wilhelm asked what he did. Ignoring him, Matt continued to launch new attacks on the dragon. He could not resist him in any way and simply endured all the blows. A few moments later, the huge dragon began to dissipate. Feeling all the power from the sword evaporate, Wilhelm glanced at his weapon in bewilderment, still holding our hero by the neck. The next moment, the sword began to become covered with deep cracks. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes at the sight of his precious weapon breaking right before his eyes. He looked over at Matt, asking how this happened. However, upon seeing the guy's expression, his body began to subtly shake. With an extremely satisfied expression on his face, he said that Wilhelm should let him go before he set off after his sword. By this time, August had already managed to come to his senses and was slowly rising from his knees. He saw Matt dispel the hunter's entire aura in an instant and only became more convinced of his incredibleness. The bickering guys did not notice the appearance of Maria, sleepily rubbing her eyes. Stopping, she took more air into her lungs and shouted for everyone to shut up. The guys immediately looked at her when they heard the girl scream. With wild irritation in her voice, she said that they were disturbing her sleep. Wilhelm turned his attention completely to her and looked at her in surprise, asking what she was doing here. She ignored her, all her attention focused on Matt's clenched neck. Pointing her finger at Wilhelm, she said with contempt that he was bad. These words of the girl greatly hurt the guy and tears appeared on his face. Suddenly, Maria's eyes glowed blue. Holding her palm out in front of her, she said that bad people deserve to die. Immediately after these words, a powerful flow of energy knocked the unaware Wilhelm off his feet. Matt looked in surprise as the guy flew into the air. A few moments later, they heard his body hit the ground with a crash, sending up clouds of dust into the air. Wilhelm managed to slowly rise to one knee, but as soon as he did, blood gushed out of his mouth. Raising his head, he, breathing heavily, asked why Maria was attacking him. Ignoring him again, the girl with a worried look ran up to the guy and called him Agnia, asking if he was okay. Wilhelm's face contorted in bewilderment. Seeing her sister in him, Maria began to carefully examine the guy for wounds. When she suddenly hugged him, blushing, Matt fell into a stupor. Wilhelm could not hold back his tears at the sight of this scene. Cupping the hero's face in her hands, Maria said with concern in her voice that her precious sister should be more careful. Matt was about to respond by calling her his sister, but stopped himself in time. Meanwhile, Wilhelm's heart was torn to pieces due to the realization that his beloved girl was so easily taken away from him. Noticing his expression, Matt sighed heavily, thinking that he would not want to be in his place. Saying that he felt sorry for Wilhelm, he activated the healing finger. In the next moment, the guy's entire body was healed of his wounds. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of him that the cost of healing Wilhelm was being calculated. The note said that although this guy does not have a high rank, he has potential. When he received a message that 100 coins had been seized, his face showed a lack of understanding as to why such a large sum. After thinking some more, he decided that it wasn't such a big price to pay if he could thus increase the number of his S-rank followers. Turning his gaze to the hunter, he realized that he could only season this guy a little with his sweet speeches, and Wilhelm would definitely become his follower. Rising to his feet, the hunter asked in disbelief how he managed to cure him. He looked at his hands, noting that this healing ability was simply incredible. Even the S-rank healer he met in South America was not that good. Smiling contentedly, Matt thought that Wilhelm would definitely follow him to the ends of the earth. Stretching out his hand to him, the hero said that apparently there had been a misunderstanding between them, and now he would try to explain everything. However, he was interrupted by a sudden sound coming from the side, which attracted their attention. Looking up, they saw 3 approaching helicopters. Looking at them, Matt sighed wearily, realizing that Wilhelm had brought an unnecessary tail with him. Looking at him, he asked with displeasure whether he really always drags a whole horde of henchmen with him. The guy objected, saying that he always does everything alone. Turning his gaze back to the helicopters, Matt tried to figure out who it could be. When the helicopters froze above them, a whirlwind of sand and dust rose into the air. Our heroes had to cover their eyes with their hands. Opening one eye slightly, Matt suggested that perhaps someone might have put a bounty on his head, and these people might be coming for him. A few moments later, men in black suits jumped out of the helicopters. A slight surprise flashed across the hero's face. In one of the helicopters, he noticed a familiar figure. Looking closer, he recognized the stranger as Robert, who was looking intently at him. When the man stood up, he noticed Agnia sitting behind him. Noticing her sister, Maria screamed joyfully and ran towards the helicopter. Looking at the girls retreating back, Matt began to think about how he could explain this whole situation. Having stayed in this house for another couple of hours, the hero told everything in detail to the arriving Robert and Agnia. He also spoke in detail about the seal placed by Maria. When the guy finished his story, tears appeared in Agnia's eyes. Maria hugged her sister, comforting her. The guards couldn't help but be moved watching this sweet scene of the sisters reuniting after hearing the story. Taking the card out of her pocket, Anna handed it to Matt. Taking it, the hero learned that it was a B-rank hunter's license. He looked at the girl in surprise, asking why she gave it to him. She replied that although the test showed that his rank was G, but after their fight with the director, the abilities of that flower monster were analyzed. Hearing about the flower, Robert and Agnia shuddered in horror, shouting, "Not that flower again." Clearing her throat, Anna continued that this was how Matt was awarded a B rank for his summoning ability, because it was an extremely powerful weapon that could not be discounted. At first, the hero did not understand what flower he was talking about, but then he remembered the rose blooming in the night. Having come to his senses, Robert offered to work for him, justifying this by the fact that now with a B rank Matt could become a professor at his academy without any problems. With a sigh, the hero said that he did not need such a hassle. However, when the man said that he would pay him twice as much as the professor's usual rate, interest flashed in Matt's eyes. He inquired about the exact amount of the salary. Anna showed him the screen of her mobile phone, which displayed a tidy sum. Taking Robert's hands in his, Matt said with enthusiasm in his voice that he had always dreamed of becoming a professor, and asked when he should start working. The next day, a bell rang within the academy's walls early in the morning, signaling the start of the school day. Agnia simply beamed with joy. Her neighbor Mina noticed the girl's good mood and asked what was the reason for her joy. Agnia replied that someone special was coming today. A few moments later, the door to the classroom opened. The girls immediately turned around at the sound and saw a guy walking inside. Even though it was only the beginning of the day, our hero already looked dead tired. Under the puzzled looks of the students, he walked to the teacher's place, accompanied by Augustus with a sword on his back. Clearing his throat, Matt greeted his students. He then said that he would be their temporary substitute teacher until their class teacher got better. The students looked at each other in surprise, discussing their new teacher. Taking the sword in his hands, Augustus slammed it on the floor and shouted for everyone to shut up. He introduced himself as the right-hand man of their teacher, after which, with an intimidating smile on his face, he said that he would carefully ensure that the knowledge of his great master was absorbed into their heads. When Matt was about to announce the topic of today's lesson, Agnia raised her hand and said that the subject that their class taught was physical education. After listening to her, the guy said that in this case, today they would have a day of self-study, and a satisfied smile appeared on the girl's face. Sighing heavily, Matt laid his head on his desk. He didn't get much sleep that night, so he decided to take advantage of this opportunity. The students looked at their teacher strangely, not understanding how he could behave like that. Raising his sword in front of him, Augustus threateningly said that anyone who uttered even a sound and disturbed Matt's sleep would immediately suffer the wrath of his dragon fang. Looking at him, the students decided that it was better for them to pretend that they were studying and not provoke this man, whose aura was no weaker than that of an A rank. The next day, yawning widely, Matt said that exams were coming soon, so they could take advantage of this time and calmly prepare for them themselves. Several days passed in this way. Mina was very unhappy with their new teacher. She sincerely did not understand why they had to engage in self-study for 4 days already. Watching Matt, she never saw him do anything other than sleep or play on the phone. She had to endure his presence nearby, even in the dining room. The hero sincerely rejoiced at the free lunches at the academy and gobbled up food on both cheeks. Pointing to Mina, he said that she should take advantage of this opportunity and eat well while it is given freely. Smiling dreamily, Agnia said that the most important thing is that her master also eats well. After lessons, Mina returned home with Agnia and asked what she found so special about this lazy slob teacher. Smiling dreamily again, the girl replied that Mina would not understand this, only she knew what his charm was. Having come to her senses, she took out her mobile phone, saying that her sister was already tired of waiting. Having said goodbye to her friend, she ran home. Mina saw that Agnia was too passionate about that strange teacher, and decided that she needed to be saved before it was too late. The next day, Matt brought them to the gym and said that today they would train in groups and asked everyone to split into pairs. Mina, standing in the crowd, did not take her sharp gaze off the guy, thinking that today she would show this idiot his place. Waving to August, Matt, in a sleepy voice, asked him to look after the children while he slept. Mina was amazed that the teacher left them to fight each other and went to bed. Having spotted a convenient corner, Matt headed towards it. When Mina called out to him, he turned towards his voice. Raising her hand, she said that he did not have a partner. Lost in thought, the hero remembered that there were actually 21 people in his class. Without taking her eyes off him, the girl asked him to be her partner. Hearing this, Augustus grabbed his sword and asked in bewilderment how she dared challenge his master to a duel. Folding her arms across her chest, Mina said that she saw nothing wrong in a duel with the teacher, especially since this was his task. Sighing wearily, Matt said that he agreed to the duel. He quietly said that he really needed to at least create the appearance of work, because Anna threatened him with a salary reduction and deprivation of free lunches. Mina did not take her eyes off the careless teacher. She was determined to win their fight and prove that this guy was worthless. All the students turned their attention to the ring with interest, waiting for their fight to begin. When the girl, with irritation in her voice, called him a parasite, Matt sighed, realizing that he didn't even have anything to answer this accusation with. Although he sleeps during every lesson, he has his own reasons for this. For several days now, I have woken up on the floor with a severe headache. Because of Maria's condition, he is forced to sleep next to her until she gets better. So he had to give up his bed to the sisters, who practically did not stick to each other. Besides this, there was one more circumstance that greatly irritated him. On the floor not far from him, Robert and Wilhelm slept as if at home. Matt looked at the many empty alcohol bottles, thinking that with such S-rank hunters, Korea should start worrying about its future. Approaching Wilhelm, he poked his cheek with his toe to wake the guy up. But he slept like the dead, even when Matt called his name several times. The reason why the hero was so annoyed was that these two had already been living in his apartment for a whole week, and were getting drunk every day. The day before he started as a teacher, they dragged Matt to a bar to celebrate his new position. If he had known that this would not end there, he would never have gone drinking with them. Over the next week, they dragged him to drink again, looking for any reason to have fun. Even last night they showed up at his place, bringing with them a huge amount of alcohol. He wanted to kick them out because they could have a bad influence on Maria's fragile mind. But the girl, on the contrary, liked these drunken idiots. Matt had to sit with them almost until the night, and a couple of hours later, as soon as he fell asleep, Maria woke him up. Pointing to her stomach, she said in a sleepy voice that she was hungry. Suddenly, in one of the desk drawers, a blade began to actively rush around in a narrow space, creating noise, and with a tired sigh, Matt said that he had no time for it now. After turning his attention back to the girl, he said that he would now prepare fried rice with kimchi for her. Upon hearing this, Maria was beside herself with joy. Having risen, he took out the necessary products from the refrigerator and began to prepare breakfast for the girl, thinking with regret that he had absolutely no time to sleep. Therefore, he had to take care of Maria almost around the clock, and in addition to this, endure hunters who had gone on a binge. Standing behind Matt, the girl kept looking with interest at the nightstand in which the blade was raging. The hunters were sleeping peacefully until they were suddenly awakened by the vibration of their phone. Having woken up, they immediately went to their phones and read the news that the Russian S-rank hunter Sergei had been found dead, although the association had not yet made a public statement. But there were suggestions that a high-ranking monster was involved in this. Robert reasoned that this happened at a not very good time, when Wilhelm, sitting next to him, asked him to carefully look at the photo attached to the article. Robert complied with the guy's request and took a closer look at the bloody message left on the wall. He asked with confusion what was written there. Wilhelm replied that, according to analysts, this message was written in an ancient African tribe and meant that the victim was sacrificed to God. Hearing this, Robert rose to his feet, saying that they needed to go there before it was too late. The guy nodded and activated teleportation. Matt was calmly frying eggs under the admiring gaze of Mary when he heard thunder. Looking at the disappearing portal, he wondered where these idiots were going this time. Transferring the contents of the frying pan to a plate, the guy handed it to the joyful girl, saying that now he needed to get ready for classes. Thanking him, the girl headed towards the table. Matt carefully examined the girl in front of him, next to whom an information window appeared. From it, he learned that she mastered necromancy, which greatly surprised the guy. He did not even suspect that someone could have such abilities. Tearing off the pendant from her neck, Mina shouted that she was going to attack and called upon the spirit subordinate to her named Hades. The hero was tensed by the name of the ancient Greek god shouted out to her. Extending her palm with the pendant forward, she recited the spell to summon the dead. A few moments later, a powerful figure began to appear behind her. The creature slowly rose from the portal until it stood up to its full height. In the window that appeared next to him, Matt read that this was a creature summoned from hell, which was already 1,100 years old. The note indicated that once in the past, he served the god who devours the mountains. But now he is an ordinary zombie, from which he remained skin and bones. The hero grinned, thinking that fighting zombies would be something new. As the monster raised its paw to attack, Matt was about to activate the golden body. However, noticing something strange, he stopped. The monster simply froze with its hand raised, not daring to attack. Looking up, Mina asked in bewilderment why he wasn't attacking. Under their puzzled looks, the zombie dropped to one knee in front of Matt. Immediately after this, his voice sounded in our hero's head. He expressed his greeting to the great supreme being. Mina tried to take control of her zombie again, but no matter what she did, it was useless. The students watching from the sidelines were shocked that literally in an instant their teacher subdued Mina's monster. Satisfied smiles played on the faces of August and Agnia. They did not expect anything else from their master. Watching the tearfully gasping girl pounding the summoned monster with her fists, trying to motivate him to action, Matt thought that he even felt sorry for Mina. Looking at the monster, he thought that it would be nice to play along with her. At the same moment, the voice of Hades was again heard in his head, who said that he would not dare to attack him, because the power of God emanates from Matt, devouring mountains, and begged him not to force him to go against the power of his master. The guy thought he had heard this name before, but could not remember where. Remembering what he had read in the information window, Matt remembered that this god was the former master of Hades. Acting unconsciously, he placed his palm on the summoned creature's head. He felt as if he had been possessed by a mountain-devouring god. At that same moment, Hades' memories of the times before he was a zombie flooded into his mind. That's right. Following his god, Hades defended his master's beloved to the last. But ultimately, he failed his task. Turning into a zombie, Hades was forced to wander the world for 1,000 years until he was eventually summoned by Mina. Such a sad story of Hades greatly touched our hero. When a message appeared in front of him with an offer to accept a follower of the mountain-eating god, Matt immediately agreed without hesitation. The next moment, the huge body of the zombie was enveloped in a glow. The hero's hand also shone, and he received a message that Hades had now become his follower. An evolution with the help of the divine power of Matt became available to him. When he accepted Hades' evolution proposal, yin-yang energy was released from his body, after which he rushed towards the surprised zombie, enveloping his entire body. Suddenly, his terrifying roar was heard throughout the hall. Spectators watching from the sidelines had to cover their eyes from the blindingly bright flash. Our hero watched with sincere amazement the evolution of Hades. Light energy formed into sadness, which entwined the entire body of the zombie, and black energy covered his body on top of the seals. A few moments later, the monster was completely transformed. A message appeared in front of Matt that the giant zombie Hades had evolved into the dark paladin of Hades. The hero looked at his new follower from head to toe in surprise. Agnia clapped her hands happily at the sight of this, and Augustus smiled contentedly and said that everything happened spectacularly as always. Hades knelt down, bowing his head before his new master. Without raising his head, he thanked Matt for the blessing bestowed upon him, and vowed to serve as his faithful shield. At the same moment, a message appeared in front of the guy that the number of followers with the potential of S rank and above was now 4. Mina, standing nearby, asked in bewilderment what he had done with her summoned zombie. Suddenly, the hero felt severe dizziness and heaviness throughout his body. Exhausted, he began to fall. Noticing this, Hades leaned forward, and August and Agnia instantly jumped over the fence and rushed towards Matt. Hades managed to catch his master in his arms before he fell to the floor. The guy looked terribly exhausted, which caused Augustus great concern. After checking his breathing, Hades reported that the guy was fine. He was just sleeping. Although Agnia and August were told that everything was fine with Matt, they could not calm down so easily when looking at our hero. Falling to his knees, the man hit his forehead on the ground and shouted that he would guard his master's sleep until he woke up. Matt had a pleasant dream. He smiled contentedly at the thought that he had given it his all, like a god, and now he had another strong follower. Our hero was in the middle of a golden rye field, among which grew a tall bushy tree. Lying on the lap of an incredibly beautiful girl, who gently stroked his head, he could not take his eyes off her. He learned that this girl was the goddess of generous abundance, who had been watching him all this time along with other gods. Matt was glad to have the opportunity to meet his stalkers, albeit in his dreams. The goddess smiled softly, and a message appeared in front of the guy that generous abundance wishes you to have a good rest and restore your divine powers. At that moment, Matt was not even aware of the threat looming at the academy. During his teaching, our hero entrusted the fence to Maria Anna. Holding a lollipop in her palm, the girl complained that she was very bored, and said that she wanted to see Matt and Agnia as soon as possible in order to play with them. Suddenly, an idea came into her head and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. The girl took out a closed plastic case from her backpack, which in the morning attracted her attention while lying in one of the desk drawers. She shook it, listening, but it was quiet inside. Then she offered her invisible interlocutor a lollipop. After these words, something inside the case began to move, and began to actively rush from side to side, trying to escape. Laughing cheerfully, Maria put the candy aside, saying that the candy belonged to her and she would not give it back. Anna, who was watching her, sighed wearily. She liked Maria's former arrogant nature much more. She hoped that the girl would come to her senses as soon as possible. Suddenly there was a frightened scream from Maria, and her lollipop fell to the floor and cracked. Looking up from the monitor, Anna looked at the huntress. Maria's face showed great fear and her whole body was trembling. Approaching her, Anna took her hand, telling her that she should not be upset, because they still had a lot of candy. Pressing herself close to the girl, Maria shouted out that she was scared. In a voice trembling with horror, she said that a terrible monster was coming here to eat her. Meanwhile, a stranger wearing a cape that hid his face stood in front of the academy doors. Looking at the building, he said that 2 sacrifices for his god were hidden here, in which the seed of the abyssal dragon was planted. However, he felt that for some reason one of them never matured. Upon entering, the man immediately attracted the attention of the guards. One of them stepped forward, blocking the stranger's path. Adjusting his cap, the man said that Fashion Week was taking place in another country, and here there was no need to scare people away with your appearance. When he touched the stranger's shoulder, asking to be given his ID or pass, the man said that such an inferior creature did not dare touch him. The next moment he swung his hand, cutting off the guard's head. His comrades watched in horror as the man's head was separated from his body. Grabbing their weapons, they rushed at the stranger. However, he turned out to be incredibly fast and in an instant moved behind them. The guards did not even have time to understand anything when they were seriously injured. When the man raised his hand, a dark aura enveloped his fist. Immediately after that, he hit the floor with all his strength, causing the entire academy building to shake. Raising his head up, he said that he needed to go further to look for victims for his god. He slowly trudged towards the stairs, covering one ear with his hand, when sirens sounded, and an announcement was made through the speakers that the academy was under attack. He continued to approach the stairs, telling himself that everyone here except the 2 victims were trash that could be ignored. At the same moment, a crowd of armed students descended from the stairs. One of the guys shouted that they should spread out and surround him. The man did not move from his place, watching the children approaching him. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He immediately noticed Agnia, who, together with August, went down after the rest of the students. The stranger grinned contentedly, rejoicing at his luck. The next moment, the guys were blinded by a bright flash of flame. Immediately after this, there was a strong explosion. All the students managed to jump to the side. A little further away stood a man in a hood and clutched one of the picked-up stones. Squeezing it tighter, he destroyed the stone with the words that the annoying parasites must be destroyed. Immediately after these words, he waved his hand, and a powerful stream of energy rushed towards the students. They were instantly knocked down and thrown aside. Agnia's face showed fear at the sight of approaching danger. Augustus managed to grab the sword, and taking a step forward, he put the weapon in front of him, defending himself from the attack. Although the attack was strong, he managed to hold back the blow. The man was unhappy there that some parasite managed to block his attack. Agnia concentrated her strength in her palms and took a fighting stance. Suddenly, a voice from the speakers said that the director and S-rank hunters would arrive soon, so the students needed to immediately stop resisting and evacuate to the bunker. Turning to August, the girl shouted that he needed to escort Matt to the bunker, and she would try to win at least 10 minutes without moving. The man replied that Hades would do it for him. The stranger was amused by the girl's self-confidence. The next moment, sharp spikes that appeared on his back tore his cloak. The man's body rapidly increased in size, turning into a monster. When his transformation was completed, powerful clots of violet energy spread from his body in different directions. Horror was visible on the faces of our heroes. Clots of ominous energy came out of the building, enveloping it. Thus, a barrier was formed that did not let anyone out and did not let anyone in. Grinning, the monster said that no one would get through here, not just in 10 minutes, but in a whole hour. Looking around, Agnia could not believe her eyes. She knew that only the highest monsters, like the Abyss Dragon, were capable of creating such a barrier. Blocking her with himself, Augustus said that the girl should hurry up and leave, because their master needed her much more now, and he would distract this crocodile. The monster turned around and attacked the two with its tail. August reacted quickly and swung his sword to counterattack. However, the next moment, fragments of his sword flew in different directions. The man's weapon was destroyed by a powerful blow from the enemy's tail. Falling into a stupor, he missed another blow and flew into the wall. Upon contact with it, blood gushed from his mouth. Having dealt with August, the monster began to look around in search of Agnia. The girl was able to move behind him, concentrating her strength in her palms. The next moment, the crocodile was struck by powerful lightning. Meanwhile, Anna and Maria disappeared into the bunker. Noticing that the huntress was very worried, Anna asked what was the matter. Maria replied that she felt that Agnia was now in danger. Having said this, she immediately disappeared, causing horror in the girl sitting next to her. Agnia did not stop attacking her opponent with lightning. Suddenly, Augustus shouted for her to run away, but it was too late. The monster's huge paw was already too close to the girl. Having grabbed her, the crocodile broke through the wall of the building with its strength. Agnia screamed in pain, feeling the fragments digging into her back. Augustus tried to get up and go to help the girl, but he couldn't take a step before blood gushed out of his mouth again and he sank to the floor. Nailed to the ground, Agnia tried with all her might to get out of the monster's grip. Laughing, the crocodile said that no matter how much she fluttered, she would be able to escape. When he brought his other hand closer to her face, a fanged appendage with a thin tongue appeared from his palm. Agnia closed her eyes in horror and turned her head to the side when she felt a touch on her skin. At the same moment, Maria appeared a couple of meters from the monster and applied mind control to him. The girl ordered him to freeze in place. Noticing her, the monster looked away from Agnia and looked at Maria. He said with joy in his voice that he was incredibly lucky today, since the second seed of the abyssal dragon itself came into his hands. The girl's face showed confusion when she realized that her ability did not work. Suddenly, the cover lying at the bottom of her backpack began to move. She threw her backpack aside with irritation, shouting that it was terribly disturbing her. Putting her palms out in front of her again, she tried to repeat her attack. However, the next moment the monster attacked her with its tail. Maria managed to jump to the side, avoiding the attack. Surprise flashed across her face as the crocodile's thick tail wrapped around her body. He lifted her into the air with one jerk, bringing her closer to him. The monster said that as soon as he dealt with the first victim, his turn would come to her. Agnia furiously hit her tail with her fists and shouted that he should not dare touch her sister. Ignoring her, he returned his attention to Maria, saying that it was time to complete the ceremony he had started. Tears of horror appeared in the girl's eyes when the monster's tongue touched her wound on her arm. Maria desperately punched the monster's tail with tears in her eyes. Realizing her powerlessness, she screamed Matt's name with all her might, begging him to save her sister. The hero, sleeping peacefully on the lap of the goddess, suddenly opened his eyes. Sitting down on the ground, he said that it was time for him. And upon hearing him, an excited expression appeared on the goddess's face. When a message from her appeared in front of Matt, saying that he had not yet fully recovered his strength, and he might die at the hands of the apostle of the god of destruction, the guy replied that he should at least try to help them. The blade of the 1,000 blades. God fought desperately in its sheath, trying to get free. The hero who appeared next to the backpack reached for the pocket clasp for this weapon. Agnia tried her best to get out from under the monster's clutches. Maria tearfully begged the crocodile to let her sister go. When the tongue approached her face again, the monster said that preparations for the ritual were completed, and now it was time to make a sacrifice to God. However, the next moment his severed tail flew into the air. When the severed limb landed near him, the crocodile looked at it in amazement. Looking back, he screamed in horror. Captivated by the aura of the blade of the god of 1,000 blades, Matt picked up the frightened girl in his arms. He licked his lips bloodthirstily and said that he wanted to cut up this lizard. It would make a wonderful soup. Agnia looked at her master in disbelief. Matt slowly released her from his arms, placing her on the hard surface of the ground. Then he moved towards the monster with an anticipatory smile. The crocodile asked in bewilderment who he was. Ignoring his question, Matt ran up to his opponent with lightning speed. He deftly dodged the furious attacks of the monster's fists. When the crocodile tried to attack the guy again, he simply jumped into the air. While performing a somersault, the hero laughed merrily, enjoying their peculiar game. Deciding to use this opportunity, the monster opened its huge mouth, intending to devour Matt. Noticing this, the guy swung his blade, striking him in the mouth. The monster screamed in pain. His mouth snapped shut and he took a step back. Matt immediately landed on his nose. Licking the blade, stained with the blue blood of a crocodile, he said with satisfaction that this lizard was unusually tasty. When the monster tried to attack him again, he swung his blade several times, leaving cuts all over his opponent's body. A terribly satisfied smile played on his face. Tears welled up in the eyes of Augustus, who was watching from the sidelines. He could not believe that he was again seeing the legendary fencing skills of his master. The wounded monster dropped onto one paw and looked at Matt. Raising his weapon up, the guy told the crocodile to attack. Without taking his eyes off our hero, he said that Matt is really strong, but he has not yet shown all his abilities. Grinning, the hero replied that he was looking forward to this moment. Suddenly, dark energy began to surround the monster's body. Having merged into one clot, it covered the crocodile's right hand. Without taking his eyes off him, he said with anticipation that he wanted to taste the lizard, cut it into small pieces and taste it. Suddenly, the hero returned to his previous state. Raising his head up, he looked at the monster in front of him in bewilderment. The crocodile decreased significantly in size, and the color of its skin changed to black. The hero wondered why the monster did this, because such a size, on the contrary, would only reduce his work. Swinging to attack, Matt jumped up. The monster didn't even move when the attack landed on it. She left no trace on his body. Matt didn't understand how this was possible, because he was using an ultra blade. With a smile on his face, he swung again. The hero struck blow after blow with terrifying speed, hoping to penetrate the enemy's strong armor. Suddenly, the monster grabbed the guy's hand, squeezing it tightly. Looking at Matt, he said that some toothpick could not cut God-given skin. Immediately after these words, the monster dealt a strong blow to the hero in the stomach. He immediately flew off an impressive distance. As he flew into the barrier, there was a loud crash. The monster slowly approached its victim. Matt tried to get up, but due to the strong blow, he could not move a finger. Stopping near the hero, the monster grabbed him by the head. He raised the guy to the level of his face, and with a mocking voice asked what the power of God tasted like to him. The next moment, a fanged appendage with a tongue appeared from the palm of his free hand, and he prayed to his God, asking him to accept this delicious sacrifice. Matt saw the hand coming towards him, but he couldn't do anything. When the appendage reached his neck, he was enveloped in a clot of dark energy. Hearing the hero's painful cry, the monster smiled contentedly. Using his last strength, Matt attempted to activate the healing finger. But when a message appeared in front of him that he did not have enough divine power to use this skill, the guy bit his lip in frustration. The next moment, many red windows began to appear, warning of a mortal threat. Matt's eyelids grew heavier every moment. He felt that a little more, and he was about to pass out. Suddenly, Hades' voice came from behind the monster. The crocodile turned his gaze from the hero to the zombie approaching him. The next moment, he put his free hand to the side and clenched his fingers into a fist and attacked the enemy. Hades flew to the side an impressive distance. Hanging on the edge of unconsciousness, Matt thought that he was too confident in himself. He should have just sat quietly and not rocked the boat. Suddenly, he heard the voice of Bruce, who desperately shouted to him so that the hero would not dare to give up and believe in his strength. Marasha, along with the other ants, also prayed, asking Matt not to give up. Maria also screamed at him with all her might not to dare die so early. Agnia, who could barely stand on her feet, was also no exception, and believed that her master would be able to defeat this monster. Holding his side, August said with regret in his voice that if only he had been stronger, he could have helped Matt. At that moment, when the monster said that it was time for them to finish these games, a message appeared in front of the hero that, thanks to the prayers of his followers, his divine power had been partially restored. At the very last moment, the skill transfer between Augustus and Hades was activated. Swinging his blade, he cut off the monster's paw, reaching for his face. The crocodile released Matt from his grip and screamed in pain, looking at his severed arm. Exhaling slowly, the guy said, "First kata." The next moment, a powerful wave of golden aura hit the barrier. Wilhelm and Robert, standing on the other side, desperately tried to break through the barrier erected by the monster. But everything was to no avail. The man was filled with rage at the thought that all the tall hunters had bought into his lure of this monster, and he, taking advantage of this opportunity, attacked the academy, which was left without protection. Suddenly, Wilhelm noticed a strange golden energy appear on the other side, creating a crack in the barrier. Immediately after this, a stronger wave of this energy was heard, breaking through the barrier and expelling the enemy energy. Standing on one leg, Matt swung his blade over and over again. When the monster asked what he was doing, a terrifying smile appeared on the hero's face. The next moment, he hit the blade of his blade with his thumb, and it crumbled into many fragments. All the fragments immediately rushed towards the monster, who clasped his severed arm. Noticing the attack flying towards him, the crocodile covered his face with his hands. A few moments later, everything stopped. There was not a single scratch on the monster's body, but the ground around it was riddled with cuts. Realizing that he did not feel pain, the crocodile opened his eyes in surprise. He carefully examined his body. When the monster looked at Matt and asked what he had done, the guy whispered something inaudible. Deciding that he was simply mocking him, the monster rushed at the hero. As he approached him, he stopped and raised his fist to strike. However, in the next moment, surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't even notice how Matt inflicted a deep wound on him in the stomach. When blood gushed from the wounds, the monster screamed, and the guy stood without changing his position. The crocodile howled in more pain as he received 2 more severe cuts on his back. Breathing heavily, he shouted that he couldn't lose to some green youth so easily. All this time, William and Robert stood behind the weakened barrier, watching everything from their place. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful stream of golden energy completely destroyed the monster's barrier, preventing them from getting inside. Matt still stood motionless in front of the motionless fallen enemy. With the last of his strength, the crocodile tried to approach Matt, asking what he had done to him. When he raised his head, a look of surprise flashed across his face. A bright glow emanated from Matt's body, and golden circles loomed over his head. The amazed monster realized that he was now seeing the true essence of this guy. Realizing this, he thought that he should have fled immediately when he first saw such a great creature. But he could no longer do anything because his body began to slowly turn into sand. A few moments later, the monster completely disappeared. Matt's body was enveloped in golden energy, and together with his breathing, he sucked in the sand left behind by the monster, absorbing the victim he killed. As soon as it was over, he fell to his knees and a message appeared in front of him, saying that the hero had acquired a 4th S-rank follower. When the barrier fell, an excited Robert immediately rushed to our hero. Kneeling down in front of him, he placed his hand on his shoulder and shouted that Matt could not die now. Immediately after his words, the hero completely passed out, and his hand slid limply to the ground, dropping the broken blade. Seeing this, bitter tears appeared in the eyes of William and Robert. They could not believe that this guy died fighting such a powerful enemy. Hades approached and said that his master had not died, but was simply sleeping. After his words, the faces of William and Robert were distorted in bewilderment. Meanwhile, our hero fell into a deep sleep. In the place where he found himself this time, there were many flowers, and there were also predatory man-eating flowers. Matt woke up due to some liquid dripping onto his face every now and then. Realizing that he was inside the creation of a silent nightmare, he tried to relax and fall asleep again. But the thought that he was now in the mouth of such a dangerous plant and was now looking at its countless teeth, on the contrary, drove away sleep. In the message that arrived from the silent nightmare, it was written that the saliva of his pet was extremely useful, after which there were no poisons or curses, they won't be able to harm him. Matt's face showed surprise when the message from the silent nightmare said that there was only one last sip left. At first, the hero did not understand what he was talking about, however. The next moment, the predatory flower swallowed the guy. As he fell down, Matt screamed in horror. Opening his eyes, he jumped up on the bed, covered in cold sweat. Maria had been sitting at a table nearby all this time. When she saw that the guy had woken up, she smiled and said that he had slept for a whole week. Matt was shocked by what he heard from the girl. Approaching the guy, Maria excitedly asked if he was okay. Still not over the shock, the guy replied that he was okay. The next moment, he received a message that the hero had previously fulfilled the girl's wish, and she believed in him, and he managed to get another S-rank follower. This news could not help but bring a satisfied smile on Matt's face. When Maria became embarrassed under his gaze, the hero saw another message, which said that the girl was ready to kiss him at the first word. Now Matt was already embarrassed after reading this message. Suddenly there was a strong roar, and then a monster fell through the broken wall into the room with a roar. Maria screamed in horror and fear, jumping onto Matt's bed. When the hero looked carefully at the monster lying on the floor, he saw a window appear next to him, from which he learned that this huge fish was an offering from Bruce. The joyful aunt wished Matt to thoroughly enjoy this seafood gift, which was high in protein. The guy sighed heavily and grabbed his head, thinking that Bruce's offerings, as always, were not on time. Hearing a strange noise, a worried Robert burst into the room and asked what was going on. However, as soon as he saw a huge sea monster, he felt bad. The man would have happily run away from here, but the excited Agnia and Augustus, who were piling on him, did not allow him. Scratching his head, Matt somehow hesitantly replied that everything was fine with them. Just an acquaintance gave him a shark and asked if anyone wanted to get its fin. He then put his hand in front of him and used the destructive god index finger on the fish. The shark fell to the ground with a crash under the window of the room. The men walked to a hole in the wall and looked out, looking at the fish floundering on the ground. Laughing awkwardly, Matt said that the fish accidentally escaped. A few days later, the hero returned to work again. Standing in front of the entrance to his class, he was terribly nervous. Sighing, he made a decisive move forward and opened the door. Under the whispers of the student, the guy slowly walked to his teacher's desk, trying not to pay attention to these whispers. After what happened that day, the entire academy was aware that while everyone was hiding in the bunker, he single-handedly killed an SS rank monster. Even a few minutes later, the conversations of the students in the class did not subside, but on the contrary became more heated. The hero felt as awkward as possible, knowing that he was the subject of discussion. Suddenly, August smiled and slammed his huge sword on the floor, attracting everyone's attention. He said with emphasis that since they had finally realized the greatness of their teacher, they should show him respect. Immediately after his words, Mina jumped up from her seat, urging the others to follow her example and greet the teacher. Matt was surprised to realize that she had been the class president all this time. When everyone stopped talking and greeted him, the guy's face showed shock. Matt was incredibly happy to see how much the students' attitude towards him had changed. Now their views were filled not with contempt and indifference, but with pride and admiration for their teacher. Clearing his throat, he said that they had not seen each other for quite some time, and also had not engaged in self-study for a long time. Hearing these words of his, the guys' faces were distorted in a grimace of displeasure. Matt noticed such a vivid reaction from them. He wanted to give them self-study in order to deal with the accumulated papers, but he realized that if he did that, he would simply be showered with slippers. Putting a smile on his face, he said that he was just joking, and that today they would have a medical examination. After his words, the students left the classroom and lined up. As Matt called the next person in line, Angelina entered the room and sat down in the chair next to him. Looking at her, he saw an information window appear next to him, from which he learned that the girl suffered from anemia, although it was not noticeable at first glance. Sighing, he thought that at such moments this ability of his was very useful. Then he turned to Angelina and asked her not to move. The next moment, he activated the healing ring finger of God. The girl's face showed sincere surprise when her entire body was enveloped in a green glow. Clenching her hand into a fist, she said with disbelief in her voice that she now felt much more cheerful than before. Smiling, the hero called the next student. As soon as he saw the patients entering, the guy fell into a stupor. When he asked Agnia and August sitting opposite him what they were doing here, they joyfully shouted that they also wanted to be examined. Matt said wearily that he inspects the house almost every day. August objected that everything was different at school, because there was a completely different atmosphere here. The girl sitting next to her actively nodded her head in confirmation of his words. The hero had no choice but to fulfill their request. Taking another heavy breath, he forcedly said which of them would be first. His players simultaneously raised their hands and shouted that they would be first. Matt watched the argument flare up between them for some time. Thinking that he should still intervene, the guy said that he could just examine them at the same time. Suddenly a message appeared in front of him, saying that Murawa was desperately asking him for help. The next moment, the space in front of him changed. He saw in a distant circle the image of ants bowing in prayer to him. Murawa said that they did not have the strength to stop the impending disaster. Matt didn't have time to figure out what happened here when something strange began to happen. His entire surroundings turned red and many red windows appeared warning of danger. A few moments later, he managed to understand what danger his followers were talking about. A huge army of the enemy was approaching their village. They were quite close to the village of his ants. Matt's eyes widened in horror when he saw that the enemy army had no end in sight. They had filled all the nearest kilometers in the area, even covering the mountains. Their leaders were the Emperor's faithful followers, summoned by Arachne. The most powerful was the Lord of the Abyss Swamps, whose age was 2,000 years, and his feature was endless regeneration. The next most powerful was the Bloody Tiger, who was also a follower of the Emperor. And the last one to close this circle was the Fire King. Matt looked at these summoned monsters in horror when he received a message saying that all four of them were much stronger than the monster he had recently defeated, and the likelihood that all the ants following the hero would die was very high. He felt a surge of rage when he realized that these bastards had decided to get to him by destroying his source of power. The next moment, the space was again filled with many messages about the danger. One of them said that the time remaining before the invasion of Arachne and the imperial army of 100 billion insects was only 82 hours and 12 minutes. Matt froze in horror when he learned the terrifying number of the enemy. He understood that even if he made several hundred Diclorvos bombs there, it would take quite a long time to get rid of such a horde. He strongly doubted that he would have enough strength to protect the ant tribe, because he had only miraculously defeated the last monster. And here, in addition to the horrifyingly huge number of insects, there were as many as 4 monsters with a strength far superior to the SS rank monster he killed. August and Agnia stopped their arguments, noticing Matt's depressed state, and looked at him in surprise. Realizing the horror of the current situation, the hero grabbed his head, trying to come up with at least some way out. Suddenly a bright thought came to his mind that if he could complete the mission to raise the level of God, then he would have a chance. When Matt suddenly stood up from his seat and began to laugh wildly, looking somewhere in front of him, the followers standing to the side looked at him as if he were crazy. Covering her mouth with her hand, the girl said with excitement that a week of rest was too little for their master. Checking the number of his S-rank followers, Matt saw that he only needed to get 4. His thoughts filled with confidence that he would succeed. He found his first target in the academy cafeteria. Robert was actively eating his rich lunch of rice and fried pieces of pork. Joyful Matt watched him from around the corner. As he approached, he pushed back the chair next to the man. Noticing him, the man looked at the guy and nodded slightly. When he asked what Matt needed, the hero replied that he had one request. Then he voiced his request with uncertainty in his voice, hoping that everything would work. Hearing the request, Robert stared at the guy for several moments. Suddenly he laughed loudly. Looking at the hero, he said with a smile that he believed in him. Afterwards, he returned to his lunch, saying that this was a very strange request. Matt looked in surprise at the man sitting next to him. From the information window, he learned that Robert was grateful to him for saving his daughter, but that was all. The hero scratched the back of his head, trying to understand why nothing had changed, because Robert had spoken the right words. The sisters were having dinner at the next table. All this time, Maria could not take her eyes off the hero. Agnia tried to call her sister, saying that their food would soon get cold. Checking the progress of his mission once again, Matt was convinced that he still had 4 more followers to gain. He realized that this matter could drag on, especially when he remembered how difficult it was to win Maria to his side. More than that, he was worried about the fact that this was only a mission for promotion to a low-ranking god, whose strength might not be enough to destroy so many enemies. Sighing heavily, he returned to thinking about why his trick didn't work with Robert. Assuming that he simply did not believe in him enough, Matt said that he would like a trusting relationship to develop between them, and asked if he needed help with anything. Looking at him, Robert asked with suspicion in his voice what he was up to. The next moment, the expression on his face changed, and he said that even if he liked Matt, he would not get his precious daughter. The faces of the sisters sitting nearby showed surprise. While finishing his rice, Robert said that it would be better for him to give up. Things won't always go the way he wants, smiling awkwardly. Matt replied that everything is wrong, and he doesn't like older girls. Maria perked up irritably when she heard the hero's words. Suddenly, Robert hit the table with his spoon as hard as he could. Fierce rage was visible on his face. Approaching the guy, the man asked if Matt wanted to say that he didn't like his daughter. The hero was at a loss looking at the man in front of him. Pulling a spoon out of a crack in the table, Robert said that he had heard something interesting. When the guy asked what he meant, the man asked if it was true that Matt helped his students with his healing skills. Deciding that this was a great opportunity, the hero was inspired. He replied that this was indeed so. Even Maria became better thanks to his healing ability. At first, she could not even speak normally and did not recognize anyone. With sparkling eyes and a satisfied smile on his face, he asked if Robert needed help in such a matter. Lowering his head, the man paused before asking hopefully if Matt could heal someone who was on the verge of death. Immediately after these words, before this, a message appeared that he had received a new task, which was to cure his old friend Robert and show the power of the great God. As a reward, the faith of this man would be received. Matt jumped out of his chair with joy. With a smile on his face, he shouted that he was ready to do it right now. An hour later, they arrived at the hospital. The man led our hero into the VIP room, which was guarded by about a dozen guards. Inside, surrounded by many beautiful flowers, lay a white-haired girl. Matt kept his gaze on her face, thinking that she was too young to be Robert's old friend. He turned his thoughtful gaze from her to the man standing next to her. When the director asked what was wrong, Matt said that this girl looked more like his old friend than Robert's friend, loosening his tie. The man replied that fortune tellers do not age, so she always looks young. During the time they met, only her, the hair changed its color to white. Looking at the sleeping girl, he said that she was not just a friend, but a comrade, with whom they had gone through many mortal battles and saved Korea together more than once. Suddenly, thin threads of energy stretched from the flowers surrounding her to the girl's body. 2 nurses immediately approached her. Robert explained that Alexandra was at the limit. She had no vitality left, so she was forced to absorb the energy of plants to maintain her life. Many healers tried to help her, but everyone failed. Looking at Matt, he asked if the hero could help her. He replied that he could not promise anything, but he would try. When he looked at Alexandra again, he saw an information window appear nearby in which he could only read that she was in an induced coma, delaying her death. Just as he was wondering why he couldn't see her age, he heard an unfamiliar voice in his head saying that trying to find out a woman's age was completely ungentlemanly. Looking at the frozen guy, whose body was enveloped in a cocoon of barely perceptible energy, Robert realized that Alexandra had called Matt into her astral space. Placing his hand on the guy's shoulder, he said that all hope was only in him. Meanwhile, the space around the hero was distorted, and he found himself in a large garden, and nearby a girl was sitting on a bench feeding the birds. He immediately recognized her as Alexandra. Noticing his gaze on her, the girl looked at the guy, greeting him. Matt tried to understand what exactly was happening and where he was. At first, he thought that he was in a dream. But then the hero realized that this was astral projection. It was similar to Maria's skill, but much stronger. When she called him to her, Matt hesitantly approached the fortune teller. He immediately fell into shock as soon as she addressed him by name. When the hero asked how she knew him, the girl replied that in her vision the guy was the embodiment of evil. So she was glad that in reality Matt turned out to be a kind simpleton. Taking a couple more steps closer to him, Alexandra admitted that she planned to use the remnants of her strength to destroy him if he turned out to be the same as the vision showed her. Standing opposite Matt, struggling to contain his emotions, realizing that he must show respect to the hero of humanity. Sighing, he asked why she brought him here. The fortune teller smiled and answered that it was because her physical body was practically dead. She then explained that she had moved him to this space to personally verify his harmlessness. Without taking his eyes off him, Matt said that if she was convinced of everything, then she should send him back because he wanted to try to heal him. Alexandra shook her head and sadly said that she could no longer be healed. But if he wanted, he could try to use his power right here. With a smile on her face, she said that he should be a little more confident in himself because his strength is much greater than he thinks. Holding his palm out in front of him, the hero activated the healing finger of God. The girl's body was immediately enveloped in green and blue. As Alicia floated into the air, a message appeared in front of him stating that healing was now taking place, and he needed to wait a little. However, a few moments later, he received a message that the healing failed because he did not have enough divine power. The girl slowly sank back down, and the green glow enveloping her began to fade. Matt was amazed by the fact that he had too little power and failed. Suddenly, the fortune teller standing in front of him fell to her knees. Under the hero's worried gaze, she raised her head and looked at him. Then, with a radiant smile on her face, she said that she believed in him. Faced with his surprised gaze, Alexandra said that although Matt still did not understand a lot, she decided to entrust her fate in his hands. When she said this, a message appeared near the girl, in which the hero read that Alexandra had become his 5th follower, and was equivalent to 2 S-rank followers. This made the task much easier for our hero, and he only had to find 2 S-rank followers. Without taking her eyes off him, she said that if he continues to save small worlds, he will one day be able to save his own. Matt's eyes widened in surprise. He immediately understood what he was talking about the world where his first followers lived. Suddenly the space around them began to distort and Alexandra smiled, saying that she would wait for the day when the hero would save them. Taking a step forward, the hero shouted that he still had many questions. However, the girl had already begun to rapidly disappear, and finally she said that he should not worry, because the solution to his current problem was much closer than he could imagine. Having said this, she completely disappeared, and Matt received a message that skill transfer had been replenished with Alexandra's vision ability. The hero was very surprised when he learned that clairvoyance was now available to him. When he tried to activate it, he received a message that he did not have enough divine power. A few moments later, he returned to the real world. Concerned, Robert approached the heavily breathing guy, and holding him so he wouldn't fall, asked if he was okay. Matt didn't hear the man, completely lost in his thoughts that the solution he was looking for was very close, and now he just needed to figure out exactly where it was nearby. After leaving the hospital, they returned to the academy. In his absence, Hades amused himself with his students by playing basketball. Now he simply watched their game from the sidelines and came up with another way to attract new followers. Alexandra's hint gave him the idea that he needed to take a closer look at his surroundings. Having dialed the required number, he asked for the item he ordered to be delivered no later than tomorrow. Although Matt regretted that he even had to take out a loan and empty his wallet of divine coins, he understood that it was all for the benefit of gaining more power. He was distracted from his thoughts by the sound of air cutting. When he looked at the other end of the hall, he saw Augustus, who was actively swinging his sword, practicing blows. Not long ago, Matt bought a new sword for him, which was the training sword of the demon god. It was unusually heavy and durable. The hero had to pay the god of blades 20 million coins for it, so he hoped that with this sword, Augustus was simply bound to rise to S rank. As a bonus to the sword, he received the book, The Wise Sword, which was one of the books in the secret collection of Thousand Blades Cutting Space. But when the hero gave this book to Augustus, he returned it with the words that the calm techniques described there were completely unsuitable for his aggressive type of fencing. Matt was very annoyed that these gods continued to trick him out of money over and over again, slipping him all sorts of useless rubbish. Not noticing the hero's gaze on him, Augustus continuously struck swing after swing with his sword, improving his abilities. Sometime later, he finished his training and throwing his sword over his shoulder sighed tiredly. He felt beads of sweat running down his face and ruffled his long hair, which covered half of his face and neck. All this time, Mina could not take her eyes off such a bewitching picture. The training Augustus looked simply unimaginably cool in her eyes. Suddenly, he looked in her direction and asked her to come to him. In surprise, Mina dropped her ball and, not believing in her happiness, asked if he needed anything, pointing his finger behind her. The man said that he was not addressing her, but the summoned monster standing nearby. Turning his head in his direction, Hades said that Augustus was an unusually daring little man, and asked if the previous defeats were not enough, and he wanted to add another one to his piggy bank. Smiling, August replied that today everything will be different. Even if Hades is S rank, today the victory will definitely belong to him. Matt was surprised by the man's strong confidence in his victory. He understood perfectly well that A rank would never defeat S rank, but thanks to these duels he would be able to improve his skills, especially since the heavenly demon sword technique borrowed from the book was also quite unusual. Suddenly the thought came to him that perhaps the decision nearby meant Augustus. Rising from his place, Hades rushed towards his opponent, shouting that he should not expect mercy. Swinging his sword, August shouted that he had already mastered the heavenly demon sword, and today was nowhere near the same level as yesterday. When he swung his sword, a powerful stream of energy burst from its blade. However, Hades managed to escape. The next moment, the man received a powerful blow to the neck with the hilt of someone else's sword. Towering over his defeated opponent, the zombie said that his skills had indeed improved, but it was still not enough to defeat him. Overcoming the pain, Augustus said that the day would come and he would definitely win. Immediately after these words, he lost consciousness and fell face down on the floor. Hades dropped to one knee and threw it over his shoulder. Approaching Matt, he said that he would take August to the infirmary. When the giant headed towards the exit from the hall, Mina tagged along behind them. After this fight, Matt realized that August really has a chance to reach S rank, but this will not happen soon. Having purchased the potion, he immediately drank it and received a message that the synchronization with the creator of the gods had been increased from 45% to 46%, and the power given to him had increased. The hero's face showed dissatisfaction, because this was already the 2000th bottle he had drunk, and the increase was only 1%. Looking towards the sisters, he asked how they were doing, but no one answered him. The girls were focused on the process of removing the seal that bound the power of Agnya. Maria decided to take this step to give her sister the opportunity to protect herself, instead of becoming a helpless victim of the Abyss Dragon. Suddenly, Maria's face contorted in pain, gritting her teeth. The girl endured the pain because she needed to complete the last step. A few moments later, she finished and, sighing in relief, sat down on the floor. An excited Agnia turned to her and asked how she was. Wiping off the sweat with her palm, the girl replied that she was fine. Looking at this, Matt thought that perhaps the one mentioned in the prediction was either Augustus or Agnia, but whichever one of them turned out to be in the end, any outcome would withstand him. Then he approached the sisters and said that Maria shouldn't put too much pressure on herself because she's already doing a great job. Remembering how he said in the dining room that older girls were not interested in him, she pouted offendedly and looked in the other direction, causing bewilderment in her sister and the hero himself. When Matt asked what happened, the girl cried out in annoyance that she didn't like the fact that he always addressed her by her full name, as if he were an aunt. The hero awkwardly touched his head and took out a lollipop. He addressed her simply by name, offering candy. The girl's previous resentment was instantly forgotten, and she happily ran up to him, saying that she loved candy. Looking at the satisfied Maria, Matt thought with regret that he would have completed the mission to increase the level long ago if August and Agnia had become S-rank. Having checked the time remaining before the invasion of the enemy army, he saw that he still had 48 hours, deciding that it would be a good idea for him to prepare himself. He turned to Agnia. He asked her to tell August that the defense of the academy would fall on his shoulders while he was away for a while. Faced with the girl's surprised look, Matt explained that he had something very important to do. When she asked what exactly he was going to do, he answered with a satisfied smile on his face that he was going to sleep. A few minutes later, he prepared a place to sleep in a quiet corner and quickly stretched his body before falling into a long sleep. He stepped onto the mattress, thinking that sleep was his last hope. Sitting down, the guy covered himself with a blanket. Matt decided that only hellish training with the gods in a dream could really help him, especially since time in the world of dreams flows much slower than in reality. So 3 months in a dream would be about 2 days here. He was happy at the thought of how strong he could become. Plunging into a deep sleep, the hero immediately found himself in the Sword God Temple. The Thousand Blades Cutting Space himself sat on his huge throne with a satisfied smile. Matt, standing opposite him, was completely calm, however. At their very first meeting, he was terribly afraid of the piercing gaze of this god. That time he gave him the blade, which was broken during the battle with the last monster. For repair, turning to the God of Blades, he asked if the repair was completed. He replied that the blade was badly damaged that time, and he needed more time to repair this weapon. When Matt asked Thousand Blades to lend him something during this time, he was told that it would cost 1,000,000 gold coins. The irritated hero asked in bewilderment why the price had doubled since last time. Smiling, the God of Blades replied that if Matt is a beggar, then there is nothing to ask for. The guy had no other choice but to follow the lead of this god. It seemed to him that he was once again simply being scammed out of money. The next moment, a huge crack appeared in the wall near him, through which a bright light poured, forcing the guy to cover his eyes with his hands. A few moments later, a sword appeared from there. Opening his eyes, Matt looked at him in surprise. Seeing that it was an ordinary wooden sword, the hero became furious. He asked in bewilderment what he could do with such an insignificant weapon. The God of Blades replied that this sword was not as useless as it might seem at first glance. When a message appeared in front of Matt that this wooden sword, made of apricot wood, was more than 8 centuries old and was used by the founder of the very first martial arts sect. Sighing, the guy said that since such a great man owned this sword, he would take it after all. He had already paid. Taking a stance, Matt activated his Ultra Blade. Interest lit up in his eyes when Thousand Blades said that once the synchronization with this sword reaches 50%, a miracle will happen, and the longer the hero trains here, the more the synchronization will increase. Matt looked at the blade when he felt a subtle vibration in his hands. It seemed to him that the sword was reacting to something, as if it was trying to tell him something. The guy's eyebrows furrowed as he again thought about the miracle that could happen when they synchronized. Noticing the threat looming over him, Matt was horrified. Swinging his sword, he attempted to block the blow of the blade god's sword. When he succeeded, his face showed surprise mixed with disbelief at what had happened. Smiling bloodthirstily, his opponent said that Matt should try to attack him. Sometime later, due to their fierce battle, the walls of the temple were destroyed, and the surviving remains were scarred with traces of the attacks. Holding the sword in his hands, the guy dropped to one knee, breathing heavily. He thought that in all the time they had been fighting here, he had never been able to even touch the God of Swords. Smiling, Thousand Blades said that he was impressed that Matt had blocked all of his 9,000 attacks, so he would begin the next 9,000 attacks. Immediately after this, their blades clashed again. A few hours later, a smile began to appear on the hero's face. He finally managed to find the weakness of his opponent. He took off and in a couple of quick jumps reached the enemy. He only managed to swing his sword when Matt dealt him the first blow. The god of blades froze, surprised by what had happened. The joyful hero turned to him, not believing that he could really do it. Matt drank a recovery potion when he saw in the information window that he already had 47% synchronization. He was determined to reach 50% no matter what. When Thousand Blades said that he was proud of the hero's achievements and asked to share the potion, dissatisfaction flashed across the guy's face. He shouted with irritation that if he wanted this potion so much, then let him buy it. Suddenly, a powerful hand pierced the surrounding space and grabbed Matt in a vice. In the message that appeared from the Seeker of Strength, he read that it was time to pull iron. A few moments later, our hero found himself in the Temple of Power. A contentedly smiling god stood with a whip in his hands and said that before the fight you should definitely work on your muscles. Then he hit Matt on the back with his black whip, causing the guy to cry out in pain. Tears welled up in his eyes at the thought of some jock whipping him like some kind of slave. With a thumbs up, the Seeker of Truth said that Matt's muscles had become much denser, and he advised him to try lifting a 2-ton barbell to consolidate the result. Releasing his sword from his hands, the guy took a deep breath, stopping in front of the bar. Activating his steel body, he grabbed the bar, trying to lift the barbell up. But no matter how much effort he put in, the barbell would not give in to him. When the guy was already at the limit of his strength, he finally succeeded. Having dropped to the ground, Matt immediately began to drink restorative potions. At the same moment, he received a message that the synchronization had reached 48%. The hero's face showed dissatisfaction when he saw a message from the Silent Nightmare, informing him that it was his turn next. Matt did not want to sit in the stomach of those frightening flowers again. However, contrary to his expectations, as soon as he entered the Silent Nightmare dimension, plants began to attack him. Matt was constantly cutting down the stems, which were trying to attack him. When he raised his head up, he saw that the man-eating flowers were again hovering over him, pointing their spiky tongues in his direction. After reading the message that the Silent Nightmare was blushing and groaning, asking Matt to act tougher, the hero was convinced that everyone around him was sick in the head. Afterwards, an information message appeared in front of him stating that the synchronization had reached 49%, and there was only 1 minute left before the enemy army attacked. The guy grabbed his head, wondering what he should do. Suddenly he remembered the Silent Nightmare's request to be tougher. The next moment he jumped up and rushed towards the flowers. Smiling contentedly, he shouted that it was time to test how much stronger he had become. Rushing through the flowers, he struck them several times with his sword. The flowers screamed in pain and blood poured from their stems. They turned to Matt and prepared for another attack. The hero shouted that the Silent Nightmare had had enough, and it was time to give this last percentage. Suddenly, an information window appeared in front of him, with a message that the synchronization had reached 99%. Matt shouted furiously that any more and he would go crazy here. The hero turned around in surprise when a crash was heard behind him as the huge body of the flower fell to the ground. As soon as he breathed a sigh of relief, the Silent Nightmare announced that now that the synchronization had reached 50%, he could go to battle. Matt's face showed disappointment when the desired level of synchronization was achieved, no miracle happened. But the next moment, a message appeared in front of him, which said that the intelligence and endurance of A-rank followers had increased as a result of synchronization. The hero thought that if, with the help of this, these two could achieve S-rank, then it would truly be a miracle. The Silent Nightmare was right, and he had to urgently go to the battlefield, because the army began its offensive, and Matt received a message that from now on a sacred battle began, with his life at stake. Sighing, the hero decided that before going there, he needed to move to the roof of the school and pick up something there that was already supposed to be delivered. Meanwhile, a real threat looms over the town of Goyami. He was surrounded on all sides by an endless enemy army. Their leader, Arachne, sat contentedly on her throne, surrounded by 4 kings. Smiling, she said that today, the walls of this impregnable city will finally fall. With a wave of her palm, she ordered Beelzebub's infectious flies to attack. Harold came forward and said that they would be happy to carry out this order. Immediately after this, a large troop of flies soared into the air. One of them licked his dagger with anticipation. He couldn't wait to get rid of these insignificant creatures as soon as possible. Murava, standing on the city wall, was greatly worried by the huge number of enemies. Clasping her palms together, she desperately began to pray for Matt to come save them. The guard ants standing nearby were also frightened. They understood perfectly well that even their indestructible walls could not resist Beelzebub's infection, especially since the enemy was attacking from the air. Throwing his hands up, Harold prayed to his master, asking him to send a curse on the heads of their pathetic enemies. Afterwards, he began to actively absorb air, increasing in size. All the other flies followed the example of their leader, and at Harold's command, they all had to attack. Suddenly, a gap appeared in the sky, and the next moment, a huge foot appeared from there. Arachne was very frightened by what was happening. The kings around her also experienced fear and bewilderment at the unknown who intervened in their battle. A huge foot sank to the ground, crushing thousands of different insects. The snow-white socks almost instantly turned red with the blood of the dead. Having broken through the wall of space, Matt slowly walked inside, armed with a huge number of cans of Dichlorvos. The guy grinned evilly. I thought that now he would put an end to these annoying creatures. Harold looked closely at the strange jars, trying to read the name, but could not because the language was not clear to him. Suddenly, Matt's terrifying gaze rushed in his direction. Gerald shuddered in horror. All his instincts screamed at him to run away from here as quickly as possible. Matt was horrified by the huge number of flies here. He wanted to quickly get rid of them all and not see anything so disgusting again. The next moment, the switches on the cans clicked. The hero was glad that he could use John's telekinesis abilities. When Matt lowered his finger down, all the cans simultaneously sprayed the solution inside into the air. The flies hanging in the air tried to cover themselves with their hands. The herald realized that this was a deadly poison and shouted for everyone to retreat as quickly as possible. However, it was already late. For several moments, there was no one left in the air. The army on the ground panicked. They realized that if they did not escape, the same fate awaited them. Arachne noticed the commotion around her and shouted out that there was no point in them being afraid, because their enemy was only one, and there were countless of them. Matt sighed dissatisfiedly. Although he had destroyed a good share of the flies, there were still just a huge number of insects left. The warriors who decided to stay could not hold out for too long and fell dead. Looking at their dead comrades, the rest began to rapidly retreat. Arachne really didn't like the current situation. Rising from her seat, she shouted that the same trick wouldn't work twice. She then turned to the bloody tiger and ordered him to go and destroy the enemy. He roared and went to carry out the orders of his mistress. Suddenly, puzzlement appeared on the face of Matt, who was attacking various little things on the ground with Dichlorvos. Soaring upward, the tiger flapped its powerful wings. The hero flinched when he saw the poison flying back and immediately stopped the attack. There was real horror on his face. He understood that if something was not done urgently, his ants would die too. He had no choice but to reactivate telekinesis in order to remove the threat as far as possible. However, he did not count on the fact that not only the poisonous stream of air would blow away, but also his bottles of Dichlorvos. He watched with regret as all his spent money disappeared in an instant. Arachne was annoyed that he constantly used dirty tricks. Before the hero had time to catch his breath, bewilderment appeared on his face. He saw how the tiger began to devour his own. Matt was horrified when he realized that this monster became stronger when it ate others. Arachne was also not happy about such large losses. But if this was necessary in order to gain power comparable to divine power, then she was ready to put up with it. Turning to the dragonflies, she shouted for them to release a squad of blind suicides. Matt decided not to do anything for now, and wait until the tiger would make his job easier by getting rid of a good portion of the change. In addition, he intended to make him pay for all the jars of Dichlorvos that flew out the window. Deciding it was time to attack, the hero extended his hand forward and was about to activate the crushing god index finger. However, as soon as he looked up, he saw a troop of dragonflies filling the sky. Blind suicides sat on them. Arachne was confident in them, because the processes of these insects could crush even a stone. Having flown close enough to our hero, they jumped down. Matt looked in bewilderment as many insects flew at him. He immediately activated his steel body, increasing in size. The bright glow did not prevent the blind suicides from continuing to move towards their target, and the first of them flew into Matt's hand. When he tried to bite through his skin, his claws broke. Despite this, the others did not slow down and approached their goal, believing that they could defeat him with numbers. Matt did not move from his place when all the blind suicides attacked him at once. A few moments later, his entire body was covered in them. The hero managed to free the finger of his left palm. Using God's judgmental middle finger, he set fire to the insects that clung to his body. Matt then used the multiplying thumb of God. The flames enveloped his entire body and rose high into the sky. Immediately after that, he combined these two abilities and many flames rushed towards the enemy army. Looking at this, the red ants' eyes widened in horror and fear. They rushed to run, but it was too late. The fiery tongues fell to the ground one by one, devouring their enemies. In this way, an impressive number of red ants were destroyed. Matt stood there breathing heavily. He was starting to get nervous because he felt his strength diminishing every moment. When he looked at the progress of the mission to increase the level of the evil god, he saw that he had not yet killed half of the required number of victims. The hero was amazed by this. It seemed to him that he had already burned a sufficient number of these monsters. Feeling dizzy, Matt put his palm to his forehead, chalking it up to too much consumption of divine powers. Looking up, he noticed a fire monster approaching him. In the information window that appeared, the guy read that the beast was angry that he could use the same flame as his master. Matt sighed irritably, thinking that he had somehow displeased yet another monster. Throwing her palms up, Arachne shouted that they must stop the evil god at any cost. Looking sideways at her, the monster replied that he would carry out this order, but in return he would ask for 100 million victims. When Arachne agreed to this condition, The soldiers standing below shouted that she had absolutely no conscience towards her. The enraged girl shouted for everyone to shut their mouths, because it should be an honor for them to die in the name of the victory of their great empire. Meanwhile, the monster breathed out powerful flames and destroyed the specified number of victims. They could not resist anything and simply burned alive in his fire. A few moments later, its fiery flow began to diminish. Matt was surprised when he saw that this monster had increased significantly in size. Touching his hair, he realized that the situation was becoming increasingly tense. Suddenly, rage flashed in the monster's eyes. Taking off from his place, he quickly rushed towards our hero. Holding his head, Matt put his left hand in front of him and activated the destructive god index finger. But the next moment he received a message that due to the low amount of divine power, the activation failed. The next moment a monster attacked him, knocking the hero off his feet. Due to the strong and sudden attack, blood gushed out from his mouth. The monster threw the guy straight towards the city walls. Having destroyed one of the walls, Matt lay motionless on the ground. A satisfied smile played on Arachne's face at the sight of how the evil god had finally been overtaken by punishment and her revenge for the death of her husband was about to be accomplished. The hero lay unable to even lift a finger, thinking that he was too weak to protect his aunts. When Matt's eyes closed, an excited Mirava was next to him. With tears in her eyes, she screamed that he couldn't die like that. Putting her hand out in front of her, she tried to activate the healing finger. However, her strength was not enough to heal Matt. Opening his eyes slightly, the hero watched her. The fire monster spat out a small ball of flame when he realized that the evil god was still alive. He rushed towards him again, intending to finish him off. At the same time, Bruce, still in the tower, desperately prayed to be allowed to join. Hearing his voice in his head, the hero realized that all was not lost. Concentrating his power in his finger, Matt summoned this ant, hoping that his strength would be enough for this. The next moment, a blue flash flashed right in front of the struck monster. Our hero's prayers were heard and Bruce appeared next to him. With a smile on his face, the ant said that Matt could rely on him, because it was not for nothing that he had already conquered countless monsters from the tower. However, when the next moment a huge open mouth of a monster appeared in front of him, he was stunned with horror. The next moment the beast that had devoured him rushed away. He was pleased that he had taken away the enemy's last hope. Mirava's face contorted in horror at the sight of this picture. Without taking his eyes off the tiger, Matt realized that this was truly the end, because he was not capable of anything else. As soon as he thought so, a message from the God of Blades appeared in front of him stating that his weapon had been repaired, and it was also reported that for such a naive sponsor as our hero, delivery would be made free of charge. The next moment, an updated sword flew out of the resulting rift in space. The sword slowly fell into Matt's hand. Immediately, as soon as he had the weapon, a stream of power flowed through the hero's body. He was very surprised when he felt that the power was simply beginning to overwhelm him. The guy slowly rose to his feet. Looking at him, the fire monster felt that this place had become much more dangerous than before. Taking a stance, Matt activated August's skill transfer. All three kings flinched, sensing the danger emanating from this guy. He took a step forward and raised his sword to strike. All the kings hastened to escape from here as far as possible. Grinning contentedly, Matt asked where they were going. The next moment, the fire monster's body was cut into 2 pieces. Thick blood gushed from his mouth. Then he fell to the ground with a crash. He was angry that some non-entity had dared to destroy the body created for him by the greatest master. The second king suffered the same fate, his severed heads falling to the ground at once. Matt was breathing heavily. It was quite difficult for him to use several such powerful techniques several times in a row. Suddenly he noticed a tiger approaching in the sky. At the sight of him, our hero was overwhelmed with strong anger due to the fact that this monster had devoured his follower. But no matter how much he wanted to take revenge, he realized that most likely he would not have enough for one more use of the heavenly demon power. Matt staggered, feeling very dizzy again. The tiger noticed this, and decided that this was the best moment to attack. Opening his mouth wide, he let out a deafening roar. Afterwards, he began to approach the hero with lightning speed, intending to kill him. However, the next moment something threw him back, causing sincere bewilderment in the beast. An involuntary trembling took over his body. He did not understand why a colossal amount of energy suddenly began to emanate from the body of the evil god. Matt himself was no less surprised. The next moment, a message appeared in front of him, saying that the seal from Agnia had been removed. Now the expression on the guy's face gave way to surprise and disbelief. He couldn't call it anything other than a miracle. Feeling the strength begin to fill him again, Matt clenched his fist, hoping that August would soon give him good news. Smiling, he took an attacking stance and shouted that it was time to resume their game. The tiger was horrified and decided that it was better for him to avoid close combat. Hearing a strange sound behind him, Matt looked back. A look of bewilderment appeared on his face when he saw that the snake whose heads he had cut off had already grown back one of them. Smiling contentedly, the snake said that his body was immortal and Matt would never be able to destroy it. Immediately after his words, a second head began to grow. And after a few moments, all the monsters' heads were restored. Matt looked suspiciously at the window that appeared next to him and read in it that this monster could really regenerate endlessly. He sighed tiredly, not understanding why he was constantly being spoiled for all his fun at the most important moment. The snake laughed sarcastically and asked if Matt was already trembling with fear of him. The next moment, his loud roar was heard, and several heads rushed towards the hero. Suddenly, the sword in Matt's hands shouted furiously that they were all just ordinary, pathetic creatures who imagined God knows what about themselves. The hero was in deep bewilderment when he realized that his sword was talking. Laughing, the snake said that he would take this sword for himself as a souvenir. The sword was clearly angered by the monster's words and angrily asked him to repeat what he had just said. Still smiling, the snake said that no one could overcome his immortality. But if the sword wanted it so much, he could try. Glancing at his weapon, Matt assumed that someone had possessed it. Suddenly, out of the blue, there was a deafening sword laugh. At this moment, our hero wanted to get rid of this sword as soon as possible, but he understood that then he would remain completely unarmed. Without taking his eyes off the strange sword, the snake asked what in his words made him laugh so much. The sword replied that it was funny to him because the snake was already a corpse. The next moment, one of the king's heads began to turn into sand and separated from his body. The same thing began to happen with the other heads. Only then did the king realize that this sword had cursed him. He tried to regrow the heads, confident in his blessed regeneration. However, the regeneration did not work, and the heads continued to disappear one after another. A few moments later, the last head of the monster fell. The sword narrowed its eyes contentedly and said that the power of the heavenly demon is limitless. Immediately after the monster died, Matt received a message that the absorption of the killed victim was beginning. The hero only needed a couple of moments to do this. A satisfied smile appeared on his face as he felt that he had become much stronger after taking possession of the powers of the slain monster. At the same moment, something began to rapidly approach him from the sky. The smile on Matt's face disappeared the moment he felt a terrifying thirst for blood behind him. The tiger was in real rage. He shouted that he was ready to tear even his windwings to shreds, but kill Matt. Then, as if to confirm his words, he made a powerful flap of his wings, directing cutting streams of wind towards the guy. Swinging his sword, Matt was able to repel this attack. Laughing contentedly, the sword said that the hero was not as bad as he had already thought. The guy ignored his words and again turned his attention to the enemy, asking where he was already going. Meanwhile, the tiger was in real horror, realizing that he could not defeat Matt. Sticking one paw in front of him, he begged the hero not to attack him. The guy's face showed bewilderment, and he replied that he was not going to spare his enemies. The tiger wanted to say something else, but the next moment something strange happened and he howled in pain. Matt looked closely, trying to understand what was happening to him. Suddenly, the tiger began to fall down exhausted. Not even a couple of seconds had passed before he fell to the ground with a terrible roar. The monster did not stop howling from the pain tearing through his stomach. A few long moments later, the tiger's belly burst open and something flew out. Having covered his face from the dust, Matt watched this in surprise. Looking closer, he saw Bruce, who with his physical strength was able to fight his way to freedom. The hero was glad that this ant survived. Bruce looked at Matt with a satisfied smile and shouted that even if you are eaten, there is always a way out in both directions, or you can just rip open your stomach. Giving his thumbs up, the hero shouted that Bruce was super cool. Laughing maliciously, the sword said that even this ant would be much cooler than Matt. Raising the sword at the level of his eyes, the hero asked in bewilderment who he even was, squinting at his face. The sword said with sincere amazement that he should have already guessed everything himself. This strange sword caused the guy unusually strong irritation. Bringing it closer, he shouted that he didn't have time to play these stupid games. Frowning, the sword admitted that he himself did not know who he was. Matt couldn't understand whether this sword was mocking him or whether he really didn't know anything. Looking away, he mentally turned to the god of blades, asking him to explain everything, because he was the one who repaired this thing. However, contrary to his expectations, the hero received a message from the Thousand Blades, who said that he would prefer to remain silent. This angered Matt even more, and he thought about asking for a refund. Suddenly, not far away, a loud cry from a fire monster was heard that he would definitely take revenge. Matt looked at him with a bored expression, admitting that he did not expect this monster to survive. Turning to Arachne, the monster shouted that he needed more victims to kill this evil god. She allowed him to take 100 million. Frowning, the monster said that this amount would be too little. When he asked him to give him the entire 100 billions, Arachne shuddered. The shocked girl asked the monster to repeat her request in disbelief. He shouted for her to sacrifice the entire army to him in the name of the victory of their empire. Hearing these words, all the warriors were stunned with horror, awaiting Arachne's answer. However, the next moment, the monster began to absorb the victims without even waiting for permission to do so. Arachne, in horror and bewilderment, shouted out that they had not agreed and he needed to stop immediately. The monster ignored her order, continuing to absorb his own troops. Matt watched in bewilderment, trying to figure out what the hell was going on here. Suddenly, the fire monster suddenly increased in size. Bruce had trouble lifting a many-kilogram boulder. He shouted that he would take care of this fiery upstart. Then he threw a boulder at the monster. However, the stone dissolved as soon as it reached the monster itself. Matt was surprised to realize how hot the enemy's flame must be. He laughed contentedly and said that this was the true strength of his master. He towered over Matt with a smile on his face, aware of his complete superiority. Excited, Bruce asked what they would do. Sword glanced at the ant in confusion, asking why ask something so stupid. Matt looked at him with enthusiasm and asked what he was offering. Sword shouted that they should just come and kill this monster. It's as simple as that. The hero gained hope. But after listening to the offer of the sword, he lost it again, realizing that it was not so easy to kill this enemy. Sensing the guy's uncertainty, the sword shouted at him to just trust him, because there was no creature that he couldn't cut. Matt gripped the hilt of his sword tighter, realizing that this was pure madness. But having no other choice, he had no choice but to rely on his sword. Swinging it, he used the heavenly demon power skill. The flame monster closed its eyes, waiting for the attack. Contrary to his expectations, he remained unharmed. Looking at Matt, he laughed, asking if this was all he was capable of. Looking at the enemy, the hero thought dissatisfiedly that he had in vain hoped that the sword could really help with something here, because the very word free from 1,000 blades sounds like a guarantee of a lie. He looked again at the contentedly smiling monster in front of him, thinking about how he could destroy it. However, in the next moment, something unusual happened. The monster's body was cut into 2 parts. He growled in pain, unable to believe that his precious body was about to be destroyed. A few moments later, there was a deafening explosion. Looking at the hero, the sword said smugly that, as he had said earlier, nothing could resist its true power. Sighing, Matt decided not to say that he used his own power in this blow. He was just glad that this time he remained conscious and did not faint, like in the battle with the monster at the academy. Suddenly, he shuddered, feeling something strange, and messages from the gods began to appear next to him, saying that it was too early to relax, and he should pay attention to the burning sky. Not understanding what they meant, the guy raised his head. He was overcome with horror when he saw what the other gods had warned him about. The entire sky was truly on fire, and over Matt, smiling ominously, loomed a significantly increased opponent in size. In the window that appeared next to him, the hero read that once in this world there were 2 brothers who were gods of the sun. After a 1,000-year feud, one of them lost and was sealed in fiery chariot. The guy was seized with a slight trembling when he realized that he had freed some kind of god from the sealing cart. In the message that appeared from the god of blades, Matt read that now they are just an echo of the long past. But given his great divine rank, it is better for the hero to give up and die without unnecessary suffering. Matt looked up again, thinking that the situation had become extremely dangerous indeed, because he had already poured the remnants of his divine powers into the previous attack. He remembered the words of one great man, that even if the heavens open up, windows into life will appear somewhere. Looking at the hero, the monster shouted with rage in his voice that because Matt had destroyed his chariot, created for him by the great master, the guy deserved to die, and with him this whole world would burn. Looking around, the hero was delighted to find his window into life. It was Bruce, standing on the huge carcass of a defeated tiger. The ant froze in place in horror, realizing that their enemy was incredibly strong. A little more and they would all simply be burned alive. Matt shouted for Bruce not to stand there like a pillar and urgently found him a victim. Remembering that he was not alone here, the ant perked up and jumped to the ground, grabbing the tiger by the tail. He began to rotate around his axis, holding his tail in his palms. Matt extended his hand upward when he noticed the carcass of the beast approaching him. Smiling, he shouted out that this was exactly what he needed. The monster, observing their actions, said that they would never defeat him. Smiling happily, Matt devoured his victim. A few moments later, the tiger was completely consumed. Immediately after this, a powerful stream of energy burst out from his body. Next, his entire body was surrounded by several powerful lightning, and the message that appeared said that the absorbed beast was equivalent to 2 S-rank creatures, and therefore the mission of killing 10 S-rank creatures to increase the level of the evil god was completed. Now Matt was given the title of low-ranking evil god. Smiling contentedly, he looked at his palm, feeling unimaginable power. Standing nearby, Bruce shouted out that he had always believed in him. Morava did not interrupt her prayers all this time. Matt looked at his opponent, thinking that now it was his turn to show the true power of God. Seeing the confidence in the hero's eyes, the monster shouted that any resistance was completely useless. Matt extended his hand upward, activating God's judgmental middle finger. The next moment, a beam of black energy rushed upward. The fire monster was surprised when he felt the hero's energy on him. He asked furiously if Matt really thought something like that would work against him. The hero was tense to the limit. He himself understood perfectly well that this might indeed not be enough, but he could not help but try. All the while he questions whether this is the true power of his opponent, or simply the borrowed power of the victims he has absorbed. Seeing that Matt was not going to give up, the fire monster said that he would not even itch from such a ridiculous attack. The ants panicked as the monster increased the heat of its flames and the walls of their city began to melt. The hero understood that he could not hold out like this for long and thought that it was time to use the gift from the 1,000 blades. The sword stopped the guy, hearing his thoughts. He shouted that this gift could not cut the flame. Matt was perplexed. He recalled how the sword a few minutes ago had told him that it was capable of cutting anything. Suddenly, some dark cloud of energy appeared above his head, and Matt moved his perplexed gaze towards it. The sword also looked in that direction, trying to understand what it was. Meanwhile, Augustus trained on the roof of the academy, guarding his master's sleeping place. He was breathing heavily after using the second kata of the heavenly demon sword path. Looking at his palm, the man said in disbelief that he had finally managed to comprehend all the intricacies of the second kata. Gripping the sword tighter, he swung it using only one hand, and dark purple energy slid off the blade. Crossing space, it was transmitted to Matt. The sword looked at this energy in surprise. He suddenly said that the technique Augustus used reminded him of who he was. The next moment, a projection of a gray-haired man appeared in front of Matt. Folding his hands on his chest, he smiled contentedly and said that he was the heavenly demon. Matt glanced at the man in front of him in disbelief. The next moment, the blind eye of God was activated and Matt was plunged into the memories of the heavenly demon. Many centuries ago, he had to kill his own daughter, who became a follower of the god of destruction, and also everyone who followed her, after which he committed suicide. Having learned about the tragic fate of the heavenly demon, the hero felt sorry for him. However, that was not all. Having become a spirit, he had been looking for a goal for his revenge for thousands of years, but due to the fact that he fell for someone else's deception, he lost all his memories. When Matt questioned who exactly had deceived him, he was shown that 1,000 Blades had tried to trick the Sky Demon into converting him. But he recognized the lie and refused. Then the God of Blades deprived the heavenly demon of his memories, and then sealed him in one of his blades, forcing him to work for himself for free. After Matt found out that the God of Blades wasn't the only one who was constantly tricking him, he began to irritate him even more. Looking at the hero, the heavenly demon said that the skills of Matt's student helped him regain his memories. Confidence was visible in his gaze, and he said that with the help of our hero, he would be able to carry out his revenge. Matt shouted that he would do everything to make the God of Blades know the full ruthlessness of the heavenly demon. The man laughed contentedly when he heard the guy's words. Afterwards, he extended his palm to the hero and said with a smile on his face that he allowed Matt to use all his power. Afterwards, the spirit of the heavenly demon transformed into energy and rushed towards the struck hero. Matt felt someone take control of his body the moment his hand limply rose up. Then, a beam of powerful heavenly demon energy shot out from his palm. The monster looked down in bewilderment, trying to understand what this strange attack was. A barely noticeable smile appeared on the hero's face when he received a message that the heavenly demon had become his follower, and now his mission to raise the rank of a good demon had been successfully completed. Having received new power, Matt's eyes flashed dangerously. The monster, sensing something was wrong, shouted that the hero would never become his equal, even if he borrowed the strength of some decrepit old man. He then took in the air again and exhaled a strong stream of flame that countered Matt's strength. However, at the same moment, our hero increased his flow of energy. The heavenly demon shouted that the flames could only be overcome by more powerful flames. Heeding this advice, Matt stopped his attack and grabbed the sword with both hands, swinging it. The spirit shouted in anticipation that the hero should use the second kata of the heavenly demon sword path. All this time, their enemy did not stop spewing fire. Having not encountered any obstacles, the flames rushed towards our hero with renewed vigor, however. He managed to swing his sword, sending a response attack, until the flames overtook him. The fire monster's eyes showed confusion as Matt's attack cut through its flames. Until the last moment, he did not believe that this was really possible. Matt shouted to the monster that he should prepare to die. Immediately after this, the huge body of the fire monster was cut into 2 parts. But he was completely confident that his regeneration would easily heal these wounds. After a few moments passed, he realized that regeneration was not working, and the heat of the blue flames was felt more and more strongly. Thus, the blue flame of our hero engulfed the entire huge body of the monster, coloring the sky from red to blue. Breathing heavily, Matt kept his eyes on the sky. Only after a few terribly long minutes did a satisfied smile appear on his face. The fire monster was destroyed, and the sky returned to its azure blue color. Squeezing the sword tighter in his palm, the hero said that they managed to protect this world. Somewhere behind him, joyful cries of ants were heard, praising their god. Bruce shouted with a smile on his face that he never doubted his strength for a moment. Sighing, Matt said that now it was time for him to go. Glancing at his charges, he said that he would leave the rest to them. Morava and Bruce submissively bowed their heads and said that they would do as they were told. A few moments later, Matt disappeared into the portal space. Upon returning home, he immediately received a message that a new mission had become available to him to promote the middle-rank good and evil god. The guy was shaking from overwhelming emotions. All this time, The heavenly demon stood leaning against the windowsill and did not take his eyes off Matt. He chuckled contentedly, receiving one angry message from the Thousand Blades after another. When the god of blades accused him of theft, the hero only shrugged his shoulders and answered gloatingly, which is what he fought for and ran into. Thousand Blades replied that he clearly did not fight for the heavenly demon to regain his memories. Laughing contentedly, Matt replied that karma was returned to him for the sins he had committed, so he must repair this sword for free. The god of blades replied that he had already lost too much, because from now on, repairing weapons for the hero would cost 500 million coins. Matt was terribly infuriated by this statement. When the Soundless Nightmare wrote that he could recommend a good blacksmith, a malicious smile appeared on the guy's face again. Then the Seeker of Truth joined in, saying that he had been waiting for this day for a long time and was ready to negotiate for 5 million. Turning to the Thousand Blades, the hero said that even if he refuses to help, he will always have plenty of more profitable options. A few moments later, the God of Blades wrote that such repairs would require at least a year for the Seeker of Truth and reduced the price to 10 million. However, the hero did not intend to make concessions to him and said that he would only agree to 3 million. To a message from Thousand Blades that this was very little, Matt replied that compared to how much money he managed to squeeze out of him during this time, this was really not enough, and invited the Seeker of Truth to discuss the conditions in more detail. Hearing this, Thousand Blades couldn't give in to someone else like that and agreed to Matt's condition, who immediately rose from his chair with joy. Suddenly Richard's name flashed on the phone screen. The guy answered the call, wondering what he needed. The next moment he heard the excited voice of a man who asked where Matt was now, because he urgently needed to come to the association. When the hero asked how urgent it was, he was told that a clutch of crocodile eggs from a monster he had previously defeated had been discovered. 2 hours later, Matt arrived at the Hunters Association building, where there was a huge poster of Maria advertising perfume. Coming out of the taxi, the guy immediately noticed him. August followed his gaze and also looked at the poster, amazed at the beauty of the girl. Suddenly, Maria appeared next to Matt with a smile on her lips, which surprised him. Looking in her direction, the hero saw Robert and Agnia standing behind her. Matt waved his hand at them uncertainly. The man decided to skip the greeting scene, and turning to the entrance, said that they needed to hurry inside, where he would tell them about the eggs they had found. The hero stopped August at the entrance to the conference room, saying that he was not a member of the association, so he would have to wait here. After saluting, the man said that he would do as he was ordered. Afterwards, Matt went inside the room following Robert and the sisters, wondering why all the national S-rank hunters had gathered here for the sake of some eggs. Noticing him, Wilhelm immediately called out to our hero and joyfully waved his hand, attracting his attention. The guy pointed to the empty seat next to him, inviting Matt to take it. Hearing this, Maria grabbed Matt's hand and shouted that he should sit with them, which caused bewilderment in Wilhelm. Suddenly, the voice of the president of the association was heard, who asked everyone to quickly take their seats, because the egg would soon be delivered here. Hearing about the egg, Maria's eyes lit up with happiness. She could already imagine how tasty a crocodile egg could be. A minute later, they finally took their seats. Matt sat opposite Wilhelm and his sisters next to him. Our hero's attention was attracted by one girl in a penguin mask. Trying to understand why she was wearing this childish mask, the hero activated the Eye of the Blind God to find out more information about her. However, when he received a message that the analysis had failed, Matt was perplexed. All this time, he did not take his eyes off the stranger, wondering who she was, since his powers did not affect her. Maria perked up when she heard the approaching sound of a cart on which a crocodile egg was to be brought. The president of the association also heard this sound and hurried to get up from his chair. The next moment, a cart with a huge egg wrapped in chains was brought into the room. When it appeared near him, James said that this was the same egg of the S-rank monster that had recently attacked the academy. Touching it with his palm, the man said that they organized the transportation of the found eggs straight from Africa. The egg in front of them now is the only one out of 100 that never hatched. When James said that at the moment all their forces were being thrown into searching for the cubs of that monster, Matt tensed. He remembered very well how he almost gave his life in that battle with a crocodile, and he was terribly frightened by the very thought that somewhere else there were 99 others like him walking around free. Suddenly, a quiet knocking sound came from the shell, and the chains began to shake, attracting everyone's attention. Matt jerked to the side in his chair as he saw the egg begin to move. When the shell cracked, the director and his secretary, screaming, jumped to the sides in fear. For a few moments, a small crocodile looked at them from a cracked shell with evil eyes. All the hunters were touched by the cute creature in front of them. When one of the hunters extended his hand to the crocodile to stroke it, the animal began to actively say something in its own language. However, his speech was not incomprehensible to everyone in this room. Matt was horrified when the crocodile said that he had finally found his mother's sworn enemy. The next moment, the animal broke out of the remains of the shell and, jumping onto the table, ran forward along it at high speed. When the animal stopped next to him, Matt flinched. Shouting out that he would kill him, the crocodile jumped straight at the guy. Seeing this, all the other hunters grabbed their weapons to try to help Matt. The hero himself sat without moving. There was one oddity that he had never noticed before. He saw each of the animal's actions as if in slow motion. Deciding that he had truly become stronger and that crocodiles were now of no use to him, Matt moved his finger, activating the destructive index finger of God. Then he pointed it at the approaching beast. Sensing the danger emanating from his hand, the crocodile retreated in fear. He perfectly felt Matt's ardent desire to kill him. Suddenly, someone's fist appeared from the side, swinging to hit the crocodile. From the strong blow of the man, the animal flew to the opposite side of the room. The attacker was an S-rank hunter named Greg. When the crocodile flew into the wall with its body, blood gushed from its mouth. Before he could even try to get up, he was attacked again, causing another cry of pain. The man, who did not take his eyes off the animal, said in a serious tone that it would not be possible to fool him with that cute face. Tears rolled from the crocodile's eyes when he realized that this was his end. Turning towards Matt, the hunter asked if everything was okay. The stunned hero thought that nothing was wrong. He was terribly ashamed, because these two had dealt with the crocodile before he could lift his finger. The hero glanced sideways at Greg, thinking that S-rank was just something. Maria was terribly frightened and clung to her confused sister, saying with tears in her eyes that crocodiles are scary. Robert was furious that such an insignificant creature dared to attack one of them. Wilhelm, standing behind him, shared the man's feelings. Matt did not take his eyes off the beast all this time. Shedding tears, the crocodile begged for help. Noticing that he was still alive, Greg stopped next to him and informed everyone else about it. The hunter raised his leg over the animal's head with a murderous look. He raised his trembling paws up to at least slightly protect himself from the blow. The crocodile froze, feeling the touch of the boot on his skin, and closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Suddenly, an older man appeared near Greg and told him to stop, which caused great bewilderment in the hunter. Seeing that his request was ignored, the man with pressure and a threat in his voice repeated his request. From the window that appeared nearby, Matt learned that this old man was the master of the Immortal Guild, and an S-rank hunter whose strength was comparable to the strength of an entire army. Greg asked in bewilderment why Eric intervened. Moving the hunter's leg away from the beast, the guildmaster replied that he did not want Greg to hurt him even more, because he plans to open and examine this creature. The hunter frowned and said that he also wanted quite a lot, for example, to kill the crocodile right here, and asked what they would do in this situation. Rubbing his beard, Eric grinned and said that nowadays young people have completely forgotten about respect for their elders. Suddenly, the aura around the man changed dramatically, and a deep crack appeared in the wall behind him, which very soon turned into a hole. And the guildmaster asked if all young people really need to experience the taste of death in order to begin to behave properly. Robert and the sisters were horrified by what was happening. The man with disbelief in his voice asked if Eric was going to call upon his natural spirit right here. When he received silence from the guildmaster, the man angrily ordered him to stop immediately, but he replied that it was too late. Greg also did not stand idle and summoned his spirit armor to fight his opponent on equal terms. A few moments later, the hunter, clad in his armor, looked at Eric with a murderous gaze. Realizing the full consequences of this skirmish, Robert hurried and stood between the men, ordering them both to stop. All this time, Matt simply watched from the sidelines with a bored look, regretting that he didn't have popcorn with him. Leaning back in his chair, he smiled, thinking that even without popcorn, the upcoming battle promised to be interesting. Suddenly, the crocodile said something quietly. The hero's face showed surprise when he noticed this. Covering his head with his paws, the crocodile shook with fear and prayed to God for help. When a message appeared in front of the hero that he could attract a new follower in the person of this animal, it was also noted in the note that a small miracle would happen if Matt saved him. After reading this, his eyes immediately lit up, and for the sake of the promised miracle, he decided to save him. When he was thinking about how he could pull this off, a window appeared in front of him with a choice, accepting which it would be possible to save the crocodile unnoticed. The hero immediately pressed the consent button, immediately after which the crocodile was engulfed in a blue glow. His eyes widened in surprise as the space in front of him began to distort. The next moment, under Matt's bewildered gaze, the crocodile disappeared. The hero realized that he had been duped once again, and this made him incredibly angry. Feeling his cell phone vibrate in his pocket, he took it out to check who was calling him. As soon as he looked at the screen, surprise appeared on his face. A girl sitting nearby in a penguin mask was carefully watching him all this time. Matt was trying to figure out how the crocodile managed to move into the game world. On the other side of the screen, this animal seemed quite cute to the guy. Raising his gaze to the men, who had been arguing with each other with all their might all this time, he was convinced that none of them had noticed the disappearance of the crocodile. Throwing his gaze back at the screen, Matt thought that he needed to get out of here as quickly as possible before anyone noticed anything. Suddenly, a girl in a mask appeared from behind him, which quite frightened our hero. Jumping away from her, he asked in bewilderment why he was sneaking up on people from behind like that. Ignoring his question, The girl looked towards the men focused on the argument and not noticing anything around. Following her gaze, Matt realized that she was looking at the empty space against the wall, where a moment ago the crocodile had been sitting. Turning to her, with a pleading voice in his voice, he asked her not to say anything. He himself would explain everything later. Without listening to him to the end, the girl raised her palm to strike. Looking at her, Matt realized that he would not be able to come to an agreement with this girl so easily. However, when instead of hitting, she simply said "Hello, Penguin" in a joyful voice, bewilderment flashed across the hero's face. Immediately after this, the girl headed towards the exit, leaving our hero further perplexed. Based on his experience of communicating with S-rank hunters, he concluded that almost all of them are real weirdos. Suddenly, a strong explosion was heard near one of the walls, which attracted the attention of everyone in the room. The next moment, all eyes were focused on Augustus, who so unceremoniously burst in here. Having found his master with his eyes, the man with horror in his voice asked what was happening here, and whether he needed help. Our hero's face beamed with happiness at the sight of Augustus, who appeared on time as never before, and now he had an excuse to sneak out of here. Shin carefully examined the newly arrived man, who seemed vaguely familiar to him. A moment later, a smile appeared on his face when he finally recognized him. When he addressed August by name, he shot him an angry look and said that Shin had made a mistake. The blonde hunter did not believe this, and said that they were old friends, and he could not confuse his friend with someone else, which caused a new surge of discontent in August. Matt looked thoughtfully at the two. He realized that they knew each other, but decided that it was none of his business. Now it was more important for him to deal with his problems. Making an angry expression on his face, the hero walked towards his follower, loudly shouting his name, which attracted the man's attention to himself. Finding himself close enough to him, he grabbed Augustus by the cloak and asked with displeasure if he knew where they were at all, since Augustus dared to organize such a pogrom here. Dragging the man along with him, Matt headed towards the exit, saying that at home he would teach him some sense of reason, so that he would no longer dare to disgrace his master like that. The men, frozen in place, watched the departed Matt with bewildered glances, without any resistance to the fact that the hero was dragging him through the entire corridor in this way. Augustus, with a prayer in his voice, asked that he be allowed to atone for his guilt by death, because he could not protect his master. Matt was confused and said that this was not such a serious mistake, so he should not be so upset, and asked that Augustus just remain silent for now. Suddenly, from the direction of the conference room, there was a bewildered cry from Eric, who had finally discovered the disappearance of the crocodile. The hero shuddered in horror as soon as he heard it. When accusations rained down from three sides, Matt was glad that he was able to get out of there in time. He felt that in a little more time, these three would definitely come together in battle. A few hours later, our hero returned to the academy and took one of the beds in the medical room, enjoying the silence. Ant, holding her new pet on a leash, was formed when Matt sent her a task, which was to raise this animal to be a good crocodile. The crocodile desperately tried to break free, but to no avail. Looking at this, Matt thought that it was not in vain that he decided to put a mana-blocking collar on him, so he would become a less dangerous monster that could be kept under control. And he also decided to give him the name Croaky. Remembering the message that if he saves this crocodile, a small miracle will happen, the hero began to puzzle over what kind of miracle this was. He sincerely hoped that the fact that Croaky moved into his phone was not considered a miracle. Suddenly, another figure appeared in the doorway of the room, attracting the guy's attention. Shin came inside and asked if this game on his phone was really that interesting. Surprised, Matt sat down on the bed, trying to understand why this hunter came here. Shin's thin eyebrows frowned. Without taking his gaze off the hero, he said that he was interested in something. The next moment, his left palm was engulfed in blue flames. Looking at this, Matt was overcome with irritation. He did not understand what kind of peculiarity it is that S-rank hunters have to threaten with any question, instead of just taking it and talking calmly. Sighing, the guy said that Shin can ask about what interests him so much, and he will try to answer if possible because he does not intend to fight with him. The hunter said that first of all he would like to know what connects Matt and August. The hero understood that he could not say that Augustus was his gone fanatic, and he needed to explain their connection in some other way. Laughing uncertainly, the guy said that they were just colleagues. Looking at the hunter, in whose hand the flame was still burning, the hero tried to understand why he was being asked about this with such a menacing look. Meanwhile, Shin did not take his gaze off Matt, trying to determine whether he was lying or telling the truth. Suddenly he asked if our hero was in the community of 3 heroes. A puzzled look appeared on Matt's face and he asked what it was. He really had no idea what it was, but decided that it didn't concern him anyway, so there was no point in bothering with it. Seeing how the hero began to pick his nose with a bored expression, Shin gritted his teeth in irritation. He lunged and raised his palm to strike, saying that since Matt did not understand the words, he had no other choice. The hero, with the same bored expression on his face, watched his palm, which moved too slowly for him, thinking that today he had absolutely no desire to fight. At the same moment, noticing the threat to the life of his master, Augustus quickly approached the window of the medical room. Breaking the glass with his body, he rushed inside. Looking at the hunter, he asked in bewilderment how he dared to approach his precious master. Jumping towards him, Augustus raised his sword to strike. He acted very quickly, catching Shin by surprise. Matt watched the battle unfolding before him with a bored expression. Shin managed to jump away at the last moment, saving himself from the blow of the sword. When he raised his head and looked at Augustus, his face was beaming with joy, and he said that he was incredibly happy that his old friend finally recognized him. August angrily shouted at Shin to stop talking nonsense. Then he made another swing with his sword, attacking the enemy, but he jumped, deftly dodging the attack. Once above August, Shin asked why he hadn't been answering his calls all this time. Making another swing, the swordsman shouted for Shin to shut up. The hunter smiled as the blade of the sword began to rapidly approach him again. Hitting his sword with his palm engulfed in flames, he said that although a lot of time had passed, Augustus was still no match for him. He then jumped back, landing neatly on the floor. Sighing heavily, August said that he had to block Shin because he did not allow him passage. From what he heard, grief appeared on the hunter's face. Matt looked from one to the other, although earlier he had decided that their showdown did not concern him. But he was interested in how these two knew each other. With undisguised irritation in his voice, Augustus asked why he was constantly disturbing his master. Did he really want to die so badly? Shin was amazed. It was the first time he had seen his friend be so devoted to someone. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, August said that his master is the greatest swordsman who has reached the highest level in the art of swordsmanship, and if Shin still considers himself a swordsman, then he should immediately kneel before Matt. Hearing this, the hunter clenched his fists in anger. All goodwill towards the swordsman instantly disappeared, and Shin said with contempt that he knew that the community of the three heroes was a sect, and apparently, Augustus was deep in it and could not be saved. Hearing the strange name of the sect again, Matt wondered what it was after all. Turning his gaze to the hero, Shin realized that it was because of him that August had changed so much, and decided that at any cost he would bring this guy to light. When his palm was once again engulfed in flames, he called our hero by name, attracting his attention. Crossing his arms in front of him, Shin said that if Matt was truly the sword god, then it would not be too difficult for him to dodge his attack. Immediately after these words, he changed his stance, preparing to attack. Augustus looked at Matt and asked him to show all his greatness to such an ignorant man. Nodding towards the hunter, he explained that everything reaches this guy only through his fists. Sighing, the hero rose from the bed. He said that he just wanted to test his strength on him. Matt was aware that he had become significantly stronger after saving his aunts, but he had not yet had the opportunity to test how much his strength had increased. Clenching his hand into a fist, the hero was pleased that he had such a lucky chance. The next moment, he activated the steel body, and the clothes instantly tore on his strong muscles. Shin watched this with caution, suggesting that this was the very power of the community of three heroes, thanks to which Matt defeated the monster that attacked the academy. Deciding that some fated skill of an unknown sect would not stop him, the hunter went on the attack. He was sure that due to his enormous muscle mass, Matt would not be able to dodge in time. Matt stood still, not even thinking about dodging such a slow attack. Clenching his fist, he decided it would be easier to solve everything with one blow. He raised his hand to attack, waiting for the moment when his opponent was close enough. A few moments later, he brought his hand forward. When there was nothing left to get to Shin's face, suddenly the curtain next to the bed neighbors opened and Maria, irritated because of the noise, appeared from there. She angrily asked them to be quiet. Matt stopped short, belatedly remembering that Maria wanted to rest peacefully here. Shin's face showed surprise at the sight of the girl, and he asked what she was doing here. Pointing at him, Maria shouted that he was bad. The next moment, a dark red aura enveloped her palm and she activated her mind control skill. Realizing exactly what she was about to do, Matt shouted for her to stop. However, the girl did not listen to him, and the aura emanating from her became even stronger. Clenching her fist, she said that anyone who gets Matt must die. The next moment, the hunter fell to the floor, clutching the fabric with his palm in the area of his heart, and blood gushed from his mouth. Turning his gaze to Augustus, he reached out to him with his trembling hand, about to say something. However, the next thing he lost consciousness, his head touched the cold floor. August walked up to him, checking Shin's pulse. When he clicked his tongue in displeasure, Matt asked in horror if he was dead. Taking his fingers away from the hunter's neck, August replied that, to his greatest regret, this was not so. Afterwards, he looked at the hero and said that this guy would not disappear from their lives so easily. Hearing this, Matt breathed a sigh of relief. He would really not like to be involved in a case involving the murder of an S-rank hunter. Throwing the swordsman's body onto his shoulder, Augustus apologized to the hero for the concern and said that he would quickly throw him somewhere far away and return. Matt tried to stop him, shouting that he could simply cure Shin, but Augustus, who had left through the window, no longer hurt him. Our hero could only hope that his follower would not finish off his unwanted friend somewhere in a quiet corner. Suddenly, Maria's palms touched his cheeks and, pressing, turned the guy's head from side to side. Carefully examining him for wounds, the girl asked the embarrassed hero if everything was okay with him. He replied that everything was fine and wanted to ask her to remove her palms from his face, but she beat him to it, saying that he didn't have to worry anymore because his little sister Maria would protect him no matter what happened. Confused, Matt thought that it was rather strange to hear Maria say that she was the youngest, although in fact she was several years older than him. Suddenly, the door to the medical room opened and Agnia burst inside. The excited girl asked if everything was okay with her master, because a couple of moments ago she felt just a colossal flow of energy from here. Noticing the position in which Matt and her sister were, Agnia asked in bewilderment what was happening here. Still in Maria's clutches, the hero tried to explain everything so that she would not misunderstand anything. However, as soon as the girl noticed a huge puddle of blood next to him, the girl asked with fear whose blood this was and who they killed, and Maria unstuck from Matt and rushed to her sister. Pressing herself into her hand, she said with tears in her eyes that she wanted to return home as soon as possible, because it was too scary here. Approaching them, the hero asked Agnia to take her sister home, and he would finish his business here. Having changed into a tracksuit, he armed himself with a bucket and a mop and began to wash the bloody stain on the floor. Matt wondered why he, in his position as God, had to scrub the floors here, but he did not have a person to whom he could entrust this task. At one of these moments of self-flagellation of the hero, Mina approached the open door of the medical office. She called out to Matt, getting his attention. Hearing her voice, the surprised guy turned around. The girl was shocked to see an unwashed puddle of blood on the floor and a broken window. When she asked where it all came from, the hero replied that he just fell badly. Putting a smile on his face, Matt asked why she was looking for him. The girl noticeably tensed and clutched her skull pendant. The guy noticed her fear and thought that something serious had happened to her. He said that she could not be afraid and just tell him everything, and he would try to help her with something. Raising her uncertain gaze at him, Mina said that her grandfather wants to meet him, so Matt urgently needs to run away from here. The hero was surprised by the words of his student and asked why he had to run, but she hesitated again, not daring to say anything. At that moment, from her skull pendant, the cheerful voice of Hades was heard, who greeted his owner. Sighing, Mina said that her grandfather noticed that Hades had grown up and decided that he was obliged to talk to her teacher, just like her sister. Hearing the sound of approaching cars from the street, the girl shuddered in horror and said that they were already here. She left the room and bowed, wishing Matt luck. Immediately after this, she rushed away from here, leaving the perplexed hero alone. She was ashamed that because of her, her teacher was in such a situation, but she understood that she could not help him in any way. Not understanding what Mina was so afraid of, Matt approached the broken window. Looking down, he saw an expensive car parked in front of the building. When the driver opened the back door, a man immediately came out. Our hero was surprised when he recognized the old man who had come out. Now he understood why Mina was so worried, because her grandfather was the master of the Immortals Guild. The next moment, he noticed a girl who got out of the car following Eric. Her gloomy appearance filled Matt with horror. They barely managed to approach the entrance of the academy when Robert appeared in front of them. He asked in bewilderment why Eric had come to his Holy of Holies. Stopping in front of him, the director released his aura, and with a threat in his voice, asked if Eric understood where he had come. He did not yield to Robert, and also released his aura, asking with a grin what he had to do with it. Clenching his fist, the headmaster shouted that he would kill him if any more academy students were harmed because of him. Walking past him, Eric said that he just wanted to inspect the place where his precious granddaughter was studying and talk with someone. Robert was surprised by what he heard and asked who they were talking about. When he heard Matt's name, the man sighed and cautiously asked why he needed it. A dangerous smile appeared on the guildmaster's face, and he replied that he just really wanted to meet him. Matt, who had heard their entire conversation, realized that he really needed to listen to Mina's advice and run earlier. A few minutes later, the four of them gathered in Robert's office. The hero sat opposite Eric, as if on pins and needles, actively trying to come up with an excuse for himself. Looking at Matt, the man smiled and, breaking the rather prolonged silence, said that he did not expect to meet again and asked how old he was. Trying to behave as naturally as possible and not show signs of excitement, the hero replied that he was 23. Turning his gaze to the girl sitting next to him, Eric grinned contentedly, saying that the difference of 3 years was simply ideal. Hearing this, the girl blushed and asked her grandfather not to embarrass her so much. Matt took a sip of tea from his cup, trying to understand what they were talking about. He was sure that he and this old man were at least 30 years apart, but not 3. Turning his gaze back to him, the man said that he was glad to finally meet his grandson. Hearing this, the hero choked on his tea, hoping that he had simply misheard. However, looking at the 32 smiling man and the embarrassed girl, he realized that he had heard right and he was really being offered to marry her. Sighing, Matt told Eric that he would not become his son-in-law. Then he put on a wry smile and said that he preferred loneliness. He was not at all interested in getting married. Previously, Matt had not even thought about it, but from today, he definitely became against the wedding. The man put his cup down on the table. He smiled, saying that he heard that thanks to Matt, a B-rank zombie named Hades had evolved to an S-rank. The hero remembered that Mina mentioned something like that. There was undisguised interest in Eric's eyes. He admitted that he had never seen something like this before, so he was not going to miss the opportunity that had been given to him. Without taking his insidious eyes off the guy, he said that he was not asking for much, just 3 sons, and that's all he needed, because Matt's blood was too valuable. The hero was infuriated that they wanted to use him in such a dirty way. The next moment, Eric took out some paper and handed it to the guy. Matt looked at the paper handed to him with confusion. When he read the text on it, the hero fell into shock. The man said that this is a check for 1,000,000,000,000. If the hero does as asked, then the money is his. Hearing the amount, Robert could not contain his surprise. Leaning over to Matt, he whispered that for 1,000,000,000,000 you can agree to get married, even if in essence it is a trade in the body. But you can find its advantages in this. It was difficult for the hero to resist such money, with which he could forget about work and deadlines for the rest of his life. But there was one huge but that stopped him. The girl's face was the reason for this. Looking at her, he got the impression that she had already died 4 times and would gladly drag him into the grave after her. Rising from his seat, he said that he was deeply disappointed in Eric, who was trying to buy love with money. He would never enter into such a marriage. His words aroused barely noticeable admiration in the man, but in Robert, on the contrary, bewilderment. Alexa looked down in disappointment. Matt decided that now was the time to get out and turned around and took a step towards the exit, when suddenly he was called out. He turned and looked in bewilderment at the girl standing behind him. She sighed, tucking the strands that were hiding her face behind her ear. When a smile appeared on her face and her eyes changed color to purple, Matt read in the window that appeared next to her that Alicia is a half-breed, a cross between a human and a witch. Her peculiarity lies in the look of her enchanting eyes, which is capable of seducing any man. Knowing about this peculiarity of hers, Robert jumped up from his seat and shouted that the hero should not dare look into her eyes. However, it was already too late. Alicia activated her ability on Matt. Taking another step closer to him, she touched his chin with her free hand and asked what he thought of her eyes. The guy replied that they were quite beautiful. Alexa liked his answer and asked if he would like to be hers. Turning to her, Robert shouted with a threat in his voice that he forbade her to use this dirty trick on Matt. A man standing next to him intervened and asked him not to disturb his granddaughter. There was a threat in his gaze. Eric said that if Robert dares to touch his granddaughter, then he is a dead man. The director of the academy looked at him with rage, saying that everyone who had been in the power of this ability had lost their minds, and he did not want a similar fate for this boy. The girl did not take her eyes off Matt, waiting for his answer. With a bored expression, he replied that he was refusing her offer. Alexa was amazed by this and asked what it meant. He answered with irritation that he did not want to be hers because she was not his type. Then he grabbed the doorknob and walked out into the corridor under Alexa's perplexed gaze. Looking at her for the last time, he said with contempt that she was not a thing to belong to someone. Having said this, he slammed the door loudly. The shocked men could not believe what had happened. Alexa wondered who this guy was since her ability didn't work on him. Once in the corridor, Matt sighed heavily. He was terribly sorry for missing out on a whole 1,000,000,000, but it was better than climbing into a coffin after this strange girl. Reflecting on what had happened, he did not notice how the space behind him was distorted and a huge rift appeared there. Almost immediately, many purple monster hands appeared from it. Feeling a touch on his body, Matt looked in bewilderment at the arms that clasped him. Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, he was pulled into the rift. A few moments later, the rift closed and only a lonely slap of the hero, falling from his leg, lay in the corridor. A little later, the car parked near the academy building started moving. Looking in the small mirror, Alexa tidied herself up, wiping off her scary makeup from her face. Even though she was now in the car, her thoughts were still in the director's office. When Eric asked how she liked this candidate for husband, the girl smiled, answering that she was delighted. He asked in bewilderment why she had come with that terrible makeup. Without taking her eyes off her mirror, Alexa replied that she did not need a man who would agree to marry her just because of his good looks. Touching his beard, he agreed with this. The man was still under the impression that the charming look had not worked. Smiling, Alexa replied that this is why she wants to get it even more, because only an S-rank hunter and above can resist this ability. A satisfied grin appeared on Eric's face, and he said that she didn't have to worry about this, because this guy was already practically in his hands. Alexa looked at him and asked what he meant. The man lowered his head, hiding his smile. Meanwhile, Matt found himself in Eric's dimension, which the hero guessed almost immediately. He looked up at the monsters that had pulled him here. The guy didn't understand why there was a satisfied smile on the faces of the demons standing in front of them, and drool running down their lips, like animals looking at a piece of fresh meat. When an information window appeared in front of Matt, He read that these were Eric's Yakshi warriors who were ordered to kidnap him. But now they were seriously considering whether to break the order and devour him now. The hero fell into bewilderment when he learned that he was going to be devoured. One of the monsters made his choice and raised his sword above his head. An evil grin appeared on Matt's face. The next moment, he activated his steel body. The sword that landed on him was unable to cut his skin and shattered into fragments. The monster looked at his broken weapon in bewilderment. Grinning, Matt said that these monsters are too weak for him. But if they bring at least a billiard, then we can talk about something. Turning around, he attacked the monster. He flew several meters up from one blow. When he landed on the ground, shock appeared on the faces of his comrades. Burning with impatience, Matt shouted that they could all attack at once instead of just hanging around. The monsters immediately rushed at him. Playfully, the hero defeated one enemy after another, without even making any special efforts. Raising his hand upward, he laughed and shouted that these monsters were not even comparable to the legion of ants, after which he activated the judgment finger of God. The faces of the surviving monsters showed horror. The two Yakshi arrived too late, after the flame pillar had consumed all the Yakshi warriors. They watched in horror as warriors who had never lost to anyone were killed in just a few moments by just one person. The girl frowned. She knew that only one creature could be capable of something like that. Therefore, I suspected that Matt could be one of the gods. Noticing the burning gaze on himself, the hero looked in their direction and assumed that they were the local leaders. In the man who appeared near the Yaksha, the guy read that he was a general. Turning his gaze to the girl, he saw the same window, from which he learned that she was also a general, and the note noted that she was a former follower of the Knight of Vivid Sexual Fantasies. After reviewing this information, Matt understood why Eric is so strong, since he has followers of evil gods. But that was not all that alarmed him. The multicolored irises of the Yaksha girl's eyes reminded him of Alexa's eyes. Suddenly, the man standing next to her jumped out of his seat and rushed at him. Lily's eyes widened in horror. She understood that going against this man was real suicide, especially if her guesses were correct. Matt did not move from his spot when an enemy larger than him flew up to him. He just put his index finger in front of him, which was already enveloped in golden energy. When Matt activated God's destructive index finger, his opponent fell to the ground at the same moment. Looking at how easily he defeated her partner, Lily realized that he was the same young god who was unusually strong. She slowly approached him. The hero looked at the enemy standing in front of him with incomprehension. He found it hard to believe that she could give up so easily. The next moment, Lily knelt down in front of him and bowed her head, asking him to have mercy on them. When the guy heard her voice in his head, he wondered who she was to have such abilities. Immediately after that, the Eye of the Blind God was activated, and Matt received a message that her short story would now be played back. Before becoming a Yaksha, she was called Lily, and was the daughter and follower of the goddess of night of vivid sexual fantasies. Although the goddess had great power, she lost the battle with the god of destruction and barely escaped. However, now her world, like herself, is dying, and in order to regain its former strength, she needs the souls of strong and innocent S-ranks. For this reason, she sent Lily with her enchanting gaze to Earth, where she met Eric Serge. At first, Lily thought that he would be an easy prey, but her gaze did not work on him. Over time, she fell in love with him, got married, and had a child. Everything was fine until one day she was discovered by an abyssal dragon, who severely injured her. When Eric discovered her, it was too late to provide any medical assistance to his wife. The only thing he could do was to conclude a contract with her. He offered that in exchange for fulfilling his wishes, she could use his soul. Having seen her past, Matt understood why Alexa had eyes similar to hers. Lily was her grandmother. He thought with regret that in exchange for a desire, a soul is taken. This is a law written down from time immemorial, which no one can change. Sighing, the hero assumed that Eric wanted to resurrect her, but she refused, and therefore became a Yakshi. Lily nodded slightly, confirming his guess. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of Matt that generous abundance was tearfully asking him to take pity on Lily, to which he replied that if he spared all the enemies who tried to kill him, he would not live long. However, the next moment he smiled and said that in general this idea was not so bad. In the information window that appeared in front of him, he read that Lily has an S rank, and if he meets her halfway, she will become his follower. The very thought that he would have another high-ranking follower brought untold joy to our hero. And if Eric and his granddaughter were also included with Lily, then that would be wonderful. He remembered that an evil god would soon descend to Earth, and by that time he simply needed to become as strong as possible, so he simply could not miss this opportunity. Lily raised her head and looked at him in surprise as he activated the title of Good God. Matt was also surprised when he saw a glowing halo above his head. He decided that this was a special attribute given to a low-ranking god. Deciding not to bother with it, the hero activated the healing finger of God and touched Lily's forehead. Immediately after this, her body was enveloped in a healing green glow. From her, it smoothly flowed to the comrades lying nearby and enveloped their bodies too. Matt thought that this would help them, however. A few moments later, a look of confusion appeared on his face. Lily's body began to melt, and tears began to flow down her cheeks. All of her comrades suffered the same fate, their bodies melting, causing them terrible pain. The hero did not understand what was happening to them, because he used the skill of a good god, which does not bring death or destruction. The next moment, a message appeared in front of him, informing him that the Yaksha warriors had been purified, and the process of replacing evil with good usually happens quite painfully. Suddenly, a new transformation began to occur in Lily's body. She significantly decreased in size, her horns disappeared, and instead of them, a pair of snow-white wings appeared behind her back, and instead of a grimace of pain, a joyful smile shone on her face. Matt scratched his head thoughtfully when a message appeared in front of him that the Yaksha warriors had been revived as angel warriors. He did not expect something like this to happen. He was also interested in why they had all shrunk so much. The goddess of vivid sexual fantasies slept soundly in her dimension, slowly regaining her strength. Sensing her daughter's return, she finally opened her eyes. In the real world, night has already fallen. Eric stood at the window and watched the city at night. His thoughts were still spinning about the boy who dared to so ignorantly refuse the status of his grandson-in-law. An evil smile played on his lips at the thought that Matt should have already been taught a wonderful lesson in another dimension, which was like a portable hell from which even S-ranks returned terrified. The next moment, the space in front of him was distorted, and a rift appeared in the wall. Looking into the rift where the bright purple light came from, he ordered the Yaksha warriors to release Matt back. When the purple light suddenly changed to gold, the man's eyes widened in shock. Closing his eyes, he noticed someone's approaching silhouette and asked in bewilderment what it all meant. Coming out of the rift, Matt said that he had come to his call. Seeing him in front of him, Eric fell into a stupor. He didn't understand at all why this guy was safe and sound. Looking around, Matt said that the man had a rather nice office. Moving away from the shock, Eric asked what kind of flies were hovering around and where his precious Yakshi warriors had gone. The hero replied that it was quite a long story, but first he should check the man's chest. He took a step back and asked in bewilderment how he knew this. Eric did not like this huge number of oddities, but what bothered him most was that he did not feel the presence of the Yaksha at all. His face showed horror when he realized that he couldn't even feel Lily. Rushing at the guy, he grabbed him by the neck and furiously asked what he had done to Lily. As soon as the man did this, Matu saw an aura appearing from Eric's body, and he realized that he urgently needed to cure him. First, he needed to distract the man himself, which he did, saying that that was that, and now was not the time to remember the past. These words from the guy infuriated Eric even more. He squeezed Matt's neck tighter and shouted that he would make sure that he would never speak again. At the same moment, the aura turned into a huge fist and rushed towards the hero. Thinking that there was no choice, he decided to knock out the man, because it would be much easier to carry out the treatment. Holding his hand in front of him, he was about to activate the destructive index finger of God. However, the next moment, Eric grabbed his shoulder and sank to the floor. Matt watched in bewilderment as he actively coughed up blood. Sitting on the floor, however, when his body was engulfed by someone else's dark energy, the hero realized that he did not have time. Each time, Eric's breathing became heavier and his body broke out in cold sweat. Seeing her husband's condition, Lily flew up to him with tears in her eyes. Feeling someone approaching, the man raised his angry gaze upward. However, as soon as he saw Lily, who had changed her appearance, and who, with tears in her eyes, said that Matt had brought her back to life, all the former anger disappeared, and in its place came surprise and disbelief in what was happening. For a couple of moments, he even forgot about the pain piercing his body. With a happy smile on her lips, Lily cupped Eric's face with her palms and said that now, she can see him at any time she wants, even in spiritual form. Tears also appeared in the man's eyes. He had long ago lost faith in the fact that his wish will be fulfilled. The pain reminded itself, and a bloody cough came from his mouth again. This greatly frightened Lily. She looked at Matt with a pleading look in her eyes. When he met her gaze, he received a message that he would be shown the rest of Lily's story. The moment Eric decided to make a deal, the space in front of them was distorted, and a huge rift appeared. A few moments later, the goddess emerged from the rift. Noticing her daughter, she flew into a rage and asked how Lily dared to betray her because of some pathetic nonentity. Suddenly, Eric's left shoulder was engulfed in a burning flame. He endured this terrible pain of the appearance of the brand of the curse. When the flame disappeared, the goddess said that the day Lily came back to life, on the same day she would devour Eric's soul. She wanted this man who had turned her daughter away from her to know all the world's pain and despair before it tore his body apart. Leaving them with this curse, the goddess left. A satisfied smile appeared on Matt's face when he finally found out what happened there. Kneeling down next to the man, he apologized to him and pulled back the fabric, revealing the brand on his chest. The hero touched the brand and activated the destructive index finger of God. Even if not immediately, the brand gave way and began to slowly disappear from Eric's body. A few long moments later, it was all over. Matt blew on his finger, extinguishing the flame. Suddenly, the walls of the building were shaken by a deafening scream. Raising his head, Matt saw a crack appearing in the window. Suddenly, it increased, and a powerful stream of air blew away the glass fragments towards our hero. The guy covered his face with his hand and smiled contentedly. The enraged goddess shouted that the pathetic little man did not dare to encroach on other people's transactions. When a message appeared in front of him that now only the residual essence of the great goddess was in front of him, Matt immediately remembered the fire monster with whom he had fought not so long ago, which was also only a residual essence. He was glad that this time the situation was very different, because back then he had neither the divine sword nor the skill transfer from August. With a wave of his palm, Matt used the skill transfer, borrowing the ability of the heavenly demon sword. Confidence in his victory was visible in his gaze. The goddess's face showed confusion as Matt ran towards her. Breaking the window even further, Matt jumped out into the street. He shouted that the only non-entity here is the goddess. After the hero waved his palm, he attacked the goddess. She screamed in pain, feeling severe pain on her face. When Matt landed on the ground, passers-by recoiled in horror. With a smile on his face, the hero shouted that everyone needs to run away from here as soon as possible. Now there will be a huge battle here. Blood dripped from the goddess's bloody lips. Smiling, she said that Matt was the first human in her memory who dared to attack her. The hero didn't understand at all why she looked so pleased. She explained that she had previously been a creature that low-ranking gods did not even dare to look at, so now she would show him her true essence. With a bored expression on his face, Matt said that she shouldn't waste time and finally show everything. However, when Generous Abundance reported that the Knight of Vivid Sexual Fantasies had the same infamous fame as the God of Destruction, they were both great evil gods who were approximately on the same level. The hero froze in shock. At that same moment, the goddess began to transform. She increased significantly in size, and not a trace remained of her previously beautiful appearance. Now she looked like a monster. Matt's face showed horror. He was desperately thinking about what to do. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of him from Thousand Blades, who suggested that he simply kill Eric Surge and be done with it. The hero cast his gaze at the man looking out of the window. In the information window that appeared in front of him, Matt read that Eric was bound by fate with this evil goddess. He turned away and sighed heavily, thinking that nothing else was expected from the evil god. The hero understood that it would really be easier to kill Eric, but he was determined to fight for a happy ending until the very end. Looking at his opponent, he shouted that although she was once on par with the god of destruction, now it is all in the past, and the goddess is only a shadow of her former self. Concentrating the power in her eyes, she said that although her strength had weakened significantly, it would be enough to predict some newly minted god of low rank. Immediately after this, 2 incinerating beams rushed from her eyes towards Matt. In the face of the threat, he did not budge, activating the transfer of August and Maria's skills. Eric, with horror in his voice, shouted for Matt to run away from there as quickly as possible, because he could not defeat the goddess without the help of at least a dozen S-rank hunters. But the hero ignored his request and clenched his fist and swung. In the next moment, he combined the skills of his steel body and telekinesis. A huge golden fist collided with the rays of the goddess, stopping them. With a little more effort, Matt's fist began to rapidly rise upwards, suppressing the goddess's power. A few moments later, a fist came straight into her face. The goddess pulled away from the rift, cursing loudly. Eric and Lily looked at Matt in shock, amazed at his strength. The hero was in no hurry to relax, realizing that this was not the end. The goddess again leaned against the rift and, with eyes burning with anger, looked at the guy. He raised his hand up and activated the Crushing God index finger to close the rift. When the rift began to rapidly close, horror appeared on the face of the goddess. Matt shouted at her to leave and never return to this world. However, the goddess did not intend to give up so easily. One of her hands stuck through the crack. She said that Matt should not underestimate her. The next moment, her mouth opened wide and a powerful stream of energy burst out. Matt jumped in surprise. A huge beam, many times larger than the previous ones, was rapidly approaching him. Matt didn't have time to do anything when a deafening sound of an explosion was heard throughout the area. Eric's face showed horror at the thought that his grandson-in-law could die. Immobilized, Matt lay on the ground, split apart from a powerful attack. He whispered that the goddess was indeed stronger than he had expected. Looking at his pitiful appearance, she said with a grin in her voice that such an insignificant god could not stop her. The hero did not react to her words, thinking that although his opponent was strong, he was no longer the same as before. The next moment, his left and right eyes changed their colors to purple and gold. From the bright flash of light, the goddess covered her eyes. The hero reached the rift in one jump, concentrating the combined power of the evil and good gods in his right hand. He shouted that this time it was definitely the end for her. The next moment he attacked. The goddess tried with all her might to resist his power. Seeing this, Matt increased the flow, shouting that it was time for her to go back. The next moment, a cry of pain from the goddess was heard, after which the rift instantly closed. The hero breathed a sigh of relief when he received a message that the goddess he defeated was equivalent to 6 S ranks. This news made him happy because the mission to raise the evil god's rank to medium was actively being carried out. He already had 26 S-rank creatures killed out of the required 100. Suddenly he noticed how the angels were carefully lowering Eric's body down. Looking at the man writhing in pain, Matt tried to understand what was wrong with him, because the curse of the goddess should have already been lifted. Lily, who flew up to him with tears in her eyes, said that a little more and her husband would die. Although the seal itself had been removed, the curse was still in effect. When Eric started coughing blood again, Matt rushed to help him. He couldn't let his precious S-rank hunter die without getting into his piggy bank. Sitting next to him, the hero activated the healing finger of God, and the man's body was engulfed in a green glow. A few moments later, Eric slowly sat down on the ground, holding his head. There was genuine surprise on his face. He did not understand how this was even possible, because even an S-rank healer could not cure something like this. With tears in her eyes, Lily flew up to him and hugged his neck, rejoicing that he was alive. Matt smiled contentedly, looking at this picture. It was exactly the happy ending for which he fought. Surprise showed on his face when a message appeared in front of him that Archangel Lily and Eric Serge had believed in him, and now he had 14 S-rank followers out of the required 100. Arachne managed to find a refuge for crocodiles who settled in Brazil, and now she was in front of their leader. The girl understood perfectly well that the Emperor would not pat her on the head after learning that 100 billion troops and 3 demigods had been killed, so she intended to use the lizard to deal with Matt before she returned back. The crocodile expressed his interest when she said that she knew a way to avenge his mother's death. Smiling, she said that she already had a plan ready, and had the necessary forces that would help kill the evil god Matt. The crocodile nodded his head and listened to all the details of the plan. Feeling someone's gaze on him, Matt woke up and opened his sleepy eyes. The next moment he saw a muscle man towering over him and wondered how much he needed to train to achieve the same body. He took a sitting position and wiping saliva from his mouth asked the stranger who he was. He replied that none other than the Seeker of Truth. Afterwards, he said that he must inform Matt that one of the followers of the God of Destruction and his copy have awakened. In order to deal with this threat, he needs to gain the power of a middle-class god and get to the Festival of the Gods. After these words, our hero woke up in the real world. Rising from the table, he looked around, trying to understand what had just happened. Remembering the appearance of the god that came to him in a dream, Matt thought that he really sounded like a Seeker of Truth, but looked completely different. The hero hoped that he just imagined it, and this was not a new stalker god. Thinking about the appearance of a follower of the God of Destruction, he completely did not notice Lily's appearance. It was only when she greeted him that he turned to her in surprise. Smiling, she said that she would call her husband here, even though he was now at a reception with the director. But Eric really wanted to ask Matt something after he woke up. Remembering their last meeting in the director's office, Matt pleaded with her not to do this. Suddenly, his attention was attracted by a message that appeared in front of him, from which he learned that the Cupids had created a miracle in the world of the Creator of Gods, which caused a manifold increase in the number of followers of our hero. When he looked at a more detailed report, he saw that the number of his followers had increased by 30 million. Matt was incredibly happy about this news. Previously, he was worried that he would not be able to reach the 10 billion followers mark, but now it does not seem so impossible. Looking at Lily soaring in the air, he said that now it would be better for her to be with Eric more, and not here. She put her hand to her forehead and replied that because she had been resurrected as an archangel thanks to Matt's grace, she was obliged to repay her debt by serving him faithfully. Hearing her words, the guy rubbed his hair hesitantly. Suddenly, someone's screams were heard from the window. Approaching him, he saw 2 figures standing opposite each other on the street, and a crowd of students surrounding them. Taking a closer look, he saw Shin and August there, between whom a duel was brewing. Frowning, Shin asked his friend standing opposite him in bewilderment how he could do this to him. Meanwhile, the students were recording the legendary fight between the 2 S-ranks on their phones, placing bets on the winner. Without waiting for August's answer, Shin asked how he could leave him alone on a desert island, from which it was terribly difficult to return. Augustus responded with irritation that he regretted with all his heart that he had not killed him there that day. Crossing his blades in front of him, Shin said that he could not forgive these words, even if the swordsman had been his close friend before. The next moment he rushed towards his opponent. Some of the students stocked up on popcorn and watched with excitement as the scene unfolded before them. Seeing how fearlessly Shin rushed into battle, Matt guessed that he must be very strong to stand up to August. Looking at Leah, he suggested going to lunch. His eyes lit up with happiness when he said that today there should be chicken soup on the menu, which is served almost like in upscale hotels. With joyful smiles on their faces, they headed towards the exit. A few minutes later, they sat in an empty dining room, and on the tables in front of them were 2 bowls of aromatic soup. Looking at the delicious chicken, Matt smiled widely, thinking that becoming a teacher was his best choice in this life. Nowhere else could he eat such tasty and healthy food for free. The guy wished Lily, who was sitting opposite, a bon appetit, and was about to start eating, completely not noticing the figure of Augustus who appeared in the window and was rapidly approaching in their direction. The next moment the swordsman flew into the dining room, breaking the window with his body, and fell onto the table at which Matt and Lily were sitting. With a blank expression on his face, the hero watched as the entire contents of his delicious soup were poured onto the floor. Lily, like him, was stunned by what had happened and could not utter a word. With a satisfied grin on his lips, August slowly stood up on the ruins of the table and said that Shin's abilities had become better compared to the past. At the same moment, the named one appeared in the doorway of the broken one. Immediately finding Augustus with his eyes, he shouted at him to surrender. Then he noticed Matt standing next to him. He looked at his spilled soup with tears in his eyes. Pointing to the hero, Shin said that today he will answer for brainwashing August, and after that the community of the three heroes will come to an end, because they are the pinnacle of evil in this world. Matt's face showed irritation. He didn't understand why this guy poked his nose into this community of three heroes every time. Completely unaware of the hero's changing mood, Shin continued to ramble on about how he would defeat and teach him a lesson. Matt squeezed the spoon in his hand as hard as he could, and a red aura suddenly surrounded his body. Throwing a furious look at Shin, the hero with an undisguised threat asked how he dared to destroy his beloved chicken soup. Holding the spoon in front of him, he activated the skill transfer and activated the 1000-blade Ultra Blade. A malicious smile appeared on August's face, and he said that you would have to be a real madman to challenge a master with the sword god level to a fight. Shin ignored his words and looked at Matt in bewilderment. Looking at how the hero, armed only with a dinner spoon, began to take strange poses, Shin tried to understand what exactly August saw so remarkable in this weirdo. Fixing his gaze on the enemy, the hero said that in revenge for the spilled soup, he would make a cutlet out of it. Grasping his blades, Shin decided that there was no way he was going to lose to this guy who had messed with August. Taking a stance, he activated the Poison Fang skill. The next moment, he ran towards Matt. When he got close enough, Matt swung his spoon at him. Having hit the guy on the forehead, he instantly moved behind his back. Before Shin even had time to understand what had happened, he felt a strong pain on his forehead. Matt looked down at his feet with regret. Without taking his eyes off his spilled soup, he said that Shin would cry as much as he spilled his broth. Rubbing the owl's bruised forehead, the guy said with irritation that he should stop whining over such a trifle as some soup. Hearing his words, Matt only squeezed his spoon tighter and said that apparently, Shin was in a great hurry to go to the next world. Holding one of the blades in front of him, the hunter said that he missed the blow because he was too relaxed. But this time, Matt would definitely not get away from him so easily. Suddenly, the hero appeared in front of him, and again raised the spoon over the guy's head. This time, Shin actually managed to react and attack the hero first. Matt easily fought off his attacks with a spoon without even straining. At one point, Shin missed a blow, and tears appeared in his eyes when he felt how painfully the spoon touched his forehead. Looking at the crouched guy, the hero said that this blow was revenge for the chicken wing. The hunter closed his eyes, holding his head, very annoyed by the fact that Matt constantly mentioned his soup. Straightening up, he again rushed at his opponent, shouting that he was tired of listening to this whining. A few minutes later, the number of bruises on the guy's body caused by an ordinary spoon increased significantly. Matt approached him slowly, asking if this was all he could do. No longer so confident in his abilities, Shin backed away. Noticing this, the hero asked in bewilderment where he was going, having paid for only one bowl out of 2 broken ones. Automatically covering his face with his hand, the hunter said that he had underestimated Matt. Earlier, he wanted to resort to his secret technique, but now he simply has no choice. The next moment, his body was enveloped in a dark blue aura, and he activated the ability of Tai's twin blades. Everyone in the room covered their eyes due to the blindingly bright light. Realizing what Shin was going to use, August shouted that if he used this skill, random people would get hurt. But the hunter did not hear him, being completely obsessed with the battle. The next moment, he disappeared from his place and rushed towards his opponent, with a huge dragon woven from his aura trailing behind him. Without moving from his spot, Matt waved his spoon, moving his hand to the side, using a special technique of the Sakura Fury Mountain sect. All the students in the cafeteria gasped in surprise as pink cherry blossom petals fell from the ceiling. Once close enough, Shin prepared to attack, shouting that Matt should prepare to die. Presenting the spoon to his mouth, the hero said that it was time for them to finish, after which he blew on it. The next moment, a pink stream of energy slid off her, which Matt scattered around. Waving the spoon again, the dragon behind the hunter could not stand it and dissolved. The guy's eyes widened in surprise when this happened. He found it hard to believe that someone could use a fantasy world technique that could completely nullify an opponent's skill. He looked at Matt in surprise when he realized that this ability could only be used by those of SS rank or even higher. Shin realized that the guy in front of him was indeed someone who had reached the sword god level. He released the weapon from his weakened hands, after which he himself fell to the floor, losing consciousness. Matt looked at him with an indifferent look. At the same moment, an excited Augustus ran up to the hero. Stopping, he immediately fell to his knees and hit his head on the floor. He said that Shin truly deserved to die for his actions, but he asked Matt to spare the guy's miserable life. For a moment, surprise flashed across the hero's face. He turned his gaze to the unconscious hunter, contemplating his follower's request. Sighing, Matt said that August didn't have to worry about anything. He would take care of everything. Hearing his words, the swordsman gritted his teeth. Sitting on his knees, he grabbed one of Shin's blades and, pointing the blade at himself, shouted that in this case he would share the same fate with his comrade. Matt said that there was no need to dramatize everything so much, and holding his index finger in front of him, he activated telekinesis. The next moment, under the surprised gaze of Augustus, the blade neatly slipped out of his hands. The hero explained that he just wanted to patch up Shin. No one was going to kill him. August's face showed confusion as he realized that he had misunderstood his master's words. Pointing his ring finger at the hunter, the hero activated the healing finger of God. His body was instantly enveloped in a green glow. A few seconds later, the guy came to his senses, sitting on the floor. He looked at his hands in bewilderment, not understanding how his whole body was able to recover so quickly. Augustus, standing next to him, laughed contentedly, seeing his friend's reaction, and said contentedly that this was all the merit of his master, to whom he was devoted. Shin clenched his fists, realizing that he had been wrong all along. Matt was surprised when this guy suddenly bowed his head before him and apologized, recognizing him as the true sword god. At this moment, our hero experienced a wild feeling of déjà vu. He had a presentiment that he would not like the further development of events very much. The students watching the fight cheered in delight as their teacher defeated the S-rank hunter. Among this crowd, there was one mysterious person who also closely watched everything that was happening here. He was interested in none other than Matt, who was not even aware of his presence here. Taking out his phone without wasting any time, he decided to report what happened today to the community of 3 heroes. Hearing Shin's request, the hero was perplexed and asked to repeat what he had just said. With a voice full of confidence, he repeated his request that Matt take him as a student. The hero sighed when a message appeared in front of him that he had managed to get another fanatically loyal S-rank follower. Usually he was glad to have a new follower of this rank, but not this time. He looked at Shin with irritation and said that they had one unresolved problem. Not understanding what he was talking about, the hunter asked what Matt meant. Pointing with a spoon at the soup spilled on the floor, he said that even a dog is usually not touched while eating, so Shin should properly apologize to him, the spilled soup and the chicken that was wasted. The guy said with regret that he was very sorry that he dared to interrupt Matt's sacred meal and took out his phone and asked to wait a couple of minutes. Having dialed someone's number, he asked how much money they could bring him now. Sometime later, Matt completely forgot about what had happened earlier and simply beamed with happiness, not believing his eyes. In front of him lay 2 black suitcases filled to the brim with banknotes. The man in a formal suit standing in front of him bowed low and, introducing himself as the general manager of the Ozone Group, asked to take care of their young master. Shin also bowed his head and said that although the amount here is not that big, he hopes that it will be enough to compensate for the spilled soup. Closing his eyes, he said with a prayer in his voice that if Matt accepted him as his student, he would devote himself entirely to him. From his such an impudent request, Augustus was overcome with irritation, and he shouted that he would never be able to buy a student's place with his dirty money. Pursing his lips, Matt pointed towards the broken window and said in a sharp tone that Augustus had an urgent training session. He needed to run 100 laps near the academy. The swordsman immediately jumped out of his seat and began to carry out the order. Realizing that Matt would never take as his student a man who had only recently tried to kill him, Shin lowered his head and apologized, saying that he was not worthy to be his student. Placing his hand on his shoulder, the hero smiled broadly and said that he had not committed such a terrible sin as to think about such a thing. With tears in his eyes, Shin said that he now understands the reason why August is so devoted to him. Looking up at him, full of hope, he again asked if Matt would take him as an apprentice. The hero did not know what to answer. It was an extremely unprofitable deal, because he had no idea what to do with someone who had already reached S rank. He began to think about how he could get rid of this guy while squeezing money out of him. A few moments later, a wonderful thought occurred to him. Smiling contentedly, Matt asked if Shin really wanted to become his student. Beaming with happiness, he actively nodded his head. Having received his answer, the hero said that he had one sentence. When Matt handed him the ancient scripture, the hunter eagerly scanned the pages of the book. Raising his head, he asked in bewilderment if the hero would really give him this book. He answered with a wide smile on his face that this was indeed the case. Matt was glad that he had found someone to whom he could finally give the Talmuds of 1,000 blades, from which he himself had no use. He said that Shin must study all the techniques described there, and only if he copes with this, then he will take him as a student. The hunter lowered his thoughtful gaze to the book, weighing his chances. When the wait for an answer dragged on, Matt frowned and asked if he really couldn't do it. Shin shuddered and shouted that he could master all this and would become his student. Seeing how the guy's eyes lit up, the hero was glad that he fell for his trick. Sticking his finger in front of him, he added one condition. All this time, Shin should not show himself to his eyes. Agreeing with this, the guy bowed and said that he would immediately go to study. As soon as the hunter turned around and headed towards the exit, a malicious smile appeared on Matt's face. Turning his gaze to the money, he began to think about where to spend it. Meanwhile, outside the main building of the academy, the spy who had been following Matt contacted his superiors. He reported that the Book of Horus X was stolen by the same Matt. To get this book back, the spy suggested sending assassins to this guy. At the same time, one of the hunters single-handedly took down a raging S-rank monster. After his death, she began to absorb all the energy accumulated in his body. To do this, she only needed a couple of moments, after which the withered body of the monster turned to stone. Sighing, she said dissatisfiedly that this monster was too weak for S-rank. Pulling her bloody blade out of his body, she said that he doesn't like any weaklings. Suddenly, a masked man appeared in front of her. He said that she had received an order from the community of 3 heroes. She needs to get rid of one teacher from Korea, who was supposedly SS rank. But before that, she needs to take away the Book of Gore X from him. Hearing that her new target was SS rank, a joyful smile appeared on Ksenia's face. Looking at her soul-stealing blade, she said with anticipation that he only needed to wait a little, and very soon she would feed him the most delicious blood. Grabbing his suitcases under his armpits, Matt headed towards the exit from the dining room. He was overjoyed. Suddenly, the hero stopped, remembering that he had never found out anything about the community of the 3 heroes. Remembering the words of the Seeker of Truth about the awakening of one of the followers of the God of Destruction, he felt that this was all somehow connected. Suddenly, a breathless Augustus appeared in front of him. Matt asked in surprise if he had really finished so quickly. He, trying to even out his breathing, replied that 100 laps was nothing for him. Smiling, the hero offered to go and have a bite of chicken and beer. As a reward for his efforts, a joyful smile appeared on the swordsman's face, and he agreed. A few hours later, Augustus, who had had too much to drink, was already lying on the floor, half asleep. Looking at the mountain of chicken he had eaten, Matt sighed wearily, thinking about how his appetite began to grow after becoming a low-ranking god. Having contentedly stroked his full belly, he decided that this was not such a bad sacrifice for the growth of divine power. Besides that, he was happy about his random luck today. Thanks to the money he received from Shin, he bought the entire house and was now the landowner. Matt thought wistfully that this was a worthy payment for his work as god. However, when he turned his gaze back to the mountain of bones, he sighed heavily, thinking about how great it would be if they marched into the trash themselves. He was debating whether to hire a cleaner or just use his telekinesis when several bones moved. Matt stepped back in bewilderment, completely not understanding what was happening, because he had not yet activated his telekinesis. Suddenly, a strange aura began to emanate from the bones, and a message appeared in front of the guy that the Yakshi Bond ability of a follower of Eric had been added to the transfer of skills. In the note for this technique, it was noted that the stronger the dissatisfaction, the better the ability works. After reading this, Matt frowned, not fully understanding what was meant, and decided to find out in practice. Touching the bones, he activated the skill transfer. The next moment, a bright light began to emanate from the mountain of bones. Suddenly, Matt noticed strange shadows on the floor that appeared from under his table. The hero was horrified, not understanding what the hell was going on here. A couple of moments later, several black-armored roosters flew above his ceiling. With burning rage in their eyes, they shouted that the people who killed them deserved to die. At the sight of them, Matt was overcome with sincere horror. He wondered what this terrifying ability was, and what kind of revenge they were talking about against people. Trembling with fear, Matt moved away from the table and said that although he understood how they felt, revenge was a little too much. They unanimously shouted out a request that Matt, who awakened them, give them victims whom they could kill. The hero was trying to figure out what to do when suddenly a message appeared in front of him with a proposal to send a new legion of Yaksha roosters to the hive of the Empire. After reading about the hive, he assumed that his enemies were again planning another attack. When a message appeared in front of him, explaining that a hive was the name of a factory, where red soldier ants were mass-produced to become the main force of the Imperial Army, and one of the sources of the Emperor's power, an ominous smile appeared on Matt's face. He said that now that he knew about it, his enemies would have a hard time. Then he clicked on the yes button, accepting this offer. The guards in the hive patiently maintained their post, guarding the eggs suspended in the air. Hearing a noise upstairs, one of the guards looked up to see what was going on. As soon as he did this, horror appeared on his face. A huge, clawed black paw hung directly above them. The guards, with frightened cries, rushed to escape. Matt smiled contentedly, looking through the screen at how his squad of Yakshi roosters was having fun. His smile grew even wider as the progress of the evil god level-up quest increased significantly without his intervention. Suddenly, another message appeared in front of him that automatic distribution had become possible. When activated, the expansion of structures and the evolution of species would occur automatically. Even in his absence, Matt without a doubt accepted the proposal to activate it. Waiting for his warriors to deal with the enemies, he climbed onto the bed and put the turned-on phone aside. The hero himself was thinking about a lot. Looking at the ceiling, Augustus had long since gone home at the hero's first request. At least a little, but from their dinner together, Matt managed to learn a little information about the Society of the Three Heroes. Mechnik said that this organization has an amazing network of informants scattered throughout the world. Although on the outside it seems like an ordinary guild of hunters, in reality they collect information about hunters who may get in the way of the organization and destroy them. Matt realized that since Augustus had left there, this guild was now looking for both of them, and asked if there were spies in their academy. The swordsman replied that spies were forbidden to know each other's names and identities, so he found it difficult to answer this question. August apologized for not having as much information, but would like to emphasize one important thing. The Mount X sword technique that Matt used against Shin today originally belonged to the Three Hero Society, and since they saw it, they would definitely take action. Hearing this, the hero shuddered from the realization of the horror of the situation. He couldn't even imagine that 1,000 Blades would sell him something that he once stole. Now he was thinking about what exactly he should do. Matt was deeply offended by the idea that someone would dare touch his precious student. Suddenly, someone knocked hesitantly on his door. Throwing his gaze to the side, the hero assumed that it was a student spy. Angelina stood in front of him for a few moments. A few hours earlier, a tall figure wearing a dark hood, hiding the face of an unknown person, appeared in the girl's room. He handed her a piece of paper with symbols written on it. The stranger said that this is a talisman that allows teleportation. She must use it to bring Matt here, and then martial arts experts from the community of Three Heroes will take care of him. Nodding her head, Angelina accepted this order. Inside, she doubted, although she understood that she could not disobey orders from her commanders. But she also could not send her good teacher to death. Looking at Angelina standing in front of him, Matt thought that he would never have guessed that she was the spy. It was only thanks to his eye of the blind god that he was able to find out everything. Due to the fact that she had to take care of her sick mother alone, she got involved in all this. Sighing, he said that August had already taken her mother to safety, and she had nothing to worry about. The girl thanked him, not daring to raise her head. Matt vowed to kill everyone in that gang of 3 heroes for daring to use such dirty methods. Bowing, Angelina once again thanked him for not only saving her mother from being taken hostage, but also paying all the expensive hospital bills. He answered with a satisfied smile on his lips that it was his duty as a teacher. Then he told her to take him to the place where they would be waiting for him. Angelina nodded and took out the talisman. She hoped that since Matt had single-handedly defeated several high-ranking monsters, he would be able to withstand the masters from the 3 hero community. And in the next moment, a bright glow was heard from the talisman. Afterwards, they moved to the forest on the mountain. Looking around, Matt realized that they were not far from the academy. The man who emerged from the shadows thanked Angelina for her work, and then they will sort everything out further. The hero turned towards the voice and saw 2 men approaching. One of them was dressed as a monk. Thanks to the eye of the blind god, he learned that he was a martial artist from Shaolin, who had killed at least 100 S-rank hunters. His partner was also unusually strong. After reviewing the information about them, it seemed to Matt that these 2 came straight out of the stories about Muram. Stopping a couple of meters from the hero, the monk said that Matt dared not only to steal their equipment, but pretended to be one of the community of 3 heroes. Suddenly his gaze filled with rage, and he shouted that he would make sure Matt never dared take another breath. The next moment he rushed out of his seat, and his partner chose to remain in place and intervene only as a last resort. Clutching his rosary in his fist, the man instantly found himself next to the hero. Tim shouted that Matt had better prepare to die and then activated his ability. Angelina's face contorted in horror when she realized that he was going to use a secret Shaolin technique, which, according to rumors, could even destroy an entire building. However, at the last moment, before he could touch Matt, the hero managed to activate the steel body. As soon as Tim's fist touched the guy's chest, the bone of his hand cracked at the same moment. He fell to the ground and, clutching his broken arm, screamed in pain. Matt looked at him with contempt and told him to shut up, because he himself attacked him. He practically didn't lift a finger. At the same moment, a second man appeared behind him with a sword raised in his hands. He was about to attack the unsuspecting Matt. Angelina called out to her teacher, warning him against danger. However, the hero did not react at all, and Nicholas's sword broke on his back in the next moment. The man was stunned by what happened. Raising his index finger up, Matt said that it was a rather prickly lightning skill, so he should respond in kind. When the hero was suddenly surrounded by golden light, Nicholas was perplexed, completely not understanding what was happening here. The next moment, incredibly powerful lightning descended on the mountain, It didn't take long for Matt to drag his opponent's bodies to a tree and tie them up with rope. Angelina looked with admiration in her eyes at her incredibly tough teacher, who defeated such strong enemies in a couple of moments. Standing in front of the bound men, Matt asked where their community of 3 heroes was located. The significantly battered monk said that the hero should not relax so quickly, because very soon the strongest hunters of their guild would come after his soul. Almost immediately after his words, a girl in a red kippah came out from behind the trees with a sword at her advantage. She said displeasedly that there were too many idiots in the community of the 3 heroes. As soon as they were left alone for a while, the situation immediately got out of control. Hearing her voice, our heroes turned around. Joyful smiles appeared on the faces of the tied-up men at the sight of Ksenia. Tim shouted out that the guy standing in front of them was the one who stole the plum blossom. The girl threw an icy eye at him and said that non-entities like them shouldn't even open their mouths. The next moment, she moved to the other end of the clearing, swinging her sword several times and cutting the tree they were tied to was cut down along with the men themselves. Looking sideways towards the chopped tree, Ksenia said that she should have done this a long time ago. Angelina and Matt were greatly amazed by what they saw. The hero could not even trace her rapid movement. He realized that this girl was much stronger than an ordinary S rank, whose movements he could easily read in advance. Suddenly, Ksenia appeared behind Angelina with a sword raised to strike. With a bloodthirsty smile, she shouted that now it was the turn of the traitor to pay for her sins. Matt reacted quickly and managed to save his student from the fatal blow, holding back the attack with his hand. Shielding her with himself from a new attack, he looked at Angelina, trembling with fear in his arms, and shouted for her to run away from here as quickly as possible. Ksenia's smile became even wider when she saw that Matt had already blocked 2 of her attacks with his naked body. She was sure that his blood would undoubtedly be to the liking of her soul-sucking sword. Releasing Angelina from his hands, the hero lunged forward, attacking the huntress, but she managed to escape from his fist before he could touch her. Irritated, Matt looked around, trying to figure out where his opponent had disappeared to. Suddenly, a scream was heard behind him, and then there were splashes of scarlet blood. By the time he realized what exactly had happened, it was already too late. Blood gushed from Angelina's mouth, and the girl herself, with her eyes widened in horror, fell to the ground. Matt turned around and ran towards his student. Sitting next to her, he was horrified when he saw that she was not breathing. Touching her forehead, he immediately activated the healing finger of God, and a green glow instantly enveloped her entire body. Ksenia watched with interest his attempts to save Angelina's life, when a few moments later the miracle did not happen. She said with a wide smile on her lips that all his efforts were useless, because this pathetic traitor was already dead. At that same moment, our hero saw a message in front of him confirming Ksenia's words. He removed his shaking hand from the dead student's body, deactivating his healing ability. Matt still had a hard time believing the words he read in the message. Angelina was really dead, and he could only bring her back to life by acquiring the title of a high-ranking god. Still with the same smile on her face, Ksenia said that as soon as the blade pierces the victim's body, she immediately dies. Closing Angelina's eyes, he said that for now he would send her to Lily until he became a high-ranking god and saved her. Taking a few steps closer to him, Ksenia said with fun in her voice that he should already leave this weakling and play with her. Throwing a look at her full of uncontrollable rage, Matt muttered through his teeth that now it was better for her to remain silent. His angry expression didn't scare him at all, but on the contrary, a blush appeared on her cheeks, and she dreamily said that he was completely her type. Rising to his feet, Matt said that experience had shown him that the only thing that works on crazy people like her is beating. The next moment he used a combination of skills. His body shrunk slightly, and a dark blue aura appeared around him. Turning around, he headed towards Ksenia, saying that she needed a good beating. The girl, with the same dreamy look, languidly said that she was full of anticipation. While waiting, Ksenia hurried him, saying that it was not nice of him to make the girls wait too long. The next moment, having fulfilled the hunter's wish, Matt suddenly appeared right in front of her with his fist raised to strike. He attacked her without the slightest hesitation. Ksenia flew several meters back, shielding herself from his blow with her sword. She noticed that Matt had become even stronger and faster. Everything would have ended badly for her if she had not been able to block this blow. Suddenly, the hero appeared above her, preparing to strike again. He shouted that she had no right to laugh or smile after she dared to kill his precious student. Immediately after these words, many lightning bolts struck the ground. A few moments later, all the dust that had risen in the air settled back to the ground. Matt was alone in the huge crater left from his attack. Ksenia, smiling cheerfully, sat on a branch of a nearby tree and said that his abilities were even better than she expected. But when she felt blood flow from her nose, the joy on her face quickly gave way to bewilderment. The realization that for the first time in her life someone was able to hurt her completely blew her mind, and her gaze was filled with madness. Looking at her, Matt told her to stop talking nonsense and finally tell her where the community of the 3 heroes was. Ksenia asked if he would let her go when she told him everything. The hero replied that this was impossible, but he could show mercy and allow her to die a less painful death. The girl's shoulders trembled slightly from the laughter bursting out. Smiling mockingly, she said that all this time she wasn't even fighting him at full strength, but was just playing with him because it looked funny. But now she's bored with it. The next moment, Ksenia disappeared from the tree branch, causing Matt to be bewildered. He began to look around frantically, trying to figure out where she had gone. Ksenia appeared from where he did not expect, from above. The hero managed to cover his head with his hands when the girl directly above his head activated the 8 trigrams hammer technique. With every second, the pentagram created by her put more and more pressure on the guy. Suddenly, the pentagram increased significantly in size and a red glow poured from its ends onto the ground, creating a kind of dome. Noticing this, Matt, sensing something was wrong, asked what it was. Smiling, Ksenia said that even an SS-rank hunter would not be able to escape from this restraining seal. Then she said that he should return what he dared to steal. Deciding that he had no other choice, he activated the unification of the titles of the good and evil gods. Not hearing what exactly he said, Ksenia asked him to repeat. When a black and gold halo appeared above the hero's head, he raised his left hand up and activated the punishing middle finger of God. Ksenia looked at him in bewilderment, trying to understand what he was doing. The next moment there was a deafening explosion. The barrier created by the girl was broken, and she herself miraculously managed to move to a safe distance in time. Looking at her, Matt said angrily that she was not the only one here who was not fighting at full strength. A few minutes later in their fight, Ksenia stood on the blow-scarred ground among the chopped trees and was breathing heavily. Matt displeasedly asked why she constantly runs away like a rat, because in this way she would never be able to defeat him. Squeezing her kipao in the area of her heart, the girl languidly said that he was the first man in her memory who interested her so much. The next moment, several powerful gusts of wind rushed towards the hero. Having created 2 doubles, Ksenia ran towards him. Raising his finger, covered in golden lightning, Matt said that the Academy should not suffer from this. The real Ksenia's face showed fear. The next moment, a huge stream of flame rushed towards them. This ray came down from the very mountains and swept over the walls of the Academy. The guard making his rounds looked out the window in surprise, surprised that the sun had already risen. When the flow of flame died down, Matt saw a rather shabby girl sitting on her knees in front of him. He moved closer to her and lifted her head, touching the top of her head with his finger. The hero said that now she must tell him where their community of 3 heroes is located. The girl looked up at Matt. With a loving look on her face, she said that she fell in love with him. Matt recoiled in horror upon hearing her such an unexpected confession. The next moment, a message appeared in front of him that Ksenia had become one of his fanatical followers. Having read this, Matt sighed heavily, trying to understand why he was the one who got all sorts of crazy people as his followers. When he found out that this girl was worth 5 S-ranks, his face showed amazement. She was as strong as the crocodile that attacked the Academy. Frowning, Matt asked her to take him to her boss. Hearing his request, a strange smile appeared on the girl's face. Showing him her wounded palms, she said that she would gladly do this. But now, she is a little in a bad state. Extending his hand towards her, he activated the healing finger of God, and the hunter's body was enveloped in a healing radiance. The amazed Ksenia said with delight that she had never seen such amazing healing power. A few moments later, all her wounds were completely healed, leaving no trace behind. Without taking his eyes off the satisfied girl, Matt repeated his request with emphasis. The entrance to the headquarters of the 3 Heroes community was carefully guarded by numerous guards. Inside, an important meeting of 3 heroes was now taking place. Leon read out a message received from his spy, which reported that Ksenia had betrayed them and was now on Matt's side, and this guy had also gone out on his own to search for them. Samson, sitting next to him, asked if Matt had divine powers. Patrick said in a bored voice that even if he had, he was still just a low-class god that they wouldn't have any trouble getting rid of. It was these 3 men who ruled the community of 3 heroes for half 1,000 years. Suddenly, Ksenia entered the building with an ominous smile on her lips, and said that someone had been looking for the elders for quite some time, so she decided to bring him here herself. All 3 men looked at the newcomer in shock. Matt looked at the elders sitting on their thrones with anger in his eyes, and said that he had come to teach them a lesson. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of him, saying that the Eye of the Blind King could not analyze the target because they were using an anti-detection technique. Deciding to ignore this warning, Matt grinned contentedly and confidently walked towards the elders, intending to beat them to death. Samson, with a grin on his lips, admitted that he was surprised that there was someone so strong on this planet. The current situation aroused his intense interest. Rising from his seat, he said that Matt's power incredibly seduces him, and asked Leon if he could eat his heart. He agreed, but warned that the hero's head belonged to him. Instantly rising from his seat, Patrick began to stretch his muscles and said that in this case he would try this guy first. The next moment he jumped out of his seat. Matt didn't even have time to notice what happened. He only looked in bewilderment at the fist of the man who appeared next to him. which was literally a centimeter from his chest. Without taking his eyes off the hero, Patrick said that Matt would now meet his death. After that, his fist hit the guy's chest with all his might. Our hero noisily flew out of the building, breaking through the wall with his body. Xenia, who was watching this, noted with regret that he flew far enough. Feeling many hostile glances on her, the girl turned around and looked around the hall. Several dozen armed warriors looked at her with murderous glances. Presenting the blade of her sword to her mouth, she ran her tongue over it with a satisfied smile and said that today her sword would simply sing with happiness. Meanwhile, Patrick walked with sweeping steps towards the hero lying on the ground. Noticing his approach, Matt, holding his stomach, carefully sat down on the ground. The man said in disappointment that he had overestimated his abilities. Matt could not answer him, still analyzing what had happened. He did not understand how this could even happen, because they were separated by simply a huge distance. Suddenly, one of the sun's rays began to blind him. A few moments later, a heavenly demon appeared in front of him in the form of an ordinary kitchen knife, which caused bewilderment in the hero. At the same moment, he received a message from Thousand Blades, which said that the repair of the sword was completely completed. Although this sword looks like a kitchen knife, but it should not be underestimated just because of its appearance. Grasping his weapon with both hands, Matt said with a smile on his face that since seeing the heavenly demon again, he replied that they should leave greetings for later. Now the battle is more important. When the blade told him that these three were gods, Matt turned his shocked gaze to his opponent. Patrick was familiar with the energy emanating from the blade our hero was holding, and asked if the sky demon was the hour. He answered with irritation that he was not at all happy to meet the traitors, who fled at the first opportunity, as soon as the god of destruction appeared. Chuckling, Patrick said that everyone needs to plan for their future in case of disaster. This was not an escape, but the right choice to improve their own lives. Matt asked in bewilderment if these three were really afraid of the god of destruction and really fled to Earth. The heavenly demon replied that this was true. In addition, they killed all the local rulers for several centuries, taking their places. Patrick shouted that the heavenly demon had gained too much courage over the past years to openly insult them like that. The blade said that the god of destruction would very soon come to this world. This time they would not be able to escape from him so easily. The man answered in a satisfied voice that he had been aware of this for a long time, and that is why, for 500 years, they taught all these useless people their martial arts in order to increase their own strength. As soon as Matt heard that their students had sacrificed millions of people to these three gods, anger overwhelmed him with renewed vigor. He shouted that cowards like them who commit such atrocities are not worthy of being gods. Patrick angrily asked how some low-ranking god dare insult them like that. Taking a stance, Matt raised his blade to attack, activating the Sword Ghost skill. The Sky Demon shouted with horror in his voice for him to stop immediately. The hero looked at him in confusion and asked why he couldn't use this skill. Blade explained that Matt simply could not defeat Patrick with something like that, and besides, if he was unlucky, this attack would come back to him. Therefore, he advised the hero to use his fist and remember what was written in his book received from the Thousand Blades. A quote immediately popped into Matt's head that the ultimate skill of the sword is abandoning the sword. Fists are much stronger than the sword. Clenching his hand into a fist, he decided to listen to the spirit's advice and try this option. The next moment, Matt was surrounded by a dark blue aura. He activated his steel body, and lightning bolts hovered near him. Then he slowly walked towards his opponent. Patrick was not going to just stand still, but also applied a boost, and his entire body was covered with powerful armor. Rising from his seat, he approached Matt in an instant. Raising his fist to strike, the man shouted that a pathetic god like Matt was nothing compared to them, the three heroes. Raising his blade to chest level, the hero said, "The third kata of the sword is the heaven-shaking fist of the heavenly demon." Then he attacked the enemy in front of him first, with his fist, with a blade clenched in it. The blow that hit Patrick's face was so strong that his mask broke into smithereens, and he was thrown to the side. A few moments later, he crashed through one of the palace walls with his back, throwing up a large amount of dust into the air. The men still standing near their seats were shocked when their partner flew in through the broken wall and fell to the floor in front of them. Leon grinned and summoned his weapon, saying that Matt was indeed very interesting. With a wide smile on his face, he said with anticipation that for the first time in a long time, his blade would taste the blood of God. Samson also summoned his weapon, saying that he did not think that he would ever have to unsheath his divine sword again. Standing opposite the palace, Matt looked at his opponents, and thought with relief that only 2 opponents remained. However, he was greatly alarmed by the absence of a message that one of his opponents had been defeated. Looking at Patrick lying on the broken floor, Samson asked how long he was going to play dead. Hearing this, Matt's eyes widened in shock. Rubbing his nose, the man said that he was too ashamed that he missed the blow. Then, leaning on his knees, he stood up, saying that this boy mastered the heavenly demon's martial techniques. Leon suggested attacking everyone at the same time to end everything at once, and reminded that Matt's brain belonged to him. His brothers liked the idea of a joint attack, each of them wanting to get a part of the hero in order to become stronger. Matt tensed, seeing how determined his opponents were. But the thought that he was not alone, but together with the heavenly demon, gave him a little confidence. As soon as he thought this, he heard the heavenly demon's desperate cry that he needed to escape while he still had the opportunity. When Matt asked why he had to flee, he explained that if these three attacked together, he would never win, because they had absorbed 100 times more victims. Frowning, the hero replied that if he ran away, he would only become like them. The heavenly demon was surprised by these words from the guy. With a smile on his face, he took a fighting stance and said that he still had a couple of aces up his sleeve. The next moment, all three ran towards him. Jumping into the air, Leon swung his spear, and the energy that escaped from the blade turned into a dragon, rushing towards Matt. The hero tensed his whole body. He cut the dragon with his blade when it was close enough and said that the sword's hooray was nothing to him. At the same moment, Patrick suddenly appeared to his right and said that Matt had too many open spots. The hero did not have time to do anything when a strong attack from the man knocked him off his feet and threw him into the air. Thick blood gushed from his mouth, indicating that vital organs had been hit. Seeing Matt suspended in the air, Samson decided it was now his turn to attack. He jumped up with his sword raised to strike. Leon, standing nearby, reminded his brother that Matt's head belonged to him. Then he joined him, also jumping up, rapidly approaching Matt. When the men were close enough to him, a satisfied smile appeared on the hero's face. Raising his hand upward, he activated God's judgmental middle finger. Surprise showed in the eyes of his opponents. The next moment, a deafening explosion was heard in the air. Matt, who had been injured in the explosion, landed gently on the ground. Previously, it seemed to him that he had become much stronger, but now he realized that he was still too weak. Leon, who landed next to him, was already without a mask, and a smile was visible on his face. He said that for the first time since the battle with a mid-ranking god in their world, he was able to rip off all their masks. Matt frowned, trying to understand what these three were talking about. What are these three talking about? When his opponents turned to face him, a message immediately appeared in front of him, that these were high-ranking fallen gods, originally from the Peach Blossom Paradise, which was destroyed by the god of destruction hundreds of years ago. But at the moment, they had the status of low-ranking gods. Matt read this information with surprise, suggesting that this was only possible because their masks were broken. A projection of the sky demon appeared and grabbed him by the head, and he shouted out that this was why he told Matt to run away, because in the past his opponents had a high rank. Samson, who appeared behind him, said that the hero was not in a position to allow himself to be distracted. At the same moment, Patrick appeared in front of him with his fist raised to attack and, smiling, said that Matt was finished. Leon appeared above him. With an ominous smile on his face, he shouted that a little more and Matt's head would be his. The combined attack of the three demigods sent a huge column of dust into the air along with debris from the surface. It took several moments for the dust to settle on the ground along with the debris. Among the resulting crater, Matt lay immobilized. Looking at him, Samson said that this boy had already died. Leon, standing next to him, joyfully said that in this case they could begin to share their sacrifice. A message appeared in front of the unconscious hero, stating that all the conditions for activating the night-blooming rose had been met. The next moment his eyes opened, glowing with a bright purple light. The three fallen gods watched in horror as the plant instantly grew in front of them. The huge mouth of the flower opened, and its long, spiky tongue rushed towards them. The men froze in their seats, not understanding what it was. Samson was the first to come to his senses and jumped to the side, shouting to the remaining two to escape too. However, Patrick did not have time and one of the spikes caught his hand, leaving a deep wound on it. Turning to his brothers, he asked in bewilderment what kind of monster this was. Samson landed on a rock behind Leon and Patrick, saying that Matt had exceeded all his expectations. Without taking his eyes off the plant, Patrick agreed with him, saying that he had no idea that aside from a couple of sneaky tricks, Matt had the ability to summon monsters. When several predatory flowers appeared from the overgrown rose and hovered over them, Samson confidently said that this was not just a monster, but a monster of a divine level. Frowning his brows, the man said that they could only get rid of him by killing the summoner himself. He understood that it would not be easy to get through the thorny stems of the deadly plant to Matt, but they had no other choice. Turning to Patrick, the man said that he would take care of Matt himself, and they should distract the monster. Immediately after these words, they moved into action. Meanwhile, our hero was in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by water. Waking up, he opened his eyes, trying to understand where he was. However, as soon as he looked up, he instantly came to his senses, and bewilderment appeared in his eyes. Matt saw a shabby Bruce sitting in front of him. Jumping up from the throne on which he was sitting, the hero asked in bewilderment what had happened to him. Suddenly, behind the back of the ant, next to which the little girl was standing, the dead carcass of a huge monster appeared, and Matt received a message that Bruce had offered him the one who wallows in sewage as a victim. After analyzing the victim, the hero learned that the monster is worth 11 S ranks. Having learned this, the hero was shocked when he realized that Bruce had presented him with God, albeit of the lowest rank. Having recovered from the shock, he said that he was very proud of his follower, who was able to pass another test and bring him a new sacrifice, then extended his hand in front of him with the words that he would now heal all of Bruce's wounds. Suddenly, the girl standing next to him grabbed the aunt's neck with both hands and with tears in her eyes, asked Matt to save her dad. The hero's eyebrows furrowed when he heard her words and asked in bewilderment who she was. Instead of answering, the girl cried even louder. In the window that appeared, Matt read that she was the Queen of Fairies, the embodiment of the good god, the winged guardian of the world, and had immeasurable power. Although Matt knew nothing about what had happened to them, he decided that he should quickly heal Bruce's wounds, which seemed quite serious. When the hero activated the healing finger of God, a healing glow engulfed the two of them, instantly healing all their wounds. Looking at the joyful couple, Matt sighed and said that he was leaving Bruce to the Fairy Queen. As soon as he said this, a message appeared in front of him that if Matt gave her a name, a miracle would happen. Turning to the girl, he asked if she would mind him giving her a name. She just nodded her head with a smile on her face. Deciding to use the name he had once thought up for the character in his first novel, Matt named her Annabelle. Hearing her name, the girl beamed with joy and thanked him. Immediately after this, a message appeared in front of him that by giving a name to the Fairy Queen, he had gained a new follower in her person. Equal to 10 S ranks, the hero immediately felt how much his strength had increased. Remembering that he fought with the 3 fallen gods, he thought that he needed to go back as soon as possible. A few moments later, he opened his eyes to the real world. Holding his head, he instantly assumed a sitting position on the leaves of the flower. Seeing his enemies, anger immediately appeared on his face. When the stems of the plant were significantly reduced, Samson decided that this was the best moment and went on the attack. However, thorny stems blocked his path, blocking the attack. The man tried his best to break through them, but to no avail. Suddenly, Samson and Patrick noticed how 2 predatory flowers, rapidly approaching them, froze and began to dissolve in the air. When only a small rose remained in the hero's palm, a message from the silent nightmare appeared in front of him saying that it was too early for Matt to wake up. Clenching his fist, he said with a smile that he had become much stronger while he slept, so he had nothing to worry about. Leaning on his sword, Patrick said that Matt must be a real fool if he believed that he could defeat the 3 of them alone. At the same moment, Leon appeared behind the hero with a spear raised to strike. Matt didn't even turn around, waiting for the right moment. When the blade almost caught up with him, he put his blade in front of him, blocking the enemy's attack. Trying to increase the pressure, the man asked how Matt did it. He ignored his question and said that this time it was much easier for him to block Leon's attack. The next moment, the man jumped back, landing a couple of meters from the hero. Samson noticed that Matt had become much stronger and suggested that while he was hiding in the body of a flower monster, he had absorbed a large number of victims. Meanwhile, the hero touched his forehead and activated the multiplying finger of God. And a couple of moments later, his double was already standing next to him. Smiling, the hero wanted to say that they had not seen each other for a long time and that he was glad to meet them. However, having put on a dissatisfied face, his double interrupted him, asking how many more times Matt plans to call him due to the lack of strength to deal with some weaklings. Trying to contain his irritation, the hero pulled a wry smile onto his face and asked if his double could take on one of the opponents. When he said that Matt was not in a position to order him, the guy replied that this was not an order, but a request, and besides, of the 2 of them, he was the original. Looking at him, the double said that Matt was too stupid for the original. He did not stop there, adding that besides this, the hero is too weak and ugly, so he has no right to order him. When the hero's irritation reached its limit, he shouted that one day he would become much stronger, and then his double would no longer dare to say something like that. Turning away, the double ignored his words and said that despite all of the above, Matt was already a little better than the last time they met. These sudden words of the double confused our hero, and he assumed that he was simply playing hard to get next to him. When the double extended his hand to Matt, he was perplexed. Deciding that he wanted to apologize in this way, the hero covered his palm with his, and with a smile on his face said that he forgives him, and now they must deal with the enemies together. The double said with barely restrained irritation that his forgiveness had not given up for 100 years. He meant that he wanted to take the heavenly demon. Sighing, Matt handed him his blade. Glancing at the opponents, the double said that he would take on the white-haired man. After everyone decided on their opponent, Matt activated his steel body. The double in turn used the brutal slaughter skill, and his body was immediately enveloped in a dark red aura. Patrick said with admiration that their enemy never ceases to amaze them with new tricks. Leon laughed and said that since the time of the great sage, nothing aroused such excitement in him. Each of them was extremely tense and ready to attack at any moment. When the double said that these parasites do not even know their place, Matt said that these 3 are just ordinary cowards who have escaped from their own world. These words of the hero infuriated Patrick. Smiling widely, Leon said that Matt would not have long to mock them because very soon he would cut off his head. The next moment, he disappeared from his place. Once directly above Matt, the man swung his spear, shrouded in a red aura. He joyfully shouted that he would tear them both to pieces. Rubbing his cheek, Matt said that he would leave it to his double. He rose to the level of his opponent in one jump when he shouted that some clone was no match for him. Taking his words to deaf ears, the double swung his blade and shouted at Matt not to dare tell him what to do. Leon squinted his bewildered glance in his direction, asking how he could jump here so quickly. The double left his question unanswered, cutting his opponent in half. However, in the next moment something happened that he could not foresee. Leon began to burst into laughter, and his lower body was engulfed in bright flames, merging his torso and severed legs. The double watched this picture in bewilderment. A few moments later, Leon had fully recovered and said with mockery in his voice that he was the embodiment of the Scarlet Flame, and he would never defeat its fire. Having said this, he rushed at his opponent. Watching the battle taking place in the sky, a satisfied smile appeared on Matt's face. He did not expect anything else from his clone. With one swing of his blade, the double again cut through the body of his opponent. Thick blood gushed out from Leon's mouth. He began to fall rapidly to the ground when he realized with horror that he could not recover. The double said that this was not some ordinary blade, but the sword of the heavenly demon, and it was his second form, the Great Inferno, that in the past he had extinguished a fire much larger than this. Laughing, Leon said that he would never have thought that the cause of his death would be the sword of the heavenly demon. A few moments later, his body disappeared into the air, never reaching the ground, and Matt received a message that killing Leon was equivalent to 20 S-rank victims. So he already has 78 victims out of 100. Patrick was furious at the sight of his brother's death. Meanwhile, no less active actions were taking place in another part of the palace. Ksenia was getting rid of the members of the Three Heroes community one by one when she noticed Matt nearby, watching his clones battle. An admiring expression appeared on the girl's face when she saw two Matts at once. Turning back to her opponents, she said that she would also do her best to be praised. Finding himself next to the hero again, his double said that they were now equal. Patrick shouted that Matt would pay for what he had done. Without taking his eyes off the hero, Samson said that they had underestimated this guy too much and invited his brother to use that very skill. Knowing full well that they would also get hit, Patrick agreed. Then he stood behind Samson and put his palms on him. Powerful energy began to emanate from the man's body and absorb into Samson's body. He shouted that with the help of Patrick's borrowed power, he would tear them into small pieces to avenge the deceased collected. The next moment, he swung his sword and a large wave of dark blue destructive energy erupted from his blade. At the sight of this, Matt remained completely calm, and his double looked at his opponents as if they were crazy. When the wave of energy approached a sufficient distance, the hero extended his left hand forward. He swiped his index finger to the side using the plum blossom technique. The enemy's energy dissipated in an instant, never reaching him. Samson watched this in bewilderment. As all the dark energy disappeared and several pink beams shot towards the two men, Samson deflected the petals flying at him with his sword, and Patrick covered himself with his hands. As soon as the first one looked up, surprise appeared on his face. Matt and his double were quickly approaching them to deliver the final blow. Samson didn't even have time to do anything when sharp pain pierced his body from both sides. Seeing this, Patrick shouted out his brother's name in horror. Once near him, Matt clenched his fist and prepared for a new attack. When the man began to beg for mercy, the hero said that the heavenly demon instructed him to never forgive them, and therefore there was no talk of mercy. He then used the heavenly demon heavenly breaking fist technique. The hero's energy pierced the man's body and rushed into the sky in a powerful stream. Patrick died almost instantly, after which his body began to dissipate in the air, leaving no trace of himself. And Matt received a message that for killing two men, he received 42 S-rank victims, and fulfilled the conditions for completing the task for promotion to the average level evil god. The hero stood for several moments looking at his hand, while the powers of the victims he killed were absorbed. When it was all over, he clenched his fist with a satisfied smile, glad that he had finally managed to become even stronger. At the same time, Ksenia, sitting on the floor, could not take her loving gaze off Matt's double. In a matter of moments, he dealt with the remaining crowd of members of the community of three heroes. Turning his gaze to her, he told her to get rid of the remaining henchmen and force the S-rank hunters to come over to his side. If they resist, then simply kill them. At the end, he gave her one more instruction which she must follow once she has dealt with her main task. After listening to him, the girl smiled maliciously, and in a voice full of determination, said that she would do everything. A few moments later, the double left the castle. Matt, standing outside, asked what he and Ksenia had been talking about for so long. He replied that it didn't matter. Then he handed the heavenly demon back to him and asked the hero to try not to die, because if he dies, then he will also have to follow him. Taking his blade, Matt replied that he would become stronger and would never die. The next moment, his double began to dissolve into thin air. Climbing the stairs into the castle, he headed towards the girl still sitting on the floor. When Matt stopped in front of her, she looked up at him, and he said that he had something for her. Upon returning back, the hero visited the hospital where his student's mother was lying. Michelle was glad to see the guest who came to her and thanked him for paying all her considerable hospital bills. With a smile on his face, Matt said that she didn't have to worry about it and would get well soon. Looking behind him, the woman excitedly asked if everything was okay with his companion. With a sweet smile on his face, he replied that she was simply more comfortable this way than standing. Xenia, sitting on her knees on the floor, confirmed his words in a cheerful voice, saying that she really was much more comfortable this way. In fact, Matt simply told her to sit like that as punishment for her sick head, which does not know a drop of shame. Suddenly, Michelle called his name, snapping him out of his thoughts. She inquired about her daughter's progress in her studies, with a gentle smile on her face. She said that Angelina is a very kind girl, but there has been no news from her for a long time, but the woman attributed it to being busy with her studies. It was this question that Matt was afraid of. Now he should be on his knees begging for forgiveness for not being able to protect his student, but instead, with a tight smile, he said that Angelina was doing well. From that very unfortunate moment, he never for a second stopped reproaching himself for the death of his student. At some point, Matt thought that he was completely undeserving of the status of a good god, and instead, he was better suited to slide down the slope of an evil god. At that moment, when our hero was one step away from falling into despair and taking the wrong path, a message from generous abundance appeared in front of him, in which the goddess told Matt, no matter what, not to deviate from the righteous path, and offered him secret resurrection potion. Having read about the resurrection potion, the hero instantly emerged from his thoughts and reread the message in disbelief. A few moments later, another message appeared in front of him, which stated that although this act would greatly affect the karma of generous abundance, she sincerely wished to support Matt on the path of becoming a good god. Immediately after this, he was offered a mission in which he needed was to save 10 million lives, and the reward was a resurrection potion. As soon as Matt wondered how he could save so many lives, he remembered that he was now in the hospital, and this was the best place to save lives. Deciding that he would start from here, he activated the healing finger of God with a confident smile on his face. Thus, for several hours, he walked around all the wards available to him and healed the sick there. That same evening, a rift appeared in another part of the city. Several A-rank monsters appeared from it at once. The speakers announced that the hunters would very soon arrive at the scene, and now all civilians needed to evacuate to a safe place. One of the monsters with a furious growl followed the crowd of fleeing people. When his paw almost reached the people, Matt appeared and delivered a strong blow to his head. Matt tisked displeasedly, saying that there were 2 more monsters left. Quickly moving to another monster, he took it out with one blow, after which he also quickly dealt with the remaining one. When all the monsters were defeated, people looked at their saviors with admiration. Calling up the task information window, Matt checked his progress and saw that he had already completed 2,500 good deeds out of 10 million. Suddenly, Xenia, who was standing nearby, sank down onto one maple tree, bowing her head before him. Noticing this, the hero looked at her, waiting for what she would say. The next moment, the girl announced that she needed to leave him for a while to deal with the remnants of the community of 3 heroes on the orders of another Matt. Deciding that there was nothing wrong with this, the hero said that she could go. With an anticipatory smile on her face, Xenia asked Matt to be careful during her absence. A few days later, having dealt with everything, Matt finally returned home. Sitting on his bed, the hero enjoyed precious minutes of peace. All this time, he tirelessly ransacked all the hospitals in the country, healing the sick. Folding the new form, Agnia joyfully said that there was much more space on the top floor and congratulated him on becoming a landowner. From her words, an extremely satisfied expression appeared on the hero's face. When he asked where she got so many suits, the girl replied that it was a gift. Today, she and her sister were shopping, and accidentally came across this, and decided to buy Matt more tracksuits. Joyful Maria proudly said that they bought as many as 10 pieces and asked the hero to try them on. Sighing, he agreed, sarcastically saying that nothing suits him better than a pink suit. Suddenly, Agnia's phone rang. Having received an urgent call from the association, the girl said that she needed to go and asked to look after her sister, after which she headed towards the exit. After she left, Maria still forced Matt to try on the uniform they bought and, joyfully clapping her hands, asked him to wear this uniform as often as possible, because it suits him very well. Suddenly, the hero asked if he could ask her one question. The girl nodded in agreement, asking what it was. However, Maria never expected Matt to ask why she continued to pretend that she still didn't remember anything. This question took her by surprise, and she stood silently for several moments, trying to understand how Matt knew about it. When she asked how long he had been aware of this, the hero replied that not so long ago and asked if she was doing this in order not to lose established contact with her sister. Sighing, Maria admitted that this was indeed the case. Then, with a threat in her voice, she said that if he blabbed about this to Agnia, she would kill him herself. Rubbing her lock of hair, Maria thoughtfully said that she would find the right moment and tell her sister everything herself. Leaving her hair alone, she looked again at the guy in front of her and said in a serious tone that she wanted to offer him to protect someone. Maria explained that hunters like creators have long since started disappearing all over the world for no reason. Hearing that one of the creative vulture hunters wanted to hire him as a bodyguard, the hero was very surprised. He understood perfectly well that due to the fact that hunters of this type usually use equipment from the hunter's store, their combat skills are quite poor, which is why they need protection. Matt asked why he was chosen for such a responsible task, because such hunters should be under the protection of the Association of Hunters and S-rank hunters. Sighing heavily, Maria said that the other day, 2 dead S-rank bodyguards were found in America, and the one they were guarding disappeared without a trace. Several similar cases happened in Italy. The hero thought about the girl's story and asked if the association had any idea who could be behind this. Maria shook her head from side to side and said that the association had decided to strengthen the security of its creative-type hunters and hire more S-rank hunters, and since many people recommended Matt, Kane Burt decided to choose him. Smiling, the hero said that he would be happy to do this. The reason why he agreed so easily was because he could raise the level of good deeds he had accomplished, and he also hoped that he would be able to get on the trail of the follower of the god of destruction that the seeker of truth had told him about. Emerging from his thoughts, he suggested going to Kane Burt right now. Sometime later, Matt was in the luxurious penthouse of a hunter interested in his candidacy. Having changed into a suit, he and Augustus appeared before Kane, whose bodyguards practically never left his side even in the house. The hunter looked at our heroes with a bored look. Matt, in turn, did the same. Thanks to the eye of the blind god, he learned that Kane was already 52 years old. Although you couldn't tell by his appearance, he was also blessed by the guardian of the blacksmith's craft. Suddenly, the hunter was the first to break the silence that reigned in the room, admitting that he did not think that Matt would decide to bring a friend with him. Patting August on the back, the hero replied that he could not guard him continuously 24 hours a day, so he took a replacement with him. Taking a sip from his glass of whiskey, Kane, with the same bored face, agreed that even bodyguards need to sleep sometimes, after which he said that in any case, he was glad to see them here. Smiling awkwardly, Matt said that they would try their best to keep him safe. But a whole bunch of questions were brewing inside him about how Kane could drink so carelessly in broad daylight when such things were happening around him. Putting the glass back on the table, the man rose from his seat and headed towards the exit, saying that they would continue the conversation later. But now he needed to go to the shower. Augustus was furious that this hunter was so disrespectful to his master. Looking at him, Matt ordered him to calm down and not make unnecessary noise here. Entering the bathroom, Kane stood in front of the mirror for several moments, opening the tap to full. He didn't understand why, but something in this reality had changed, because he had never met Matt before. Suddenly, in the reflection, he saw a rift appear on the opposite wall. The next moment, a huge monster emerged from it. Looking at him, the monster noted with satisfaction that he had found another hunter creator. Kane turned around in horror at the moment when a clawed paw reached out to him. He instantly summoned his shield, protecting himself from the monster's paw. Raising his other paw with the sword to strike, the crocodile asked with a grin whether he really believed that some pathetic shield could stop him. Matt, who heard the noise, entered the bathroom and, scratching his head in bewilderment, asked what the crocodile was doing in Kane's bathroom. The monster's eyes widened in surprise when he recognized Matt. However, before he could do anything, the hero, under the stunned gaze of Kane, threw the monster into the opposite wall with one blow from the edge of his palm, causing a strong roar. Then he looked at the hunter and asked if he was injured. He turned his gaze to the knocked-out monster and replied that he was fine, but he was worried about something else. Nodding towards the sword that the crocodile had, he said that such things can only be bought in a hunter's store, hence the question of where this monster got them from. Having met Matt's gaze, the crocodile shouted furiously that he was the one who killed his mother. After his words, a memory of his pet surfaced in the hero's head, who was also initially eager to take revenge on him for the death of his mother, and asked if the monster in front of him was his lost brother Croaky. Rising to his feet, the crocodile said menacingly that he would kill him and gnaw him to the bone. Picking his nose with a bored expression, Matt sincerely wished him luck in this. Raising his sword to attack, the crocodile shouted that he had better prepare to die. Still with the same bored look, the hero asked Augustus, who was nearby, if he could figure it out himself. He instantly appeared in front of him and repelled the monster's attack with his sword. Smiling contentedly, he said that his master could rely on him. Today he would show how much stronger he had become since the last time. Folding his arms across his chest, Matt nodded his head in agreement. He himself was interested to know how much Augustus had grown during this time. Angered by someone else's interference, the monster again raised his sword to attack, saying that he would kill the swordsman who appeared in front of him too, since he asked for it so much. Augustus easily escaped from under the attack line, going behind his opponent's back. Turning in his direction, the crocodile said that he was a good runner, but this would in no way help him win in a fight with him. Fueled of these words, the monster began to deliver its blows even more actively. But the swordsman deftly dodged each of them, moving first to one end of the room, then to the other. Meanwhile, Matt joined Kane, who was hiding behind his shield, and watched the battle. When the hunter asked if he was sure that his assistant could handle it himself, the hero replied that although Augustus was weak, he was quite capable of dealing with this situation. For himself, Matt noted that his ward's skills had indeed become much better. The crocodile still struck at his opponent, but each time he ran away, which began to irritate him. Suddenly, the swordsman rushed past him at high speed, hitting his helmet with his attack. The crocodile adjusted his helmet, glancing warily at Augustus. He said with regret that if not for this helmet, he could have taken the enemy's head off his shoulders. Yawning with boredom, Matt asked why Augustus was taking so long with him and hurried him on. The hunter sitting next to him glanced sideways at him in bewilderment, not understanding how this man could yawn in such a situation, in addition to hastening a fighter fighting an SS-rank monster. Meanwhile, the swordsman apologized and released his aura. The monster also decided to go to extreme measures, realizing that if this continues, he will not win. The next moment, he stuck one of his paws into his mouth. Matt and Kane looked at him in bewilderment, completely not understanding what he was doing. A few moments later, the monster took his paw back. However, there was a round ball in it that looked like a grenade. Licking his lips contentedly, the crocodile said that now they would all die together. Realizing the horror of the situation, Kane's face showed horror. Looking at Matt with eyes of complete despair, he shouted that they urgently needed to escape from here, because one such grenade could blow the whole hotel into pieces. Laughing, the crocodile shouted that it was too late. The next moment, he placed his clawed finger on the button. Before pressing the button, he shouted that this was his revenge for his mother. However, his severed head flew up before he could blow them all up. Then his massive body fell to the floor with a crash. As he approached, Matt picked up the grenade. Still standing in his place, Kane was greatly shocked that the hero had crushed an SS-rank monster in an instant. A slight surprise was also visible on Augustus's face, but he did not expect anything else from his master. Kneeling down in front of him, the swordsman said that with each meeting, Matt became more and more perfect. The hero replied that he did not do anything special. He just destroyed another lizard. Having said this, he remembered the words of the president of the association that there were about 100 crocodile eggs found. The hero understood that if such a number showed up at once, problems could arise. Without taking his eyes off Matt, Kane asked in bewilderment what he was. Looking at him, the hero headed towards the hunter with a grenade in his hand. Stopping next to him, he carefully looked over the man and said that this question should be addressed to him. Frowning, Kane asked what the hero meant. Looking him straight in the eye, Matt replied that he knew that Kane was a regressor, an alien from the future. Recoiling, the hunter asked in horror and bewilderment how he knew about this. The activated eye of the blind god allowed our hero to view the story of the hunter Kane Burt, who traveled back in time. Meanwhile, somewhere deep above the Amazon jungle, loud rumbles of thunder and lightning were heard. Many crocodiles stood guard over their shelter. Arachne was pleased that these crocodiles obeyed her without complaint, as soon as she mentioned the words about the place. Pulling the threads that wrapped around the hunters' bodies, she ordered them to open the hunter's shop for her. One by one, the hunters began to carry out her orders. A few moments later, many windows appeared in front of Arachne with the hunter's magazines open. After carefully studying the list, she chose one item that seemed most suitable to her. Having spent 50 million coins, Arachne bought the spear of the hero from Myths, and it immediately materialized in front of her. Looking at the crocodile sitting on his throne, she asked what he thought of this weapon. Glancing at the weapon, Crocus nodded approvingly. However, a few moments later, a heavy aura began to emanate from his body, and he stood up from his seat and said that his brother had died. Fierce rage was visible in his eyes. He said that he would avenge his brother's murdered mother at all costs. Clutching the hero's spear in his palm, Crocus said that he would need many more weapons to crush Matt. She replied that she could get as many weapons as needed, and besides, she already had a plan. The crocodile frowned and asked which one it was. With an ominous smile on her lips, Arachne said that she knew their enemy's greatest vulnerability, and planned to use it against him. Meanwhile, our hero was looking through the history of Kane. Initially, Kane was an ordinary blacksmith who loved his work. His days were not much different from each other until one day the guardian of the blacksmith's craft came to him and told him that this world would soon fall due to the heir of the god of destruction. But he could lend his power to Kane to try to prevent the coming disaster, even if it's almost impossible. It was then that this god endowed the future hunter with the power to open a hunter's shop and also move through time. Thus, he teamed up with other S-ranks to protect the Earth from Michael. At one point, it seemed to him that the threat was destroyed, and the world would be saved. But soon they all met their death at the hands of the community of 3 heroes. On the second attempt, Kane managed to remove them from his path. However, he was never able to resist the dragon of the abyss, which would bring the end of this world. Now the 4th rebirth was already underway. It was also the last. The thought that he was unable to prevent the destruction of this world, no matter what he did, killed him more and more every day. Ultimately, Cain decided to simply accept the inevitable and face the end with everyone else. Matt carefully looked through the hunter's memories shown to him. Raising his frown, he asked if Cain had really decided to give up after a couple of failed attempts. The man looked at him in bewilderment, asking how he knew this. The hero replied that he simply had one special skill. Cain was completely confused. He was greatly stressed by the fact that in all his previous lives he had never encountered this guy. It was he who not only single-handedly got rid of Michael, but dealt with a high-ranking monster that attacked the academy and destroyed the community of 3 heroes. When Cain looked at Matt again, he saw an energy emanating from him that was similar to that which the guardian of the blacksmith had studied. A tear ran down his cheek when he realized that Matt was the one who could save this world from disaster. Lowering his gaze to the floor, the hunter asked if Matt was God, which puzzled him. The next moment, a message appeared in front of him about a new mission, which was to fulfill Cain's wish, and the reward was the hunter's loyalty. Deciding that this opportunity should not be missed, Matt asked what Cain's deepest desire was. He replied that he had only one desire, to prevent the end of the world. The hero's eyes shone with joy. He was going to do it anyway, so the thought that he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone couldn't help but make him happy. Clasping his palms behind his head, he said with a satisfied smile that he would do his best to do this. Looking at him, Cain thought that Matt was truly the one who would become the hope of the whole world. When a message appeared in front of the hero that he had found a temporary follower in the person of Cain, who was equivalent to 10 S ranks, which did not slightly surprise him, when he wondered what the temporary would be up to. A message appeared in front of him that if Matt saved the world, he would gain the true loyalty of Cain. Now the reward was reduced, since he was a temporary believer. This of course upset him, but also influenced. There was no way he could do that. Turning to Cain, he said that he had already gotten rid of 3 enemies that the hunter had to face in the past, and that the next possible cause of the end of the world could be the hatched cubs of an SS-rank crocodile. Suddenly, many messages appeared in front of the hero, warning of danger. His face was distorted with horror when he read that the great evil god was burning with an ardent desire to take revenge on him. If Matt did not stop him, then the world would come to an end. Now the assumption he had made earlier seemed erroneous, and the emperor from the world in the world was more suitable for the role of the cause of the end of the world, where his ward's ants live. Scratching his head, the hero asked Cain to help him find all the crocodile cubs while he settled one important matter. Standing at attention, the hunter immediately agreed without any hesitation. Feeling awkward, Matt said that he could do without such officialdom. Turning to him as you, Cain shouted that he could not do otherwise, because the hero is his only hope and support. Matt saw absolute trust and devotion in the hunter's eyes. Sighing tiredly, the guy thought that now he needed to focus on collecting S-rank followers. Turning towards Augustus, he praised him, saying that he had indeed become a much better person. Taking a step towards him, the hero handed him the Sky Demon, telling Augustus to practice with this blade for a while. Throwing down his weapon, the swordsman tearfully accepted his master's gift, looking at it as if it were the most precious thing in the world. Falling to his knees, Augustus shouted out that this was a great honor for him, and that he would thank him for this favor until the end of his days. The hero sincerely hoped that the heavenly demon would help him at least a little get rid of this fanaticism. Hearing footsteps approaching, Matt turned around and said that now was the time. Frowning, Cain directed his gaze in the same direction as our hero. The next moment, a joyful Shin entered the room. Noticing the man sitting on the floor, he smiled, greeting him, but he did not share his joy at their meeting, and asked what he forgot here. Matt, standing between them, said that it was he who called him here, because from now on they both would have to guard Cain. Still smiling widely, Shin extended his hand to his old friend, asking him to take care of him. He slapped his palm, rejecting him. Rising from his knees, August said with irritation that he alone would be enough for this task, so Shin could safely go back. Afterwards, he turned to his master and persistently asked him to think about everything again, because such an incompetent as Shin would only get in the way. These words irritated the guy, and he shouted that August has no right to say that when he himself constantly leaves other people in trouble, especially since if it weren't for Matt, he would have died last time, so he simply has to be here. The hero patiently watched their altercation for several moments. When he had enough, he decided to intervene. Crunching his hands with a crunch, he asked with great irritation if they wanted to move against him alone, and then everything would immediately fall into place, since they were not going to obey his orders. Hearing his voice, the guys shuddered and, stopping their bickering, turned their frightened gaze to Matt. Falling to their knees, they began to beg for forgiveness, apologizing for their mistake. The hero said that starting from that moment they should not dare to get into fights and altercations with each other in front of his eyes. Afterwards, he warned that if he ever saw something like that, he would immediately take away everything that he had given them. Meanwhile, Bruce continued his ascent up the tower, fighting another monster. Activating his steel body skill, he clenched his fist and charged at his opponent. One blow was enough for him to knock the monster down. When the carcass of his opponent fell dead to the ground, he landed next to him almost at the same instant. Smiling contentedly, he shook off the dust from his palms and said that he should present this monster to his dear patron as a sacrifice. But before he had time to do this, a message appeared in front of him congratulating him for successfully passing the test of the 41st floor of the tower. As a reward, he would receive a dumbbell sword, which the Seeker of Truth had previously owned. Immediately after this, the sword that had been promised to him materialized in the air in front of him, causing Bruce's admiration and surprise. Climbing the stairs, he passed through another door and found himself in a completely different place, where only desert sands surrounded him everywhere, and the bright sun mercilessly burned his skin. When he looked up, he saw several fire spheres hanging in the sky. The next moment, a message with a task appeared in front of him, in which it was written that he needed to save the water goddess, weakened by the heat of the sun. Returning home, Matt immediately changed his clothes and went to bed, intending to train with the gods in his sleep again. He diligently tried to ignore his phone, which was bursting with messages, and fall asleep. However, even when for several minutes the phone did not even seem to calm down, the irritated guy jumped up on the bed and asked in bewilderment why everyone needed something from him just when he was trying to train. As soon as he picked up his phone, his irritation disappeared and was replaced by bewilderment. A message immediately appeared on the screen that Bruce was in yet another trouble and needed urgent help. Matt frowned, trying to figure out what the booger was next to his aunt. Thanks to the Eye of the Blind God, he was able to find out that this girl was a follower of the weakened water goddess. He asked in amazement what Bruce was even doing there. In place of the answer, the ant raised his hand, pointing somewhere upward. He then explained that he needed to get rid of the sun, but no matter how hard he tried, his attacks weren't working. Clasping her palms on her chest, Lisa began to tearfully pray to the hero to destroy the sun and save her world, which would very soon be turned into a desert. Hearing their request that he needed to get rid of the sun, Matt was genuinely shocked and asked if they were in their right mind to ask him for such nonsense. Looking closely at the screen, Matt noticed something strange. He tried to activate the Eye of the Blind God, but information about the sun was inaccessible to him due to a lack of divine powers. The hero wondered why this happened. Without taking his eyes off the screen, Matt assumed that this entity was much stronger than himself. When he thought about this, he immediately remembered a message that said that one of the evil gods wanted to take revenge on him, and assumed that it could be about him. Suddenly, 3 clumps separated from the sun and turned into birds. Noticing this, Bruce blocked Lisa with himself and reached for his sword. With the help of the Eye of the Blind God, Matt learned that these phoenixes are divine creations of light that shine in the highest depths of the sky, and are much stronger in power than SS rank. Seeing this name, the hero immediately frowned with displeasure. He was already familiar with this name. The Sun God, whom he defeated when fighting 1 billion opponents, said that one day he would definitely be avenged. But Matt did not even suspect that this would happen so soon. One of the phoenixes let out a furious cry as it approached its prey. When a message appeared in front of the hero that the goal of the phoenixes was to get Bruce as a sacrifice, horror was displayed on his face. He perfectly understood that his ward could not cope with these birds alone. He wanted to help Bruce, but he knew that he could not interfere personally when it came to the trials of the Warrior Tower. However, the fear of losing such a valuable follower was stronger, and he activated the destructive index finger of God. Many messages immediately appeared in front of him, warning that he would be punished for neglecting the rules. But Matt shouted with irritation that he didn't care about all the rules when Bruce was now about to die. When the phoenixes got close enough to the ant, it gripped its sword tighter, preparing to fight back. But a sudden beam of red energy destroyed all the birds in an instant, causing Bruce to be shocked. Looking up, he realized that it was Matt's skill that saved their lives. However, this was far from the end. The raging energy of the sun came into confusion, and a message appeared before the hero that the light shining in the highest depths of the sky is extremely angry that his precious creations were killed, and now Matt is karmically connected with this god. The hero was stunned that retribution for his deeds came so quickly, because he was completely unprepared to meet such a powerful god. The next moment he disappeared. Our hero was forced to teleport to the Temple of the Fire of Light, shining in the highest depths of the sky. Looking up, Matt immediately noticed a huge bird standing in front of him. He asked uncertainly if he was the same light shining in the highest depths of the sky. Phoenix replied that this was indeed the case, and Matt was the one who killed his dear brother and his sacred creations, and now he wants to avenge these deaths. The hero was perplexed because he didn't remember anything like that in Kane's memories. For some reason, the situation had changed too much, and not for the better for him. Suddenly, the Phoenix said that he could show his mercy to Matt. When the hero asked what he meant, God replied that if Matt sacrificed Bruce to him and gave him half of his divine powers, then he would spare him and allow him to be worshipped by him, a great god of high rank. His words led our hero into even greater bewilderment. The message that appeared in front of him from the Thousand Blades said that getting God as your follower was much cooler than just absorbing him by reading it. Then Matt realized where the dog was buried. Being beside himself with irritation and anger, the hero shouted that he would rather make a cutlet out of him than agree to these conditions. These words infuriated God. He asked in bewilderment how Matt dared to defy him, the great sun god, being only a pathetic loser tied to the earth, and for such an insult he must pay with his life. The next moment, the walls and ceiling of the temple began to shake. Matt noted with displeasure that his opponent was quite strong. Even his usual screams were hard. Suddenly, something approached the hero at high speed, after which a strong roar was heard. Taking his paw away, the Phoenix admitted that he was sorry that he was unable to recruit this boy as his followers, but he would not allow anyone to discredit his name. As soon as the smoke cleared, his eyes widened in surprise when he saw Matt standing on his feet, having managed to survive his attack. The hero assumed that his opponent was strong, but did not think that he was so strong. This was the first time he had received so much from an attack using his steel body. Licking his lips, God said that Matt is different from other evil gods of the middle rank. Now he wants to get him even more, after which he repeated his proposal for the last time that if the hero obeys him and makes a sacrifice, he will show his mercy. Matt responded sharply that he would never betray those who follow him. After listening to his answer, the Phoenix said that in this case he had another solution to this problem. He bloodthirstily said that he would simply kill Matt and every last one of his followers. The hero shuddered in horror at these words. The next moment, a message appeared in front of him that his followers were in danger. Bruce and Lisa continued their journey through the endless desert, without giving up their attempts to find the goddess of water. Suddenly, the sand ahead rose into the air like a wall. This alerted our heroes, and they immediately stopped. Tense to the limit, Bruce covered Lisa with himself, saying that she should hide behind him. A few moments later, when the sand settled, a huge naked girl appeared in front of them. Bruce asked with horror in his voice who she was. Looking down at them, the stranger replied that she was the first follower of the Lord of the Abyss Swamps, and the one who lost her youngest because of them. Realizing that she was the sister of the monster with whom they fought with Matt, the ant trembled. Meanwhile, the girl continued, saying that by order of the blood alliance of her Lord Light, shining in the highest depths of the sky, she came for their souls. Bruce asked if they were planning to undermine Matt's power by killing him. Instead of answering, the monster opened its mouth and rushed at him. He only grabbed his sword tighter, and also rushed to attack. At the same time, Morava and Croaky were on one of the walls of the city. The saint watched the dragon joyfully eat the fish that she treated him to. From time to time, he would give her a confused look, thinking about how cool the saint was, just like the deity she worshipped. Suddenly, they noticed a large column of dust rising into the air. Morava asked in bewilderment where the tornado appeared out of nowhere. Realizing that this was not an ordinary tornado, Croaky dropped his fish and his eyes widened in horror. Noticing the crocodile's condition, worried Morava touched his hand and asked what was happening. Squeezing the cool stone of the wall with his paw, he said that they had better run away from here as soon as possible. Many crocodiles, led by Crocus, were approaching the city walls, and on his back sat a joyful Arachne. She was sure that this time nothing would stop her. While the sun god was fighting Matt, she would quickly get rid of from all his followers. When the saint also noticed the approaching enemies, her body was seized with a trembling of fear. The excited Croaky asked her to run away from here as quickly as possible. Turning around, he looked down and shouted that we were under attack and they needed to escape. The next moment, Crocus jumped up to the level of the wall with a satisfied grin. Arachne smiled and said that the traitor had finally been found. Matt was in real horror, not believing what was happening, when he received one message about the death of his followers after another, and the level of his divine powers began to drop sharply. Sitting on his throne, the Phoenix laughed, saying that this was just the beginning. But if Matt submitted to him now, he would stop. The hero clenched his jaw to the point of grinding. Looking up at his enemy, the hero furiously asked how he dared to lay his paws on his precious followers. Matt said that he would not remain in debt, and touching his forehead with his thumb, activated the multiplying finger of God. The next moment, his double appeared in red lightning. The sun god asked in confusion what he had done. Ignoring his question, Matt turned to his counterpart, saying that while he would settle the problem here, he should go to the game world. Frowning, the double said that it would be better if the original went to protect his followers, and he took care of this fiery chicken. Matt couldn't believe that his doppelganger had finally acknowledged him. He had already thought that his arrogant attitude towards him would never go away. Having opened the portal, with a happy smile, he wished good luck to his double, promising to sort it out as quickly as possible and return. Immediately after this, Matt entered the portal. The double waited until his original disappeared completely along with the portal before starting. When this finally happened, he turned to the sun god, saying that he would turn him into a nugget before his original could return back. The guy's words infuriated the Phoenix, and he shouted that a pathetic copy of a worthless god did not dare to say something like that. Raising his paw, he attacked first, intending to incinerate his opponent. When a powerful stream of flame flew towards the double, the air around the guy began to move. Putting his palms out in front of him, he concentrated dark and light energy in them. Using Taiji's non-contact technique, he managed to deflect the attack flying at him. He knew that he wouldn't be able to hold out for long, so he hoped that his original would actually be able to return as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the indestructible walls of the city of ants were all in large cracks, and the city itself was strewn with corpses and seriously wounded. Murava, with tears in her eyes, ran up to Croaky lying on the ground trying to reach him. Opening his eyes slightly, he croaked for her to quickly leave here. Crocus standing next to him noted that he was a surprisingly resilient fellow. Those who could still fight joined their forces and rushed at their enemies. Enveloping his weapon in a blood-red aura, Crocus lunged and swung his spear, attacking the annoying little thing. They were defeated in an instant. Only the plumage of warbirds was in the air. Murava watched in horror as all her friends were mercilessly killed one after another, but she could do nothing to help them. Pointing at her, Arachne said that this nun is one of the main sources of strength for their enemy. Baring his teeth, Crocus replied that in this case he was simply obliged to devour her. Then he took a few steps towards her. Hearing his words, Croaky stood up and stepped forward, blocking Murava with himself. He shouted that he would not allow anyone to kill her, not even her blood brother. The next moment, he raised his clawed paw to strike and ran towards his enemy. He threw Croaky aside in one motion, inflicting a mortal wound on him. When the crocodile fell to the ground, breathing heavily, Murava ran up to him. Crocus said that he was not even able to avenge his parent and stuck to the enemy. Like a fence dog, he did not need such brothers. Having said this, he turned his gaze to Murava and said with anticipation that now it was his turn to taste Matt's favorite bug. The saint raised her displeased gaze at him. She understood that they did not have enough strength to withstand such a strong enemy, so she began to desperately pray that Matt, as usual, would appear and save them. Meanwhile, our hero was in his apartment clutching his head. He tried to move to the game world, which is what he asked the system to do, but each time he received a message that Matt was now too weakened by the call of a double. So moving was impossible at the moment. Complete powerlessness in this situation greatly infuriated the guy. He could not recall the clone, because he was fighting with the sun god, and his access to the ants was closed. Suddenly he heard Croca's faint voice in his head, pleading for help. At the same moment, a message appeared in front of Matt that the small miracle available to the crocodile was now possible, after which a window with a choice appeared in front of him, in which he was asked to allow the sacred beast Croaky to become the sacred beast dragon. Deciding that now he could only count on this miracle, Matt shouted out that he was entrusting the fate of that world into the hands of Croaky. Having shouted this, the guy immediately pressed the yes button. At the same time, Crocus brought the captured Murava to his wide-open mouth. A smile played on Arachne's face. She couldn't wait for the moment when she would tell the Emperor everything. Crocus's sudden painful cry as his hand was cut off brought her out of her own fantasies. His screams continued for several painfully long moments without realizing who it was. Murava thanked her savior and opened one eye slightly to see who saved her. Seeing that she did not recognize him, the dragon joyfully said that it was him, Croaky. Surprise and disbelief were visible in Murava's eyes. At the same time, Matt received a message that Croaky had successfully evolved into the dragon sacred beast and was now equivalent to 20 S ranks, which greatly surprised the guy. When the pain subsided, Crocus looked at his brother with a voice full of hatred, asking how an insignificant traitor dared to do something like that. Arachne trembled with fear, realizing that this was the work of Matt, who was supposed to fight the sun god. Croaky took a step forward towards his brother, standing in front of him. He said that if Crocus had not crossed the line, he would not have had to lose his hand, and their merciful god would have accepted him too. Crocus was enraged by his younger brother's words and asked if he was really that impatient to die. Turning to him, Arachne said that they had better retreat, because their enemy had become much stronger. But Crocus objected, saying that he could not, like a coward, tuck his tail between his legs and so shamefully flee from the battlefield. The next moment he jumped out of his seat. Swiftly approaching Croaky, he furiously shouted that he would tear off his head. He said that since Crocus committed an unforgivable sin by killing Matt's followers and raising his hand against Murava, he must suffer the appropriate punishment, after which golden energy began to concentrate in his mouth. He used dragon breath and a powerful golden stream erupted from his mouth. Crocus froze in horror, realizing that he would not have time to dodge. Arachne also could not move in the face of her death. The next moment, a golden ray overtook them and rushed through the entire wall of the city, destroying the remnants of the enemies. When it was all over, a huge mark left by his technique appeared in front of the Croaky. The ants crawled out of their hiding places and joyfully shouted that they were saved and that the Croaky had defeated all enemies. Lying on the ground, Lily smiled faintly at the good news and tried to rise to her feet. Croaky smiled contentedly, still not believing that he managed to become so strong in an instant thanks to Matt. Raising his head up, he began shouting praises for our hero, and a few moments later everyone else joined him. Matt looked at Croaky in surprise. He did not expect the crocodile to grow so much. Clasping her hands on her chest, Morava said with tears in her eyes that among Matt's humble servants there were many wounded and asked to help them. Smiling, the hero said that this goes without saying, and in the next moment he activated the healing finger of God. In an instant, all of Lily's wounds healed, and her body was filled with lightness. The rest of the residents were also healed of their wounds, and the severed body parts were rebuilt. Joyful ants and angels began to glorify their merciful deity even louder and more actively. Watching everything, Croaky thought that Matt's mercy was truly incredible. One wanted to believe in a god like him and follow him. Morava's thin voice attracted his attention. Smiling sweetly, she thanked him again for saving her and said that he was unusually cool today. The girl's words made Croaky's face turn a deep shade of red. His imagination was already drawing pictures of their happy future together. A few moments later, the evolution mode was turned off, and he returned to his original form. But the crocodile was so deep in his dreams that he did not notice it at all. All this time, never taking his eyes off the phone, Matt allowed himself to breathe a sigh of relief, glad that the kingdom of the ants had been saved. Now it was time for him to help Bruce. As soon as he switched locations, the guy tensed up again. The ant was in serious danger. Meanwhile, our hero's double was still engaged in a fierce battle with his opponent. From time to time, the Phoenix made attempts to lure the double to his side, saying that he was going to conquer the peaks of the entire divine world, and even the so-called great gods such as the Silent Nightmare and the Thousand Blades would be afraid of him. If the double makes the right choice, he will be rewarded with another generous offer. He just needs to join him and transfer his powers. The double did not see anything beneficial for himself in the proposal. He was simply brazenly demanded to submit to someone else's will. Turning to the sun god, he shouted out that he had a counteroffer for him. Smiling, the double said that he would bow to him only if the Phoenix could kill the god of destruction. God was too stunned by such an impudent condition, and could not utter a word in response. Clenching his fist, he explained that the god of destruction is a mystical creation that existed before the beginning of time. Even the greatest of the gods will not be able to oppose anything to him. With a disappointed sigh, the double said that the Phoenix should have immediately admitted that he was simply scared. His words only caused the Phoenix to become more irritated. Having created a fiery sphere in his hand, he said that the double had forgotten one important thing. His followers were still in mortal danger, after which an image of the wounded Bruce appeared in the sphere. Frowning his brows, the sun god gave him a choice: bow before him and save his follower, or leave everyone to die. The girl with an arrogant smile towered over the wounded and exhausted ant. She cried out that now it was time for him to die in response to the death of her brother. Bruce could no longer move. Having resigned himself to his fate, he mentally apologized to Matt. However, the next moment, the hero's voice sounded in his head, shouting for Bruce to immediately raise his head and open his mouth. The ant instantly carried out this order. The voice of his deity gave him new strength and desire to fight further. Having caught a jar of golden potion flying at him with his lips, he immediately began actively drinking it. The girl looked at him in bewilderment, trying to understand where he got this potion from. This time, Matt decided to act more carefully. He did not want to meet with the Lord of the Abyss Swamps today. A few moments later, he received messages that Bruce had successfully overcome death and returned to life, increasing his power level, and he had also received a new skill, Giant, which was immediately activated. The follower of the Lord of the Abyss Swamps watched in horror as the ant, which was even smaller than her palm, now towered over her. Bruce swallowed the rest of the potion, not taking his gaze off her. A satisfied expression appeared on his face at the thought that Matt always helps him at the most crucial moment. The girl rushed at him, shouting that even if he became bigger, it would not help him defeat her. The next moment, she opened her mouth and poisonous energy began to ooze from there. Without straining, Bruce raised his leg and simply crushed it, quickly ending this protracted fight. In a dissatisfied tone, he said that this was revenge for a vile stab in the back. Suddenly, clear water began to emerge from under his mortar. When the pressure of the water became too strong, the ant stepped back in bewilderment and watched as a huge fountain shot high into the sky. Lisa smiled happily and folded her hands into a lock on her chest. The sun god was furious when Bruce escaped the clutches of death, and now he could not put pressure on Matt through him. Noticing his condition, the double grinned and said that you need to have a chicken brain to expect something worthwhile from these pathetic insects, which he made his executioners. Closing his eyes, the Phoenix said that the double should not prematurely rejoice at the fact that he managed to get rid of a couple of pathetic brats. When he opened his eyes again, they shone with pure golden flame, and the Phoenix cried out that since Matt had rejected his proposal several times in a row, he no longer intended to persuade him and hold back. Suddenly, all the inhabitants of the Ant Kingdom looked up at the sky with concern. Tears of fear welled up in Morava's eyes again. In Korea, the situation was no better. Not understanding what was happening, people panicked and ran home. Even inside the tower in which Bruce was now, something strange was happening to the sun. It was rapidly increasing in size, and its temperature was rising. Clenching his fist, the sun god shouted that he would destroy all three worlds, the source of Matt's powers. The new ability expired and Bruce returned to his original form. Bruce had absolutely no idea what was happening, but he had a presentiment that this would not end well. The goddess of water, who appeared behind him, said that the sun god was on a rampage. Hearing her voice, surprised Bruce and Lisa immediately turned around. Recognizing the goddess of water and the spirit behind them, the girl was very happy. Rushing into her arms, Lisa said with tears in her eyes that she had been very worried about her all this time. Looking at Bruce, the goddess thanked him for destroying the follower of the Lord of the Abyss swamps. Only thanks to this, she woke up. Afterwards, she added that with all her desire to reward him right now for her services, they had one urgently important matter before this. Looking at the huge sun, Bruce nodded in agreement and asked how they could deal with this. The goddess replied that they themselves could not cope with this vicious sun, but there was still hope, after which she created a water bow, explaining that they needed to shoot from it at the sun god. Taking the bow in his hands, Bruce looked at it thoughtfully and asked how he was supposed to shoot it if he didn't even have arrows. Smiling, the goddess said that he need not worry about this, because she has an arrow that can hit even the sun god. Meanwhile, excited and confused, Shin and August went out onto the balcony of Kane's house, without taking their eyes off the sun that filled the entire heavenly space. Kane himself, realizing that this was an SSS rank gate, remembered very well that nothing like this had happened in his past lives, and assumed that these changes occurred because of Matt. When the space in front of them suddenly began to distort, the three of them tensed up and prepared to attack. However, instead of the monster, Matt emerged from the resulting portal. His charges immediately ran up to him, and with admiration in their eyes, asked at the interruption how he managed to master teleportation and how it works. The hero said that they should leave all the questions for later. Now they have more important things to do. The next moment, a message appeared in front of him, from which he learned that Augustus had reached S rank, and also thanks to Xenia, the remnants of the community of the three heroes believed in him, with the exception of one person. Looking at August, Matt asked in surprise if he really was finally able to achieve S rank. He said with a joyful smile on his face that it was all thanks to him. Afterwards, the swordsman handed over the blade that had been lent to him earlier back to its owner. As soon as the heavenly demon was in the palm of the hero, a spirit's voice immediately sounded in his head, which warned him that this opponent was much stronger than the one they fought the last time. But Matt replied that he himself had become stronger, so there's no point in worrying. Taking a stance, he said that they would just try to break through this flame one more time. Having increased in size, the sun god rose up to the very ceiling. While enduring the hot flames of the god, the double thought that he could no longer afford to wait for the return of the original, so he would have to use now what he would rather leave for the meeting with the god of destruction. In the next moment, the doppelganger summoned the Thousand Blades treasury. Immediately after this, he was transported to the treasury for 1 minute. He remembered that the last time his original fought with the sun god, the heavenly demon then said that even in this treasury, there would not be a blade capable of cutting through the fire. But the double hoped that there would still be at least one sword capable of this. The only problem he faced was too many swords. When the Thousand Blades appeared in front of him, the guy asked if he had heard the words of that rooster that he would climb to the top, and all the gods would be afraid of him. The god of blades replied that he was outraged by such a ridiculous statement. With an irritated expression on his face, he said that he would personally shave the blade for the double so that he could kick that upstart's ass. The double asked what kind of blade it would be. Thousand Blades replied that he would give him the perfect sword against the sun god. The guy had no doubt that this deity would have the right sword for this situation. A few moments later, the evil piercing moonlight sword that was once wielded by the personal knight of the goddess of justice materialized in front of him. As soon as the double took it in his hand, he immediately felt a powerful aura emanating from this weapon. Smiling, Thousand Blades said that this blade is capable of cutting through any flame in the universe. Smiling contentedly, the guy said that this time he would take his word for it. After this, the double returned back to the temple. When the sun god said that he would get rid of him in one fell swoop, a smile appeared on the guy's face and he tightened his grip on his weapon. Noticing the blade in the hands of the double, the sun god immediately recognized it and shuddered in horror. The double waved it, shouting that he would now put an end to everything. Phoenix closed his eyes, waiting for the sword's destructive attack. However, after several moments, nothing happened. The double sighed in disappointment, thinking that he had trusted the Thousand Blades in vain. Meanwhile, in the city of Mata, all the people fled to their homes or shelters, seeing how the huge sun was getting closer and closer to the earth. The hero watched this in horror, knowing full well that even the sword of the heavenly demon could not cope with this. Suddenly, a new aura enveloped the blade in his hand. Noticing this, the guy tensed, trying to understand what was happening. Suddenly, a pleasant voice was heard in his head, asking if he was righteous. Matt realized that he was hearing this voice through his clone. Meanwhile, the double asked why the blade was asking if he was righteous. The message from Generous Abundance that appeared in front of our heroes said that they needed to accept the blade, and only then could the evil sun be stopped. In the next moment, the Eye of the Blind God was activated, allowing them to quickly view the history of the Moonlight Evil Piercing Sword. An image of a girl appeared in front of them, not taking her eyes off the window. The knight kneeling behind her asked if the goddess of justice was sure that she wanted to fight the god of destruction alone. Clasping her hands behind her back, the goddess replied that retreating in fear would never be righteous. Turning her gaze to the knight, she asked if he could continue her work if she failed and fell. Clenching his free palm into a fist, the man replied that if such was her will, then he would gladly fulfill it. Kneeling down next to him, the goddess gently touched his cheek, brushing away his tears, and said that she was more than confident that he could one day defeat the god of destruction, because he was the man she loved, and the one who would become the ruler in the future, thousands of blades. Sometime later, the goddess of justice entered into battle with the god of destruction, but he turned out to be too much for her, and all that was left of the goddess was her sword. The knight, being her lover, mourned the death of the deceased goddess for a long time, clutching her sword to himself. He swore that he would never forget her will and would fulfill it no matter what the cost. Seeing such a sad love story, Matt could not hold back the tears that were bursting out. His counterpart was less emotional and simply said that he was a little touched by this story. Now that they knew her story, the sword spirit again asked Matt if he was righteous. Matt tilted his head to the side, thinking about her question. Sighing, he said that he was unfamiliar with such elaborate fishing. But if by righteousness we mean protecting what is dear to you at any cost, then in this case, he is the very embodiment of righteousness. These words of the hero reminded the spirit of the sword of the past, and she said that Matt was very similar to that knight, after which she said that he was worthy to accept her. A confident smile appeared on the double's face. He was sure that this time he would definitely succeed. Phoenix tensed as he felt the sword's energy change. Looking up at the sun god, Matt said that he could not defeat us. The next moment, the hero and his double simultaneously swung their blades, attacking the enemy. Phoenix could only watch the approaching attack, without any opportunity to dodge. When the attack hit the sun god, he let out a terrifying cry of pain. Bruce also did not remain idle, received an arrow from the water goddess, and taking aim, with tears in his eyes, he shouted that the sun god had better prepare for death. A few minutes ago, the ant was completely confused by the words spoken by the goddess. She explained that the sun god had already defeated her, so she was destined to disappear very soon. Smiling sadly, she said that she only wanted to protect this world one last time and asked Bruce to help her with this. The next moment, the goddess turned into a sharp-pointed arrow. Drawing his bow, the ant shouted that he would definitely protect his world, and the world of his god too. Having said this, he shot at his enemy. Having passed through space, this arrow overtook the sun god in his temple. In the next moment, God's entire body was enveloped in a whirlwind of blue energy, engulfing his flames. When almost all of his power was exhausted, the sun god was thrown into cosmic space from this planet. He couldn't let it end like this, because he is the sun god who must conquer all the other gods. The defeated god let out his cry of despair and rage that he would not die so easily. A few moments later, his phoenix flame shone with renewed vigor, and he shouted that he would incinerate Matt and this worthless world using all his divine power. The hero was horrified by these words. The heavenly demon said that even though their enemy was weakened, if he sacrificed his life for this, he would definitely be able to destroy this planet. Meanwhile, Matt's double, still in the temple, sank to the floor, breathing heavily. After using the new sword technique, he felt exhausted and mentally apologized to his original for the fact that he would have to deal with the rest himself. Due to the terrifying heat, the roofs of multi-story buildings began to melt. Standing not far from the hero, Augustus and Cain were amazed that Matt's attack did not finish off the sun god. The hunter had already come to terms with the idea that their world could no longer be saved. Therefore, turning to the hero, he said that they had done everything they could. No one on this earth could stop the end of the world. Smiling, Matt replied that they shouldn't give up so early because not everything is over yet. Without taking his eyes off the sky, he said that they should step back for now and just watch from the side. When the hero put a blade in front of him, the heavenly demon asked if he really thought that there was a way out of this hell. Matt replied that even if there was none, he would cut it with his own hands. The heavenly demon asked what exactly Matt wanted to do. He replied that he was going to put all his divine powers into the next attack like the sun god, even though his opponent was a high-ranking god. But now he is weakened, there should be no problem. The spirit of the sword reminded him that in the worst case, Matt will die. He replied that he is well aware of this. But if this sacrifice allows him to protect what is dear to him, then he will be quite satisfied with death. The heavenly demon did not dare to dissuade him, but instead said that they should give it their all. Suddenly, Matt heard the voice of the goddess of justice in his head, who said that she would help him. The goddess contacted him while in her temple. Although she is greatly weakened after defeating the god of destruction, she is able to bless the moon sword of justice. The next moment, a message appeared in front of Matt that the moonlight sword was becoming his temporary follower. This allowed the hero to successfully complete the mission to raise the rank of the good god to medium. A huge amount of powerful golden energy burst out from the hero's body. The Eye of the Blind God was randomly activated to show Matt part of the Moonlight Sword's history. Its next owner after the goddess was a knight who was nothing more than an ordinary person who reached a level beyond the divine. Using the Thousand Blades technique to destroy evil, he was determined to keep his promise to his goddess. In the end, he managed to split the god of destruction's body into hundreds of pieces. However, this god was born long before the birth of this world. Even one who surpassed the power of the gods was unable to kill him. Even when the knight realized that he would not be able to kill the evil god, but only slow down his descent to Earth, he did not give up until the very end. Ultimately, along with the explosion, hundreds of fragments of the god of destruction were scattered throughout the entire universe. And the knight himself has sunk into oblivion and is waiting for the moment until someone inherits his sword and will in order to finally destroy the god of destruction. The heavenly demon, together with Matt, saw these memories and said that the technique used by the knight was too complex, but it could really kill the sun god. The hero shared with him a premonition that he would be able to use the technique he saw. His words caused true bewilderment in the heavenly demon. Squeezing his palm tighter, he released an aura, explaining that it was as if that knight's technique had been copied into his head as soon as he viewed the entire story. Matt concentrated all his energy, transferring it into the blade. Phoenix asked with horror in his voice what this ominous aura was about this blade. Grinning, the hero said that his time had come to fade away forever. The next moment, he swung his sword, attacking him. A powerful golden beam slid off the blade, heading towards the sun god. He could not avoid this attack, and a painful cry escaped from his throat again. A few moments later, the body of the deceased god began to dissolve into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Thus, Matt won and saved the world from imminent death. He breathed a sigh of relief, glad that it was finally over. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of him saying that he had managed to save 3 worlds, so now he was worthy of going to Festival Gods. Although Matt did not know what this festival was like, based on his hunch, nothing good would definitely await him there. Our hero's doppelganger finally waited for his summoning time to expire. Mentally connecting with his original, he said that today he was surprised at how strong Matt had become. Grinning, the hero recalled his promise last time that he would become much stronger. The double advised him not to be too arrogant, because if the original dies, he will also be dragged into the grave with him. Before disappearing completely, the double admitted that Matt was cool today. Our hero was incredibly pleased by the praise received from his always arrogant clone. Feeling the burning gaze on him, he turned around. As soon as he did this, Matt immediately came across the admiring glances of August and Shin, who immediately began to beg him to teach them this incredible technique. Kane watched from the side the pampering of this trio. He really didn't expect Matt to be able to destroy God and was about to give up. Looking at him, the hunter realized that he was still very far from being a person of this level. He decided that if he wanted to become a better person, he needed to follow Matt's example and be willing to do anything for him. With a big smile on his face, Kane ran towards Matt, spreading his arms out to the sides for a hug. The hero ran wherever he could, shouting for these 3 crazy people to stop chasing him and finally get rid of him. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of him, making him freeze in bewilderment. Noticing the strange reaction of their master, the trio chasing him stopped and looked at him with concern. The message said that Matt had successfully completed the mission by performing 10 million good deeds, his bewilderment quickly giving way to a joyful smile. Following this, he received the resurrection potion promised as a reward, and now he could save Angelina. The next morning, angels carried the body of the resurrected girl home. This immediately attracted the attention of the people standing below, among whom was Angelina's mother. Recognizing her daughter in the unfamiliar girl, Michelle's eyes welled up with tears. Having flown closer, the angels began to slowly descend. The mother immediately rushed to hug her daughter, whom she had not seen for so long. Waking up, Angelina opened her eyes and tried to understand where she was now. Seeing her mother sobbing with happiness in front of her, surprise appeared on her face. Matt watched this from start to finish through his phone. He was deeply moved by such a touching scene of family reunion. When he received a message from 1,000 Blades that he was too ashamed of Matt's snot, the hero sent this god to hell. The next moment, he came to his senses and asked if he knew a certain white-haired knight. He replied that if the hero was so interested in finding out about this, then he must pay 100 million coins. The amount he mentioned infuriated Matt, and he irritably asked how many more 1,000 Blades planned to cheat him out of money. The message that arrived from the goddess of justice said that she would like to tell me a lot of things, but she wouldn't. With every moment, the hero only had more questions, and not a single answer. When the phone screen lit up, he saw a message that another of the strongest representatives of the ants, Louis, had stepped into the warrior tower. Matt was pleased with this news, because he was always happy to have S-ranks among his followers. Sitting down on the bed, he wondered when he would be offered a new mission to increase the level of God, since 2 days had already passed since he became a mid-rank god, deciding that he could think about it later. But now he needed to sleep off the last few days, after which he instantly fell into a deep sleep. Opening his eyes, he saw a familiar clearing and a girl gently stroking his hair. Smiling, the goddess said that Matt now needs a good rest to restore his divine power. The guy thanked her for her concern and decided to take her advice and closed his eyes, completely relaxing under her pleasant touches on his head. At the same time, the deserted 42nd floor of the tower was filled with raging greenery as soon as the sun god was destroyed. Joyful Lisa walked next to Bruce and could not get enough of the fact that nature had finally recovered. Looking at the ant, the girl thanked him for his help, saying that if it weren't for him, all this would not have happened. Bruce replied that he had not done anything worthwhile and that, on the contrary, he should thank her for helping him find the water goddess. Afterwards, he said that it was time for him to move on. When Lisa suggested staying here for a little while longer, Bruce replied that he felt that his brother had also begun to conquer the tower, and he simply had no right to hang around here so as not to disappoint him. Smiling, the girl handed him a blue stone. Touching it, Bruce asked with interest what it was. Lisa replied that it was the essence of the goddess of water. One day it might be useful to him. Taking the pebble, the ant thanked the girl for her concern. Suddenly, the stone turned into a liquid state, causing Bruce to be puzzled. The next moment, water surrounded his hand and gradually began to absorb into his skin, and messages appeared in front of him that he had successfully passed the test of the 42nd floor of the tower, and thanks to the obtained water essence, he would never have to feel thirsty again. Bruce noted with satisfaction that this would be very useful to him to continue his ascent up the tower, and once again thanked Liz for such a valuable gift. Smiling, the girl wished him good luck in passing further tests. Before disappearing, Bruce said that he would hope that someday they would be lucky enough to meet again. Then he disappeared, moving to the next floor. Clasping her palms, Lisa said that all this time she would pray for his health. At the same time, a strong thunderstorm began in the world of our hero. Lying in bed, the guy snored peacefully. However, very soon he was awakened by the incessant peals of thunder, and when he opened his eyes, he noticed someone's figure sitting by his bed. There was a creepy smile on the girl's face, but at the moments when the room was illuminated by a bright flash of lightning, this picture made her shiver. Frightened, Matt jumped up on the bed and, darting closer to the wall, screamed in horror that there was a ghost here. Having carefully looked at the girl's face, the hero recognized Xenia in her. She smiled and said that she was honored when he greeted her with such loud cries. Ignoring these words, he asked in bewilderment what she forgot at his house. She happily replied that she had already completed all the instructions and came to report. Matt didn't immediately understand what kind of assignments he was talking about, but a couple of moments later, he remembered that his clone had given her some kind of task. Looking down at the floor, the girl began to say that, as ordered, she converted the surviving followers of the 3 heroes to Matt's faith, and took care of those who disagreed accordingly. Putting on a smile, the hero thanked her for her work. It helped him a lot. After his praise, the girl's cheeks flushed red, and she said that she was touched to the depths of her soul by Matt's praise of her. Touching her hair clip, Xenia said that she came here for another reason, because she wanted to look at his face for the last time. And now that her wish has been fulfilled, she does not regret anything. Matt rubbed his neck with incomprehension, asking why she was saying all this and what the last time meant. The answer to his question was the further action of Xenia, when she directed the sharp half of the hairpin to her neck. He miraculously managed to activate his steel body in time and block the blow before the girl pierced her neck. Matt asked with genuine bewilderment what the hell she was doing. Xenia seemed completely confused. On the day of the destruction of the headquarters of the community of 3 heroes, Matt's clone gave her 2 tasks, the first of which was to take care of the remnants of the community, and the second was for her to kill herself after completing the first task. Grabbing Xenia's hand with the hairpin, Matt asked if she had really been given such an order. Smiling broadly, she replied that it was so. The hero remembered that he wanted to kill her on the spot that day. But now, taking into account the fact that Angelina returned to life, the need for this disappeared, because every new S-rank follower is important to him. Snatching the hairpin from her palm, he said that he was canceling this order. She should never die. Xenia was surprised by such a sudden change in order. Sighing, Matt said that she should go back to her house now, because it was rude to barge into a stranger's house without any warning. The girl lowered her head guiltily and said that she would immediately return to her place as he ordered. Looking at how she stood up and walked upsetly towards the door, Matt had the feeling that he was not sending her home, but to her death. Thinking that he was too harsh, he called out to Xenia. She immediately turned around with a joyful sparkle in her eyes and asked if he had any important business for her. The hero replied that he hadn't had dinner yet and invited her to join if she didn't mind ramen. Hearing his invitation, Senia beamed with joy. Finding romantic overtones in the guy's words, her cheeks flushed. Replying that she accepted his invitation, she began to take off her qipao, causing Matt a shock. He shouted in bewilderment for her to immediately put her clothes back on. Meanwhile, in the Hunters Association office, James was pondering over the documents he had studied lying on his desk. He hoped that Korea could prove itself in the hunting wars that would take place in 2 months. When James asked if there was a list of S-rank candidates to participate, the secretary handed him a folder and said that there were also A-rank candidates with outstanding results. Having opened the folder, the man carefully studied the candidates proposed to him. A couple of moments later, someone caught his attention. James was surprised to see B-rank hunter Matt Breggett there. After studying the information about him, he realized that this hunter was far from an ordinary B rank. The man was interested in how Matt would perform at the upcoming competitions. Meanwhile, the still unsuspecting hero was actively devouring ramen. The girl sitting opposite said that in China, where she is from, they have a similar dish. But it is also quite tasty. Matt said that he was glad that she liked it. The next moment, the smile disappeared from the girl's face, and she glanced sideways with displeasure, saying that they had uninvited guests here. Clutching Matt's hand, Maria looked at Senia with the same dissatisfaction and asked what she was doing here. When the hero simply replied that it happened that way, Maria reminded him that Xenia had recently tried to kill him. So why are they eating together so calmly now? Looking at her, the guy remembered Maria that at first she also tried to kill him. His words took the girl by surprise, and for several moments she could not come up with an answer. Hanging her head sadly, she apologized for her past actions. Taking the meat bun with chopsticks, Matt said that she did not need to apologize. He just wanted to say that every person is capable of change. Afterwards, he offered her a bun, saying that it would cheer her up. Looking up at him, she replied that since he was asking so, she had no choice but to agree. Closing her eyes, she opened her mouth slightly, waiting for Matt to feed her delicious food. Xenia, who was watching this picture, tried her best to contain her irritation and asked if they were dating. This sudden question caused bewilderment in both of them. Maria, blushing, asked why she thought so. Xenia explained that it was already quite late for a friendly meeting, and even this hand-feeding brought her to such thoughts. Matt thought that he should get rid of this habit, which remained with him from the time of Mary's infantile illness. Smiled awkwardly. He replied that they were not on such terms at all. When the hero said that this was more like how a father treats his daughter, Xenia relaxed significantly. Turning to Maria, he said that she thought the same. The indignant girl hit the guy in the face with all her might with the documents she brought with her. Matt looked at her in bewilderment, asking why she did this. Rising to her feet, Maria ignored his question and said that this was his schedule for dungeon raids. The hero studied the schedule in bewilderment and asked why she gave him this, because usually only A-rank hunters and above participate in raids. Maria replied that no objections would be accepted, and that he needed to be at the indicated place tomorrow at 10 in the morning without delay if he did not want to die. Pointing at Xenia, she shouted with irritation that if she saw her here again, she would kill her on the spot. Then the girl turned around and headed towards the exit. Before leaving Matt's apartment, she gave him a look, calling him stupid. After that, she left, slamming the door loudly. Matt clicked displeasedly, worried that a couple more of these claps and he would need to buy a new door, which would cost a lot. Xenia called him by name, attracting his attention, and with a blush on her cheeks said that he shouldn't worry so much, because she wouldn't mind being a mistress. Matt said with irritation that since she had finished eating, it was time for her to go home. When the girl left, he looked again at the dungeon raid schedule in his hand, thinking that she had mixed up something and tomorrow, handing it to him. Suddenly, a message from Generous Abundance appeared in front of him, saying that she had a bad feeling about tomorrow, so he better prepare properly. The next morning, work was already in full swing at the entrance to the dungeon. The guards did not allow ordinary civilians to go further, warning them of the danger. Among this crowd was Matt, carrying his sleeping niece on his back. He noted that the security here was quite serious. When he was thinking about how to get inside, Maria, standing nearby, called out to him. She reminded him in a dissatisfied voice that he had to come here at 10 o'clock without delay if he did not want to die by her hand. Approaching her, Matt smiled apologetically and said that there were big traffic jams on the roads now, and he was only 5 minutes late, so she shouldn't be so angry. The man standing behind the hunter said that this was an urgent matter and that millions of people could have died in these 5 minutes. Greg said with contempt that B-rank trash, who doesn't even know the basics, has nothing to do here. Looking at him, Matt realized that this hunter had been sharpening his grudge against him ever since that very incident with Croaky. Pointing to Greg standing behind her, Maria said that he would conduct a test for our hero. After frowning, she asked what was that behind Matt's back. Looking at the peacefully snoring Sophia, he said that this was his niece. His sister had an urgent matter, so he was asked to look after her. Maria asked irritably how he could even think of dragging the child to such a dangerous place, raising his finger to his mouth. The hero asked her to be quiet, because he managed to put Sophia to sleep with food. Greg's irritation increased significantly at the sight of this picture. Turning around, he headed in an unknown direction and asked to call him when Matt finally decided whether he would work or go home to babysit the children. A few moments later, a dark purple aura appeared around the mountains that were targeted. The goddess who was there smiled contentedly, sensing Matt's presence nearby. She was determined to get rid of the newly minted god who dared to get rid of her two dear followers. Maria stood opposite Matt, pondering the situation. Realizing that the hero had not read even a line from the folder that she gave him yesterday, she said that essentially this raid was an exam for obtaining the title of S-rank hunter, which shocked the guy. She then explained that an A-rank dungeon would soon appear here, and if he successfully completed it, he would become an S-rank hunter. Matt understood that by achieving such a high status, he would be paid a lot of money and would even become famous. But given the fact that he was already a mid-level god, this would be an extra hassle for him. Turning his gaze to the mountain, Matt thought that even despite this, he could not just pass by such a dangerous place. Looking at Maria, he clarified whether he should go there alone and just destroy everything there. The girl replied that active S-ranks would also go with him for backup. When he asked if she would go with them, Maria replied that it would be great if that were the case, but it was decided that another person would go with him and pointed somewhere to the side. Looking at who she was pointing at, Matt saw Greg, who was again dissatisfied with something. The hero, of course, was not very happy with this company, but since the dungeon is all A rank, then everything should go well. Suddenly a strange smell hit his nose. He looked around, trying to determine its source, but having found nothing, he asked if she smelled something burnt. She replied that she did not feel anything. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of him in a red window warning of danger, saying that the middle-class goddess lord of the Abyss Swamps had requested the Festival of the Gods. After reading this, Matt understood that nothing good would follow from this. When he tried to remember where he could already hear the name of this goddess, his memory gave him memories of the snake-like monsters killed, who were her followers. The newly appeared message stated that a god's request for a festival could not be rejected if that god was of a lower class, but if a god was of a higher class, then the request could be rejected. Matt breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that there are concessions for the weak. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of him from the unfamiliar evil battle god of slaughter, appointed as the festival's overseer, that he was sending the blessing of slaughter to the hero. When a window appeared in front of him with the choice to accept or decline the invitation to the festival, the voice of the goddess sounded in Matt's head, saying that she could not wait to arrange a passionate, exciting battle. Replying that he didn't want to fight her right now, Matt reached for the no button. After that, the angry voice of the goddess was heard in his head, angrily asking how he dared to reject her proposal for a great battle. The hero mentally replied that the goddess should go away, because now he had absolutely no time for that. The goddess of the swamps was even more infuriated by his words. In the next moment, the energy enveloping the mountain intensified, and a strong trembling passed through the ground. Greg looked around in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening. Maria and Matt tensed and looked at the mountain in horror. The Eye of the Blind God activated, allowing Matt to scan the Lord of the Abyss Swamps from another planet. The goddess filled the forest surrounding her with her powerful energy. Looking down at the swamp in front of her, she said that it was time for her beloved children to wake up from their sleep. Hearing her voice, the swamp monsters began to crawl to the surface one after another with burning rage in their eyes. Smiling, she said that they must destroy Matt Bridget and his entire world because he dared to reject the Festival of the Gods. Immediately after this, all the monsters rushed to carry out the order of their goddess. Having learned her plans, the hero realized that she would send her minions through the gates of the A-rank dungeon. The next moment, confirming his guess, warning messages appeared in front of him one after another that the dungeon had been promoted from A rank to SSS rank. Sensing that the dungeon was about to open, Greg was perplexed. Suddenly a rift appeared in the mountain in front of them. From there, countless bloodthirsty eyes looked at them. Without keeping themselves waiting long, they ran outside. Seeing them, Greg immediately activated his soul armor. The armor immediately enveloped his entire body from head to toe. Looking at this, Matt thought that from the outside it looked very impressive. Having activated the Eye of the Blind God, Matt read from the received message that this set of armor was SS rank, and the note advised the hero to get his hands on it. Deciding to ignore this advice, the hero turned his gaze to Sophia, glad that she was fast asleep even in this situation. Turning to Maria, he asked if she could look after his niece a little, which caused bewilderment in the girl. Without waiting for her answer, he handed her the child and headed towards the rift, to the perplexed cries of the girl. Matt was determined to sort out this mess that he himself had started. As he walked past Greg shouted that he should go back and wait for help, because a regular B rank wouldn't be able to do anything in this situation. The hero ignored his words and took a few more steps towards the monsters. The monsters were terribly hungry, so they were only happy when their goal came into their hands. The goddess smiled contentedly, watching this from the side. Holding his hand out in front of him, Matt activated the destructive God Index finger. One of the monsters, who was closest to Matt, grinned contentedly, anticipating how his sharp fangs would pierce the guy's body. However, the next moment, his head was separated from his body before he could do anything. The other monsters were dismayed to see their brother killed. A wide, joyful smile shone on the hero's face when he received 20 million coins for killing the monster. His gaze changed to a bloodthirsty one. Looking at the monsters that had become, he shouted for them to fall all at once, already imagining how much money they would give him for them. Feeling the danger emanating from the guy, the monsters wanted to run back. But before they could, Matt began to kill them one by one with terrifying speed. The goddess of the swamps grabbed her head, not understanding how something like this could happen, because her children were strong enough to destroy an entire planet. When all the monsters were finished, Matt looked at the rift and said that perhaps that was enough for today. Then he took a few steps forward, putting his hand out in front of him again. He activated his crushing God Index finger again. A few moments later, the rift began to disappear, returning the mountain to its original appearance. The goddess was confused. She did not understand at all why a god who possessed such power would avoid fighting with her. Rubbing his cheek, Matt replied that he was simply too lazy to fight another god. When the rift closed completely, the raid mountain itself disappeared. Greg, standing behind him, was dumbfounded in shock. He asked in disbelief how Matt did it. Maria was also stunned to learn that the hero could seal dungeons. Suddenly, Sophia woke up and, rubbing her sleepy eyes with her fists, said that she was hungry. Realizing that she was not sitting in her uncle's arms, she looked at Maria, asking who she was. The girl's awakening took the hunter by surprise, and she did not know how to react correctly. Touching the hunter's cheeks with her palms, Sophia pulled them and laughed joyfully, saying that she was beautiful, like a doll. Approaching Maria, Matt took his niece from her arms and apologized for her behavior. Rubbing his cheek, the girl replied that nothing bad had happened. Pulling his trouser leg, Sophia said that she was hungry. Looking at her, the hero asked what his little princess wanted to try, and she happily answered that she wanted a hamburger. Maria was surprised at how warm the relationship was between them. Having decided where they would go, Matt took his niece to dinner. Having come to her senses, the huntress called out to him, saying that he could not leave so easily. Looking at her, the guy said that since there was no more dungeon, then there was no need for him to stay here either. Placing her hand on her head, Maria irritably explained that he would not be given a rank increase if he just left like that now. Smiling, Matt said that he didn't care, and he didn't need a promotion at all, not noticing the man blocking his path. Greg was terribly angry at these words. With emphasis in his voice, he asked how Matt dared to look down on an S rank. Matt replied in a completely innocent tone that he didn't mean anything like that. He was just too lazy. Containing his irritation, the man said that he would be waiting for him tomorrow at 9 in the morning at the association's training hall. Then he rose into the air, finally saying that he would show Matt what the S-rank title was worth. Then he soared high into the sky, disappearing behind the clouds. Seeing what this armor was capable of, Matt thought with a sparkle in his eyes that he wanted to get it, especially since the eye of the blind god himself punished him with something similar. Maria covered her eyes with her hand, and sighing heavily, asked why Matt was showing off in front of this man. She explained that last time Wilhelm spoke in the same way and received a serious punishment from Greg, from which it took quite a long time to recover. Maria also added that without Greg's approval, Matt definitely won't see a promotion, so she asked him to be extremely careful tomorrow. With a bored expression on his face, the hero said that he didn't even plan to go somewhere tomorrow, and today he came only to apologize for yesterday. Hearing this, Mary had a happy expression on her face. Suddenly, Matt invited her to go eat burgers with them. She was confused by such a sudden proposal and did not immediately answer. Having never received an answer from her, the hero said that if celebrities visit such places not according to their status, then he and Sophia will go. Having heard this provocation, Maria shouted out that she was also going with them, but asked to wait until she took a mask and glasses. Then she turned around and ran to her left things. Crocus miraculously managed to survive and hide deep in the forest. The wounded crocodile still could not believe that all his brothers had been killed. Letting out a loud roar, he promised himself that one day he would definitely avenge their deaths. Suddenly, quiet footsteps were heard nearby. Seeing an unfamiliar figure in a cloak in front of him, Crocus asked the stranger in bewilderment who he was. He ignored his question and said that he usually doesn't allow anyone to talk to him so rudely, but for the first time he will show mercy. Looking up at the crocodile, he asked where Arachne was. He felt that her trail ended somewhere nearby, but he did not see her anywhere. Crocus replied that she was dead. After receiving the answer, the stranger lowered his head and quietly said that she just needed to wait for him and not go alone. Turning to the stranger, Crocus said that he would kill him if he did not transfer him back to his world. The next moment, the ground under the stranger's feet began to crack and a powerful aura burst out of his body. Raising two pairs of his blood-red eyes at the crocodile, the unknown man said that he must be either a fool or simply crazy if he decided to threaten him with death. Crocus was horrified by the overwhelming energy. he realized that this stranger was not as simple as he might seem at first glance. Pressed against a tree, the crocodile asked in horror who he was. He replied that he was just part of the pitiful world of insects, namely the great god. The crocodile's eyes widened with fear and horror. The next moment, the forest was illuminated by a bright purple flash, after which a heartbreaking cry of pain from Crocus was heard. Meanwhile, our heroes reached the cafe. Having taken themselves a drink, a burger, and fries with chicken, the trio calmly dined, sitting at the same table. All this time, the people sitting nearby did not take their interested glances off Maria, who, in turn, was engrossed in food and did not pay attention to anything. The hero did not understand what was the use of glasses and a mask if they did not help at all. Noticing his gaze on her, the girl said that he should eat instead of staring at her. Suddenly, a strong clap of thunder was heard outside, which attracted their attention. Maria's face contorted in horror, and she dropped her hamburger from her hands. Having opened the front door, a joyful Agnia came inside and waved her hand. When the girl approached their table, Matt asked in surprise how she knew they were here. She replied that she knew it by the smell. Hearing her answer, the hero sniffed his jacket, checking whether he really stank that much. Noticing Maria's absence, he turned around and asked the girl, sneaking unnoticed to the other end of the cafe where she was going. Surprised, Agnia approached her sister and asked what she was doing here. She was not at a loss and immediately switched to child mode, joyfully threw herself on her neck, talking about how glad she was to see her and offered to eat together. The visitors immediately surrounded the sisters, rejoicing at their good fortune to meet two famous huntresses here. As soon as the heroes returned to Matt's house, surprised screams were heard from there. At the sight of a girl sitting at the threshold of her apartment, Matt asked in bewilderment what she was doing here, and in such a form. Sitting on her knees in a seductive maid uniform, Ksenia, with a blush on her cheeks, said that since he did not give her a new task, she thought that she could at least help him with chores around the house. Pointing her finger at her, the confused Maria shouted out that she had already warned her that if she saw her here again, she would kill her. Smiling widely, Ksenia mockingly said that jealousy is low, especially for a lady who has a parent-daughter relationship with Matt. These words simply infuriated Maria, and she shouted that she didn't care that Ksenia had an SS rank. She simply had to kill her. While holding her, Matt threw an evil glance towards the uninvited guest. When Agnia, with tears in her eyes, asked why he let such a person into his house, Matt turned to her and wanted to explain this misunderstanding. However, before he could say a word, the girl, shrouded in lightning bolts, rushed away, finally shouting that she was deeply disappointed in him. Matt didn't even know how to react to this situation. Looking up at him, Sophia thoughtfully asked which of them was his girlfriend. The hero didn't even have the strength to answer her. They all spent trying to hold back the remnants of their composure. Sometime later, Matt finally sorted out all this mess and sat down tiredly on his sofa. He had to knock out both girls and drag them to the infirmary because they couldn't calm down. He sincerely hoped that they wouldn't kill each other when they woke up. Deciding that their future fate was completely none of his concern, he fell onto the pillows with a smile on his face, glad that he finally had the opportunity to sleep peacefully. The next day, he woke up from a strange sound. Sitting up on the sofa, he realized that it was a doorbell, and scratching his head, thought about who could show up to him so early. He went to the video intercom, checking who was there. The next moment, he saw the image of an angry Greg there. Turning off the sound, Matt turned around and walked back, pretending that he had not seen or heard anything. However, the next moment, as if reading his thoughts, Greg broke down the front door, forcing our hero to freeze at the sight of this terrifying picture. Looking up at him, the man irritably reminded him that they had agreed to meet today at 9 in the morning in the association's training hall. Completely ignoring his words, Matt sat down with tears in his eyes at his broken door, for which he had paid a considerable sum. Seeing that the hero did not notice him at all, Greg decided to use his fists to finally draw Matt's attention to himself. At that moment, when the hunter lunged and attacked, the hero extended his left hand in front of him and stopped the blow with one finger. Greg was perplexed how Matt did it, because he put all his strength into this blow. Raising his angry gaze at him, the hero said that he no longer intended to tolerate all these antics. Crying out that Matt was simply an arrogant jerk, the hunter raised his free fist to strike again. However, at the same moment, the ceiling and floor before his eyes suddenly changed places. With just one hand, the hero knocked Greg to the floor with a crash. Then he said that the man should immediately compensate for the damage for the broken door and go home. This is the last chance he gives him. Greg grinned and said that from now on he too would no longer hold back. The next moment he summoned his soul armor. Matt looked at the man in bewilderment for choosing to ignore the chance so graciously given to him. A few moments later there was a terrible explosion. The hero stood in the middle of a dilapidated apartment completely alone. Immediately after the explosion, Greg flew into the air and said that he recognized Matt's power, which forced him to activate the armor. But he was not going to spare him. In a stern voice, the man told Matt to take out his weapon and fight him, through clenched teeth with anger. The hero muttered that he worked a lot of time on the interior of his new apartment and invested a whole lot of money into it in order to finally have a cool home. But Greg dared to take all his work and smash it into pieces. A powerful aura began to be released from his body, and then the hero summoned his blade. Raising his weapon to attack, Matt said, without taking his furious gaze off the hunter, that he would atone for his sin by death. Calling upon the memories of the heavenly sword, he activated Void Step. The next moment, jumping through the air, he was rapidly approaching his opponent. Greg was amazed to see this kid using the Void Step, a technique that only the best martial artists could use. As Matt swung his blade at him, the man crossed his arms over his chest, blocking it. Although he managed to hold off this attack, Greg was still in deep shock from our hero's abilities. Overnight, the guy moved behind his opponent and recalled his blade. The hunter didn't even have time to do anything when he received a strong blow from his fist and flew to the ground. When he landed, he left behind a deep crater. Still floating in the sky, Matt said in an icy tone that if they continued, Greg could actually die, but he was willing to stop if the man apologized to him properly. Rising from the ground, the hunter shouted that the hero would never hear his apology, after which he put his palms up. Until recently, he did not want to use his secret technique, which is capable of defeating even an S-rank monster in one blow. Greg shouted that Matt only had himself to blame for what happened next. Immediately after his words, a huge dragon rushed towards the hero. Greg put all his strength into this blow, and was sure that he would end everything with this one blow. Matt did nothing, waiting until the dragon got close enough. Sticking his index finger in front of him, Matt said that he was not going to give in to him. The next moment, a deafening explosion was heard again. It was so strong that it was visible even at a distance of a couple of tens of meters. A few moments later, only a deep crater remained from the top of the mountain. Matt slowly approached his enemy, who had survived such a powerful attack. Greg sat, bending towards the ground, and a large trembling ran through his whole body. Hearing footsteps approaching, he shouted that he realized his mistake and promised to pay for all the repairs, just so that Matt would not touch him again. Our hero did not expect Greg to survive, because at that moment he was so angry that he had absolutely no control over himself. Suddenly, the armor dissipated from the man's body and materialized in the air in front of Matt in the form of a robot. Turning to the hero as his master, the robot asked him to accept him. The surprised guy asked what it meant to accept. Looking at Greg, the robot explained that he no longer wanted to serve a loser like him, which caused great bewilderment in the defeated hunter. The man asked the spirit of armor what had come over him, since he was saying something like that. He replied that in the 623 days that Greg had possessed him, he was able to achieve only 2% improvement, and during this time, it would have been possible to increase at least 6%, which is why such a person is not suitable for his master. The hunter was stunned by the answer he heard. Looking at Matt, the robot said that he and his abilities are on a completely different level. Compared to him, Greg is nothing more than ordinary cosmic dust. The hero blushed when he heard such flattering words about himself. Meanwhile, the robot continued. He said that he was the heir to the almighty mother of artificial intelligence, and he needed to evolve into a transcendental entity, after which he again asked Matt to become his master. Rubbing his cheek, the guy replied that this is not a decision that can be made so easily. Squeezing his phone in his hand, he asked the robot not to misunderstand him. There was simply someone here who was much more suited to be his master. Showing him the phone screen with a picture of Bruce, Matt introduced the ant and said that he spends every day in battles and it would be better for the robot to serve him. After scanning all of Bruce's parameters, the robot said that it felt the same power that came from Matt himself, which meant their close relationship with each other. The hero thought that since he would still borrow all the skills of his followers, then giving this armor to Bruce, who is training hard to become better, would be the best choice. Bowing his head, the robot said that he would do as Matt said. Looking sideways towards Greg, he said goodbye to his former master. The next moment, he began to disappear, moving to another world. When Bruce's body was suddenly enveloped in armor, the ant immediately realized that this was another favor from his god, and became very strong. Looking at the screen, Matt said that this was a gift, and now Bruce could safely pass the tests of the tower. Thanking him for the honor, the joyful ant shouted that from now on he would try even harder. Greg was so stunned by what had happened here that he was unable to utter a word. When the smoke cleared and settled to the ground, a huge crescent-shaped hole became visible in the mountain, lying almost at its base. Another person watched everything that happened through cameras. The president of the association was amazed by what he saw. He felt that this guy was far from an ordinary B-rank hunter, and as it turned out, this premonition did not let him down. The girl standing behind him also saw everything that happened, and said that not only Matt's strength is amazing here, but also the fact that the armor itself wanted to serve him, abandoning its previous owner. James was surprised to hear that the armor of the spirit, the strongest AI, decided so herself. Milana said that she was more than sure that this guy had killed an SS rank monster in the past, and the fact that he managed to get this armor was not an ordinary coincidence, but only a natural outcome of events. Agreeing with her, the man asked what the losses were. When the girl said the amount of more than 1,000,000,000, the body of the association president was pierced with many needles from the amount he heard. Looking at her, he asked if there were casualties among civilians. Milana replied that not a single injured person had been identified. Hearing this, James breathed a sigh of relief and asked where Matt Bridget was now. Walking along the corridor of the hospital, Maria looked strangely at the hero and asked how hard he beat Greg. That the S-rank hunter flew to the hospital for 3 weeks. Rubbing the back of his head, Matt guiltily replied that his whole house was destroyed, and he was a little out of myself. Looking at his palm, he somehow hesitantly asked if she was sure that he would not be forced to pay for the damage if he healed the injured Greg. The girl confidently replied that the president of the Hunters Association said that if Matt healed Greg, then not only would they not touch him, but they would also issue him an S-rank license without any problems. Hearing this, the hero sighed with relief, glad that he would not have to pay 1 billion. Meanwhile, an immobilized Matt lay in his bed, still unable to accept what had happened. The man considered it a blatant injustice that his spiritual armor had abandoned him and gone to Matt. Maria and Matt, standing at the door, were surprised to hear how, through sobs, the man begged the armor to return back to him. The girl asked in bewilderment what was wrong with him. The hero said that he would also like to know. Deciding not to irritate Greg further with his appearance, the hero thought it would be better if he did the healing from the corridor and activated the healing finger of God. When a strange green glow enveloped his entire body, Greg was very surprised, completely not understanding what was happening to him. Having finished this, Matt smiled and said that now they could go. Grabbing his hand, the girl shouted that they could not go home yet. She said that now they need to go to the mall because Matt can't go in his outfit. The hero had some kind of bad feeling, and he warily asked where he couldn't go in his suit and why they needed to go to the shopping center. For several days, quite a large number of people gathered in the Hunters Association. Having taken his place on the stage, the president of the association picked up the microphone and thanked everyone present for their presence, then announced that today was a very significant day for all S-rank hunters. Maria, sitting at the same table with Matt, smiled and praised the guy's suit. He sighed heavily and said that it would be more convenient for him to come here in a tracksuit. Agnia, sitting opposite them, said that Matt really suits suits. She herself is thinking about buying him a couple of pieces. Her sister really liked this idea. Looking sideways at her, the hero thought that Maria's acting abilities were improving more and more each time. Then he turned his gaze to what had been worrying him all this time. He was very worried that some unfamiliar guy simply could not take his eyes off him for a moment. Agnia followed Matt's gaze and strong irritation appeared on her face when she saw Julian. Noticing such a reaction from the girl, the hero could not help but ask if she knew that guy. Agnia replied that his name was Julian Braun, the one who accepted her testing for S-rank. He all the time boasted that he had rejected a lucrative offer from one successful overseas guild to stay in Korea. As soon as Maria heard that this guy was tirelessly asking for her sweet little sister's phone number and harassing her in every possible way, despite all her objections, she was filled with righteous anger. Matt was also filled with anger when he found out about this. He was about to get up from his seat when a window with information about Julian appeared in front of him. Having studied it, a malicious grin immediately appeared on the hero's face, and he thought that he should definitely use the information he had received. Dressed in an elegant suit, Julian rested his head on his head, clenched with irritation, and his face showed obvious dissatisfaction and disappointment. All day he was excited about the upcoming meeting with Agnia, but he didn't even get a place next to her. Suddenly something distracted him from his thoughts. He saw that an unfamiliar guy dressed in the same strict suit approached him, and Julian asked with displeasure if they knew each other. Smiling widely, the hero replied that naturally they knew each other, when he added the word friend at the end. This infuriated Julian even more, and he asked with irritation why on earth Matt dared to be so familiar with him. The hero's smile became even wider, and he said with mockery in his voice that he could not help but recognize the so famous Gosha Brown. Earlier he had learned from the information window that Julian vehemently hated his real name, and was very ashamed of it. That's why Matt now had a wonderful picture of the guy's embarrassed face. Meanwhile, James announced the start of the reward ceremony for S-rank hunters, and asked everyone to take their places. After which he asked Matt and Julian to come up on stage, causing a bewildered reaction from both of them. Having threatened Matt with a fist clenched from pent-up emotions, Julian said that he would deal with him later. Smiling, the hero again called the guy by his real name, and said that he would be looking forward to this moment. A few moments later, they walked up to the stage to the president of the association, where the staff put bracelets on their hands that measured mana, which doubled as a kind of S-rank license. Looking at his hand, Matt thought that he himself would be interested in knowing his current mana status. Deciding to be the first to try the bracelet in action, Julian clenched his fist, When the next moment the device reported that his mana limit was 10,000 points, a smug smile appeared on his face. Active whispers were heard from the hall that Julian's level was 2,000 higher than the average S-rank hunter. The guy turned a mocking glance at Matt to find out his reaction to the words of the people sitting in the hall. However, our hero did not listen to them at all, and carefully looked at the bracelet screen, waiting for him to report the result. A few moments later, the device finally reported the measurement result, but it was completely different from the result Matt expected. Only 5 points of mana. Everyone immediately glanced at him in bewilderment, trying to understand how he even got here with such a pitiful amount of mana. Irritation appeared on Julian's face. He thought that Matt was strong and at least something of himself, but in reality he turned out to be an ordinary loser. Sighing in disappointment, the hero thought that he would have to use another method. The next moment, he activated his steel body, surprising those around him with his sudden actions. Julian and James were stunned with shock when the device first reported that Matt's mana limit was 17,000, but the very next moment this figure rapidly began to grow. Julian did not understand at all what was happening here, because just a moment ago it was announced that the mana level of the guy standing in front of him was only 5 points, but now it had already exceeded 2,700 points. After a couple more moments passed, the clock finally managed to set the final limit of our hero's mana, equal to 35,000 points. Stunned cries were heard from the audience that this was a new record, and that even Greg could only reach 31,000, but even then, while wearing armor. Smiling, James assumed that the bracelet simply did not work at first, but now everyone was more than convinced that Matt was worthy of being called S-rank. Nodding, the hero with a joyful expression on his face approached Julian, asking where they stopped before they crossed. Pretending that he remembered something, Matt leaned closer to the stunned guy's face and said that he would be looking forward to seeing him after the ceremony. Several hours later, he finally returned to his home. Having changed into his favorite sports uniform, the guy, pleased with himself, lay down on the sofa. He expected a fierce battle with Julian, but he simply came up and simply apologized, dashing all the hopes of our hero. Emerging from his memories, the guy looked around more carefully and noticed that August and Shin had patched up the ceiling quite well. Their joint activities could even bring them closer together. So he sent the two of them to guard Kane with the hope that they would no longer start civil strife. As soon as he thought about it, he received a message from Kane, which said that in 3 days an S-rank dungeon should appear, and there would be an SAS rank item that could be very useful to our hero in the future, and the item is called Scales of the God of Balance. Having decided to take note of this item, Matt turned over on his stomach and went into the game Creator of Gods. He had not checked for quite some time how his followers were doing there. He was pleasantly surprised when he learned that Bruce was already passing the 44th floor, where he needed to save the Great Intergalactic Alliance from a threat. Then he decided to check how things were going with Croca. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of him that a new skill had become available for him to transfer: Awakening the Dragon, Croaky's ultimate skill, which appeared to him after he evolved. Matt was excited by the thought that he could turn into a dragon and decided not to put it aside, but to try out a new skill right now. In order not to attract unnecessary attention to himself, he moved to the mountains closest to the city. After making sure that no one was nearby, Matt activated the transfer of the Dragon Awakening skill. At the same time, Julius was lamenting what happened at today's ceremony in his apartment. He couldn't believe that he had to ask for forgiveness from that pathetic semblance of a man. The guy vowed to get even with Matt at the first convenient opportunity. Suddenly, an emergency alert came to his bracelet saying that a supposedly S-rank monster had been discovered in the mountains. A smile appeared on Julius's face as he thought that this was a great chance to prove that he was better than Matt. The next moment he used his teleportation and headed straight to the scene. He was surprised that a monster of such a high rank showed up in the desert mountains, and not in the city. Having walked a few steps forward, he froze in horror. In front of him was a dragon of gigantic size. The beast did not take his gaze off for several moments. When the dragon said the guy's real name, his face immediately flushed red, and Julius asked in bewilderment how he knew his name. Matt, in the form of a dragon, bared his teeth sarcastically and again called the guy by his real name. Each time, as if for the first time, getting a lot of pleasure from contemplating his embarrassed expression. Stretching his right hand upward, Julius shouted that he did not know how the dragon knew his name, but he had better not irritate him further, because he was already not in the best mood and needed to take out his anger on someone. Matt said that a hunter should not sulk so much over such trifles. However, no one was listening to him anymore. Using teleportation, Julius attacked him. Making a dissatisfied expression on his face, the dragon asked with irritation whether the guy was really in such a hurry to die. Frowning his brows, Julius said that he would make him remember his name before he died. Immediately after these words, about a dozen missiles flew at Matt. Having put all his strength into this attack, the guy shouted out that his name was Julius Brown, immediately after which the rockets exploded, covering the nearest couple of kilometers. Laughing contentedly, Confident in his 100% victory, Julius asked the dragon how he felt about this. But as soon as the smoke cleared a little, he saw in front of him the towering figure of a dragon, on whose body only a couple of small scratches remained. Scratching his cheek with a claw, Matt said that for an S-rank hunter, it was somehow rather weak. Julius was amazed that such a heavy bombardment did not take this dragon. But he did not intend to give up and shouted out that he was now using all his ammunition in one attack. Not wanting to plunge into the fiery shower again, Matt smacked the guy with his huge paw. Belatedly realizing that he could have miscalculated his strength and accidentally killed Julius, the dragon's face showed excitement. Raising his paw, he saw that the guy was just lying unconscious, which made our hero very happy. Hearing some noises behind him, the dragon slowly turned around, praying that it wasn't what he was thinking. To his great regret, his prayers were not heard, and the militant Maria and Agnia, led by Wilhelm, quickly approached him. Hearing that they were planning a joint attack, the hero realized that he had hit, or rather had hit hard. Opening his powerful wings, the dragon soared into the air. Matt was sure that no one would listen to him when he was in this form, so the only thing left for him was to scurry out of here without looking back. Looking at his paws in surprise, Matt only now realized that he was floating in the air. He began to do various somersaults in the air, enjoying this wonderful feeling of freedom. These were some of the best moments of his life. However, he could not enjoy his flight for long. The next moment he was overtaken by a severe headache. Upon receiving the message that he did not have enough divine powers to continue maintaining his dragon form, Matt immediately fell down, losing control of his wings. He felt his strength leaving him with every passing moment. After some time, the dragon's form dissipated, and he returned to his previous form. Finally, he managed to clutch only a couple of scales in his hand. The process of his fall accelerated significantly, and he fell straight into the green thicket of trees. Matt was sleeping, but someone's voice persistently tried to reach him. Although with great difficulty, he still managed to unstick his heavy eyelids. All drowsiness instantly disappeared as soon as he saw the already familiar man-eating flowers with their spiky tongues hanging over him. And in front of them stood a stranger surrounded by a purple aura. A joyful smile played on her face. Sitting on the floor, Matt warily asked who she was. Slowly approaching him, the girl admitted that she was disappointed that he did not recognize her voice. After which she said that she was the goddess of nightmare, the ruler of all evil, and he knew her as the Silent Nightmare. The hero was sincerely surprised that that stalker god was a woman, and not a man, as he had thought all this time. Having knelt down next to him, the goddess touched his chin with her palm and called him baby, saying that Matt was even more attractive up close, which greatly embarrassed him. Calling him baby again, she told him that he should remember everything he saw, and since they didn't have much time, she would get down to business right away. Not understanding where she was going with this, Matt wanted to say that he wasn't sure he was ready for what would happen next, but he didn't have time. The next moment, the violet energy of the Silent Nightmare rushed into his eyes and he saw a vision. A huge monster approached the earth. Crying out that he was hungry, he opened his mouth, aiming at the planet teeming with life. Suddenly something happened that he could not have expected, and a bright flash of light blinded him. Activating God's destructive index finger, Matt shouted for the god of destruction to remove his paws from the earth. This vision disappeared as suddenly as it began. Looking at the goddess, the hero asked in bewilderment what it was. She replied that he had just seen a possible future. She explained that she used karma points to show him this, and then added that this would be possible for him as soon as he surpassed the advanced level of God. In response to her words, the hero said that he had not even completed the mission to be promoted to the level of an advanced god. Still with the same gentle smile on her face, the goddess replied that the fastest way to increase divine power is to absorb another god. Licking her lips, she advised him to defeat someone at the Festival of the Gods and devour the crushed opponent. Then he could surpass the advanced level in an instant and become a great evil god. In contrast, the path of the good god is too long and thorny. Shocked by what he heard, Matt could not find an answer, but she didn't need his answer. Moving a little closer to his face, the goddess said that very soon one small god would challenge him to battle. He would borrow the power of a strong and treacherous beast, as well as the Lord of the Abyss Swamps. She also warned the guy that he would not be able to refuse this challenge, because this god would be below his level. When Matt asked who this god was, the silent mosquito replied that it was the Emperor from the world of his dear followers. Hearing this, the hero was stunned. Having told Matt not to dare to die, the goddess suddenly kissed the hero, who was still in shock. He tried to stop her, but was horrified to realize that he could not lift a finger. Gradually, a strong weakness came over him and his eyes began to slowly close. When he woke up again, he was already in the hospital room. Remembering what the Silent Nightmare had done, Matt embarrassedly touched his lips and said displeasedly that she does whatever she wants. Suddenly, the joyful voice of Maria was heard from the side, noticing his awakening. Agnia, sitting on the other side of him, immediately burst into tears, and grabbing the surprised guy by the sleeve of his pajamas, shouted out that she had been very worried about him all this time. When Matt asked why she was worried about him, Maria displeasedly said that he should have waited for reinforcements before going after the SS rank monster alone. Sitting up on the bed, the guy touched his cheek and hesitantly asked what they were talking about. A man in a suit suddenly appeared in the room and smiled and congratulated Matt on becoming an SS rank hunter. His feat was highly appreciated. When the man noticed that Matt was looking with interest at his open palms, he explained that these were left over from the defeated dragon. When the hero was found in the forest, he was clutching these scales in a chicken. Having analyzed everything that was said during his awakening, the meaning of the current situation slowly began to dawn on the hero. He realized that everyone present here thought that it was he who killed the dragon they saw. When Agnia, in a voice full of admiration, asked how he managed to defeat such a strong opponent, Matt only let out a meek laugh, trying to come up with at least something suitable for such a ridiculous situation. Without waiting for his answer, the girl said that everyone in the association is now just going crazy and saying that he saved the whole world from destruction. Hearing this, the hero choked on air. He began to feel like a real swindler. The man standing next to him again attracted attention, saying that Matt is a world hero, and very soon the Hunters Association will contact him to reward him accordingly for all his services. When everyone left, leaving him alone, the hero lay back on the bed, glad that he would receive a free reward. As soon as he changed the perspective of his thoughts on how he could complete the mission to raise the level of God, his eyebrows frowned and concern appeared on his face. A few moments later, a message appeared in front of him, that missions were available for him to increase the level of the good and evil God to the advanced level. This could not but please our hero. But as soon as he read the conditions for completing the missions, all the former joy disappeared from his face in an instant, giving way to shock and bewilderment. Meanwhile, the Insect Emperor, shrouded in a dark red heavy aura, slowly walked towards his castle. He had to sacrifice everything he had to gain power. He was greatly annoyed by the fact that some newly minted god had such power just like that. He intended to devour Matt and take all his power. Only then would he be able to take the first step towards his dream. Matt was, of course, glad that he was finally given a new mission to level up, but it turned out to be too difficult. For the good god, he needed to gather 1 trillion permanent followers, or 10,000 S-rank followers, and for the evil one, just win the Festival of the Gods and devour the crushed enemy. He immediately remembered the advice of the Silent Nightmare. If he followed it, then becoming an advanced level evil god would not be difficult for him. But the good god was much more complicated. The hero understood that he simply did not have time to gather so many followers. Therefore, he ultimately decided to begin his promotion with the Festival of the Gods. Considering that his opponent would be doped with powers from other gods, he also thought that it would be nice for him to somehow increase his strength himself. And here he remembered the scales of balance, which Cain wrote to him about. Hearing his stomach growl, he decided that first he should eat a little. He left the room and headed to the dining room, anticipating the delicious food he would receive today. Suddenly he noticed the familiar face of Julius, who had pinned a young girl against the wall. With a smug smile on his face, the guy said that the girl standing in front of him simply couldn't help but know him, because he himself was Julius Baron, an incomparable S-rank hunter. The girl replied that she really didn't know who he was, and came here to visit her loved ones. So she asked to let her go. She was in a hurry. Looking at this scene, Matt thought that he had no reason to worry about hitting him too hard, because, judging by his active attempts to hit on the lady, everything was more than fine with him. Taking out his phone, Julius offered to exchange numbers and then go somewhere together. The girl awkwardly rejected his too persistent offer. The guy's whole body was electrified, and his face was distorted with irritation and shame when someone shouted his real name throughout the corridor. Completely forgetting about the girl, he turned towards the voice and asked in bewilderment what cretin dared to call him by his real name. Matt approached him, holding back his irritation. He raised his fist and in a feignedly sweet voice asked Julian if he was really looking forward to a fight. He immediately stopped noticing him. He already knew that the hero killed that SS-rank dragon with his bare hands, while he himself could not even scratch it properly. So now both of them are also in the same hospital. The girl looked at Matt with admiration in her eyes when he intervened. She pressed herself against his hand and called him her teacher, fearfully saying that this strange guy standing opposite them would not leave her in any way. Having heard her address him, Matt was a little surprised that he met one of his students here. Turning a furious glance at Julius and flexing his fists, the hero asked in bewilderment if yesterday was not enough for him, and he set his sights on his precious students. The guy backing away said in a voice trembling with fear that this was just a misunderstanding. Of course, Matt didn't believe his words and shouted that if Julius didn't disappear right away, he wouldn't leave him alive. He turned around and immediately rushed to run away from here. The irritated hero watched the guys retreating back. When he disappeared around the corner, he turned his gaze to the girl and asked if she was really his student. She pointed to herself and asked with amazement how he could forget her. The hero strained his memory but could not remember her face among the students of his class, which he told the girl, still pointing at herself. She shouted out that she was Angelina, the student whom he had recently saved. Matt remembered very well that his student Angelina looked completely different. Therefore, I was greatly shocked by her statement. When the Eye of the Blind God was activated, he read in the information window that this was indeed the same Angelina. She received a new body, thanks to the blessing of generous abundance. A few moments later, the hero's shock subsided, and a joyful smile appeared on his face. The girl said that she came to visit him as soon as she heard about his promotion. Julius had already returned to his room and was now standing at the open window, struggling with his irritation. He didn't understand why Matt put a spoke in his wheels every time. Suddenly, familiar voices were heard from below, and his eyes widened in surprise as he looked in their direction. The guy saw Matt walking next to the girl whom Julius had tried to pick up a couple of minutes ago, and happily chatting with her about something. Through clenched teeth with anger, the guy muttered that he would kill Matt no matter what. Meanwhile, the hero walking next to Angelina asked why she decided to work in agriculture after graduation, to which the girl replied that after her return she was very interested in it. Hearing this, Matt theorized that the blessing of generous abundance might have had a similar effect on her. Suddenly the girl stopped, saying that she forgot to do one important thing. Turning to face him, she bowed deeply. Angelina thanked her teacher for helping not only her but her mother, and now they are both indebted to him. At the same moment, a message appeared in front of him that Angelina had become his new follower from Earth, and that the harvest blessing skill was now available to him for transfer. Turning around, the girl smiled and said that she still needed to look into the academy, promising to visit again. Matt sighed heavily. He had an unpleasant feeling that it was furnished with generous abundance. Going down, Julius was able to easily catch up with Matt and, hiding behind a column, concentrated his power in his palms, preparing for a surprise attack. He understood that his opponent was much stronger, but was confident that the hero would not be able to block an unexpected attack from behind. Thinking about where he could get a couple more S-rank hunters for his piggy bank, he thought it would be great if they just started falling from the sky. Suddenly, Julius's voice came from behind him. Looking around, he saw a lot of the guy's ammunition floating in the air. With an anticipatory smile, Julius shouted that this was his retribution for the fact that Matt had dared to obstruct his love. The next moment, there was a strong explosion. Julius had a satisfied smile on his face. He was sure that Matt simply could not survive such a strong attack. As soon as he thought so, a completely unharmed hero emerged from the column of smoke, and, with a dangerous smile on his face, said that after all, Julius was facing death at his hands. The guy's body was filled with a whole herd of goosebumps, and he recoiled in horror at the sight of his opponent. His eyes widened even more in fear when he realized that Matt was not human. He was sure of this, because he had already felt the same oppressive aura during his meeting with that dragon yesterday. Looking at the hero approaching him with sweeping steps with a bloodthirsty smile on his face, Julius realized that this time he would definitely not be able to avoid death. Fearing for his life, he tried to turn around to run away from here, but he could not lift a finger. Stopping opposite him, Matt put his hand on the guy's shoulder. He called him by his real name and said that Gosha now has only one way to survive. Staring into the guy's eyes, Matt said that he would forgive all his sins if Julius said that he believed in him. The guy asked in bewilderment what he meant. Raising his fist to strike, the hero shouted that if Julius did not say this, he would immediately end his pitiful life. The guy, white with horror, shouted that he believed in him, Matt Bridget. Bursting into tears, he swore to his mother that he believed with every fiber of his soul. When a message appeared in front of the hero that Julius Braun had become his follower, and now the Dimensional Lord skill was available to him for transfer, Matt smiled contentedly, stepped back a step, and asked that from now on the guy would no longer interfere with him. The next day he was discharged. He immediately headed to the mountains outside the city, trying out his new spatial ability, rejoicing that he could now move vast distances in an instant, even travel around the world. Having discovered a cave whose entrance was blocked by a seal, he realized that this was the same dungeon where the scales of balance could be found. The hero began to stretch his fists, preparing for the fun ahead of him, but he had to stop when his phone vibrated in his pocket. As soon as he looked at the screen, Matt received a message that the wedding ceremony of Bruce and the child in whose veins flowed the blood of the god of destruction was about to begin. The spaceship of the Empress of the Great Space Alliance moved smoothly between many stars in endless outer space, and inside at the altar stood two figures. A joyful smile played on Alexia's face, while Bruce's face showed confusion before such an incredibly important event in his life. At the sight of this picture, Matt's face was distorted with horror. He was perplexed as to how some girl dared to seduce him without telling Bruce a word that the blood of the god of destruction flowed in her veins. He shouted for Bruce to stop immediately and come to his senses. Hearing his voice, the ant looked up in surprise. Matt was about to tell him about the true nature of his bride, but he stopped mid-sentence. When he looked at the girl, an information window appeared, from which he learned that Alexia was once under the influence of the blood of the god of destruction flowing in her veins, but became herself again thanks to the help of Bruce. In the next moment, the eye of the blind god allowed the hero to see a partial fragment of her past. Alexia was chosen even before her birth as the heir of the god of destruction, not of her own free will. Throughout her life, she constantly resisted her fate and the god of destruction, but failed. Just when she was ready to give up and accept her fate, Bruce appeared and promised to save her with a smile on his face. After a long battle, the ant still managed to crush the clone of the god of destruction. Thus, Alexia was freed from the bonds of the blood of the god of destruction. Now knowing everything that happened there, Matt breathed a sigh of relief. Joining her palms near her chest, the girl said that Bruce told her that he was faithful to only one god, and that she, too, should bow her head before him. The next moment, Alexia dropped to one knee and said that even though she was much weaker than Bruce, with Matt's permission, she would also like to serve him faithfully. A joyful smile bloomed on the hero's face when he received a message that a low-class deity had become his follower, equal in strength to 10 S-ranks, and also that the entire Great Space Alliance was now ready to believe in him. He thanked the girl and congratulated them both on their wedding, saying that he would write to Bruce later. Afterwards, the guy put the phone back in his pocket and, clenching his fist, hit the barrier with it, saying that now it was time for him to go get some scales. Half an hour later, he went into the very depths of the cave, lighting his path with the created flame. Finding a barely noticeable passage, the guy stopped, saying that it should be here. He destroyed the wall with one blow and found himself in a room with many statues. Noticing that one of the statues held scales in its palm, Matt assumed that these were the same scales of balance. Suddenly, the statue located near the goddess with the scales began to crumble. A few moments later, a revived monster appeared in the place of the stone statue and let out a furious growl. Putting his hand out in front of him, Matt said that he didn't expect everything to be so simple. When he activated the god's destructive index finger, a pleased grin appeared on the monster's face. Confused, Matt tried to activate his skill again, but was unable to. He looked at his palm in horror and tried to activate the judgmental middle finger, but it also did not respond. When Matt tried all his skills, a warning message appeared in front of him that the laws of cause and effect were temporarily not working in this place. 95% of his power was sealed by a powerful entity. Assuming that this entity could be the god of destruction, Matt realized that he had fallen into its trap, and now he had to figure out how to get out of it. Jumping down, the monster opened its mouth, preparing to attack the hero. Tensing his whole body, the guy took an attacking stance and raised his fist to strike. He sincerely believed that he would be able to activate at least Bruce's ability, and his hopes came true when his hand, clenched into a fist, instantly became covered with steel muscles, dealing a noticeable blow to the monster. Although only one arm was strengthened, Matt thought that this would be enough for him to win. Suddenly, another monster landed on the other side of him. Matt turned his puzzled gaze there. He saw that instead of one, there were now two giant monsters in front of him. Realizing the precariousness of the current situation, the guy cursed displeasedly. Suddenly, Bruce received a message that the Seeker of Truth was using the principles of cause and effect relationships to intervene and move the 45th floor of tests to the Temple of the Goddess of Balance. The conditions for passing had changed, and now he had to help Matt, who had fallen into the trap of the God of Destruction. After reading this, the ant said that he needed to go right now to help his god. Alexia smiled sadly, knowing that Bruce would leave even if she begged him to stay. Sighing, the girl gently clasped his hands with her palms. With a smile on her face, she said that she would wait patiently until he helped their god pass the test, so she asked him to return as soon as possible, safe and sound. The next moment, when a happy smile touched his lips, the ant began to slowly disappear into space. He said that he couldn't promise anything yet, but assured her that he would definitely come back. A moment later, he had already moved into the temple to Matt with a sword in his hands. The hero was delighted to see him here. However, noticing that they were the same height, confusion appeared on his face when he asked why Bruce had grown so much. He replied that he thought that he had made his body taller with the help of his strength. From the message that appeared in front of him, the hero learned that the Seeker of Truth and the God of Intricate Things used the principles of cause and effect to summon Bruce here. And in accordance with the changes in the location of the tower test, the body of the ant was also changed. Holding his sword in front of him, Bruce suggested that they first deal with the monsters standing in front of them. Awkwardly rubbing his forehead, Matt asked if he could lend him the soul armor for a while. All his divine powers were sealed, and now he was completely powerless. Having heard his request, he happily nodded, saying that this armor originally belonged to the hero. A couple of moments later, the guy smiled contentedly, looking at his body, dressed in the armor of the soul. Tired of waiting for action from our heroes, the monsters decided to strike first. He took a few steps towards the monster rushing towards him and hit him in the forehead. Bruce, too, did not lag behind him and got rid of his monster with just one swing of his sword, cutting his body in half. Shaking off the dust from his hands, Matt said that he assumed that these monsters would not be so strong. Leaving the bodies of the monsters behind, our heroes decisively headed towards the statue of the goddess. Matt looked around trying to figure out where the final boss was hiding. As soon as he shouted to reveal himself, pentagrams lit up in the eyes of the statue of the goddess. Immediately after this, a deep voice was heard throughout the temple, saying that where there is light, there is darkness, and where there is life, there will be death. Creation always goes hand in hand with destruction, forming a balance. At her words that if creation disappears, then only destruction will remain, which will become a monster that destroys everything in its path. The scales in the hands of the statue shone with bright blue and dark purple colors. Feeling enormous pressure, Bruce grabbed his head and sank to the ground while the hero remained completely calm. He did not take his gaze off the statue of the goddess of balance. Meanwhile, she continued by saying that Matt had inherited his blood and blessing, but even that didn't change anything at all. Having placed the scales in front of her, the goddess said that the hero must look beyond the scales and see his great enemy. Then he will understand how powerless he is in front of him. The next moment, a bright golden light poured from the scales, blinding Matt. Two gods towered over one small figure, wrapped in a dark cloak. It was at this moment that our hero teleported to the world of ants. He instantly felt the terrifying divine power emanating from these gods, which was so great that even the eye of the blind god could not appreciate it. The guy was sure that the advanced-level evil gods in front of him were none other than the formidable, insidious beast and the lord of the abyss swamp. Looking at someone below, the goddess of the swamp said that they only need one thing from him, that he get for them the young god who killed their faithful followers and stole their powers. The formidable, insidious beast added that he would be able to restore the strength of the lichen when he absorbed every piece of the flesh of this arrogant god and every drop of his blood. The figure below shouted furiously, putting force into his voice so that they would immediately stop trying to command him. Feeling a powerful surge of energy emanating from him, the gods fell silent, frowning with displeasure. Taking off his hood, the stranger said that he was entering into an alliance with them only out of temporary need, and was not going to become their dog. It was he who was the emperor of insects and the evil god of this world, who with every fiber of his soul wanted to destroy Matt. The hero, who was watching what was happening from the side, did not understand what the insect emperor was doing here, and what kind of alliance we were talking about. With obvious irritation in her voice, the marsh goddess said that for a low-level god, he was too arrogant. The emperor shouted at her to shut up and just give what he was promised, after which she left in all four directions. His words infuriated the goddess even more. Releasing her outburst, she shouted that it would cost her nothing to crush a pathetic insect like him. In response to her attack, the emperor reminded that without him she would not be able to destroy Matt. The three of them needed this alliance equally. Turning to the goddess, the terrible, insidious beast said that the words of this pathetic insect were infuriating. But he was right. Without him, it would be quite difficult for them to get to Matt. God then looked back at the emperor, saying that he should be grateful that they were sharing their divine power with him. The next moment, a purple stream of powerful energy burst from God's paw. The emperor patiently watched the approaching stream, raising his head high up. When the god energy finally overtook him, a sharp flash of pain shot through his entire body. At the same moment, the special right of the Eye of the Blind God was activated, allowing Matt to see the history of the emperor. One day, a huge dome appeared over the world of ants, and it was called Training. There were not even a dozen people under the dome, but they were all chosen by God and transported from their world to this one, and their sizes were reduced to the size of a matchbox. Sometime later, the system informed them that they had been chosen as God seeds and their training would now begin. The only survivor would be able to join the Divine League. Thus, everyone was given skills with which they were forced to exterminate the beetles and each other until only one of them remained alive. 239 hours and 40 minutes after the start of the test, only 3 survivors remained. Being surrounded by beetles, the man threw the mother and her child to be eaten by the beetles in order to divert their attention. Then, taking advantage of the opportunity, he attacked the largest beetle, attacking with all his might. By sacrificing his hand, he eventually managed to defeat him. When the system reported that there were 2 survivors, the man was perplexed. Suddenly, a cocoon standing nearby cracked and green liquid poured out of it. The man was horrified when the egg hatched into a boy, whom he threw to the beetles to die. He managed to acquire an incredible survival skill from the great evil god, namely Devour, which allows him to acquire the skills of a devoured enemy. It was this child who grew up into the current Ant Emperor. Approaching the man who killed his mother, the boy created a flame in his hand. The next moment, the raging flames consumed the man, not even leaving ashes. When the system reported that there was only 1 survivor left, the dome disintegrated into many fragments. Looking up at the sky, The boy vowed that one day he would destroy all the gods in revenge for what they had done to him and his mother. Afterwards, the emperor used his parasite and devouring skills to absorb the powers of all the active gods of this world and build his own empire. Everything was going smoothly until Matt Bradgett appeared on his way. He could not crush the pitiful tribe of ants and gain the absolute, because of the newly appeared god constantly interfering with him. Suddenly, the shocked hero was thrown out of the vision. Looking at him with an angry look, the emperor asked how long Matt intended to spy on them, after which he clenched his fist in anger and said that after what he saw, the hero should understand how unfair it is that the power that he acquired only by becoming an insect went to Matt just press his buttons on his phone. When a notification appeared in front of our hero that the mid-level evil god Cruel Insect Lord was requesting the Festival of the Gods, Matt immediately remembered the Silent Nightmare's prediction that by borrowing the power of two evil gods, one minor god would challenge him to a fight. Therefore, he understood perfectly well that he would not be able to refuse this invitation. A few moments later, burning through their clothes, the Battle of Carnage and Madness seal appeared on their shoulders. Holding his hand on his aching hand from the burn, the emperor said that as soon as he obtained the power of an advanced-level god, he would cut his head that same day. Finally, he punished Matt so that he would not dare to die until that moment. He heard Bruce's voice desperately calling him. The hero hardly opened his eyes. Grabbing his head, he slowly rose to his knees, trying to remember what happened to him. Looking up, he saw the animated statue of the goddess, which had grown horns and wings like a demon. And in front of her was a pretty battered Bruce, who all this time tried to resist her, defending his god. Noticing that our hero had woken up, the goddess said that she wanted to kill him before he woke up, but he somehow managed to escape from the captivity of illusions earlier than she expected. Hearing her words, Matt realized with horror that what happened earlier was her skill. With the last of his strength, Bruce, standing on his feet, threw a pleading look at him and shouted that he must run away from here now. Because their enemy is too strong, they cannot defeat her. Raising her free hand to strike, the goddess shouted that no one would leave here alive. Rising from his seat under the perplexed gaze of the ant, Matt shouted that he would destroy her before she could do anything. He was rapidly approaching the goddess with his fist raised to strike. Laughing cheerfully, she easily threw the guy aside. The hero flew several meters back, hitting the floor. Rising with difficulty, Matt noted that despite the armor, the damage received was too great. Squeezing his sword tighter, Bruce shouted that he would figure it out himself, and his god didn't need to get his hands dirty about this monster. Smiling widely, the goddess said that Matt never ceases to amaze her. Rising to his feet, the hero said that no one dare touch his followers in his presence. With burning rage in his eyes, he shouted that he would rather die than allow himself to shamefully escape from the battlefield. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of him that the special skill Little Finger of God had been activated, and 95% of his strength had been returned. Matt's face showed surprise when he read this, because before that, he did not even know that he had such a skill. The next moment, the hero felt his strength return, and his body was engulfed in a green glow, healing all the wounds he had previously received. After which he was informed that the transcendental divine energy of karma had been discovered, and the soul was now synchronizing. When the synchronization reached 100%, powerful energy burst out of the hero's body, and the message that appeared said that the soul's armor had reached the level of the ultimate armor of God. The goddess was shocked by what happened, and did not understand why Matt had such a sharp jump in divine power. Putting his hands in front of him and concentrating energy in his palms, the hero shouted with a satisfied smile that now she would definitely not live. Immediately after that, he activated the divine fist from the soul armor cannon, and a powerful stream of energy rushed towards the goddess. She was dumbfounded with horror, looking into the face of her own death. When Matt's attack caught up with her, she cried out that it shouldn't have ended like this. A couple of moments later, there was no trace of the goddess. Stunned, Bruce still couldn't believe his eyes. He had never seen such destructive power before. Looking at Matt, with a smile on his face, he said that nothing else was expected of him. He replied that if he had not been here, he would never have coped with anything. Suddenly, Bruce's body began to disappear, and a message appeared in front of him, saying that the test of the 45th floor had been successfully completed, and the test of the next floor would begin soon. With a joyful smile on his face, he said that he was glad to help, and now he needs to go back and conquer the remaining floors of the tower. Matt nodded and wished him luck. The next moment, he disappeared. Looking at the collapsing walls of the Temple of the Goddess of Balance, he thought that it was time for him to go back too. Sometime later, he returned to his home and now did not take his studying gaze off the scales of the goddess. Thanks to the eye of the blind god, he only managed to find out that these scales are the legacy of the dead god and have existed for 2 million years. Matt decided that it was better to leave the riddle of their use to Cain. As a regressor, he should know exactly how to properly use these balance scales. When the guy turned on the TV, there was just news that said that the composition of the teams to participate in the hunting wars had already been determined. The representatives of Korea would be Greg Wilson, Agnia and Maria Smith, Julian Brown, August Davis, and Matt Bredgett. Afterwards, they added that at the moment, Greg would be appointed only as the team coach, since he still had not recovered from the shock after losing his armor. Listening to this, the hero wondered with bewilderment why he had to be shoved into this crowd. Although Matt did not find anything surprising in this, because he had already proven himself much stronger than ordinary S-rank hunters, he was bothered by the fact that now, in addition to the Festival of the Gods, he would need to prepare for these competitions. For a moment, he even found it tempting to send his clone there. Sighing wearily, he put his hands behind his head and asked what the other stalker gods thought about this. Generous Abundance said that absorbing the divine powers of 2 advanced-level gods from his opponent would take from 2 months to 6 months, and Silent Nightmare advised him to deal with the Emperor as soon as possible and complete his promotion mission, to which Matt replied that she had nothing to do, so worry about it, because he won't be able to avoid the fight anyway. Suddenly, someone knocked insistently on the door. Unhappy, thinking about who this could bring to him, the hero got up from the sofa and headed towards the door. Opening the door, he saw Angelina and Agnia excited. The first, with a voice full of despair, said that they had one important request to him. After Matt let the girls into the apartment, they all sat down at the table, and the girls said that the problem was Julian, causing amazement from our hero. Frowning, he asked if this bastard was bothering them again. Angelina nodded her head and explained that he still continues to stick to her, ignoring all her objections and words that he is unpleasant to her. At first, the girl wanted to ask Agnia for help, but she said that their teacher would sort it out better than her. Strong irritation was visible on the hero's face. He realized that the last time was clearly not enough for Julian, so he would need to have another educational conversation with him and explain everything more clearly. Suddenly, Matt and Agnia's bracelets glowed red. The system reported that 3 dangerous S-rank monsters had been discovered, and an urgent gathering of all hunters of rank and above was now being announced. Shocked by so many high-ranking monsters, Agnia immediately jumped to her feet and shouted that she needed to leave immediately. Without looking up from his bracelet, Matt said that such a rush was completely unnecessary. Then he nodded towards his panoramic window, behind which a fierce battle between one hunter and a huge monster was already taking place. With a satisfied smile on his face, Julian fought the monster. Meanwhile, the news showed an image of a live report from the scene. Looking into the camera, the hunter with a smug grin on his lips said that Angelina should watch him closely to see how he independently saves the city from the threat of 3 monsters. Rising to his feet, Matt said with irritation that this guy's face was begging for a brick. Turning to Agnia, he asked her to lend him her helmet for a while. The girl gave him the helmet without any questions. Putting it on his head, the hero said that he could take out these 3 monsters on his own, and it was better for them to stay here. At the same time, Julius was preparing to attack the monster approaching him with his most powerful attack. With a wide smile on his face, he shouted that the monster was finished. As soon as he said these words, the next moment someone got rid of the monster with one blow. Julian's face twisted with displeasure. However, not even a moment passed before the fist of the hunter, who had just dealt with the monster, ended up a couple of centimeters from his own face. He did not have time to dodge when he felt severe pain in the cheek area, and blood gushed from his mouth and nose. Looking at the stranger in bewilderment, the guy asked who he was and how he dared to attack the Lord of Space so unceremoniously. Clenching his fist, Matt replied that very soon Julian would find out. But first, his impudent face needed to be corrected with his fist. Then he again rushed at the perplexed guy. Fearing for his life, he instantly used a teleport, moving to the roof of some unfamiliar building. Rubbing his aching cheek, Julian began to look around, trying to figure out where he was, because he was in such a hurry that he completely miscalculated the coordinates. It took him a couple of moments to realize that he was on the assembly building, which was more than 10 kilometers from where he had just been. The guy was pleasantly surprised that, as it turned out, he could teleport over such long distances. He said that due to such a rapid increase in strength, he was beginning to fear himself. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind him, saying that he should not delve too much into his perverted fantasies. Otherwise, he would quickly lose his life during the battle. Turning around, he saw a hunter in a helmet floating in the air, from whom he had literally just escaped. Julian asked in bewilderment how he was able to discover it so quickly. Without waiting for an answer to this question, the guy asked the hunter the following: "Who the hell is he?" Raising his helmet, Matt said that it was just him, and noticed that Julian's obsession with his student was already crossing all boundaries of what was acceptable. The guy only clenched his teeth tighter in irritation when he saw the guy who tirelessly continues to put a spoke in his wheels. Smiling bloodthirstily, the hero said that the time had finally come for their next instructive conversation, in the language of fists, of course. Before Matt could do anything, Julian used teleportation again. The hero sighed in disappointment, not understanding why everything needed to be complicated so much. At the same time, the president of the association monitored the situation in the city, receiving information from installed radars. Sighing with relief, He said that this time everything went smoothly. Milana reported that Julian Braun was the first to arrive at the scene, followed by a mysterious man in a helmet. James asked with surprise in his voice whether these two really took care of the monsters. The girl replied that this was indeed the case, and now they had already moved to the building of the National Assembly. Meanwhile, the remaining monster was furiously destroying everything around it. Not far from him, Matt and Julian were running with prayers for the hero to finally leave him behind, but he shouted that it was useless to run away because he would still catch up with him and give him the blows he was due. Their loud screams attracted the monster's attention. Hearing Matt's answer, the guy burst into tears and shouted that it wouldn't happen again. A sudden shadow looming over him forced Julian to look up. As soon as he did this, his eyes widened in horror. A huge orc jumped and flew straight at them. The next moment he landed, slamming his huge fist hard into the ground. Julian managed only thanks to his spatial abilities to avoid the blow in time. But whether this concerned Matt, he seriously doubted it. When the column of rising dust settled back to the ground, bewilderment appeared on the monster's face. An extremely enraged Matt, whose body was shrouded in powerful bolts of lightning, stood opposite the huge orc, saying that apparently he would first have to hit him with blows, and only then deal with that sick pervert. The next moment he took off and rushed towards the monster. He flinched in surprise when Matt was near him in an instant. Raising his fist to strike, the hero shouted that he had better prepare for death. After which he delivered a strong attack to the monster, destroying it. The next day, the news discussed yesterday's incident and how Matt got rid of the threat hanging over their city, which attracted the attention of the World Hunters Association. The manager called the hero to find out if he had received the beef kit sent to him and expressed hope for their further fruitful cooperation. Matt looked at the box lying next to him on the table and said that he shouldn't have bothered so much about it. After the hero got into the top 10 rising stars in the world of short stories, the manager began to treat him completely differently. Smiling contentedly, Matt said that he had just sent new chapters by email. Thanking the hero once again, the manager ended the conversation, and the guy noticed that after he became an advanced rank god, his writing speed had increased significantly. Sophia, sitting behind him, joyfully said that she would tell her friends that her uncle was a cool writer. Smiling, Matt replied that she could even bring her friends here and he would give them autographs. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of him that 2 clones had been added to him as a reward for achieving 3,000 S-rank victims, and his writing skill had also been increased. After reading this, Matt was pleased to think that if not for killing that orc, it would take a long time to get to this figure. When he learned that he could now summon 2 clones at a time, the hero decided to try it out immediately. Placing his thumb on his forehead, he activated the multiplying thumb. Sophia, sitting on the sofa, watched what was happening with interest, eating chips. A few moments later, 2 clones of Matt appeared in front of them. Matt was surprised that these clones looked like his younger counterparts. The delighted girl jumped onto the guy's shoulders, and pointing to his doubles, asked if he was able to summon 2 at once because he was S-rank. He could only nod his head uncertainly. Pointing at them, the double in a tracksuit with a hood on his head, and in a serious voice said only one word, "Destroy," which caused bewilderment in our hero. At that moment, when his stomach began to growl, he repeated the same word again, and the clone standing next to him glanced at his stomach in surprise. Delighted that she now had 3 uncles, Sophia suggested they go and get some burgers since her little uncle was hungry. An hour later, the 3 of them were already sitting in a cafe. Sophia and a small copy of Matt were actively eating burgers. Matt watched his double all this time. Previously, the doubles told him their names, Simon and Alexander, after which Alexander chose to return back to his world, citing business. The hero did not take his interested gaze off the boy, trying to at least guess what his doubles might be capable of. Previously, he tried to use the Eye of the Blind God on Samson, but he was unable to learn anything except that he is the seed of the god of destruction, and always screams only one word, destroy. The same situation happened with Alexander, who turned out to be the seed of the god of creation, and carries an ink pen with him everywhere. Matt still didn't understand where the seeds of such powerful entities came from in his clones. Suddenly, it was announced over the speakers that S-rank monsters had appeared in the area at Station K, so all civilians must urgently evacuate. The people in the cafe were perplexed about the reason for the abnormally large number of monsters appearing, and even S-rank ones. Suddenly, the ceiling of the mission was broken through by a huge paw of a monster. Moving away the debris that was in his way with his paw, the monster looked inside the cafe. All the people inside instantly panicked and ran towards the exit. Only our trio sat behind their words and didn't even flinch when Matt asked Sophia if she was afraid. The girl smiled joyfully and answered that when her uncle is nearby, she's not afraid of anything. Raising his index finger up, Matt was about to activate his ability and get rid of the monster. However, Simon, sitting opposite him, beat him to it, jumping up from his seat and activating a strange but incredibly powerful technique. Simon's powerful attack with a dark purple beam of energy caught the monster off guard, causing him to stagger back. From what he saw, Matt was stupefied with shock and turned his bewildered gaze from the moment to Simon. The next moment, the monster's body began to disappear, turning into clots of energy. The visitors who remained inside were no less amazed to see how the little boy in an instant defeated a high-ranking monster and began to absorb its energy. And some of them even suggested that this boy was also a monster. Noticing Matt sitting next to him, they were perplexed as to why he was with this creepy child. Having absorbed all the energy of the monster he had defeated, Simon looked towards the wandering people and said, "Destroy." Hearing this, the people were horrified and recoiled away from him, afraid that he wanted to eat them too. Noticing their reaction, Matt decided to intervene, and standing next to Simon, he said that this was his nephew, and he would not hurt anyone here. However, no one was going to listen. And a couple of moments later, besides the three of them, there was no one else in the walls of the cafe. The hero lowered his bewildered gaze at his double, trying to understand what it was all about. At that same moment, messages from the Thousand Blades and the Silent Nightmare appeared in front of him with advice to get rid of this guy as soon as possible. And Generous Abundance wrote that from him, you can still raise a good child. While Matt was distracted by messages from the other gods, Simon began to disappear. Noticing this, the hero was surprised that the double's stay here ended so quickly. When a worried Sophia ran up to him, asking what happened, Simon put his hand on the top of her head and ruffled her hair, shouting, "Destroy," with a joyful smile on her face. The girl replied that she would wait for his return. Sometime later, having taken Sophia to her mother, our hero returned back to his home. He thought that Simon's abilities turned out to be quite cool, and with them he would definitely be able to defeat the Ant Emperor at the upcoming festival. The hero also managed to notice how, before the disappearance of his double, an inscription appeared in the window that Sophia's kind heart was able to dispel the evil energy inside him. And if you feed him at least 10 burgers a day, Simon will become kinder. Remembering his second double, Matt thought with annoyance that he had never been able to find out anything about him, and he was also very worried about the pen that Alexander would not part with. When the next moment a message appeared in front of him, interrupting his thoughts, which said that Matt had a new mission available, which was to star in a blockbuster so incredible that it could shake the entire universe. It also said that this will help attract more followers to your side. The hero was not even offered a window of choice to accept the mission or refuse, when he began to be teleported to the flotilla of the Great Cosmic Alliance, causing a lot of discontent in Matt. With his unexpected appearance, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. A man with purple hair rushed towards him with a joyful smile on his face and open arms. Other workers here also recognized God and our hero, who saved their empress. Grabbing the guy by the palms, Franz said that he was very glad to meet them, and said that they were now filming a new film in which they wanted to tell about the exploits of the hero. But Bruce was now in the tower, and Matt was the only one who could replace him. Hearing that he should become a replacement for Bruce, irritation washed over the hero and, tearing his palms out of the man's hands, he replied that he did not have time to deal with such nonsense, and they should look for someone else. Franz grabbed his hand and shouted with desperation in his voice that if Matt accepted this offer, he would make him a superstar. The hero, who did not intend to fall for such a stupid provocation, wanted to threaten him if Franz let him go right away, when he received a message that many were inspired by the fact that he was going to star in a new film as the main character, and the number of his potential followers had increased incredibly. Lowering his head, Matt sighed heavily and asked how many people there were in the Great Space Empire. Franz replied that the number was just over 50 trillion at the moment. A smile began to appear on the hero's face. He could not help but be attracted by the opportunity to gain an entire nation of 50 trillion as his followers. Grabbing Franz's palms in his own and with a sparkle in his eyes, he shouted out that he agreed to sign the contract even now and devote his whole body and soul to this matter. When his manager called him and asked how the writing of new chapters was going, Matt awkwardly scratched his head and said that he was very busy with personal matters right now, so he would not be able to write for some time. When the manager displeasedly asked what kind of business this was, the hero said that they would simply place an announcement that the author was taking a break for personal reasons and hung up the call. Calling out to him, Franz said that the next scene would begin soon and he should get ready. After changing clothes, the hero immediately began filming a fight scene in which he summoned the heavenly demon and killed an imaginary opponent. As the scene came to an end, Franz shouted out. Hearing this, Matt approached him and asked what was next. The man said that what was next was a fight scene with Bruce. Returning to the dressing room, the hero activated the steel body, after which he was dressed exactly the same as Bruce, even given a sword made exactly like the one the ant received from the Seeker of Truth. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. When he took it out, the hero saw a message that Morava, along with other residents, had erected a golden statue of him. With a joyful smile on her face, the saint threw her head up and shouted that this statue was made entirely of gold and asked Matt to accept their gift. The confused guy finally understood why Marava was so interested in the gold mines of Arachne, having thought that if the gold there is real, then its value will not be small. So the hero decided to accept such an expensive gift from his followers. As soon as you clicked on the accept button, the message that appeared said that 9 golden statues of greed had been received, and the note indicated that upon receiving such 300 statues, an incredible miracle would occur. Matt, intrigued by this miracle, asked Marava if she could make 2 more 91 identical statues. She answered enthusiastically that they would put all their strength into this. Smiling, the hero thanked her, continuing to wonder what would happen after he had all 300 statues. Filming lasted for a whole month, during which the hero could not return to the real world. He yawned sleepily, not looking away from his phone screen. Time flowed differently here, and only 10 days had passed in his world. And just today, the first day of the hunter competition began. Matt was glad of his foresight and sent his doubles there. Before going on the mission, he managed to go to the president of the Hunters Association and propose 2 of his doubles in place of his candidacy. The man replied that if they could do everything the same as Matt, then he would not mind. Smiling contentedly, the hero assured him that his doubles were simply excellent warriors. But that wasn't the only thing that brought a smile to his face. As he glanced at the TV screen, which was already playing the finished film, Matt was confident that it would bring him the heaps of followers he needed to promote him. The phone in his palm vibrated with messages. Looking down, the hero read that Marava had already completed all 300 golden statues of greed, and now he was asked to donate these statues to an unknown powerful deity of this world, so that an incredible miracle would happen. Matt did not intend to give up miracles and accepted this offer. In the next moment, a miracle truly happened, the biggest of all. For the donation of 300 statues of greed, 300 S-rank followers were added to our hero, and from now on, 1 follower will be added for each golden statue. The goddess of the swamps and the great insidious beast had been watching the Emperor of Insects all this time, and finally, satisfied smiles appeared on their faces. They simultaneously said that the time had come, and now it was time for the Emperor to wake up from his sleep and fulfill his part of the agreement. The next moment, a bright purple glow began to ooze from the cocoon. A blinding flash of light forced the gods to cover their eyes for a couple of moments. Having finally absorbed the power of the 2 gods given to him, the reincarnated Emperor emerged from his cocoon. At the same time, Matt, dressed in a formal suit, waved his hand to his fans who came to the premiere of the film with a smile on his face. The voiceover said that God of Space is not just a film, it is a real legend about a hero named Bruce and his patron god, after watching which many actively began to demand a sequel. Looking around the packed theater, Matt guessed that he would have taken first place at the box office, which meant a great start. Raising the microphone to his lips, the hero greeted everyone, and said that first of all, he wanted to thank all those who were able to appreciate the god of the cosmos. The hall immediately began to burst with inspired screams from the crowd. Gripping the microphone tighter, Matt decided that now, when he was in front of a huge audience, was the best opportunity to put his plan into action. He then continued by saying that there are actually plans for a sequel to this film, Space God 2, where he will again be in the lead role and promised that this part will be much more fun than the first. With excitement in his voice, Matt asked if they believed that the next part of the film would also be a hit, and if so, he asked them to tell him that they believed in it. As soon as the audience heard such a strange request, the entire hall froze in bewilderment. Those who watched the broadcast on TV were equally perplexed. Noticing that the pause was somehow too long, Matt began to get nervous and worry that he had screwed up so much in front of an entire nation. Suddenly, salvation came to him in the person of a girl who, clasping her palms against her chest, joyfully shouted out that she believed in him. The next moment, as if by a chain reaction, excited shouts were heard from different parts of the hall that they believed in Matt. A moment later, the entire hall again began to burst with deafening screams praising our hero. Matt had never felt such a good feeling before. Looking at the jubilant, crowded hall, suddenly a message appeared in front of him that he had gained 6 billion new followers and 2,000 S-rank followers. When it was all over, Matu returned to his assigned spaceship. Sitting in the cabin of the ship, the hero looked at the phone screen with a joyful smile on his face, thinking that if he had held a couple more such fan meetings, he would have returned to Earth at a god-advanced level. But there was also something that worried him greatly. Since Bruce stepped onto the 46th floor of the Warrior's Tower, there was absolutely no news from him. As he wondered if the ant needed his help, a message appeared in front of him that Bruce was requesting the transfer of the Eye of the Blind God skill. As soon as Matt gave his approval, the skill was instantly transferred to the ant. Being in a dark room, Bruce sighed with relief when the skill transfer worked, and he finally began to see at least something. In front of him sat someone in a clown costume and giggled cheerfully. At his feet lay several figurines with the faces of enemies defeated by Matt. The stranger smiled broadly, reaching out to a new piece standing on the chessboard. Touching it, he said that no matter how many Matt destroyed them, he would have many more figures for him. Then he raised the figure and directed it towards the figure with the image of the hero's face. Taking a closer look, Bruce was horrified when he recognized his god in one of the figures on the board. Then he turned his wary gaze to the stranger in the clown costume, trying to understand who he was. Baring his teeth dangerously, he said that he was looking forward to the new show that would show him. The next moment, the clown turned his gaze to Bruce and asked if he was expecting the same. Feeling incredible pressure, the ant barely managed to stay on its feet, leaning on its own knees. The clown turned his gaze back to the board and said that it was not permissible for such a lowly creature like him to even breathe in his presence. Afterwards, he said that he would show mercy and tell Bruce his name. Immediately after these words, the eye of the blind god activated again, showing the distant past. Many millennia ago, that fragment cut off by a knight from the god of destruction was nothing more than an ordinary piece of flesh. But at one moment, like a chick hatching from an egg, from that shard of flesh emerged a magnificent dragon, whose head was crowned with horns. This is exactly how the dragon of the abyss was born, destroying everything in its path. His instinct told him that neither the gods nor their followers could stop him. So for thousands of years, the dragon continued to destroy the gods and their followers, as a result of which he gained self-awareness and wisdom. But along with them, he also experienced boredom. Therefore, he began to play. Any world inhabited by living beings was like a sandbox for a child. The dragon recruited talented creatures as his followers. He marked some and consumed them as soon as they reached a certain air. But soon the dragon got bored with this too. So he came up with a new type of entertainment on Earth, creating the game Creator of Gods. The dragon knew that Bruce was aware of his past, and said that now the ant must understand that he is the only follower of the god of destruction. The pathetic people nicknamed him the Abyss, because he brings horror and destruction everywhere. Bruce, still standing, asked in confusion why the dragon wanted to destroy this world. With his hands folded on his chest, he asked a counter-question. Why do they breed and kill animals? Maybe for fun. Touching his chin, the dragon said that he had not experienced such interest in watching his intended victims for a long time. He cast a mocking glance at Bruce and said that as soon as his father returns, he will also like this feast. And as soon as the people whom the little people call heroes, he and his father will absorb them along with this world. Grinning, Bruce thought that even though his opponent was strong enough to destroy the entire world, he did not intend to give up so easily, because his dear deity was always with him. Matt grimaced in displeasure at his suggestion that the abyssal dragon was still alive. He thoughtfully touched his chin, trying to understand what this dragon was up to. It was too obvious that he himself would not appear now. Suddenly, he had an idea that this god festival between him and the Emperor could also be the work of the Abyss Dragon. Realizing this, the hero realized that he needed to become even stronger as quickly as possible and get rid of the Insect Emperor before the dragon descended on Earth to destroy it. Franz, who called out to him, distracted Matt from his thoughts, saying that they would soon arrive at the next fan meeting. Joyfully thinking that there he could gain even more new followers, the hero turned on the recording of the hunter competitions to keep abreast of what was happening. He was interested to know how his clones were coping there. Mata was impressed when he learned that the American and Japanese S-rank hunters had reached the semifinals, where they would meet each other in a bout. When he decided to see what was going on with the rest of the matches, he saw that his clones were also facing each other in the semi-final battle. A few moments later, the image changed, and one of the judges announced that the first match would take place between the hunter Lewis and Stefan. Matt sat back in his chair, ready to watch what promised to be a very entertaining fight. Suddenly, a portal opened behind the judge's back, and at the same time, Matt's eye of the blind god was activated. Immediately after this, he saw an angry great cunning beast in front of him. Clenching his fist, the Insect Emperor said that the strength that these two gods had given him was not enough for him. The Marsh goddess also became enraged and asked in bewilderment how he dared underestimate their power as gods. Raising his icy gaze to them, he insistently said that they should give him all their divine powers, to the last drop. The beast god let out a furious roar upon hearing the Insect Emperor's brazen request. The next moment, he raised his huge paw, deciding to get rid of the Emperor simply by crushing him. Shouting out that a pitiful worm like him dare not look down on a deity, the great cunning beast slammed his foot down to the ground. The goddess stopped him at the last moment, saying that no matter how much they wanted, they couldn't kill him yet, because they still needed this guy for revenge. To which the beast god replied that he was simply using all his points of the law of cause and effect, and also divine powers to descend to Earth. Hearing this, the goddess of the swamps reminded him that very soon the god of destruction would descend there, to which the animal god replied that they just needed to destroy the Earth before him. Suddenly, God stopped mid-sentence, feeling something strange about his right leg. When something slid into his neck, he realized with horror that this pathetic emperor had gotten under his skin. Horror and bewilderment were mixed on the face of the goddess of the swamps. The next moment, the god of beasts pounced on her and sank his sharp fangs into her shoulder, causing her to cry out in bewilderment. Through clenched jaws, God growled that he didn't want this. He couldn't control his body. After absorbing his power, the Insect Emperor released a powerful dark purple aura. With difficulty, the goddess of the swamps managed to escape and be at a safe distance. She couldn't believe that some god, being only an advanced level, could kill the great cunning beast so easily. Rising from his seat, the Insect Emperor, with a satisfied smile on his face, jumped towards the goddess, shouting that now it was her turn. She didn't even have time to do anything before the Emperor cut off her hand with one stroke. Grabbing her shoulder, the swamp goddess let out a painful cry. Turning around, the Emperor said that the law of the evil gods is to devour the weak, so she should not blame him. The marsh goddess swung her long tail, trying to kill her opponent. She couldn't afford to die such a miserable death. However, the next moment the Emperor appeared behind her with his blade raised to strike. The unsuspecting swamp goddess was struck by another sudden attack, causing another cry of pain. Smiling contentedly, the Emperor said that she was too arrogant if she decided that her banal attack could hurt him. Turning his head, the goddess said that he had fallen into her trap and began to concentrate her energy in her mouth. Opening her mouth wide, she intended to put all her strength into this attack in order to finish off her opponent at once. Despair seethed in her eyes. The next moment, a bright green powerful beam appeared from her mouth, aimed directly at the Emperor. The goddess understood perfectly well that this attack could kill herself, but she was ready to do it if she managed to take the enemy with her. When the flow of energy dried up, the Insect Emperor floated in the air as if nothing had happened. Horror appeared on the goddess's face, and she asked in bewilderment how he managed to survive this attack. Extending his palm in front of him, he said with a smug smile that he would now show her his improved flame as a parting gift. Immediately after these words, a huge fiery whirlwind engulfed everything around. A few moments later, when the flames finally died out, the dead body of the goddess collapsed to the ground. Saying that he would now take away her power, the Emperor again put his palm in front of him and activated his absorption ability. The next moment, several clots of energy from the defeated goddess reached towards him. As he absorbed her power, his body underwent new transformations and rapidly decreased in size. And so, when all the energy was absorbed, the Emperor smiled contentedly and looked at his new body, which was simply overwhelmed with power. Upon receiving the message that the last survivor of the training had received the power of a god-ranked god and had completely completed the training, his body trembled slightly, and he said with relief that he was finally able to pass through this circle of hell. The next moment, his loud, joyful laughter was heard throughout the area. When a message appeared in front of him with an offer to return back to Earth, he accepted it without hesitation, saying that it was time to fight Matt. Then he disappeared in a bright flash of light. Watching all this, the hero was shocked. He could hardly believe that the Emperor was able to kill 2 advanced-class gods. Also now he understood what kind of fissure that had appeared. It was from it that this monster would appear. But he didn't understand why no one noticed this fault. Squeezing the phone in his palms, Matt realized that he could no longer linger here, even though he had not yet become an advanced-level god. Otherwise, too many people would die. Meanwhile, the Emperor was finally able to return to Earth. Raising his head, he immediately noticed a strange stranger, from whom simply incredible energy emanated, and frowning, asked who he was. The Abyss Dragon didn't even look in his direction, intently watching the hunters' competition. When it was announced that the semi-final of the hunting warriors would soon begin, the dragon, still not taking his eyes off the screen, turned to the arriving Emperor and called him his son and said that he had returned on time. Hearing such an address, the Emperor asked in bewilderment what son meant. Smiling widely, he said that the training he created from the points of cause and effect had finally borne fruit, and the Emperor was the only one who could pass it. Hearing these words, the Emperor's face became distorted with anger when he realized that the one for whom he had to go through all this hell was sitting right in front of him. Rising from his seat, the dragon said that he was his father, creator, and faithful follower of the god of destruction. Turning to him, he opened his arms for a hug and said that he was incredibly glad to see him back safe and sound. However, instead of a warm embrace, the Emperor with one stroke cut off the head of the culprit of all his troubles. His whole body was simply filled with raging rage. He angrily shouted that it was because of the dragon that his mother died, and he had to learn to survive in that hell all these years. Hearing something light fall to the ground behind him, he turned around. The mask fell off the severed head, and the Emperor saw that all this time only a dummy had been there. Raising his head up, he furiously shouted that sooner or later he would definitely find him and make him die the most painful death of all possible. Now that he knew the object of his revenge by sight, he did not intend to let it go so easily, and at all costs he would fulfill the oath he had given himself long ago. He winced when he received the message that the god of battle was looking at him. Dropping to one knee, he bowed his head and apologized for not showing him his best side, and God sent a new message that he was thirsty for the blood and soul of the young god, as they had previously agreed. While still in his own world, the Emperor received the blessing of the god of battle in exchange for a promise to feed Matt to him. Without raising his gaze, he said that he would definitely kill Matt and present him to the god of battle. The next moment, he disappeared again in a bright flash of light. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was taking place in the Colosseum arena. The audience froze in shock at what they saw. A fairly battle-worn hunter from the United States, Lewis, struggled to get up from the floor. At the same time, his opponent, who did not have a scratch on him, stood opposite him and said with a mocking grin that he expected more from his opponent. Afterwards, he began to slowly approach the man lying on the floor, under the surprised voice of the judge, who reported that something simply incredible had happened. The strongest hunter on earth fell to his knees in front of Stefan. Simon, standing to the side, frowned and was about to intervene, but he was stopped by another clone of our hero, who said that he was a follower of the evil god and could not be killed for now. Frowning, he said that Stefan was the most dangerous person present here. Although with difficulty, Lewis still managed to get to his feet. Frowning, he looked at his opponent and said that the power that he borrowed from the evil god was too great, and someone like Stefan would not be able to fully cope with it. The hunter said with irritation that Lewis should watch his language if he does not want to die right here. Enveloping his fist in energy, the man charged at his opponent, shouting that evil could never win. Raising his blade to attack, Lewis shouted back that in this case he had no choice but to end their battle with one blow. At the same moment when the hunters rushed at each other, the Emperor appeared from the rift. To crush these two, he only needed one blazing rage in his eyes. Immediately after which the hunters collapsed to the ground. The faces of the spectators showed bewilderment and horror. Raising his gaze to them, the Emperor said, "He will ask only once where his sworn enemy, Matt Bridget, is." At the same moment he released his oppressive aura. The spectators immediately rushed towards the exit when the alarm announced that the invasion of an SSS-rank monster comparable in power to that of the Abyssal Dragon had been detected. Matt's double was shocked when he recognized this monster as the Emperor of Insects. He immediately realized that this was no longer the Emperor he knew. Now his strength felt completely different. Deciding that he needed to engage in battle to delay him, the double hoped that the original would return as soon as possible and headed towards the Emperor. Lowering his gaze to the hunters lying on the floor, the Emperor repeated his question with a threat in his voice. Stefan didn't understand why this monster wanted that guy from the semifinals. Suddenly, the sword that he had been holding in his hand all this time vibrated, and a voice sounded in his head, saying that he must kill the Emperor standing in front of him. Rising to his feet with difficulty, Stefan decided that he must submit to the will of the blade he had received from the great cunning beast. The next moment, he imbued his blade with strength and rushed at the enemy. However, as soon as the blade could touch the Emperor, it split into pieces. Without taking his eyes off Stefan, the Emperor asked with contempt how he dared to attack him with only pitiful crumbs of the power of an already dead deity. With a wave of his palm, he summoned the flames of the god of carnage, which engulfed the hunter's body in a raging whirlwind. Matt's double, who observed this picture, frowned at the thought that the Emperor's strength far exceeded the advanced divine level, and was no longer confident that he could do anything to such a strong opponent. Clenching his fist, he pushed aside the dark thoughts, reminding himself that he must contain this monster at all costs until the original arrived. Taking a decisive step forward, he called out to the Emperor, attracting his attention. Seeing his double, a joyful smile appeared on his face. Shouting out that he would destroy him, the Emperor rushed at the guy. Concentrating, the double put his hand in front of him and activated the judgmental middle finger of God. The next moment, a deafening explosion thundered across the arena. The surviving monster emerged from the flames and mockingly asked if this was all Matt was capable of. When he attacked the guy with his blade, the double, calling on his weapon, was able to hold back this blow. For several minutes, they exchanged furious attacks. Deciding that he too should intervene, Simon concentrated his power in his mouth and fired a powerful dark purple beam. He rushed straight at the Emperor's double, flying towards him. Tom miraculously managed to return at the last moment and the attack missed. Maria, Agnia, Wilhelm and Robert, who descended into the arena, also joined the battle, activating all their skills at once. At the sight of this, the Emperor laughed heartily. Through laughter, he called them all fools. The next moment, under the puzzled looks of the hunters, he disappeared in a bright flash. Wilhelm froze and began to look around, trying to figure out where their enemy had gone. The next moment he looked down in shock, feeling something pierce his chest. Rushing past them at terrifying speed, the Emperor attacked one hunter after another. When he reappeared before them in a bright flash of light, he had a gleeful smile on his face. Looking towards our hero's double, he said that he could not even imagine that his invincible sworn enemy would be so weak, and all this time he was worrying in vain. Holding his wound, the double trembled slightly, holding his weapon in his wounded hand. Rising from his seat, the Emperor again rushed towards his opponent and shouted that he would be sacrificed to the god of battle. When he had almost reached the double, a bright, blinding flash appeared in the space in front of them. The next moment, someone's clenched fist rushed towards the Emperor. As soon as the first blow was struck, a message immediately appeared announcing the start of the Festival of the Gods. When Matt emerged entirely from the portal, the Emperor had already been thrown to the side by the blow he had received. Pursing his lips with displeasure, the hero said that he was almost late due to the protracted fan meeting. Clutching his bruised cheek, the Emperor cast his furious gaze at the guy who had attacked him and asked who he was. He asked in bewilderment if he really didn't know who he was. Pointing to himself, Matt shouted that in front of him stood the rising star of this universe, which he had been so desperately rocking all this time. Throwing a glance towards the wounded guys, the hero activated the healing finger of God. The next moment, the wounded hunters were enveloped in a healing radiance, healing all their wounds. Maria immediately realized who this healing power belonged to and glanced towards the guy. Frowning, his double said with displeasure that Matt was too slow. But this was not his true source of dissatisfaction, and unable to restrain himself, he asked what kind of stupid outfit his original had put on. Ignoring his question and trying to hide his own embarrassment, the hero laughed nervously and shouted that they could rejoice because he had descended to Earth to save them all. The double asked in bewilderment what kind of heresy he was talking about. The Emperor bit his lip in anger when he realized that Matt was capable of cloning himself. Meanwhile, our hero's double, with the same dissatisfaction in his voice, asked what Matt had been doing all this time. Approaching him, the hero whispered that he was doing all this for the sake of becoming an advanced-level god. At the same moment, he was informed over the earpiece that all the inhabitants of the Space Union were now watching him. Smiling contentedly, Franz advised him to make him a more ascetic and benevolent face. Matt tried to do as the director told him, because they are currently filming the second part of God of Space, which is essentially a live broadcast. As soon as France announced that filming had begun, the number of our hero's followers began to grow rapidly. At the sight of this, a joyful smile appeared on the guy's face. At first, when the director suggested this to him, he thought it was real madness to stream the fight live. But now he sees that this is a really effective method. Rising from his knees, the Emperor said that now he understands why Matt seemed so weak to him. It was just a clone. The next moment, he spread his wings and laughed hysterically, releasing his aura. Hearing his laughter, Maria and Robert closed their eyes in pain and grabbed their heads. The man could not believe that they, S-rank hunters, were incapacitated by simple laughter, which meant that this monster was in no way inferior in strength to the Abyss Dragon, and today they should all be prepared to meet their end here. Having laughed it off, the Emperor said that in this case there was no point in holding back anymore, because the great god of battle was watching them. Smiling contentedly, he said that it was time for them to start a real festival of the gods. Matt frowned at his opponent. Glancing towards his friends, he said that he would deal with everything himself, and they should evacuate immediately. Flying up to him, the Emperor attacked Matt with his blade, saying that now was not the time to worry about others. The hero turned his calm gaze to the dark blade approaching his neck. Seeing this picture, the eyes of Agnia and Augustus widened in horror. However, the moment before the blade touched Matt, both of the Emperor's hands were instantly severed. Landing behind the Emperor, the double exhaled in relief. With a smile on his face, Matt complimented his counterpart on his reaction speed. He replied that he was already in a bad mood, so there was no point in irritating him even more. The Emperor stared at his severed hands with eyes widened in horror. Sam, standing to the side, also joined the battle and began to concentrate energy in his mouth. The next moment, a dark purple beam again rushed towards the Emperor. He turned his shocked gaze from his hands to the attack approaching him. A powerful explosion once again shook the walls of the Colosseum. The Emperor managed to miraculously dodge this deadly ray and was now approaching Simon at high speed. Growing his arms back, he shouted that the jokes were over now. But the next moment, he was suddenly attacked by another double. Without turning around, he shouted at Matt to finish with the Emperor. Immediately after this, on the other side, a hero appeared from the Emperor with his blade raised to strike. Swinging it, he sent a stream of cutting energy towards the enemy. Turning towards Matt, the Emperor froze in horror. The next moment, an explosion thundered, and a huge amount of dust and debris rose into the sky. The hero landed on the surface of the arena when everything calmed down. Matt sighed wearily, noting that it takes a lot of effort to maintain the clones. Rising from the ground, he looked at his counterparts and asked if they were okay. They nodded weakly in response. Having made sure that everything was fine with them, he turned his gaze forward, searching with his eyes for the Emperor. He lay immobilized in the middle of the crater left after the attack, with a huge hole in his stomach. Matt looked closer, trying to figure out whether he was dead or not. Suddenly, the core inside his body began to sparkle, and the wound began to rapidly heal. A smile appeared on the Emperor's face, and he said that Matt had practically managed to drive him into the grave. Slowly rising to his feet, the Emperor decided that now was the time to show his true strength. With a bloodthirsty expression on his face, he activated the battle god's blessing. Matt frowned when he heard that the Emperor had not been fighting them at full strength all this time. Squeezing his blade tighter, Matt thought that he could not yield to him in anything, and the next moment, sharing one desire with his clone, they rushed into battle. Simon also did not want to stand aside, and concentrating his energy, began to create a dark purple sphere. In the blink of an eye, being near him, the Emperor attacked him, and the double's technique instantly dissipated in the air, and his eyes widened in sudden pain. When the enemy suddenly disappeared in front of them, Matt and the other double turned around and cast their gazes filled with horror at the double left behind. He, with a face distorted in pain, began to rapidly disappear. With a satisfied grin on his face, the Emperor said that there was already -1. Filled with anger, the double instantly turned around and grabbed the sword stronger for the next attack. He then ran towards his enemy, intending to kill him. The Emperor's palm pierced right through the double's stomach when he barely had time to attack him. Seeing this, Matt rushed to his aid. As he approached, he swung his blade, but the Emperor managed to dodge and soared into the air. The doppelganger cursed when he realized that he too had begun to disappear. Creating flames in his palms, the Emperor shouted, looking at Matt, that he was next. But the next moment, something happened that none of them could have expected. Suddenly, the Emperor's entire body turned into a huge block of ice hanging in the air. Matt turned his perplexed gaze to the side and was very surprised. Lewis, who had returned, helped him. Turning to the man, the concerned hero shouted out that he knew very well how strong Lewis was, but it was better for him not to interfere in this fight, because he might die. Grinning, he replied that Matt should not look down on SS rank hunters, because it was he who was able to chain the one whom the hero could not defeat. As soon as he said this, the enraged Emperor emerged from his icy prison, shattering it into small fragments and let out a terrifyingly loud roar. Lewis had a look of bewilderment on his face. He couldn't believe that someone was capable of breaking out of his icy prison. Throwing a murderous look at him, the Emperor asked through clenched teeth how the pathetic little man dared to interfere in the festival of the gods. The next moment, the walls of the Colosseum began to shake, and a tremor passed through the ground. The message that appeared said that Lewis had fallen out of favor with the god of carnage because he dared to interfere in the sacred battle between the gods and sent a curse on the hunter. Lewis's eyes widened in horror as he felt his strength begin to rapidly leave him. The man let out a terrifying cry of pain as his body began to wither right before his eyes. Silent Nightmare was also watching the battle all this time. But the actions of the god of carnage angered her, and she demanded the festival of the gods between her and the god of carnage. When Matt saw the message about this, he was horrified, and asked in bewilderment why she was doing this. The god of carnage did not keep him waiting long and almost immediately accepted the challenge of the Silent Nightmare. After this, a message immediately appeared announcing the start of the festival between the two highest level. Silent Nightmare could not allow the god of carnage to continue doing whatever he wanted. Finally, she told Matt not to dare die before her, even if she had to pay for this challenge with her life. The hero's face showed sincere bewilderment. The balance scales located in Matt's apartment swung towards the dark sphere, which significantly increased in size, surpassing the light sphere. At the same moment, the hero received a message that the aura of great evil outweighed the scales of balance, so the seal of the scales of the god of balance was removed in the name of restoring the lost balance. Afterwards, another message appeared in front of him, which said that the great evil can only be crushed with the help of a combination of particles of good and evil. But at the moment, the particles of good in Matt are too weak. When he was informed that at the moment the particles of the creator of the gods were endowed with divine power in order to restore balance, the hero immediately thought of Alexander, who at their last meeting said that he would be busy for some time and asked not to call him. Now Alexander has activated an additional writing skill. He tried his best to restore the balance of the scales in time with the help of the creator of the gods. Then Matt would have a chance to win. Smiling widely, the Emperor said that it was all over for Matt. Suddenly, the hero's body was engulfed in a golden glow. Looking at his opponent, he said that he has many followers whom he must protect, so he cannot die so easily. Spectators watching the broadcast jumped up from their seats and began cheering for Matt. The hero received a message that, thanks to the rapid increase in the number of believers, his physical indicators and spiritual strength were restored. With a joyful smile on his face, Matt stood in a fighting stance, preparing to attack. The Emperor's face twisted into a grimace of displeasure as he felt that Matt was becoming stronger and stronger with each passing moment. But even this did not stop him. He was confident in his absolute invincibility. Taking off from his place, the Emperor in an instant found himself near Matt and attacked him. The hero, who did not have time to react in time, flew into the wall behind him, leaving deep cracks on it. The golden radiance instantly restored the damage the hero had received. Seeing this, the Emperor tisked displeasedly. The next moment, he created a blade in his palm and jumped towards his enemy, shouting that he would kill him before Matt's followers helped him reach the peak of his powers. This time, the hero managed to repel the Emperor's attack with the help of a blade. Immediately after this, the voice of the heavenly demon was heard in his head, who said that he would not be able to hold back another such attack. Taking advantage of Matt's confusion, the Emperor repeated his attack, and this time it successfully overtook the hero, again throwing him into the wall. Appearing as a projection, the spirit of the sword shouted in a voice filled with horror that Matt must run. otherwise he would not survive. Hearing these words, the Emperor raised his blade for a new attack and shouted that he would never allow him to do this. His clawed hand was rapidly approaching the hero. When Matt saw her, it was already too late. He realized with horror that he would not have time to do anything. Meanwhile, Bruce finally killed thousands of S-rank monsters the fastest and passed the Warrior Tower trial. This helped Matt complete his mission, and he was now elevated to the rank of Advanced Level Evil God. Suddenly, a strong stream of dark energy erupted from his body, squeezing out the energy of the good god. The Emperor watched this picture in bewilderment, not understanding how this was even possible. Matt looked at his palm, feeling the power surge through his veins. Having cleared the last 50th floor, Bruce immediately left the tower and moved to Matt. With a satisfied smile on his face, the ant apologized for keeping himself waiting too long. The hero praised him for the work done and asked why Bruce's body still remained so large. He replied that this feature remained from the 44th floor. Deciding to take advantage of the moment while his opponent allowed himself to be distracted by conversations, the Emperor rushed towards him, intending to kill Matt and his follower at the same time. The hero noticed his approach, and standing in a stance, shouted to Bruce that the two of them could definitely handle it. The next moment, they simultaneously rushed towards their opponent and attacked him. For several moments, they managed to push back the Emperor with their attacks. The realization that he was inferior to these two greatly angered the Emperor. While Matt held him back, Bruce decided to attack the enemy from the other side and deliver the final blow. The Emperor barely had time to turn around and block this blow. But the next moment, Matt moved behind him with his blade raised in the air. The heavenly demon shouted that now is the best opportunity to destroy the enemy. The next moment, with just one swing of the link, the Emperor's body was cut in half. Purple blood gushed out of his mouth. A joyful smile touched Matt's lips. He managed not only to temporarily disable the enemy, but to finally complete the mission to promote the good god. The golden glow once again enveloped his body, and he took decisive steps towards the Emperor. Matt advised his opponent to simply give up and admit defeat. He, not wanting to admit defeat, shouted that he must take revenge at any cost. Turning to someone, the Emperor asked that this someone lend him his strength for a while in exchange for his body and soul. The next moment, a huge rift appeared in the sky. Matt and Bruce looked up at him, stunned. After a message appeared that the god of carnage and madness was heeding the wishes of his follower, a powerful beam of his energy passed through the rift. When it fell on the Emperor at once, he screamed in unbearable pain. A few moments later, it was all over, and he managed to grow new limbs in place of the severed ones. The Emperor rose to his feet without difficulty, feeling how much stronger he had become. He looked over and said with complete confidence in his voice that these forces would definitely be enough to destroy his sworn enemy once and for all. Bruce attacked him from behind, shouting that no one dares to threaten his god so brazenly. Before the ant had time to take even a couple of steps, his sword was cut into two parts with just one wave of the Emperor's hand, after which he instantly approached Bruce himself, raising his hand for another attack. Bruce froze in shock. His opponent was too fast, and he simply did not have a single chance to dodge. The next moment, the Emperor knocked him down with his attack, his hand passing right through Bruce's body, draining his energy. Matt was not going to quietly watch his precious follower being killed and hastened to intervene, attacking his opponent from above. But when he got close enough and swung his blade, the Emperor had already escaped. He jumped back a few meters, finding himself at a safe distance. Meanwhile, Matt activated God's healing finger and healed Bruce's wound. Licking the remaining blood on his hand, the Emperor said in a satisfied voice that he liked this power. Turning his gaze to his opponent, the ant frowned, confused. The Emperor's body suddenly expanded and became covered with a mountain of steel muscles. Looking at this, Matt guessed that their opponent had a skill that allowed them to absorb the abilities of others. He also warned Bruce that what they were facing now was not just an insect emperor, but an evil god of the highest level. For several long minutes, the Emperor fought with our hero. Bruce had to stand aside again because he could not match the speed of the two gods. He watched their fight carefully. Smiling joyfully, the Emperor shouted that he would tear Matt apart. Having repelled another enemy attack, the hero realized that he could not cope with a high-level god on his own. Clutching the blade in his palm, he decided that he had no choice but to use his trump card, which he had been saving for the battle with the god of destruction. Raising his blade high above his head, Matt summoned a treasury of 1,000 blades. The next moment, the space around him changed, and the Emperor froze in place. Our hero received a message that time would be suspended for a minute, with the help of the divine power of the 1,000 blades. After reading this, the hero turned to the god of blades and asked to give him a sword that could easily chop the insect emperor right now. Suddenly, deep cracks appeared across the frozen space, followed by the enraged voice of the emperor himself, who said that no one was allowed to interfere in his battle, not even a high-level deity. Immediately after this, he broke the shackles of frozen space. The terrified Matt received a message that the emperor had used a large number of cause and effect points, which is why the summoning of the 1,000 Blades treasury failed. Having dropped to the floor, the emperor, smiling predatorily, said that in their battle, various dirty tricks were prohibited. Alexander breathed a sigh of relief when he finally completed the creation god skill. Immediately after that, he betrayed this skill to Matt. When a writing pen appeared in the palm of our hero, he smiled and said that this was very timely. Seeing his new weapon, the Emperor could not hold back a mocking chuckle. The next moment, he rushed towards his opponent. However, as soon as he took a couple of steps, he was blinded by an incredibly bright light. The next moment, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. He looked around in surprise, trying to understand what had happened because a moment ago he was fighting with Matt. Suddenly, a child's voice came from behind him. When he turned around, he saw a little boy who, with a smile on his face, introduced himself as Matt Bradgett and asked his name. He replied that he was an emperor and he did not need some wretched name. Suddenly, a question arose in his head. What was his name before? Followed by a long-forgotten memory of his mother saying something. But too much time had passed for him to remember what exactly she said then. Without taking his eyes off the Emperor, Matt said that Emperor was a very strange name. Assuming that this little boy was also one of the clones of his sworn enemy, he decided that he needed to get rid of him too. Making some notes on a piece of paper, Matt said that one day he dreams of becoming a great writer and writing many delightful stories. When the boy asked his interlocutor what he would have dreamed of in his childhood, grinning, the Emperor replied that he would like to kill Matt, and then absorb his divine powers and bend the whole world to his feet. Looking up at him, the boy said that this is not what he really dreams of. At his words, he shouted that Matt could not know anything about him, because he was the Emperor himself. Pointing somewhere to the side, little Matt said that he should calm down and look there, because there is what the Emperor wants most. He turned his head in bewilderment in the indicated direction. Seeing a man from the distant warm past, he was dumbfounded and was unable to even move. Tears immediately welled up in his eyes, wide open in surprise. His mother stood in front of him and smiled tenderly. As if enchanted, he took a small step towards her and asked in disbelief how she ended up here. Looking at him, Matt said that his last wish was to see her one last time. Taking another step forward, the Emperor realized that after finishing his training in another world, he began to chase power like a man possessed and completely forgot about what he really wanted. When this mirage dissipated, he thought that this was the end for him too. After all, he was just a worthless creature who had fallen as low as possible. Therefore, the Emperor decided to stop. The hero watched as a truly happy smile appeared on his opponent's face and he began to slowly disappear. Then he turned his searching gaze to the pen, marveling at the power of the skill received from Alexander. Opening his eyes, the Emperor said that he did not regret anything and would like to ask Matt for one favor. He asked the hero to find the Abyss Dragon because of which his mother died and kill it. Matt answered with confidence in his voice that the Emperor need not worry about it. He would definitely finish off this monster with his own hands. The next moment he disappeared, having finally managed to say that he believed in our hero. And this ended their festival of the gods. Meanwhile, a golden glow was also heard in Matt's apartment, emanating from the balance scales. A few moments later, they disappeared into space, waiting for the moment when they could be useful to someone again. All this time, the broadcast of the battle was shown on Earth too. Stroking her rounded belly, the girl was surprised that Matt was really able to defeat his opponent. When Mirabelle heard the sound of the lock coming off the door, a joyful smile appeared on her face and she stood up from the sofa. Having met his wife at the door, Max said that she shouldn't meet him at the door every day. In her situation, the girl smiled and replied that she was too bored to sit all day long. When they walked into the kitchen, she pointed to the table with her hand and said that she had prepared dinner not long ago and offered to eat while it was still hot. Happy Max thanked his wife for her care and walked up to the table strewn with various dishes. Noticing that Mirabelle was again reading her favorite novella on her phone, he asked why she was so captivated by it, to which the girl replied that the novella itself was not that good, especially since its author took breaks too often due to personal circumstances. Putting down his spoon, Max asked in confusion why she continued to read it. With a scary smile on her face, Mirabelle replied that she was just very interested in one thing. A few days later, everything returned to normal. Simon was holding strawberry cake in his hands, running all over the apartment from Sophia, demanding that her cake be returned to her. Augustus, sitting in the corner with his blade in his hands, tried to concentrate in order to get some kind of insight and begin to match his master. At the same time, another Matt doppelganger was having a friendly match with Bruce. And in the center of all this booth, our hero sat, trying to somehow work. Having become an advanced level god, he was able to hold his counterparts for much longer in time. But they made too much unnecessary noise. Even Alexander refused to leave his reality because he was already tired of this constant noise. Matt was struggling with his growing irritation. He tried his best to ignore them and concentrate on his work, but it turned out very poorly for him. Suddenly, his phone lying on the table vibrated, and the manager's number appeared on the screen. Covering one ear from the noise, The guy answered the call, and on the other side of the phone came the joyful voice of a man calling him to tell him good news. Sam was already making his 5th circle around the apartment. He was terribly enjoying pissing off little Sophia. Suddenly he slipped right out of the blue. The cake, which was on a stand, instantly flew off it. The doppelganger's eyes widened in horror when he saw the direction in which the cake flew. The next moment, a freshly baked sweet landed right on the head of Matt, who was talking on the phone. Seeing this, everyone in the room froze with shocked expressions. The last bit of the hero's patience ended here, and jumping up from his seat, he furiously shouted for everyone to calm down and stop causing bedlam here. Because of them, he couldn't hear anything that was being said to him. Deciding not to piss him off even more, Bruce invited everyone to leave and continue outside. Sighing heavily, Matt pulled the cake off his head and again raised the phone to his ear, and apologizing for what had happened, said that now he could listen calmly. Afterwards, the manager announced that our hero's short story had taken first place in popularity, so its printed format was approved, and that our hero would soon have a fan meeting. This news surprised him so much that the guy asked the manager to repeat it again once. Repeating all of the above again, the man added that before all this there were a couple of issues that needed to be settled, and he promised that he would soon contact Matt again as soon as all the issues were settled. Having completed the conversation, the hero with a joyful expression on his face said that he could hardly believe that this was really happening to him in reality, and not in a dream. Suddenly the room was filled with a strange, sweet aroma that caught the guy's attention. A few moments later he felt a strong drowsiness that he simply could not resist. Hearing a familiar voice calling him, Matt woke up, slowly opening his eyes. He was incredibly surprised when he saw Silent Nightmare sitting in front of him, and with concern in his voice asked if she was okay. She smiled sweetly, and asked why he was so worried about her. Before answering her question, Matt asked her to let go because he was not very comfortable talking to her in a tied position. But the goddess immediately rejected his request. Then she slowly rose to her throne. Matt raised an eyebrow in confusion as the Silent Nightmare touched his cheek. The next moment, something happened that he never expected. Approaching him, the soundless Nightmare kissed him on the lips. A few moments later, she pulled away from him and with sadness in her eyes, said that this was her parting gift from her and generous abundance. The confusion on the guy's face suddenly gave way to misunderstanding, and he asked what farewell meant. When generous abundance appeared next to the Silent Nightmare with a sad smile on her face, the goddess of nightmares said that very soon Matt would forget about them, and asked that he in no way take revenge on the god of battle, but simply continue to live peacefully. With tears in his eyes, the hero jumped up from the sofa, shouting for them not to leave, but it was already too late. An irritation immediately appeared on his face. He could not allow these two to die. Using teleportation, he disappeared into the portal. The next moment, he found himself standing in front of a huge gate in an unfamiliar place. Clenching his fists, Matt decided that at any cost he would find out where the goddesses went and what happened to them. When he summoned the clones, they immediately appeared, standing on either side of him. Afterwards, he said that he needed their help. His gifts of generous abundance and Silent Nightmare had dissipated, to which the double replied that he himself could see perfectly well, and asked why Matt didn't invite Bruce with him, because he was quite useful. The hero replied that he had given him the task of protecting the Earth in his absence. The double nodded and said that they would be there if necessary, after which he disappeared along with Simon. After they left, Matt turned to Alexander's skill. For a couple of moments, his eyes were filled with golden light, and a writing pen appeared in his hand. When his eyes returned to their previous color, the hero took a decisive step forward. He managed to open the huge gate in front of him without any difficulty. Inside, in the deepest part of the hall, a man in scarlet armor sat on a huge throne. Raising his interested gaze to Matt, the god of battle said that he had already waited for him. Raising an eyebrow, the hero said with a bit of surprise and confusion in his voice that the god sitting in front of him looked much younger than he expected. Hearing this, the man's loud laughter rang throughout the hall. After laughing, he nodded at the wall behind him and said that he had to thank those two ladies for that. Looking in the indicated direction, I saw two goddesses bound by strange chains. Anger immediately appeared on the hero's face. Noticing his reaction, the god of war advised him to calm down, because he should know that such is the fate of those who lose in battle. A smile appeared on God's lips, and he said that Matt had a rather interesting little thing with him. Looking at the pen in his hand, he said that it was a divine object that could rewrite the principles of cause and effect to change fate. Then he said that if Matt was thinking of using this trick on him, then he shouldn't even try, wasting his time, because it simply wouldn't work on him. Keeping himself in control with all his strength, the hero offered to go out and check whether it would work or not, because he did not want to catch the goddesses in their battle. Hearing his words, Generous Abundance whispered that Matt would not even think of fighting the battle god, who had received the power of a god of the highest level. Clenching his fist, God said with irritation that he did not give her permission to speak. Suddenly the chains squeezed the goddess's body even more tightly, and a deafening cry of pain escaped from her mouth. Fearful for her, Matt called out to her with horror in his eyes. The next moment, the pen in his hands shone with a golden light, and looking at the god of battle, the hero shouted that he would no longer allow him to kill anyone. With rage, God shouted that this ability would not work on him, and rising from his seat, rushed towards Matt. However, the next moment he suddenly found himself in a place completely unknown to him. Matt said that here they could not harm anyone, and asked the god of massacre for the festival of the gods. Laughing, the god of battle asked the hero if he had gone crazy, because he could have simply continued to live in peace. But instead he came into his hands, and even called him to the festival. Grasping his sword with both hands, the god of carnage said that he accepted his challenge. After that, he swung it over his head and shouted that he couldn't wait to see if he could surpass those two goddesses. Holding a writing pen filled with his energy in his palm, Matt shouted to his opponent that he would never forgive him for what he did to Bountiful Abundance and Silent Nightmare. Immediately after these words, the god of carnage attacked him. By putting his pen in front of him, our hero managed to block this attack. God immediately launched a series of attacks, but Matt managed to fight off each of them. When his next attack was repulsed, he said with a wide smile that Matt was a very interesting opponent. Having fought off all the attacks with his pen, the hero noticed that this god really has incredible power. The god of carnage again raised his sword above his head, and pouring his energy into it, said that he was interested in finding out if Matt could block this blow as well. At that moment, the hero decided that he too no longer needed to hold back and activated creation. His eyes immediately changed their color to gold. He called upon the power of the mountain-crushing giant. When the god's sword collided with Matt's pen, circles of golden energy spread out from them in all directions. The god of battle was shocked that some handle was able to block his sword. With a smile on his face, the hero replied that he had many more surprises in store. Raising the handle upward, he activated creation again, borrowing the power of the soul armor. Immediately after that, a powerful stream of green energy flew towards the battle god. God's eyes widened in shock. He immediately put his sword in front of him to reduce the damage he received from this attack. A few moments later, the stream dried up, leaving behind only deep tracks on the ground. Looking at his opponent, Matt said with a grin on his lips that he had not even thought about getting rid of his opponent with this one at once. But the result obtained was also quite good. Holding the sword in front of him, God froze as his armor and sword melted from the previous attack. Suddenly a smile bloomed on his face, and he said that it was really interesting. Afterwards, he threw aside his broken sword, saying that he had no use for such a weak weapon. He also decided to get rid of the remnants of his melting armor. Throwing her to the ground, the god of battle said that the time had come for them to fight like real men. Raising his fists at face level, his eyes burning with bloodlust, he asked if Matt was ready to begin. The hero frowned with displeasure, realizing that he would not be able to withstand his brute strength for long. The next moment he touched his forehead with his thumb and used the multiplying thumb of God to summon his clones. They immediately appeared in front of him upon hearing Matt's call. The hero noticed that Alexander did not come again, but decided not to touch him, giving the clone the opportunity to improve their writing skills further. Flexing his fists, the god of battle said that these dirty tricks would not help Matt defeat him, but he could try. With an anticipatory smile on his lips, God added that once he absorbed the power of those two goddesses in Matt, he would definitely be able to kill the god of destruction and conquer the entire world. Grinning, the hero replied that he would be the one who would kill the god of destruction, so he advised his opponent to even forget and think about it. These words angered God, and he muttered through his teeth that Matt had not even had enough milk on his lips to speak out before him so brazenly. The double said that this is too weightless a reason not to drink milk now, since it won't be long before he starves to death. Taking a step forward, God said, looking at the double, that he would be the one whose head he would tear off. Matt and his double tensed and prepared to attack. The next moment, the double disappeared from his place and, jumping up to the level of the enemy's head, raised his blade to attack. He was surprised by the guy's movement so quickly. Simon also did not stand idle and, having accumulated energy in his mouth, directed a powerful stream of energy towards the enemy. Seeing this picture, a wide smile appeared on the battle god's face. When Matt and the god of battle were transported to another space, the goddesses were left completely alone. The goddess of nightmares felt that the god of battle was only getting stronger. With tears in her eyes, she prayed that Matt wouldn't give up on this pointless idea and just run away. Meanwhile, our hero's battle only became more fierce. The opponents attacked each other one after another, without stopping for a moment. With his last attack, Matt managed to throw the enemy aside. Taking advantage of this moment, Simon immediately attacked. Seeing the beam aimed at him, the god of battle said that this would not work and raised his palm to attack. The next moment, he cut that stream of purple energy into two pieces with his bare hand. Another Matt double was not long in coming and attacked the enemy from behind. He shouted furiously that this time he would definitely be able to cut him into pieces. Turning sharply, God directed his fist towards the guy flying at him, causing him to flinch in surprise. The double was unable to reflect such a sudden blow and, having received damage, flew to the side, dropping his sword. He cursed, realizing that he was about to disappear without having defeated his opponent. Simon, distracted by him, did not immediately notice the threat approaching him from above. The next moment, the god of battle slammed his foot right down on him with a roar. Simon, like his other counterpart, immediately began to disappear. The clots of energy that Matt put into the doubles returned to him. Just before he disappeared, his other Matt warned him that their opponent was much stronger than the opponents they had fought so far. The hero nodded, thanking him for his work. Afterwards, he touched his forehead and contacted Alexander, asking how things were going with his writing skills. He replied that to some extent everything had finally stabilized. Turning his gaze to Matt, the god of carnage said that even if he summoned at least 100 clones, they would still be just clones, not worth a damn. After which he asked whether these were all surprises, or whether the hero had something else left. Smiling, Matt replied that it really was the end. In the next moment, God's eyes widened in shock, and several cuts appeared on his broad chest. Turning around, Matt smiled broadly and said in a joyful voice that this was the end for the god of battle. God looked at him and with rage in his voice asked how he dared to do this. Turning to face the hero, he concentrated his power into his fist and shouted that Matt should not think that just one wound he inflicted meant his victory. Holding out his pen in front of him, the hero replied that in this case, the god of battle also shouldn't show off in front of him for defeating a couple of clones, because a word is stronger than any fist. The next moment, they exchanged a series of incredibly fast and powerful attacks. Some of them managed to catch the battle god, leaving deep cuts on his body. God gritted his teeth as he felt a sudden sharp pain. Matt's new attack left new deeper and larger cuts on his chest compared to the previous ones. The hero, with a smile on his face, asked the god of battle what his writing pen was like. He shouted that such wounds were nothing to him, because he was God, whom battles only tempered more and he could fight endlessly. Rushing at Matt, he said, now he will show what his title of God of Battle is worth. The hero's face showed obvious dissatisfaction with the fact that after their such a long battle, his opponent really wasn't even the least bit tired. With a confident smile on his lips, the god of battle said that if Matt still had something left, then he should quickly take advantage of it. The next moment, the huge fist of God flew at our hero. His attack caused a huge explosion. Matt barely managed to withstand his attack, crossing his arms over his chest in defense. Fully confident that his opponent would die from this attack, the god of battle shouted out that such was the power of a true god. When the smoke cleared, the hero chuckled and wiped the blood from his lips with the back of his hand, and replied that this power was not so incredible. He then activated God's judgmental middle finger and God's multiplying thumb, connecting them. A whirlwind of flashes of fire immediately flew high into the sky. Still holding his joined fingers together, he said that he would burn the battle god alive. With a wave of his hand, he opened his fingers, and the entire fiery stream instantly fell on the enemy standing opposite. Tom had no choice but to defend himself from this attack with his hands. The next moment, a terrifying explosion was heard, and flashes of thick smoke mixed with dust rising into the air echoed throughout the area. Landing on the ground, Matt tensed, peering through the smoke and trying to make out the silhouette of his enemy through it to understand whether he managed to defeat him or not. Suddenly, the god of battle emerged from the thick wall of dust and attacked him. The blow was too unexpected for Matt to do anything. Unable to withstand the blow, he flew off somewhere to the side, raising new clouds of dust into the air. Breathing heavily, the hero was able to slowly rise to his knees and turned his gaze to his opponent. He said with a smile of superiority on his lips that Matt should just admit the difference in their strengths and give up. The hero looked at him displeasedly and replied that he had not yet run out of strength, so he did not intend to give up so easily. Immediately after his words, the god of battle kicked the ground with all his might, right at the place where Matt was. He furiously repeated this movement several more times, trampling his stubborn opponent deeper into the ground. When God finally decided to stop, he saw Matt stretched out and motionless on the ground. Bending down, he picked up the hero's small, compared to him, body with 2 fingers, and raised it to the level of his face. With a satisfied grin on his face, the god of battle said that he had not had as much fun as he did today for a long time, but it was time for them to stop playing. In the next moment, Matt's body began to slowly turn into golden light. Laughing joyfully, the god of battle said that as soon as the hero gave him his power, he would be able to remove the god of destruction from his throne and take over the entire world. When Matt moved his lips saying something, God frowned and, bringing his body closer, asked what he was saying there. Grinning, Matt called his opponent a dumbass. In response to this insult, the god of battle said that he would forgive him for this, since these were the last words of the hero before he was consumed. Immediately after this, he threw a clot of golden energy into his mouth, which Matt turned into. At that same moment, a golden aura enveloped his entire body. He laughed exultantly as he felt his divine power rise to a new level. Raising his head to the sky, the god of battle shouted that he could now tear the god of destruction into thousands of pieces. The sudden sound of Matt's voice sobered him up, and his face showed bewilderment. As soon as he looked down, he saw that instead of sand under his feet, stones appeared. between which lava flowed. He realized with horror that everything that happened was just an illusion. Looking up, the god of battle asked with rage in his voice how Matt dared to do such a thing to him. He began to replay in his memory all the moments from the end of their battle to understand when the hero could cast this illusion on him. The only correct option, which his intuition told him, was from the very beginning, when Matt entered his abode with a pen in his hand. The god of war raised his stunned gaze to the hero, realizing this. Matt, sitting in the sky, smiled contentedly, writing down what was happening with a pen. Stopping moving his pen, he read, "The god of battle felt like a fool who didn't even realize that all this time he had been in a fantasy world." Hearing this, the battle god's eyes filled with bewilderment and shouted out that such a world could only exist with the creator god. Meanwhile, Matt, resting his cheek on his hand, continued to think out loud about the ending for this story. Frozen, the god of battle swallowed hard, afraid to hear what Matt would write in his book. He sighed in disappointment, saying that not a single good idea came to his mind. The double who appeared next to him said reproachfully that this was not surprising, given the fact that his original took a huge number of breaks, citing personal circumstances. Alex, who was next to him, advised him to write a joyful and happy ending. Smiling, since this is exactly the ending of the story that his readers want, he will not dare to go against them. Then he turned his mocking gaze to the god of battle awaiting his fate and mockingly asked if he was ready to find out what would happen to him next. Touching the sheet of paper with his pen, Matt said that the end he had imagined for him was a joyful, pleasant, happy, absolute death. The battle god's face showed rage. The hero was too strong. He couldn't even move a finger to try to do anything. He didn't understand where all the power of the creator god was concentrated in the hands of this guy. Meanwhile, writing letter by letter, Matt began to dictate, "The god of battle, confident of his victory, fell into a false reality and rested with this illusory world." As soon as he wrote the last letter, a wide smile appeared on his face, which did not bode well. The god of battle furiously shouted that this would never happen. Contrary to his wishes, the next moment the surface began to collapse, and the raging lava rushed out. Looking down, the god of battle, his expression distorted with bewilderment and disbelief, shouted out that this was impossible. However, in the next moment, the illusory world was destroyed, crumbling into many fragments. As soon as this happened, a message appeared in front of the hero, saying that Matt had become the winner of the festival, and the divine powers of silent nightmare and generous abundance had been restored. By absorbing the power of the defeated deity, the hero was able to achieve the highest level of divinity. Looking at his pen, Matt happily said that with this power he could defeat either the dragon of the abyss or the god of destruction. Alexander appeared and said that this power was still not enough, because even the highest gods were afraid of the power of the god of destruction. After which he asked the hero to take away the captive goddesses from here as soon as possible, because very soon the reality of the god of battle would be destroyed. Remembering the silent nightmare and generous abundance, Matt shuddered. Using teleportation, he immediately left this place. When the god of battle was defeated, the chains that bound them disappeared, and now the goddesses sat in the middle of the collapsing hall. Generous Abundance had tears of joy in her eyes when she saw Matt's figure approaching them. He said with a smile on his face that he promised to save them at any cost, so he could not afford to break this promise. Smiling happily, Generous Justice said that he was their god savior. At the same moment, opening her eyes, a silent nightmare came to herself. Matt wanted to ask how she was when he received a message that the Eye of the Blind God had been activated, and he could get a quick look at the history of the Goddess of Nightmares. During the period of chaos, when the world had not yet acquired its current form, countless seeds of gods were born on the world tree. Among the gods born there were the Goddess of Beauty and the Goddess of Abundance. Of the two sisters, the Goddess of Beauty was the first to open her eyes when she was born into this world. Immediately after her birth, she came into contact with a goddess unknown to her. With a bored expression on her face, she put her hand in front of her and began concentrating her energy on her fingertips, saying that the Goddess of Beauty was unsuitable and needed to be gotten rid of. The newborn goddess froze in horror. A deity suddenly appeared behind her and stopped the dark-haired goddess of destruction, shouting that this child was not a marriage. The god of creation smiled and said that she was the goddess of beauty, making their world even more beautiful. From time immemorial, the world tree was owned by the god of creation and the goddess of destruction. The original god, who had one body, was divided into two parts in order to more effectively rule the world. Thus, the god of creation appeared, absorbing the energy of chaos and bestowing life force, and the goddess of destruction, absorbing the life force that harmed harmony, returning it to its original state. Looking at the world tree, the god of creation shared with his other half that he had one innermost desire: to transform all the chaos and emptiness into life and fill the world with it. For a while everything was fine, and he was successfully moving towards realizing his dream. However, after some time the god of creation suddenly disappeared, Left alone, the goddess of destruction began to discard everything in sight, and after a while turned into a monster destroying the world. And the goddess of beauty, who followed the god of creation, left the right path and became the goddess of nightmares in order to find the suddenly disappeared creator god. She was sure that he had reincarnated in some of the worlds. Thus she became an evil deity, and all this time she did not give up her attempts to find the god of creation. Countless amounts of time later, she finally managed to meet his reincarnation, although they were different in appearance. But the divine power that surrounded Matt revealed him as the god of creation. The hero was shocked when he learned that he was the reincarnation of the creator god. But this explained to him why his clones Alexander and Simon used the powers of the god of creation and the god of destruction. Frowning, Matt began to think about other strange things that happened to him. Suddenly he was overcome by severe weakness, and the picture before his eyes swam, and his eyelids became heavy and began to close. A silent nightmare caught the unconscious Matt before he fell to the floor. She said that it was still too difficult for him to use the power of the creator god. The goddesses moved the hero to his home, and now he slept, restoring his lost strength. When he opened his eyes, he saw Agnia and Sophia sitting by his bed, happy smiles immediately appearing on their faces. Sitting up on the bed, Matt grabbed his head and asked how long he slept. The girl replied that he slept for 3 days. This news did not make our hero very happy. He realized that although he had become a god of the highest level, the expenditure of power to create an illusory world would be simply colossal. Suddenly, Maria, dressed in an apron, entered the room, which surprised Matt, congratulating him on his awakening. She said that she had prepared dinner and called everyone to the table. Trying to hide her embarrassment, she explained, so that the hero would not misunderstand her, that she was hungry herself. But it turned out too much, so she decided to treat the others too. When everyone sat down at the table, they were pleasantly surprised by the wide variety of dishes. Wishing everyone a bon appetit, Sophia was the first to start dinner, putting a piece of meat and rice in her mouth. Then Agnia joined her, deciding to start with the soup, which looked more than appetizing. However, the next moment, they spat out the food back with grimaces of disgust, causing shock in Matt and understanding in Maria. When Maria asked what was wrong with them, Sophia mumbled that it was impossible to eat. The confused girl took a spoon and decided to try it herself and see if everything really turned out as bad as she was told. Having tasted the soup, her face also scrunched up in disgust, and she realized that everything turned out even worse than just bad. Watching this picture, the hero decided that he was not hungry, and he should just go out to get some fresh air. Thus, taking his laptop with him, he went out to the park near his house and sat down on one of the empty benches to work. He enjoyed these rare moments of peace, thinking that before he had never even dared to dream that his novel would take first place. But very soon he would hold his first autograph session. Seeing Matt sitting, a passing girl decided to approach him. Stopping next to him, she took out her phone and asked if he was a writer named Matt Bradgett, saying that she really liked his novel. Turning to her, the hero smiled and said that he was very pleased to hear this. The next moment, she took out a notebook and asked if Matt could give her his autograph. Without taking his eyes off the girl, he nodded. After casting a fleeting glance at the information window, which almost immediately disappeared, the hero took the notebook from her hands and signed his autograph, smiling joyfully. Mirabelle said that she was his big fan and would like to ask a couple of questions about the book. With a sweet smile on his face, the hero replied that she could ask anything. Placing her hand on her stomach, the girl said that at the beginning of the novel, the main character received divine coins for killing insects. Matt nodded his head, saying that this was true. He thought that at that time he had not even thought about the fact that those insects were actually alive, and considered it a common game. Meanwhile, Mirabelle continued by saying that there were a lot of negative comments about this issue that flowed like a river under the head. But then the hero saves the ant saint and from that moment begins to help their tribe. Mirabelle asked why Matt decided to do this. Hearing her question, the hero could no longer contain his laughter. Seeing such a reaction to her question, the girl frowned with displeasure. She asked in confusion why he was laughing at her question. Wiping his tears, Matt replied that he thought it was funny that she didn't have to pretend to be in front of him. Raising his hand, the hero said that since he now has the status of a top-ranked god, he can see that she is an abyss dragon, after which he activated the judgmental middle finger of God. Mirabelle's face showed shock. The next moment, a powerful stream of flame knocked her off her feet. Frowning, Matt said in disappointment that this was really not enough to kill the abyss dragon. Through the clouds of dust rising into the air, the figure of a girl could be seen, with a huge red dragon wing appearing behind her back. Without taking her amber eyes off her gaze, Mirabelle said that Matt was much stronger than she expected, but then added that it would only be for a while. When her child was born, everything would be over. And until that day, she would leave the hero and the earth alone. Putting 2 fingers to his forehead, Matt said that she could not escape from him so easily. The next moment, he activated his creator god powers. which allowed him to see everything that was happening on Earth. He combed all the streets of the city, and even the snow-capped mountains of other countries, trying to discover where the abyssal dragon had gone. The hero cursed displeasedly when he realized that he could not find traces of his presence anywhere. He decided that since he was unable to find the dragon, it was worth protecting the Earth itself from him and the god of destruction. Matt rejoiced in the fact that he had the status of a top-level god, whose abilities far exceeded those of lower-level gods. This status allows you to gain special skills to protect your world, and with this, the fragments of the god of destruction will not be able to harm the Earth. In addition, he left a trap for the dragon of the abyss, which he would definitely fall into. When Silent Nightmare sent a message saying that a child born of an abyssal dragon would be able to summon shards of the god of destruction to the Earth, so the dragon needed to be killed as soon as possible, Matt replied that he already knew about this, which is why he used the transference skill. Meanwhile, Mirabelle moved into her apartment and began preparing dinner. Max, who returned from work early, said that the fragrant smell of food was wafting all the way to the door. Smiling at her husband, Mirabelle said that he had worked hard today, to which Max replied that it was not that difficult. Then he knelt down next to her and put his head to her stomach, trying to hear his unborn child tossing and turning there. Mirabelle said that the girl was very active today and wanted to hear her dad's voice. After Max got up, she told him to go and wash his hands quickly, because she needed to tell him something important. Hearing this, the man smiled and said that he would be back in a moment. A couple of minutes later, dressed in home clothes, Max and Mirabelle sat down at the set table, and the man asked the girl sitting opposite what she wanted to say that was so important. When she said that the baby would be born very soon, so she was going to stop playing family, Max put down his chopsticks and asked what she meant. The next moment, horror showed on his face. In his wife's place sat a monster with an ominous smile on his face. When she grew wings and claws, Max, numb with fear, asked where his wife was. The dragon replied that he need not worry about his wife because very soon he will go to her. Immediately after this, the dragon waved his finger. This alone was enough to take the man's head off in an instant. Having killed him, Mirabelle went to the window, staining the floor with bloody footprints. Stroking her belly, she said that earlier it seemed to her that if she played, she would at least understand Matt's feelings a little. But she still didn't understand anything. But she was sure that he would not like what she had done at all. The next moment she opened her wings. Turning into a dragon, she said that now it was time for them to go and put an end to this world. Matt froze, feeling that his trap had worked. He slowly rose from his seat. The hero knew that sooner or later the dragon would finally show up, so he was ready for it. The entire city was engulfed in raging flames. The dragon of the abyss circled above him and exhaled his flames, burning everything that came in his way. The alarm went off indicating that a dungeon of SSS rank or higher had been discovered, and the abyssal dragon was the boss of the dungeon. People gripped by panic and horror ran away as fast as they could, looking for safe shelter. Noticing them, the dragon smiled joyfully. The next moment, his mouth opened wide and he began to concentrate his energy into it. He then immediately attacked the people. But Matt arrived in time and activated the judgmental middle finger of God, and a powerful stream of scarlet flame rushed to meet the dragon's attack. As their attacks collided with each other, there was a terrifying explosion that shook the city. The abyss dragon unmistakably identified who exactly was stopping him. Smiling, the hero shouted that today he would never miss him.